Sitting on the rocks, Zhao Dong thought about everything he'd seen since waking up that morning. His wife, child, father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, people he hadn't seen in over 10 years were all vividly standing before him today. It still didn't feel real. Looking out at the beach and the sea ahead, Zhao Dong decided it didn't matter why. Given the chance to live again, this time he would live his life right. With that resolve, he felt light as a feather. He stood up, brushed off his backside, and turned to head home. He just jumped down from the rocks and taken a few steps when he suddenly felt something was off. He turned back around. Well, the beach was densely covered with swimming crabs foraging for food. F. Zhao Dong erupted in a torrent of curses, muttering, "We're gonna get rich." His feet flew as he sprinted toward home. The moment he burst into the courtyard, he started shouting, "Dad, wake up everyone. Don't sleep anymore. We're gonna get rich." Then he ran to each room, slapping the doors slap to awake his older and younger brothers. "Hurry up, wake up. A chance to make money has arrived. Grab the burlap sacks and ropes. The back moon bay is full of swimming crabs." As he ran, he grabbed a large bundle of rope and a roll of burlap sacks, tucked them under his arm, and dashed out without looking back. Crabs have legs nobody knew when they might all disappear. No sooner had Zhao Dong vanished from sight than chaos erupted in the house. Zhao's father came out and asked his eldest son, "Did Dong say there are crabs?" Before the eldest brother could answer, Li Jian's head popped over the wall. "Second uncle, my brother Dong said there are tons of swimming crabs in the back moon bay." As soon as he finished speaking, he scrambled down from the wall, frantically searched for ropes and sacks, and ran off. He rushed next door and pounded on the door to Gang's house. Only after hearing a response inside did he shout, "De Gang, Brother Dong says there are swimming crabs in Moon Bay, lots of them." Once he heard an answer from inside, he didn't look back and sprinted toward Moon Bay. Anyone watching from behind would have been startled. There was a tall, lanky figure ahead, flailing his arms and legs in a bizarre, exaggerated posture as he ran. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong squatted down, quickly tying up the swimming crabs. A small pile had already accumulated in front of him. Swimming crabs usually inhabit intertidal zones, shallow seas, and estuaries, areas with mud, rocks, and other shelters. They hide on the seabed during the day and come out to feed at night. Bro. Li Jian came running, shouting, his eyes wide at the sight of crabs crawling everywhere. He kept yelling, "Holy SHD! Holy SHD! We're rich! We're rich!" He quickly grabbed a crab by its shell, stepped on it to hold it down, and used both hands to tie it up. As he worked, he leaned close to Zhao Dong. "Bro, you're taking me to get rich." Zhao Dong kept working, replying, "Hurry up and grab them. Don't let them all escape. One more hour and the tide will come in." Just then, Zhao's father arrived with the eldest and younger brothers. Wang De Gang followed a few steps behind. When their headlamps lit up the beach, they saw countless crabs crawling everywhere. Even for villagers from a fishing community, the sight was breathtaking. Zhao Dong had left earlier under moonlight, able to see clearly, and in his rush hadn't brought a headlamp. After the initial shock, everyone snapped back to reality and joined the frantic crab-catching effort. The crabs had to be tied up quickly. Once their legs broke off, they'd lose value. As he worked, Zhao's father said, "Dong, you're lucky today. This must be a swarm of swimming crabs stranded by the retreating tide." The eldest brother looked at the receding water and agreed, "We came late, but with so many of us, we should still be able to catch for another hour or so." The younger brother chimed in excitedly, "Yeah, that should do it. These are money right now. It's like picking up cash." The crab-catching team moved non-stop, like an assembly line. Catch one, tie it up, place it in the pile, then repeat. Each person worked in their own direction. Soon, no one spoke anymore. Everyone focused on the task. Along their paths, lines of crab piles stretched out behind them. Zhao Dong straightened up, watching crabs escaping with the rising tide. He called out, "Let's start bagging them. The tide's coming in." The busy Zhao family members looked up, quickly stood, and began loading the crabs into sacks. They feared the incoming tide would wash away their tied-up crabs, ruining all their hard work. Zhao Dong had arrived earliest and caught the most crabs. The largest one weighed about 2 jin, roughly 2.2 pounds, about 20 centimeters across. The rest were normal size, around 10 centimeters. Zhao Dong carefully placed all the crabs in a burlap sacks, muttering to himself, "I'm such a genius. These buckets won't even hold it all." Zhao's father couldn't stand Zhao Dong's smugness and scolded him. "Bringing buckets for so many crabs? You be an idiot." Li Jian leaned over and asked, "Second uncle, how much are these swimming crabs going for now?" Zhao's father examined the crabs and said, "These are uniform in size, about 8 or 9 fun per jin." He turned to look at the eldest brother, younger brother, and a gang who were nearly finished packing. Once you finish, hurry back and push the cart. Take them straight to Fatso to sell. If we leave them at home overnight and some die, they'll be worthless. The eldest brother, younger brother, and a gang sighed, still regretful as they watched crabs escape with the tide. It wasn't just crabs fleeing, it was money. Once the crabs reached the sea, they'd be hard to catch again. With a sigh, they finished loading the last few crabs and headed back to get the cart. Seeing over 10 sacks, the gang noted one cart wouldn't be enough, so he went back to get another. Jian, you and your brother Dong keep an eye on the sacks. After giving instructions, Zhao's father and younger brother walked toward the nearby rocks, looking left and right, hoping to find more valuable catch. The younger brother followed closely behind, his eyes scanning the same way. Clearly, his goal was the same as his father's. There was no need for everyone to guard the sacks. Zhao Dong first looked at the now calm sea surface, then at the sacks full of crabs and his friend Jian beside him. He glanced at his father and younger brother searching around. At that moment, Zhao Dong truly understood. He was really back. Back to 1981, a time of poverty and backwardness, yet brimming with infinite hope. An indescribable feeling filled his chest, swelling his heart to the point of tears. Bro, you're crying. Are you so happy about all these crabs that you're crying? We haven't gotten the money yet and cry now. Zhao Dong's moment of emotion was abruptly shattered by Jian's loud outburst. Looking at Jian, whose mouth was stretched ear, still staring at him, Zhao Dong couldn't think of anything else. In fact, he couldn't think at all anymore. Zhao's father and younger brother returned after a quick search. The nearby rocks are covered with small mussels, oysters, green mussels, and spicy snails. They're much bigger than the ones at our usual spot. Tomorrow, when the tide recedes, tell your mom and the others to come here to forage. We live closer to this side. The villagers all go to the dock at the village entrance to forage. Over time, they've ignored this area. As Zhao Dong finished speaking, he saw his eldest brother and a gang pushing the cart approaching the rocks. Because this route required crossing Dada Xiaoxiao rocky areas to reach the crab beach, one person couldn't push the cart alone. After a quick discussion, they paired up to move the carts together. Zhao Dong had 3 sacks. Jian had 2. The 3 Zhao men and a gang, who arrived later, each had 2 sacks. Full sacks went on the cart, the loose ones they carried back. In those days, there were no entertainment options and people went to bed early. Tomorrow, some would go out to sea, others to work. When they reached the buying station, Jian ran ahead to knock on the door. Fatso was already asleep, and the whole area was dark. Woken up and startled by the noise, Fatso opened the door and quickly turned on the lights. Seeing Zhao Dong and the others pushing the cart loaded with sacks, he understood. He looked around furtively like a thief, then pulled Zhao's father and Zhao Dong into the yard. Uncle, Dong, did you go night fishing? Hit a big catch? Each person had 1 sack. As the cart emptied, Fatso opened each sack to inspect. Then he hurried into the house, grabbed a notebook and pen, and came back to start weighing. Second uncle, are these swimming crabs only 1 mao per gene? Asked Jian. Zhao's father nodded. Fatso weighed and recorded each sack separately. Soon, all were done. Zhao Dong, 242 gene. Jian, 201 gene. Zhao's father, eldest brother, younger brother, and a gang, around 160,170 gene each. Fatso wrote up the receipts and handed them over. It's too late. Go home and sleep. Come back tomorrow to collect the money. Zhao Dong also reminded everyone not to boast about it. Make money quietly. No one objected. They each took their receipts and prepared to leave. Zhao Dong went to the corner, picked up a few leftover large swimming crabs, and followed behind. Zhao's father glanced back, swallowed the scolding words he was about to say. Back home, the men happily cleaned up quickly and hurried to catch a little more sleep. Chapter 2 Rebirth. Zhao Dong's village, Moon Bay, is situated on the southeastern coast, characterized by its crescent-shaped mountains. Houses are built along the gentle slopes, with sandy beaches lying near the crescent's arc, flanked by rocky shorelines on either side. The village has been populated by ancestors who fled from hardship, with the earlier settlers residing further inland, unfamiliar with the sea, and choosing to build their homes at a distance from the ocean. Those who arrived closer to the shoreline did so later. Zhao Dong's home is located near the tips of the crescent, close to both the sandy beach and the rocky outcrop. There is a small dock at the collection point, which serves as a route to the town. Reaching the town from Zhao's side involves either taking a narrow mountain path at the back or traversing the entire village via the main road. When Zhao's father chose to build their home, he cleverly left a significant plot of land for personal use, allowing for future construction as the children grew. In his previous life, the Zhao family worked at the dock, leading a mediocre existence. At the age of 10, Zhao Dong embarked on a voyage aboard a large ship, earning money for several years, and their lives began to improve. However, during his last voyage, after 3 or 4 years at sea, he was pushed into the ocean on the way back, and his earnings were misappropriated by others. Awakening in the morning, Zhao Dong lay in bed, gazing at the beams above as memories of his past life flooded his mind. Uncertain whether the ship's owner had compensated him, he found himself alone in the room. Outside, the sounds of children playing and adults chatting echoed, while dappled sunlight illuminated the weathered furniture in the cramped, dilapidated space filled to the brim. Those of weak lineage engage in commerce. Those of strong lineage serve in official capacities. Those born into noble families strive to remain in their ancestral homes. And those from ordinary backgrounds seek their fortunes far afield. This saying, which Zhao Dong had gleaned from the water margin, resonated deeply with him. It implies that if one's parents are of humble means, one should pursue business. If they are esteemed, one should enter government service. If born into a prominent family, one should endeavor to stay close to home. And if from a common background, one should venture afar and not linger in their birthplace. In his previous life, Zhao Dong had indeed wandered far, with an unfortunate outcome. In this life, he resolved to remain here, embracing a life that, while ordinary and unremarkable, still holds value through earnest effort. Having made up his mind, Zhao Dong sprang from his bed like a carp leaping from the water. He stepped outside, where he was immediately bombarded by his cousin. Third uncle, you caught crabs last night, and didn't he call me? I'm quite adept at catching crabs too. His older cousin Ahai clung to him, chatting incessantly, while his younger cousin Adai and Zhao Junzhou followed closely behind, lamenting their exclusion from the previous day's crab-catching escapades. Zhao Dong gently pushed Ahai aside and called out to his wife, Xiao, have you eaten yet? Chen Xiao, busy weaving nets, quickly approached him. Everything is ready, father. We'll start eating as soon as mother returns. Glancing around, she chided Zhao Dong. How could you not sell such a large basket of crabs? They could fetch a decent price, and eating them would be wasteful. Now is the season when the crabs are at their most succulent, and many have been going out to the shore to catch them, allowing for a bit of income. We don't need these two for food, she added, pulling out a list of the crabs caught. Upon seeing the list, Chun Xiu's face brightened. What a sizable catch you've made. If I had gone, I could have caught even more. This sentiment was echoed by the other women in the Zhao family, including De Gang's wife and Ah Jian's grandmother. It's not easy to earn a little money. In autumn, the Zhao family experienced a division. With no ancestral property to speak of, they were left with merely their house and the visible pots and pans, along with chickens, ducks, and livestock. The coastal land was scarce, and growing a bit of corn, sweet potatoes, and rice required careful calculation for sustenance, as the collective grain for the entire family would not suffice until the next autumn harvest. For breakfast, they enjoyed steamed hairy crabs, sweet potato rice, and stir-fried vegetables. The children were delighted, relishing the improved meal. Chen Xiu observed them with a smile as she ate. Zhao Dong picked up a piece of crab with roe and placed it in Chen Xiu's bowl, conversing with Zhao father, stating that they would not go to the dock today, but instead join Xiu for a stroll along the shore, perhaps exploring the mangroves as well. Before Zhao father could reply, he turned to Zhao mother. Mother, there are plenty of seafood at Back Moon Bay, including large oysters, seaweed, green-lipped mussels, and spicy snails. You should go there to collect seafood as well. Both elder and second sisters-in-law were pleased, glancing at Zhao mother. They decided to go to Back Moon Bay today, inviting De Gang's wife and Ah Jian's grandmother to join them, opting not to venture to the village entrance. Seeing that the women had all agreed, Zhao father said nothing further. They were all distant relatives and close neighbors with good character, often gathering to collect seafood and supporting each other in times of need. Their relationships were harmonious. The Zhao family occupied 4 rooms, with each of the 3 brothers having one, and Zhao father and mother sharing another. Fortunately, with few children and the brothers still young, the sisters-in-law each had their own thoughts, making cohabitation manageable. Otherwise, living together would be a constant source of chaos. Zhao father cautioned his sons to refrain from spending recklessly when they received their earnings, advising them to save. He then left for the dock to work alongside Zhao elder brother and Zhao second brother. Zhao Dong, having nothing to do, observed his son trailing behind his older brother, stumbling yet miraculously managing to regain his balance and continue chasing. He approached, hoisting his son onto his shoulder. greeting Chen Xiao and the sisters-in-law as he exited with his child. The walk to the town took about an hour. Women were unable to earn money through work, so they stayed home to weave nets. Although the earnings were meager, they could look after their children. The men, meanwhile, worked at the dock, tended to the fields, or went out to sea for fishing, as those with boats were the affluent families in this village, established by their ancestors who once fled famine. Strolling outside the village with his son, Zhao Dong reminisced about the familiar yet faded memories of his surroundings. After 2 hours of wandering, Zhao Junzhou grew restless and wished to return home, repeatedly calling out for his brother. Zhao Dong playfully swatted his son on the backside, saying, "Stop fussing. We're going back now." As they reached the small shop, Zhao Junzhou insisted on not returning, tugging at Zhao Dong's clothes and pleading for candy. Zhao Dong searched his pockets but found no money. The mischievous child, oblivious to his father's embarrassment, continued to demand sweets. Spotting Jian, Zhao Dong felt as though he had found a savior. This unruly child was quite a handful. Zhao Dong bought fruit candies and jelly beans for his son from Jian, handing over a dime. "I'll pay you back later," he assured. Brother, are you really my brother?" Zhao Junzhou exclaimed. "Whoever you are, get off my brother." They laughed and bantered as they made their way home. "Will you join us later for gathering seafood?" Zhao Dong asked. "Are you going too?" In the tranquil expanse of Houyuliang Bay, the anticipation of a fruitful day beckoned. With no provisions at home, it seemed fortuitous to explore. I prepared my fishing tools, bucket, and net, calling out to my brother to join me. Jian's household, consisting solely of him and his grandmother, had fostered a close bond with Zhao Dong from childhood, treating him as a brother. Little Zhao Dong, a mere 2 years younger, was often found shadowing his elder companion. The gang, of the same age as Zhao Dong, shared a childhood of camaraderie, and even in marriage, he chose to reside near Zhao Dong, with his wife forging strong ties with the Zhao family. Among our circle was the plump boy from the neighboring family, whose affluence in childhood allowed him to indulge in treats alongside Zhao Dong without any sense of obligation. Thus, in our village, these four remained the closest of friends, their bonds unaltered by the passage of time. Chapter 3. The tide at home. Mother Zhao gathered her daughters-in-law, along with Grandma Li and De Gang's wife, all equipped with their fishing tools, eagerly awaiting Zhao Dong to lead them to Houyuliang Bay. Jian hurried over, noticing the flurry of activity, and rushed back to fetch a bucket, urging Zhao Dong to hurry. Zhao Dong donned his hat, grasped a hook, and filled a bamboo tube with water, setting off with the group of women in high spirits. "Brother, it has been ages since we last fished. Since your marriage, you've been consumed by work at the dock, leaving no time for such pleasures," Jian remarked. Zhao Dong, however, only replied that the rocky path ahead was treacherous and that he would assist their grandmother. As Jian scampered to help, Zhao Dong quickened his pace to his wife's side, listening to the gossip exchanged among the women. Dad, hug," Zhao Junzhou called out, spotting the rocks ahead and reaching out for Zhao Dong. In a swift motion, Zhao Dong scooped up his son, deftly navigating the rocks before setting him safely on the beach. "Stay away from the tide, play only on the sand. I'll be over there by the rocks, catching fish and shrimp. Don't follow me, you might fall." Xiao glanced at her son, then turned to Jian. "Let us go check the rocks." As she observed Zhao Dong depart with a smile, she felt a familiar yet distinct aura about him. Noticing that her son lagged behind, she called for Jian, who carried the bucket and tools as they ventured across the rocks. Zhao Dong believed that the previous day's catch of swimming crabs might still be lurking nearby. He began to search among the stones with his hook. After flipping over a couple of small rocks with no success, he spotted a larger one ahead. As he turned it over, a white crab emerged. What a delightful find! Jian, drawn by the commotion, rushed over. "A white crab. Brother, you've summoned the blessings of Mazu. Such fortune. I must search as well." As the tide receded, many marine creatures, fish, shrimp, and crabs, were unable to return to the sea, trapped by the rocks and seaweed, waiting for the tide to rise once more. Those captured in the nets would never return to the ocean. They ambled along, stopping intermittently. Zhao Dong was fortunate, discovering several large abalone clinging to the rocks and narrowly avoiding stepping on sea urchins, grateful for his boots. He also gathered a few sizable shrimp, accumulating a modest haul worth a small fortune. Jian fared well too, managing to catch 4 or 5 sand crabs, rock crabs, and a few lively fish. Most crabs dwell beneath the sand or amongst the stones, and currently, the waters have not been overfished, resulting in an abundance of marine resources. As long as one ventures out to gather from the sea, one can sell a considerable amount for a decent sum. And even a modest catch will suffice for a meal. There is no risk of returning empty-handed. Zhao Dong and Ajin chatted merrily as they foraged, their banter warding off any sense of monotony. Brother, your luck has been exceptional these past few days. Today, you've gathered so many treasures. We could sell them for a fair price, Ajin remarked. Indeed, my fortune has been quite favorable. Mazu has truly blessed me these last couple of days. Brother, you must call for me whenever you do anything. I need to bask in your good fortune. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. He continued playfully. That one tea do, my wife and children are solely mine. No sharing with you. They laughed, their camaraderie carrying them further along the shore. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhao Dong gazed at a vast expanse of mangrove forest ahead. How far have we wandered? I never realized this area had such a significant mangrove habitat. Perhaps he had visited before, but the memories eluded him in this reincarnation. The mangroves flourish in the intertidal zones between high and low tide, thriving in the muddy sediments of coasts, bays, and river estuaries, where saline sandy loam is conducive to their growth. Known as the guardians of coastlines and the lungs of the ocean, they serve to mitigate typhoon winds and purify seawater. The leaves of the mangrove trees are green, yet when the bark is cut, the oxidized trunk reveals a reddish hue, hence the name. They provide a nurturing environment for fish, shrimp, crabs, and shellfish, while also serving as a critical habitat for precious waterfowl. Thus, encountering an untouched mangrove while foraging indicates a treasure trove waiting to be discovered. Shall we venture closer? Ajin suggested. Indeed, mangroves often host activities of the blue crab. With a stroke of luck, we might catch a few, Zhao Dong replied. Look, there are flower snails and large conchs. What a bounty! Ajin exclaimed, his enthusiasm infectious. Brother, quick! There are so many fiddler crabs. They're about to escape. That one on your left is trying to run away. No, to your right. This area was remote, and few had come to forage, allowing the two to gather a substantial haul of fiddler crabs. Zhao Dong also discovered a puddle teeming with mantis shrimp and collected a fair number of mud snails. They even caught an eel. However, the elusive blue crab remained unseen that day. As Ajin calmed down, overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of their finds, they continued to gather, wandering further afield. Tonight, I'll ask if Brother Jian wants to join us for another foray into the sea. Let us skip the dock. I'll see if Big Brother or Second Brother will come along as well. Moving cargo at the dock is no easy task. If our catch is lighter, we can consider it a rest. Zhao Dong surveyed the sprawling mangrove forest once more and reiterated, let us return at low tide tonight. We might very well uncover some blue crabs. In Zhao Dong's mind, the blue crab had risen to the pinnacle of his priorities, with the mangroves in sight. He felt they could not be far away. Yes, let us go back and ask Big Brother as soon as we get home. How much did we find? Is the bucket full? Zhao Mu inquired, eyeing the brimming buckets in their hands, unable to fathom how effortlessly they had gathered such a bounty from the sea. The containers are filled. Let us see what remains at home for our meals. As for the excess, Xiao can take it to the collection point for sale. What is there to keep? We are all here for the CS bounty. There's enough food at home. How much can one person eat? Mother Zhao handed the bucket to Chen Xiao, instructing her to sell everything. Chen Xiao felt a surge of happiness inside, but masked it with a composed demeanor, for it would seem ungracious to appear reluctant to part with the family's provisions. As she glanced at the bountiful harvest in Zhao's bucket, scallops, oysters, small clams, and sea cucumbers, all of considerable size, Zhao Dong mused that sea cucumbers are best enjoyed in handfuls, making for splendid accompaniments to drinks. Sisters-in-law Zhao De and Zhao Er watched Chen Xiao carrying a full bucket and felt a pang of regret. Had they known, they would not have allowed their men to go to the pier, but would have joined in the hunt for the sea's treasures themselves. Such a bucket could fetch a decent sum. The two sisters-in-law speculated about the good fortune that seemed to befall the third brother lately, considering a visit to Mazu for blessings. Beliefs often adapt to the local customs, and over time, what one hears becomes a personal faith. Observing his son covered in sand, Zhao Dong decided that he could no longer keep the name Monkey for him. From now on, you shall be called Malu, he declared. Malu, Malu, Zhao Junzhou echoed. And Ahai decided to adopt this name for his younger brother, finding it more melodious than Zhao Junzhou. He ran off to share this with Adai. If Zhao Junzhou were older, he would surely have said, Let me express my gratitude to you. Chen Xiu nudged Zhao Dong with a glare and departed, leaving behind the bucket full of valuable goods. He had no choice but to carry it himself as he hurried after her. Ajian, oblivious to the tension, chimed in, "Brother, Malu sounds lovely." Zhao Dong replied, "There's no need for such consolation." Grandma Li, though advanced in age, had gathered plenty herself. The yield was impressive. And this locale proved quite accommodating for the elderly, not to mention for De Gang's wife, sister Tsuhua, and Zhao's daughters-in-law. Along the way, the group had already agreed to keep this place a secret to ensure they could return for more treasures. If the villagers discovered it, there would be nothing left to glean. During these times of scarcity, the locals relied on the sea to enhance their meals. Mother Zhao and Chen Xiu headed toward the collection point, while the sisters-in-law merely tagged along out of curiosity, eager to discover the potential earnings. Grandma Li accompanied them to sell to Ajian, joining in the lively atmosphere. A portly figure inquired, "Where's Zhao Dong? Didn't he come to the pier today?" All these treasures were gathered by him. "Xiu Xiu is on her way," came the reply. Mother Zhao took the bucket from Grandma Li and passed it to Chen Xiu, calling for her to hand it over as well. "The tide crabs are 3 dimes per pound, Auntie. My brothers, Dongzi and Ajian, are giving you a fair price. The large shrimp are 2 dimes and 50 cents per pound. The sea conch is 5 dimes and 3 cents per pound. The sea eel is 3 dimes and 6 cents per pound. The flower snail is 1 dime and 3 cents per pound. Abalone is 8 dimes per pound. Today's catch includes 3 large ones, and when grouped by the same type, 3 abalone count as 1 pound, while 5 count as 5 heads. The sea urchins are 3 for 3 dimes per pound. The prawns are 2 dimes per pound. The white octopus, priced at a mere 0.9 yuan, comes in various varieties, white, black, and red, with the white octopus being the most expensive, its price determined by its exquisite taste. It is said that octopuses possess an intelligence akin to that of a 6-year-old child, residing in the depths of the sea and taking refuge in pottery, tiles, conch shells, and other marine vessels. Lacking suitable shelters, they construct their own. Additionally, there are the elusive jumping fish and an assortment of small fish, which can be taken home to be killed, salted, or dried into fish jerky. Chapter 4. Gathering at the mangroves. After completing the orders, Zhao Dong sold his goods for 9.5 yuan, while Ajian managed to sell his for 7.3 yuan, offering a variety of items in small quantities. And weighing similar-priced goods together made the process quite swift. Zhao's mother beamed with joy, her face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Indeed, today's haul from Taohai exceeded what they would typically earn in 2 or 3 days at the dock. Granny Li nodded in agreement, and Tsuehua squinted with a smile, reflecting on how exhausting it was to work at the dock for merely 2 or 3 yuan a day. Although Zhao Desau and Air Saw smiled on the outside, they felt a pang of envy inside. Today, the hefty fellow settled the bill immediately and remarked to Zhao's mother and others, "Auntie, please bring the receipt later for the payment." Hearing this, she replied with a smile, "All right, I'll come over after dinner." At home, Zhao Dong and a group of children were clamoring, having bought candy to share with his son before heading off to Taohai, leaving the remainder placed conveniently in the house. Ahai looked expectantly at Zhao Dong, saying, "Third uncle, could we have one too?" Adai, beside him, gulped and nodded in agreement. De Gang, slightly bashful, inquired, "Third uncle, what flavor is this candy?" The room erupted in cheerful chatter. Chen Xiu entered with a smile, saying, "Oh, all the children are here?" Despite their small stature, the children knew well who was close and who was distant, capable of both camaraderie and mischief. Upon seeing Zhao Dong distribute a piece of candy to each child, Chen Xiu asked him where he had obtained the money for the sweets. "Ajian bought them," replied Zhao Dong. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu hesitated momentarily, then retrieved 50 cents to hand over, saying, "Pocket money, spend it wisely. Once it's gone, it's gone." The hefty fellow mentioned that the bill can be settled now. You all can go together at the right time. That evening, when Zhao's family returned and had cleansed themselves, they listened with glee as the family recounted the day's events at Taohai. Upon learning how much they had sold, all 3 were filled with excitement. "Hoyu Lagoon is truly a splendid place," Zhao's father exclaimed. "Father, tomorrow you all needn't go to the dock for work. Let us head to Taohai instead. The mangroves there are quite expansive." However, Zhao's father pondered if having everyone go would be too crowded, worrying about what to do if they returned without any catch. Ajian had gone today and would need to lead them again tomorrow, leaving only De Gang behind, which seemed manageable. Having larger cargo would be advantageous. If not, they could simply take a break. To earn money, one must always be willing to take risks. Zhao's father contemplated this for a moment, realizing that Zhao Dong made a valid point. Meanwhile, a Jin was boasting to De Gang. Ha ha ha, is there enough for you, De Gang? Let us skip the dock tomorrow and go to Tao Hai together. De Gang, having heard his wife Tsawa recount the day's happenings, was eager to join, replying, let us have dinner first, then we'll head over to Dongzi's house. A Jin hurriedly scaled the wall back home, quickly gulped down a few bites of food, and sought to confer with his brother about the grand endeavor of foraging in the sea. Zhao Dong was mentally calculating, tonight, around 10 o'clock, the tide will begin to recede. The mangrove's green crabs, should we venture out tonight to see what we can find? At this hour, the snakes are in hibernation while the green crabs remain active and feed at night. If we didn't catch any during the day, we should have better luck tonight. With this thought, he promptly suggested, Father, let us journey to the mangrove this evening and see if we can gather some green crabs. Very well. Let us go tonight then. The tide starts to recede around 10, so we must leave by 9. For dinner, they enjoyed oyster omelets accompanied by pickled vegetables and corn porridge, which delighted the children. Uncle, you should forage in the sea every day. We could feast on oyster omelets daily. Uncle, I believe the oyster omelet is the most delectable of all. Ahai and Adai placed their hopes for delicious food squarely on Zhao Dong. Uncle, stop. What do you call me? I am your father. Are you foolish? Zhao Junzhou, with his large, clear eyes betraying a hint of innocence, seemed oblivious to his blunder, prompting a hearty laugh from the table, as they found his naivety amusing. By 8 o'clock that evening, De Gang and Ajian arrived with their foraging tools, and the Zhao family prepared themselves, gathering the necessary equipment, while Zhao Dong rolled several burlap sacks. Brother, do we need this many? Surely, you don't think we'll catch as many as yesterday. Zhao Dong replied with the wisdom of experience. Ajian, you simply do not understand. It's quite a distance. If I take too many, I can always bring them back. But if I take too few, we will have nothing but regret. Ajian pondered this and realized the truth in his brother's words. He quickly dashed back to retrieve several more sacks. If the green crabs were to see these sacks, they would likely perish on the spot, wishing to leave no survivors. After over an hour of pushing their cart, they arrived at the mangrove, pairing off to search. Should they find anything, they would signal each other with headlamps or flashlights. Zhao Dong led the way, with Ajian following closely, observing the mounds of sand rising amid the silt, while holes dotted the adjacent mudflats. They worked in tandem, one probing the holes and the other inspecting the sand mounds. They agreed to combine their finds for equal distribution. Zhao Dong, favoring the task of probing holes, delicately inserted his fingers around the edges before switching to a hook to reach deep inside. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he felt a tug on the hook. Something was there. Slowly pulling it out revealed 2 large, green pincers. If a person were to be pinched by these formidable claws, they could easily be left with a torn nail, attesting to their strength and hardness. When a crab weighing over 2 pounds was fully revealed before Zhao Dong, he felt an overwhelming sense of fulfillment. As he surveyed the numerous holes ahead, Zhao Dong envisioned the crabs not merely as creatures, but as currency. He swiftly exchanged his hook for a fire clamp, diligently checking each hole, one by one, ensnaring the large crabs and tossing them into the bucket. The rhythmic sounds of thuds echoed. These sounds were not solely produced by Zhao Dong. They resonated from all directions, accompanied by the flickering lights of others in the mangrove, indicating that many were also experiencing success. Ajian, brimming with excitement, sprinted over, brandishing a pair of tongs. Brother, look, I've caught a gigantic blue crab, an absolute behemoth. Behemoth, my foot. The blue crabs here are all plump and sizable, Zhao Dong retorted, offering no encouragement. Undeterred by Zhao Dong's dismissive remarks, Ajian's enthusiasm surged even higher. Really? I must hurry and dig. There are many holes left. I might catch an even larger one. With that, he dashed off again. While Zhao Dong busied himself with crabs, he couldn't help but indulge in self-deprecating humor. Alone on a chilly night without a partner to embrace, he found himself scavenging with this foolish lad, a rather pitiful situation. He chuckled at his own plight. This area remained untouched. Even with the tongs, one could easily unearth blue crabs, stone crabs, and needle crabs from the puddles. Zhao Dong had moved beyond merely digging holes, conducting a thorough search of the waterlogged terrain, leaving no tree roots or crevices unexamined. Even a water rat would find itself on the receiving end of Zhao Dong's tongs. As the tide receded slightly, Zhao Dong advanced further, resolutely pursuing his quarry. His efforts bore fruit. They now possessed 2 buckets of blue crabs, 2 sacks of needle crabs, and a sack of stone crabs. The stone crabs, however, were difficult to spot, camouflaging seamlessly with their surroundings. Aegean's haul was comparable to Zhao Dong's. Their catches comprised blue crabs and stone crabs, with each taking turns to claim the spoils. Time spent with Aegean was never dull. His chatter was incessant. "Oh, big crabs. Here I come. Blue crabs, come to my embrace." The lively banter continued, with Zhao Dong occasionally chiming in, making the busy hours fly by. Within the mangrove's vast ecological embrace, their group was destined for a bountiful harvest. As the tide reached its nadir, their foraging expedition was nearing its conclusion. They began to bag their catches, loading them onto their vehicle, preparing to reconvene at their original meeting point. Zhao's father and elder brother gathered with them, while the second brother and his companion did the same. Observing their similar yields, smiles illuminated their faces. None had anticipated such a fruitful outing, making this journey exceedingly worthwhile. Noticing the time, Zhao's father suggested they return, as dawn was approaching. They still needed to sort and classify their haul, aiming to sell it to the local vendor. "Fatty, early." The others agreed, recognizing the benefits of selling sooner rather than risking the perishability of their catch. With the village still asleep, they anticipated a peaceful return without encountering any inquisitive neighbors. Initially anxious during their journey, the lightness of their bags was now replaced by a satisfying fullness as they headed home. Upon arriving home just past 6, Zhao's mother, roused by the commotion, joined the group sorting through their catch, her eyes widening at the sight of the still unloaded sacks. "That's quite a bounty. How much will this fetch?" At that moment, dawn broke, and the first golden rays of sunlight gently illuminated their smiling faces as they sorted through their treasures. This act of sorting symbolized hope and vitality, embodying the aspirations of the hardworking underclass for a brighter future. Chapter 5. The desire for a second-hand wooden boat. Suhua, Grandma Li, and Zhao's mother-in-law all arrived in succession to assist with the sorting, each calculating the tide's timing. With more hands on deck, the sorting proceeded swiftly, prompting Zhao's father to urge them onward. "Hurry and sell it at the acquisition point. Even the stout fellow can get moving at this hour. The crabs with missing legs are too small, and the assorted fish are hardly worth keeping. Let us just leave them for our own consumption. Though they won't fetch us much." Brother Zhao, second brother, and De Gang are all pushing the carts. Aegean and Zhao Dong are following, one in front and the other behind. They encountered no one on the road. Those setting out to sea at midnight have no time to saunter around. When the stout fellow opened the box and beheld the blue crabs, he was taken aback, glancing at Zhao Dong. "Your luck has been quite splendid these past few days. You've struck gold with this haul, and such a quantity too. After selecting the best, we'll take our share, and in return for the meat, you must savor the broth with us." "All right then, I'll concede you have some conscience. I didn't feed those delicacies to the dogs when we were young." Scram. Zhao Dong and the stout fellow jested as they weighed the catch, without wasting any time. Blue crabs are priced at 1 yuan per pound, the tidal crabs at 0.4 yuan, the size comparable to yesterday's catch. Stone crabs are 0.22 yuan per pound, and the slender crabs remain at 0.1 yuan, unchanged from yesterday, while the large shrimp also hold steady at 0.2 yuan per pound. "Is that acceptable?" After stating the prices, the stout fellow exchanged glances with the others, seemingly satisfied. Zhao Dong embraced the stout fellow's shoulders, exclaiming, "Good brother." The stout fellow shrugged off his arm disdainfully, replying, "Keep your distance. I am not interested in you." "Hey, you rotund fellow." Zhao Dong and Aegean sold the blue crabs for 92.45 yuan, the tidal crabs for 72 yuan, the stone crabs for 33.88 yuan, the slender crabs for 16 yuan, and the large shrimp for 14 yuan, along with scattered snails and fish at 17.23 yuan. The total earnings for the night amounted to 245.56 yuan, and upon hearing this figure, everyone burst into joyful laughter. Each of the fortunate individuals who participated in the haul would receive at least 100 yuan. Aegean, the youngest among them and yet to find work, had never handled such money before. Suddenly earning this much left him exhilarated, spinning around while clutching Zhao Dong. Once, twice, thrice, squat, lift, oh. He couldn't budge Zhao Dong, who stood immobile. The group erupted into hearty laughter. Receiving a bundle of cash from the stout fellow, they counted the amount. Confirming there were no discrepancies, and carefully tucked it away in their pockets. After placing the money, they patted their pockets as if to verify. For those who labor at the dock for 2 to 3 yuan a day, this sum was a fortune. Zhao Dong mimicked a zipper motion near the stout fellow's mouth, who chuckled. You wish to keep your wealth discreetly. Noted. I won't utter a word, rest assured. A Jian and Zhao Dong entered the house together, where Zhao Dong produced a bundle of cash to hand to Chen Xiuxiu, splitting the total of 245.56, giving half to a Jian. After Chen Xiuxiu calculated and handed over 122.78 yuan, a Jian took the 122 yuan, asking, shall I keep the rest for candy? Hearing this, Xiuxiu laughed, and Zhao Dong remarked, when did you become so adept at handling affairs, bringing this up with me? Aside from Chen Xiuxiu, who had been called away, the others remained in the yard, where the elder sister, second sister, Sohua, and Grandma Li were still discussing the day's bountiful catch. Grandma Li remarked, Ajian's fortune has surely increased with your guidance over these past couple of days. There are no closer relatives than you. My sister-in-law still seems unreal, as if in a dream. Just yesterday and today, and already there is wealth to be found. My second sister-in-law, life is certainly becoming more promising. They say distant relatives are not as valuable as close neighbors. From the moment we built our home here, you've cared for us, and now we are prospering together. Sui Hua genuinely remembers the kindness shown to her family. Mother Zhao sighed, reflecting, we are not isolated, with many friends and family, all from the same village. In these turbulent maritime times, people look out for one another, but without roots, and if neighbors do not get along, life becomes more arduous. The men working at sea grabbed a bite to eat before retreating for a nap. Zhao Dong, cradling his son like a pillow, gazed at his wife with deep resentment. Alas, a man of misfortune can only embrace his son to sleep, unable to hold his wife. Without a wife, how can there be a son? Off to sleep. Lest I age like an old man. Zhao Dong mused. Am I merely a subject of my wife's teasing? Even I, with such good looks, have faced disdain. Time for sleep, or else she might grow even more discontented and deny me a place in bed. Truly, there is no place to weep. With that, he pulled the blanket over himself and quickly drifted into slumber. Upon waking and seeing no one around, he called out, Xiuxiu? Chen Xiu entered and looked at Zhao Dong. How much savings do we have? Let us purchase a second-hand wooden boat. It would be far more advantageous for us to search the waters around the remote islands, setting traps and gathering our catch than heading to the dock. Zhao Dong, accustomed to declining, held his tongue, considering the earnings of the past few days. A small wooden boat seemed feasible, though he wondered if they had sufficient funds. They had not saved much since their separation, relying solely on their recent gains. He estimated that a second-hand boat costing around 350 should suffice. With fortune on their side these past few days, perhaps they could venture further to see if they might uncover something valuable. During dinner, Zhao Dong expressed his desire to buy a second-hand wooden boat and asked the family to keep an ear out for any available options. If the terms were favorable, they could make the purchase. Will the funds be adequate? Zhao father pondered. It seems like it should be enough, given our recent profits. What are your plans after acquiring the boat? Asked his elder and younger brothers, both curious. Nearby, most places have been explored for treasures. The mangrove area is far and difficult to navigate, possibly the only forgotten location. However, we have had good fortune there these past few days. With a boat, I could venture to the nearby islands, set traps, and surely that would yield better results than heading to the dock. And should I decide against fishing, the boat can always be sold. The Zhao family listened to Zhao Dong's well-thought-out plans, finding them quite plausible. Establishing a livelihood was indeed a positive endeavor, and with no reckless spending or need for them to contribute financially, they should all lend their support. All right, I will speak with my old mates at the dock. I will keep an eye out for any leads, Zhao father replied, puffing on a large cigarette, his busy days leaving him little time to indulge. Zhao Dong felt the urge for a smoke rising within him. Having just returned and still in a daze, he found himself preoccupied with work, reaching into his pocket only to find less than 1 yuan. How pitiful. He borrowed a cigarette from his elder brother and lit it up. As the elder and second sisters-in-law entered the house, Dongzi suggested, what do you think about buying a small wooden boat? They agreed, acknowledging that having a boat to fish at sea and set traps would be far superior to remaining at the dock. Zhao's mother felt genuinely delighted, realizing that life was about to improve. Have you all considered purchasing a boat on your own? Zhao's father inquired, observing the elder sisters-in-law. We've discussed pooling our resources to buy one, they replied. Dongzi has already spent money, and we want to keep some for emergencies. It would be wise to inform Zhao Dong and Ijin about our plans, Zhao's father continued. We've always gone to the dock together. It wouldn't be right to leave him out of the conversation. Indeed, Zhao's elder brother and second brother nodded in agreement. It is the 15th today, and with the tide receding, Dongzi, are you still planning to fish tonight? Zhao's second brother asked. Yes, I plan to buy a boat. I need to work hard during this period to save more. If we encounter opportunities to sell, we will also need to consider purchasing a new boat. My luck has been quite favorable lately, Dongzi replied, heading towards the door. Just as he reached the entrance, he met Zhao Dong and Ijin on their way over. Brother, are you still going to fish with the big tide today? Zhao Dong asked, noticing Dongzi at the door. I was just going to look for you, Dongzi replied. There's no need for that anymore. Let's sit inside for a bit. I want to buy a small wooden boat. And my elder and second brothers also wish to partner with me in this endeavor. What about you two? Zhao Dong, let us also buy one together. It would be nice to have company while fishing, they suggested. Zhao Dong, Dongzi, and the others fell silent, realizing that the motivation behind the boat purchase was companionship. Sui Hua will likely agree, but securing 3 wooden boats at once may prove challenging, Zhao Dong mused. Opportunities will arise gradually. Nowadays, there are many smugglers in international waters, and the seas are not very safe. Half the people in the neighboring village have turned to smuggling and have prospered, with many upgrading to large steel boats. We should be able to acquire one, Dongzi remarked. As they discussed smuggling, the room filled with a sense of incredulity. People often take risks to achieve prosperity. Zhao's father commented. If you all buy boats to go out to sea together, it would be safer. Our village has few boats, and without connections, there would be no one to help in case of trouble. With 3 boats, there would be safety in numbers, and troublemakers would think twice. The others nodded in agreement, acknowledging the wisdom of this reasoning. Let us all stay here for dinner tonight and not return home. We have caught fish, shrimp, and crabs these past few days. Ijin, please invite your grandmother over, and Zhao Dong, go fetch Zuohua and the children, suggested Zhao's mother. The elder and second sisters-in-law added, everyone should come over. We've earned some money these days. Let us celebrate and reward you all for your hard work before heading out again tonight. Be sure to call Fatty as well and ask him to bring his homemade rice wine, Dongzi added, and he and Fatty exchanged pleasantries. I will go and call him, Ijin said before dashing outside, followed by several children clamoring to find stones to play with. Stones belonged to Zhao Dong and Suehua's son. Li Granny caught a hen that had been laying eggs and said, Ijin mentioned wanting to buy a boat. This is a good occasion for a feast. Let's prepare a chicken for the adults and children to enjoy. As the boat returns, we shall feast upon our catch, for they are just laying eggs now. It would be a pity to indulge in them at this moment. Quickly, let us take them back. We are simply delighted to gather together, Zhao's mother remarked as she untied the chickens and set them free. Suehua brought over a turtle, a gift from my maternal home, caught in the river. Today, let us prepare a nourishing soup with it. That sounds splendid. Let us set it aside and enhance our meal with it, Zhao Dong declared with a chuckle. The women in the household busied themselves, some stir-frying, others simmering soup. With so many hands, the work progressed swiftly, while Zhao Dong, with a modest sum of money, was compelled to pay at the little shop. 1 big white rabbit for each, Uncle Sen stated, declining anything else. Uncle Sen is the best, whatever you ask. I shall do, he continued. The last remark was uttered by Ah Dai, leading Zhao Dong to suspect that this was the only compliment he knew. Desiring to purchase cigarettes, Zhao Dong found himself forced to quit again, carrying only 45 cents to buy a pack of friendship cigarettes. After spending 20 cents on a big white rabbit, he found himself short on funds. Cigarettes were 20 cents each, but alas, the little shop had run out. The cigarettes at Tianmen were 35 cents, which Zhao Dong could not afford. Content with his children, he returned home. Inside, the gang, Jian, and Fatty were engrossed in a card game, while Zhao father and Ergo looked on, merely passing the time without wagering. Who won? They inquired, just as a call from outside announced that dinner was ready. They hastily set down their cards and made their way to the table, having already caught wind of the enticing aroma and feeling quite famished. Dinner was abundant. Sea melon seeds paired perfectly with drinks, plump clams, blue crabs, mud crabs, and large shrimp, all simmered in a pot of turtle soup, complemented by the rice wine brought by Fatty. During the meal, Zhao Dong reminded Fatty to keep an eye out for wooden boats. Fatty, feeling a bit tipsy, boasted, "This time, I'll have 3 more boats. Do you think Wang Kai will be furious?" He chuckled to himself, seemingly envisioning Wang Kai's disgruntled expression. Wang Kai, like Fatty, operated a purchasing point at the dock, familiar with the area and maintaining good relationships. Typically, both establishments received similar shipments and sourced comparable goods. Recently, Wang Kai had been inquiring about the surplus goods from Zhao's side, but Zhao Dong could not divulge that information, causing Wang Kai to become increasingly anxious. Visiting several times a day, you should have seen Wang Kai's dark expression. It was as if my pot had burned black, Zhao Dong noted. Fatty, a bit inebriated, became more talkative, clearly pleased with the bountiful harvest. After they had eaten their fill, everyone returned home for a nap, as they would need to go clamming that evening. Seizing the opportunity to rest for a while, Zhao Dong helped clear the table and wash the dishes before retreating to embrace his beloved son in slumber. Chapter 6. Back to the shore, encountering a school of fish. Zhao Dong was awakened by a Jian's call. Perhaps it was due to the wine, or perhaps the satisfaction of a profitable day, but he had slept particularly well, gazing at his wife and son beside him. Happiness materialized in that moment. As Zhao Dong rose, Chen Xiu also stirred. Did I doze off? I was just thinking of waking you up, she said, slightly embarrassed. Stay here, I will step outside to check. If everything is ready, we shall depart directly without needing to come out, Zhao Dong instructed Chen Xiu. Once they were both awake, they ventured outside to take a look. The two individuals stepped out of the house and into the courtyard, where they noticed that their elder and second brothers were also present. At the entrance of the yard lay the fishing tools, including a cast net, which occupied little space given their numbers. That works, remarked Zhao Urge, observing the minimal equipment. He proceeded to gather the gear and prepare for departure, uncertain of how long their journey might take. With no dissent among the group, they collected their belongings and set out, traversing the mangrove forest for approximately 30 minutes until they arrived at a beach fragmented by rocky outcrops. This stretch of sea does not belong to our village, does it? Zhao Dong inquired of his father. Indeed, this is Yunshui village's territory. Their fishing activities have dwindled, Zhao Fu responded. Is this the village known for smuggling across international waters? A Jian appeared intrigued. Zhao Dong, draping an arm around a Jian's shoulders, cautioned, let us not pry. Such matters are best left untouched. We don't even know the current time. After midnight, it will be the 16th day of the lunar month. The tide has reached its peak and will begin to recede in about an hour, Zhao Fu observed, gazing at the water. Typically, high tide occurs just past midnight and lasts for over an hour before the water starts to ebb. Make sure to grab the headlamps and flashlights. Father, you stay put for a moment while we brothers scout ahead, Zhao Dong instructed. Be careful, Zhao Fu reminded them. Let us just walk along the rocks, a Jian suggested, brandishing his flashlight. The others followed suit, their beams dancing around. While a Jian found amusement in the flickering light, the others remained focused on their surroundings. If only those from the future could witness this moment, they might have joined in a lively dance. After walking several dozen meters and familiarizing themselves with the area, they prepared to return. Suddenly, Zhao Dong spotted a glow in the water ahead. It appeared as a moving line, and when the others noticed he had lagged behind, they came to see what had caught his attention. Could it be the Sea Dragon King approaching, with his aquatic soldiers clearing the way? A Jian exclaimed. De Gang, unable to contain himself, retorted, what nonsense are you spouting? There are indeed many luminous entities in the sea at night, such as bioluminescent algae, startled sea fireflies, squid, fish roe, and various species like the blue-eyed lanternfish. However, this light did not resemble the famed blue tears, which peak from April to August and possess a different hue. Let us go investigate, Zhao Dong urged as he moved forward, observing the glowing expanse of water gradually widening and shimmering in a dance of silver light. A Jian, quickly fetch the cast net and call for my father. Don't forget the bamboo basket and sack, Zhao Dong instructed, hastening towards the source of the light. Both elder brothers followed suit, eager to see what lay ahead. The gang peered forward and remarked, there seem to be plenty of fish. I'll go grab the sack and basket. The three brothers nodded, their excitement mounting as they beheld the school of fish before them. A Jian, swift on his feet, returned in no time with the cast net, while Zhao Fu and De Gang trailed behind. Zhao Dong proposed, let us take turns casting the net. One person alone may struggle. Agreed, came the reply. As the net descended, they needed no further confirmation. The density of the fish was evident as it burst forth with abundance. The fishing net was exceedingly heavy. Zhao Dong could scarcely lift it from the water alone. His blood surged, veins protruding on his forehead, muscles straining in his arms, and his feet gripping the ground tenaciously, exerting every ounce of strength he possessed. De Gang and Jian, who were nearby, quickly rushed to assist him, and together they managed to haul the net onto the rocks. Gazing at the bounty of fish spilling from the net, a sense of apprehension washed over the group. This was perilously dangerous. It was unwise for one person to attempt such a feat alone, as failure could lead to being dragged off the rocks and into the sea. Henceforth, they resolved that 3 individuals would pull together, rotating as fatigue set in. Zhao's father paused for a moment before adding, "This school of fish is substantial. We need not sift through the sea anymore. The sacks cannot contain them. Let us spread them upon the rocks." The large net, laid out on the stones, resembled a small mound. The effort required to haul the net was tremendous. After the first attempt, Zhao Dong felt his arms and legs trembling. Having overexerted himself in that initial surge of effort, the gang prepared to cast the second net, a motion familiar to anyone raised by the sea. One hand grasped the ropes in while the fishing line coiled around his wrist to prevent it from being thrown into the water along with the net. With the weights dangling outside, he steadied his stance, leaning slightly to gather momentum before releasing the net into the air, where it unfurled into a broad circle. As it sank beneath the surface, the weights pulled it down, and the net would tighten upon retrieval. Zhao Dong, sitting on the rocks with a quivering excitement, exclaimed, "It's silver pomfret." Jian approached playfully, teasing, "Brother, you need to replenish your strength. You're looking rather feeble," followed by a mischievous grin. A large hammer was Zhao Dong's reward for Jian's efforts. The silver pomfret, a prized catch among pomfrets, is known for its delicate, easily digestible flesh and high nutritional value, whether boiled in porridge or pan-fried. The gang also retrieved a net, and, owing to Zhao Dong's prior experience, the 3 of them worked in unison, making the task less laborious. He squatted beside Zhao Dong and inquired, "What is the current purchase price?" Zhao Dong, having only returned recently and preoccupied with various tasks, had not kept track of the prices. He looked towards his father for guidance. Smaller ones are around 40 cents each, while the larger ones fetch an even higher price. This fish is not cheap. A single haul can yield more than a day's earnings at sea. Just look at these fish. They are all of a uniform size, none too small. The costs of operating the iron boat, including diesel, machine maintenance, and various other expenses, quickly add up. On a day without a significant catch, one might earn only a few dollars. A net cast with a bountiful catch could yield over 200 pounds. And they had already pulled up 2 nets, forming 2 impressive piles of silver pomfret. Jian joyfully announced as he brought in the 3rd net, "With this catch, we will cover the cost of that wooden boat today." The group nodded in agreement, their spirits lifted. Jian's mention of the small wooden boat invigorated them all, as owning a vessel was the aspiration of every fisherman present. Zhao Dong felt rejuvenated as he rose to stand at the edge of the rocks. Observing them haul in the net, the Zhao family worked diligently on the 3rd net, and, unsurprisingly, it too yielded an abundant catch. The rocky terrain made their task challenging. They had to remain vigilant of their footing while adjusting their positions. Leaning sideways hampered their strength, and had it not been for the teamwork of the 3, the net might have proven too much to bear, leaving them in tears over an unfulfilled catch. The silver pomfret is a seasonal migratory fish, rarely encountered during fishing trips. It succumbs to death when exposed to low oxygen levels and has high water quality requirements. It can be found at depths ranging from approximately 5 meters to the seabed at 100 meters, not being classified as a deep-sea fish, and does not require bleeding before sale. Thus, live specimens are not available in the market. With 6 individuals, each wielding a net, Zhao Dong took hold of a fishing net, eager to cast it once more. However, the gang prevented him, saying, "Wait a moment. If you mess it up, Xiao will come after us." Zhao Dong scolded them, "Get lost. I'm perfectly healthy." He flexed his arms, showcasing his lack of muscle. A few of the others exchanged knowing glances and chuckled. As the net was cast and pulled in, the noticeable reduction in weight was evident. It required only 2 people to haul it up effortlessly. Zhao's father, after observing for a while, noted the absence of jumping fish and remarked that the school had dispersed. "Shall we call it a day then? No more fishing?" Zhao Dong shrugged indifferently. The small wooden boat had already reached its capacity, and further netting seemed futile. "I'll cast one more net," he declared. Jian, still unsatisfied, was eager to try again. The group offered no objections, and with the dwindling catch, he could manage alone. Zhao Dong borrowed a cigarette from the gang, placing it between his lips and exhaling smoke. Observing this, Zhao's father felt the urge for a smoke as well. He searched his waist for his water pipe, but found it empty. He reached into his eldest son's pocket and procured a foreign cigarette, lighting it to join in watching a Jian cast his net. As expected, a Jian's haul was disappointingly sparse, merely a few scattered fish. The tide had begun to recede, and here, the water was deeper than elsewhere due to the nearby rocks. In the midst of fishing, the group had been distracted, only realizing the situation when they had time to reflect. No wonder the fish had dispersed. The water here was now too shallow for them to remain. The group squatted, filling their bamboo baskets. Yet they were troubled by the remaining fish that had no place to go. We shouldn't have come for nothing. Let us sift through the shallows while the tide is out. It's cold, and leaving the fish here is fine. We shouldn't venture far. These carts won't carry it all back. We'll need a boat, Zhao Dong concluded. The others agreed, and at that moment, they all felt a pang of regret. Let us pack the fish later. We'll sift through the shallows first, the eldest brother said, slapping his thigh, his eyes sparkling at the sight of the fish-filled baskets. Sifting through the shallows could yield a good profit, he mused. Zhao's father frowned, stating, we can't use the baskets for sifting, they're filled with money. If we mess around, the fish won't be worth anything by the time we're done. A Jian shouted, excitedly nudging Zhao Dong, startling him in the dim evening light. A Jian pointed towards the receding shallow waters, and with flashlights and headlamps directed at his finger, they spotted silver fish leaping and heard the splashes of water. Goodness, the silver pomfret has returned? Exclaimed Zhao Dong, quickly adding, but they don't seem too small. His brother, in a daze, wandered over for a closer look, discovering they were anchovies, their slender bodies still wriggling. Get the hand net, he called to the others. With flashlights illuminating the area, the fish swam towards the light, for anchovies possess a strong phototactic response, and the group, having spent considerable time here catching silver pomfret, was well prepared for this unexpected bounty. Attracting a multitude of anchovies, known colloquially as sea eels, their yield is remarkably abundant. However, their value is diminished due to their small size. Initially unnoticed because of their diminutive stature, they were only discovered when they gathered in clusters. Rich in fats and possessing considerable nutritional value, anchovies are prone to spoilage once ashore, a phenomenon often referred to as rotting out of water, rendering them difficult to store. They can be utilized in the production of fish sauce, dried fish, and canned goods. Father, he remarked, these are not pomfret, they are anchovies. The elder brother, who had returned with a hand net, appeared somewhat disappointed. Anchovies are quite good, he continued. Let's have mother brew some fish sauce and dry a bit of fish to share among the families. Zhao Dong observed his father and added, they can fetch a decent price. There are plenty of them. We should gather as many as we can. Hearing that they were anchovies, Zhao's father felt quite satisfied. The group worked diligently, though the small size of the fish meant that they toiled for quite some time to accumulate just a modest pile. Yet, they did not complain. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Brother, did you go out to pay respects to Mazu again? One asked. I did, and I did so with utmost sincerity, came the reply. Perhaps this time, luck is on my side. That night, they continued to fish tirelessly, believing their hard work would lead to fortune. Jian, undeterred by Zhao Dong and the others, entered a monologue, still reveling in the substantial catch of pomfret. Others were pleased as well, though their joy was contained and unspoken. The anchovies they caught were now stored in burlap sacks. Zhao's father secured a bag, while the others bent to scoop, lifting their nets and emptying them into the sacks. Fortunately, Zhao Dong had brought enough sacks. Working in harmony, they found that as soon as one net was drawn, more anchovies would swim in to fill the void, requiring minimal effort to catch them. However, the strain on their backs was considerable. Zhao Dong felt a need to recuperate after such a taxing day. With the tide receding, the fishermen gradually moved along with it. Though anchovies are small, they do not compromise on taste or nutrition. Without fishing boats, their usual meals consisted of common sea fare, and anchovies were a rare treat. This catch would certainly enhance their diet. Zhao Dong mused, if they do not disdain my poverty, why should I look down upon their size? Concentrated essence is where the true value lies. Chapter 7. The entire village was shocked. Zhao Dong handed a flashlight to Jian and sat on the rocks, declaring that they had enough for now and should rest before returning to fetch a boat for the fish. You all take the burlap sacks up to the rocks above. We will need to move them when the tide rises, Zhao's father instructed. After transporting the sacks, Zhao Dong and Jian set off to borrow a boat. The two, being young and swift, took nearly 2 hours to walk back. By the time they reached the village, dawn had broken. Passing by his home without stopping, they headed straight to Fatty's purchasing point. Clang, clang, clang. Zhao Dong called as he knocked on Fatty's door. At this early hour, the household was already awake, evidenced by the rising smoke, yet the door remained shut. Who is it so early? Fatty inquired as he opened the door, his eyes widening upon seeing Zhao Dong and Jian. You two are here again at dawn for the big tide? Have you been out to fish? He said, glancing curiously behind them, expecting to see something. But you didn't catch anything? Zhao Dong pushed past Fatty into the shop, saying. The excitement was palpable as the silver pomfret swam in schools, a testament to the remarkable fortune that had befallen Dongzi and his companions. The portly fellow, a staunch advocate of the C programming language, observed that their luck was indeed extraordinary. After all, with little education, a mere exclamation could carry them far. When the wife of the portly man overheard this, she too recognized the sheer luck of Zhao Dong and his group, who, equipped with a boat for fishing, had encountered a school of fish, particularly the coveted silver pomfret. Lu Yingjia, who owned a boat, was approached for a favor, yet Zhao Dong hesitated, knowing the relationship between their families was strained. At that moment, the portly man's wife suggested procuring some cigarettes to borrow a boat from the village chief. If only my parents lived closer, I could have them help, she lamented. The portly man advised purchasing ample supplies, as the village chief might be reluctant to lend out the boat otherwise. Zhao Dong, contemplating the situation, agreed to this plan. He and Jian took some money from the portly man and headed to the local shop to buy 2 cans of peaches and 2 packs of fine cigarettes before making their way to the village chief's residence. Upon arrival, the village chief's wife was delighted to see the offerings in Zhao Dong's hands, and she felt compelled to accept them, regardless of the outcome of their request. Auntie, is Uncle Wu home? Zhao Dong inquired, referring to the village chief, Wu Xingli. Yes, come in. What brings you here so early? Wu Xingli greeted them as he emerged. Uncle, we encountered a small school of fish while fishing last night and would like to borrow the Team S boat for a trip. Rest assured, we will cover the expenses. Zhao Dong explained, handing the canned goods to the chief's wife and producing the prepared cigarettes for Wu Xingli. The village chief accepted the cigarettes, stating, You're covering the boat fees, so why bring anything else? He placed the cigarettes into his pocket and retreated into the house. I'll fetch you the oars, he called out. The village chief's wife set the canned goods on the table, eager to hear about their fish-catching adventure. Here are the oars. You all know how to handle them, right? Make sure not to damage the boat, the chief cautioned, still wary of Zhao Dong and Jian's inexperience. Let the portly fellow join us, he added, reassured by their confidence. Well then, we'll be off. Zhao Dong replied as he took the oars and left the village chief's house with Jian. This venture promised prosperity for several families, with each expecting to earn hundreds from the haul. 2 cans of peaches and 2 packs of cigarettes? That's rather stingy, the village chief's wife remarked to her husband. They haven't even sold the fish yet. They come empty-handed to borrow a boat, yet they promise to pay. I must also borrow, as we are all from the village. She mused, feeling a twinge of envy at their good fortune. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong sought out the portly man at the dock to set sail together. Zhao Dong could operate a boat himself, though he had not previously done so. This time, the portly man would guide him, but he was confident he would learn quickly, as he had observed the process regularly. Keep straight ahead, then turn right, and continue straight. Do you see the protruding rocks? Yes, right there. Zhao Dong directed as they navigated. Before they left, Zhao Dong informed the portly man's wife to let her know they would return after lunch, as their absence would surely cause concern at home. He also took the portly man's basket to ensure they were prepared. Brother, bring the cart over to collect the basket, Zhao Dong called out, wading through the water as he stood in the middle. His eldest brother, De Gang, and his second brother, Zhao Hua, soon joined to assist in the gathering. Do not approach, Fatty, I said, as I passed the frame to him. The water was difficult to traverse. Jian also descended with a stack of frames, though his efforts were in vain as he could not utilize the frames. He sought out Zhao's father to collect fish and load them into the frames. The assembly line method of passing was rather swift. Fatty, stay on the boat and do not come over. It is not easy to anchor here. Keep an eye on the vessel, Zhao Dong instructed as he received the last stack of frames and made his way towards the rocks. There, Zhao's father and the others had already loaded a considerable amount. Zhao Dong came over, carrying the anchovies to the cart. Father, you continue loading. I will transport the anchovies first. There are quite a few already. Dagong. Da Peng, Zhao's elder brother. You should also make a few trips. Once this frame is full, we will go transport. 3 individuals loaded while 3 others transported, making numerous trips back and forth until all the fish were aboard. On the boat, Fatty's delight was evident as he grinned broadly. There are indeed plenty. How many more are there? This time, Wansai's mouth will be twisted from joy, huh? Fatty rambled on as Zhao Dong transported the fish. Meanwhile, the village head's wife, having finished her breakfast, went to the village shop to gossip with the women weaving fishing nets. Soon, the entire village was aware of the Zhao family's encounter with the fish school. As the gossip spread, it became more exaggerated, claiming the Zhao family stumbled upon a school of tuna, which was somewhat rational. Others said they encountered pirates who stole their boat, while the tale of the tuna was purely fabricated. In any case, the Zhao family became renowned in the village without being aware of it. Zhao Dong had no intention of quietly amassing wealth. The boat's return with cargo would inevitably catch the villagers' attention. However, he did not anticipate the extent of the exaggeration. The women and children of the Zhao family, including Tsuhua with her child, gathered at Fatty's purchase point, waiting for the fishing boat's return. Grandma Li stayed at home, keeping an eye on several courtyards. Though the family was wealthy, it was essential to have someone present. Most villagers were honest, though some were petty thieves, always looking for small gains. Mother, the boat has arrived. The children playing outside saw the boat and ran to call others. They knew their families had caught a substantial amount of fish and felt the adults' excitement, each one bubbling with enthusiasm. Ahai had his own thoughts. His third uncle was set to earn a fortune, and he might be able to secure a big white rabbit for himself. Perhaps if he pleased his uncle, he could earn a penny. In the early morning, the boat had set out to sea, and upon returning, it was time to load the fish. As they stepped out, the boat was docked, and villagers who had heard the news came to witness the spectacle. They saw the hold filled to the brim with baskets of silver pomfret. A true windfall. The villagers eagerly assisted in carrying the fish to the purchase point, with everyone taking a basket, swiftly emptying the boat. Fatty, shrewd, and with small, beady eyes, cast glances at Wang Kai, feeling elated. Mother Yang trembled at the sight of the fish, her voice quivering. Thank the sea goddess for such a bounty, she said, pinching Zhao Junzhou beside her. Grandma, why are you pinching me? I haven't misbehaved. Please, it hurts. Zhao's mother now believed in the fortune. Chun Xiu smiled at Zhao's mother and went over to blow on her son's sore spot, feeling as if it were all unreal. At this moment, villagers who had heard of their return gathered around, standing at every corner of the purchase point to witness the excitement. On the boat, Zhao Dong and Fatty had already discussed the price. With so many people present, they simply weighed the fish and kept accounts. The quantity was abundant and the money plentiful, prompting Fatty to consider reinvesting as soon as the funds were recouped. Chapter 8. A profitable outing to the market. The catch of silver pomfret was remarkably uniform in weight. There were no exceptionally large or small specimens, just the perfect medium. A total of 8 nets were cast, with the last net yielding only a few fish, negligible in number. Ultimately, they weighed in at 915 pounds, priced at 0.67 yuan per pound. This pricing had been negotiated between Zhao's father, Dagon, and the portly fisherman, while Zhao Dong and Ajian, unaware of the price, did not partake in the discussions. The total earnings amounted to 283.05 yuan, which was evenly divided among 6 individuals, resulting in each receiving 213.8 yuan. They decided to deduct the money taken in the morning, and after accounting for the village's shipping fees, each person was left with approximately 210 yuan. Successful fishing expeditions such as this one required a stroke of luck to yield such a bounty. The group had indeed been fortunate. The villagers exchanged pleasantries, expressing a desire to pay homage to Mazu, the goddess of the sea. The purchasing station at the portly fisherman's home accepted all sorts of small fish, retaining only a small quantity of anchovies to dry for consumption, as these fish were of little value and were often tossed back into the sea if caught, unless one desired to keep a few for personal use. Those without boats found it difficult to catch any at all. After assisting with the fish, they distributed what they could, as the anchovies were deemed too worthless. The remaining sacks were loaded onto a cart and wheeled back home to be cleaned and dried. The season was not suitable for brewing fish sauce, which required warmer weather for efficient fermentation. The children joyfully ran ahead while the men pushed the cart, followed by Zhao's mother and a group of women animatedly discussing the day's catch of silver pomfret. Although Zhao's mother had not participated in the fishing, it did not dampen her spirits. She had discreetly inquired about the day's events from Zhao's father, and now felt comfortable discussing it openly. Will Uncle San be able to buy us something good to eat with his earnings? Inquired Ahai, with wide, hopeful eyes directed at Zhao Dong. Why don't you ask your father? He has made some money as well, Zhao Dong replied. My father won't buy anything. Only Uncle San will treat us. Ahai insisted. Please, just a spicy strip, just one will do. His son chimed in, let us buy something please. Seeing Ahai's earnestness almost compelled Zhao Dong to reach for his pocket. However, upon checking, he found it empty, humorously revealing, look, Uncle San has no money. Not even a cent. With a chuckle, he turned to his son. Come on, let us go, striding confidently forward while his son giggled, finding the situation amusing. Chen Xiao, overhearing, expressed her irritation. Don't give your son such nicknames. Malo isn't a nice name. Zhao Dong, unfazed, replied, I think it's quite charming. Given the profitable day, she chose not to engage further in banter. Ahai, however, felt disheartened by the exchange between Uncle San and Aunt San, especially when Uncle San's empty pockets were revealed. The fleeting hope of receiving money for treats left him feeling quite despondent. As the group pushed the anchovies toward the Zhao household, Grandma Li came out upon hearing the commotion. She listened intently as her grandson recounted the fishing adventure, with Ajian possessing a flair for storytelling, narrating the tale with dramatic flair. Had Zhao Dong and the others not experienced it themselves, they might have easily been captivated by Ajian's engaging narrative. The children, too, were drawn in, repeatedly asking, and then what happened? What happened next? Suehua and Grandma Li returned home to fetch the cutting board and knife, and upon their return, they proceeded to prepare the anchovies for slaughter. By then, Zhao's daughter-in-law had already arrived, bringing along some extra knives from the fat man's household. The process of preparing the anchovies involved scaling the fish, gutting them, and then washing them thoroughly before drying. Zhao Dong and the others had washed up and sat down to eat. In the midst of their busy tasks, they hadn't felt hungry, but once home and at leisure, they found themselves ravenous. A Jian and a gang were also dining with them. 3 silver pomfrets were intentionally set aside for cooking, and after being pan-fried, they graced the table alongside sweet potato rice, pickled vegetables, and sauteed greens. Everyone, driven by hunger, found everything delicious. They devoured nearly half a basin of rice. And as Zhao Dong swallowed the last bite, he felt a profound sense of happiness from having a full meal. Once everyone had finished, the dishes were empty. Zhao's father and a few others sat down for a chat to aid digestion before heading off to sleep. Zhao Dong observed Chen Xiao and the others busying themselves and called a Jian over to assist with washing and drying the anchovies. You all take a moment to rest before heading to bed. We have plenty of hands here, and we will finish soon, Zhao's mother said, glancing at her third son and a Jian, a hint of concern in her eyes. It's all right. We also need to digest before sleeping. Let's wash these first, Zhao Dong replied, dividing the tasks with a Jian. Zhao Dong would wash while a Jian would dry. Zhao's father, noticing the lively atmosphere outside, engaged in conversation. Yinshui village does not engage in fishing, but the nearby sea offers an abundance. Zhao's father began to mention the village loudspeaker, which abruptly interrupted him. Attention, all villagers. Attention, all villagers. An earthquake has occurred in the neighboring island nation. To avoid the effects of aftershocks, please refrain from going out to sea for the next few days. The announcement repeated, and Zhao Dong inquired, Father, is the activity of the silver pomfrets related to the earthquake? That is hard to say. It's possible. We won't be going to the sea for the next couple of days either. Tomorrow we'll head to the dock to discuss your plans for purchasing a boat. Zhao's father replied before rising to retire for the night, admitting that his age made it more challenging to stay awake compared to the younger folks. Xiao, how about we take the children shopping tomorrow? Zhao Dong suggested, as he hadn't yet visited the town. Third uncle, take me along when you go shopping. I've never been to town. Ahai chimed in eagerly. Adai, being more reserved, remained silent, clutching Zhao Dong's clothing with tiny hands, adorably calling out, Third uncle, expressing his eagerness to join the outing. Zhao Dong felt overwhelmed. He and Chen Xiao could hardly manage that many children. He glanced at his sisters-in-law, hoping they would intervene. Where do you want to go? Anywhere you wish. Why don't you just fly up to the sky? Can your third uncle and third aunt really take you all? You're so mischievous that you might get lost. Zhao's sister-in-law scolded her son, causing Ahai to immediately wilt, retreating to a corner in silence, his demeanor conveying his sadness. Adai, observing his brother, quietly released his grip on Zhao Dong's clothing and joined his brother in the corner. Seeing this, Zhao Dong's heart ached. "I'll bring you back some treats tomorrow," he promised. Children's emotions are fleeting and easily satisfied. "Really? What will third uncle bring us?" Ahai asked. "You should ask your third aunt." "I'm not the one in charge," Zhao Dong replied. Both Ahai and Adai turned to Chen Xiao, pleading, "Third aunt, third uncle promised to bring us treats. Can you buy something for us?" "All right," she agreed. Observing the two children, Chen Xiao found it difficult to refuse their requests. Tomorrow, they would venture out to shop, as her son desired some treats, and there were necessities to procure for the household. Therefore, she agreed without much hesitation. Zhao Dong and Ajian, having assisted for a while, were soon ushered off to bed. During the day, sleep was elusive for Zhao Dong, as the cacophony of children and chatter from the village intruded upon his rest. Despite efforts to keep the noise down, he found himself awake. Zhao's mother had finished preparing the fish, now washing and drying it. Zhao Dong inquired about the anchovies spread out in the yard. "Mother, are they all dried?" She replied, "Yes, it's all done. Our yard is insufficient for drying. Ajian and Degang have also been drying theirs. There's still quite a bit. I was thinking of drying some for your sister, your father-in-law, and your sisters-in-law's families." Suehua also mentioned taking some for her family. Ajian's family has few relatives, and your grandmother said she would take a little less. As Zhao's mother discussed the arrangements for the dried fish, she recalled that while they had caught a considerable amount, after division, there was not much left. "You all can decide how to distribute it. Just ensure we keep a portion for ourselves. Once we acquire a boat, we will catch more fish, though I wonder when we might find a suitable one." Zhao's mother hoped they could procure a boat soon, as they were the only ones in the family with one. "Is there anything we should bring back from town tomorrow?" Zhao Dong asked. "There's no need to carry much. The small shops there will have what we need. Just don't buy everything. We still need to save money for the boat," she replied, her concern evident. She feared they might spend all their money and find themselves short for the boat. "I understand. We cannot spend it all. There's no need to prepare breakfast. We can eat in town," Zhao Dong reassured her. At this, Zhao's mother playfully scolded him. Having just advised against unnecessary spending and now hearing about dining out, especially given the high prices of food outside. Dinner was modest yet satisfying. Zhao's mother, despite their earnings, refrained from indulging in extravagant meals. They enjoyed crispy anchovies, stir-fried greens, and a small portion of pickled vegetables, accompanied by sweet potato porridge. The anchovies were particularly delicious, as the family had prepared a generous amount. Chen Xiao, while picking out fish bones for her son, managed to eat a little herself. Zhao Dong, after a brief nap, did not feel hungry, finishing his meal quickly. He took over the task of picking out fish bones for his son, signaling Chen Xiao to focus on her own meal. Ahai and Adai observed their father, engrossed in their food, not even glancing at them, and resumed feeding themselves. That night, as Zhao Dong settled into bed, he reflected on the simple pleasure of finally lying down. Chen Xiao joined him, with their eldest son nestled between them. Zhao Dong gently lifted their son, shifting him to the edge of the bed. He snuggled closer to Chen Xiao, resting his hand on her waist. "We must rise early tomorrow," he whispered. "You can rest. I'll take care of everything to ensure you aren't overly tired." She replied, "Hurry then. Just don't cry. I'll be quick," he assured her while continuing his tasks, undeterred by her playful admonishments. Rising early, Zhao Dong tended to his wife and son, serving tea and water, ensuring the needs of their small family were met before setting out. Ma Luo was delighted, squirming on his father's shoulder until receiving a gentle reprimand, which finally calmed him, though his exuberance and curiosity remained boundless. "Father, what is that? Father, what is this? Father, where are we going? Father?" The son transformed into a myriad of inquiries, and Zhao Dong answered all that he could, deferring the unknown questions to Chen Xiao. They walked intermittently, encountering not a single vehicle. Even the sight of a tractor was a distant dream, and the absence of a bullock cart was rather excessive. The townsfolk now donned drab attire, with few vibrant colors to be seen. Having spent 1 yuan and 6 jiao on 8 meat pies, the family indulged before embarking on a leisurely stroll. Their first destination was the seafood market, followed by a visit to the town's pier. On the way, they encountered glistening candied hawthorn skewers that captivated Ma Lao's attention. She purchased 3, promising her son that they would enjoy them together with his brother at home, spending a mere 15 cents. The child, visiting the town for the first time, felt apprehensive and less spirited. They wandered through the supply and marketing cooperative, buying 2 boxes of clam oil, one for Chen Xiao and another for the elder matriarch. At a street vendor, they procured 20 fried cakes, allowing the family to sample them. Each priced at 10 cents, totaling 2 yuan, carefully wrapped by the vendor and stored by Qiao. Zhao Dong intended to buy some fabric for Qiao's clothing, but she stubbornly refused. He contemplated purchasing it himself on his next visit. Additionally, he bought a pound of white rabbit candy to sweeten the children's palates at home. On their way back, they encountered a bullock cart that kindly offered them a ride for a stretch. Zhao Dong disembarked to offer 2 pieces of candy to the driver, ensuring they did not travel for free. That day, the children remained indoors, frolicking in the yard, eagerly awaiting Zhao Dong's return. "Third uncle, third aunt, you're back. Are you tired? Please sit down, I'll get you some water." Ahai greeted them effusively, while Adai, at a loss for words, fidgeted anxiously. "Brother, did I bring you any treats?" Ahai's inquiry prompted a shift in focus, and the water fetching was forgotten as he rushed to see the goodies his brother had brought. "It's candied hawthorn. Mother says we should share," he exclaimed, beaming with joy as he presented his treasures to his brothers. "Really? Can we have a skewer?" Ma Lao chimed in. Was the town enjoyable? Zhao Junzhou had already accepted the unreliable nickname his father had given him, realizing Ma Lao was addressing him. Was it fun? Ma Lao was too engrossed in the treats to utter more than a word. Ahai and Adai gazed longingly at the candy, refraining from further questions, and lifted their skewers to indulge in the sweet and tangy delight, much to the children's delight. Chapter 9. Wild Chickens, Snakes, and Bamboo Chicken's Mother. "I brought you some clam oil," Qiao said, extending the bottle to Zhao's mother. "Did you really buy this for me? You all can just get it. I'm too old for such things." Zhao's mother wiped her hands on her apron, accepting the clam oil and inspecting it with great affection. Zhao Dong approached, saying, "Mother, Qiao specifically bought this for you, saying the weather is getting cooler and your skin is a bit dry. You still need to cook and do laundry." Zhao's mother beamed with delight, her eyes crinkling in joy. Zhao Dong, sniffing the air, inquired, "Are you cooking?" Zhao's mother smacked her thigh in realization. "Oh dear, there are still vegetables in the pot." She hurried back to the kitchen, only to discover the food had burned, necessitating a redo. Despite the mishap, Zhao Dong was not scolded due to his mother's joyful demeanor. As she began to stir-fry anew, she muttered, "Using so much oil for stir-frying is such a waste." Dinner consisted of pickled vegetables, potato soup, stir-fried greens, sweet potato vermicelli, and fried cakes, 1 for each person, with an excess of 9 remaining. Those who hadn't had enough were offered porridge, and the meal left both adults and children feeling satisfied. "If we could eat like this every day, I would be the happiest child in the village," Ahai remarked. Without a doubt, Zhao Dajiao's voice boomed. "Eat, eat, eat. You possess an insatiable appetite." While the household is in disarray, spending without restraint, feasting daily. Amidst his mother's scolding, Ahai discreetly slipped away, reassuring himself that a man should not stoop to bickering with women. The children had all ventured out to play, leaving the adults to converse indoors. "Today, I visited the dock, expressing our desire to purchase a small wooden boat, asking my fellow workers to inquire if any suitable options were available. The villagers were aware of our recent earnings and expressed their interest in acquiring a boat as well, requesting that we keep an eye out for any appropriate ones. Zhao Fu remarked that the sea had been tumultuous these past 2 days, advising us not to stray too far while fishing, as it was unsafe amidst the swells. The brothers nodded in agreement, and after a brief discussion, they all rose to return to their rooms. "Move aside, I need to find some rope." Zhao Dong was nudged by his wife as he entered the room. Not wanting to linger, he removed his clothes and climbed into bed. Aiming to foster a bond with his eldest son, the father and son playfully tussled on the bed when Qiao entered, cautioning them to be gentle, lest the bed collapse. As her words faded, a loud crash echoed as the bed gave way. Zhao Dong glanced at his wife, and Qiao met his gaze. "Did you not realize how raucous you two were? Now, consider how you will sleep tonight. Perhaps you shall find yourself on the floor," she admonished. Hearing the commotion, Zhao Mu called out from the courtyard, Xiao, what is happening in your room? Has something broken?" "Mother, Dongzi and the child were playing, and the bed has collapsed," she replied, casting a reproachful glance at Zhao Dong as she exited. "You must have your father assist in repairing it. Otherwise, how will you sleep? It is still cold. And you, a grown man, should not be playing with the child," Zhao Mu said, summoning Zhao Fu to mend the bed. The bed was hastily repaired, and Zhao Dong desired to embrace his wife for sleep, but his overtures were met with a firm rejection. "What is the point of this commotion at such a late hour? Let us sleep." The bed may collapse again, she insisted. Zhao Dong, the architect of the mischief, resigned himself to slumber, acknowledging that those who err hold no right to protest. Brother, will you be going to the sea again today? Jian, captivated by the prospect of fishing, approached after dinner. Indeed, let us go. There is little to occupy us at home. The tide will recede around 3 this afternoon. While we wait, we might explore the mountains, as it is cold, and see if we can find any wild game. I shall return shortly with the traps. Jian replied. Upon his return, De Gang accompanied him, informing Zhao Dong that his wife had shared their plans to buy a boat with her family, asking them to keep an eye out. Zhao Dong remarked, now that they know of our earnings, it is wise to spend it quickly. Who knows when they might come asking for a loan? It is better to buy the boat, as it serves our needs. The 3 men exchanged thoughts on future possibilities, indulging in light-hearted banter and laughter. Zhao Dong casually tucked a burlap sack into his pocket, while the others paid it no mind, and together made their way up the path behind the house. Brother, let us set the traps here. I've noticed rabbit droppings. And there are tracks of chickens. If we manage to catch something today, we shall feast well, Jian said, salivating at the prospect. The fishing village offered an abundance of seafood, yet other meats were a rare commodity. As you observe the trap, it is not the first time we have done this. I will walk ahead with Dagong. Once you finish with the trap, you may join us. Dagong followed closely, and Zhao Dong suggested, let us search the thicket over there for bamboo chickens. They often nest in clusters, and the smaller ones are delightful when roasted or stewed. Then let us proceed, replied the others. The 3 of us often roamed the mountains in our youth, well acquainted with the local terrain, knowing precisely where to find what we sought. We stealthily approached the thicket, meticulously examining the signs of bamboo chicken activity nearby. Bamboo chickens are relatively large birds, not adept at flying, frequently hiding within the underbrush. And they are social creatures with tender, nutritious meat. Zhao Dong observed the trampled grass ahead and surmised that bamboo chickens could be lurking in the thicket. He gestured to Jian and Dagong, pointing at the flattened grass and the thicket, and they understood his intent. Jian imitated the clucking of bamboo chickens, while Zhao Dong and Dagong concealed themselves on either side. The birds, drawn by the call of their kind, would approach, allowing the 2 to catch them. After more than half an hour of effort, the trio managed to capture 7 bamboo chickens. Although small, they could be stewed with ginger. As roasting would be cumbersome and yield too little meat, the soup would suffice. Brother, come quickly. Here, Jian exclaimed. There's a snake hole. The snakes are hibernating now and not very active, making them easier to catch. Jian, having caught snakes since childhood, was unafraid, unlike Zhao Dong, who felt trepidation. Lacking tools, the snake hole proved difficult to excavate, yet Jian was unwilling to concede defeat. Eventually, they each found a thin stone and gathered around the hole, taking turns to dig. After considerable effort, their toil bore fruit as they finally unearthed a coiled snake. Jian swiftly removed its fangs. The creature was quite substantial, weighing over 3 pounds. Zhao Dong's burlap sack came in handy for containing the snake, while the bamboo chickens were tied together with wild grass for easy transport. Let us return and check the traps on the way back. Zhao Dong noted that time was slipping away, and they could conveniently head to the seashore afterward. With their bountiful haul, the journey home felt significantly lighter. Upon reaching the trap site, fortune smiled upon them as they discovered 2 wild chickens and a rabbit ensnared. Dragon and phoenix soup, bamboo chicken broth, and spicy rabbit meat. Jian began to enumerate the culinary delights, causing Dagong and Zhao Dong to salivate, hastening their pace homeward. At Zhao's residence, Suihua and Grandma Li were engaged in conversation and weaving nets. Upon arrival, Zhao Dong presented the burlap sack to his mother, saying, "Here is the snake." Jian and Dagong also handed over the bamboo chickens, wild chickens, and rabbit for her and several women to prepare. My goodness, you 3 spent half the day in the mountains to gather these? Quite the stroke of luck. What will we cook today? Zhao's mother exclaimed, her delight evident upon seeing their bounty. Let us prepare everything. Li and Suihua, also present, joined in the meal preparations. Although Dagong was a few months older than Zhao Dong, the 2 maintained a playful camaraderie, yet Zhao Dong remained respectful towards Suihua. Turning to change into attire suitable for the seashore, he gathered his tools, ready to depart. The household was aware of their plans to visit the shore and did not inquire further. The children of the Zhao family, noticing, expressed a desire to join in the fun, eager to partake in whatever the adults were doing. At Uncle San's house, Ahai inquired, "Are there delicious mountain goods brought back today?" Indeed, behave well and keep an eye on your younger siblings, or you shan't have dinner tonight, came the response. Ah, uncle, I must inquire, why have you entrusted this task to me? Regret washed over Ahai as he conversed with his uncle. After all, you are the elder. It is our duty to gather shellfish tonight. What else can you do aside from watching over the younger ones? My toil in collecting shellfish is ultimately for your benefit, is it not? Very well, I shall keep an eye on the little ones. Ahai found himself entirely persuaded by his uncle's motivational words, willingly assuming the responsibility of childcare. Observing the dialogue were De Gang and Ah Jian, who mused that such conversations could indeed be framed in this manner, both expressing their newfound wisdom. Today, the gathering at the dock primarily focused on collecting oysters, clams, and other common shellfish, preparing a few dishes to accompany the meal. At home, Mother Zhao and several others busied themselves with various tasks, some slaughtering chickens, others handling snakes, and yet others skinning rabbits. The young bamboo chickens, too small to be kept whole, were promptly skinned, while the elderly Li Nai took charge of stoking the fire. No one was idle. All were engaged in their respective duties, ensuring the soup was prepared in advance. Before heading out to collect shellfish, Ah Jian recounted his recipe to Mother Zhao, who agreed that as long as there was food, no one would be picky about its preparation. In times of scarcity, anything edible was deemed delightful, and thus, Mother Zhao decided to accommodate Ah Jian's requests. As Zhao Dong and the others passed by Fatty's home, they invited him to join them for dinner, promising to call for him once the shellfish collection was complete. Chapter 10. One must not forsake the pleasures of food upon their return from gathering shellfish. They found Mother Zhao already busy in the kitchen. Zhao Dong and his companions had exchanged the collected clams at Fatty's home for those that had been purged of sand. True to tradition, Fatty brought rice wine along, handing over the day's haul as he entered. Today's offerings were plentiful: 2 sizable wild chickens, 3 pounds of snake, and several bamboo chickens simmered together in a pot, generously filled with water to ensure a hearty broth. As the wild chicken and snake stew cooked, Fatty planned to take a bowl back home. The kitchen was filled with an aromatic broth, already simmering for some time. Others could no longer remain inside. They wandered into the courtyard to chat while watching the stove. Is it ready? It smells divine. How long has it been since we savored snake and wild chicken? Both adults and children are salivating, they remarked. Can we eat now? We've been subsisting on coarse grains, but today we are graced with a feast. With the enticing aroma wafting through the air, one could almost devour a whole cow. As the conversation flowed between the children and adults, Mother Zhao produced a large bowl, stating, "You'll have to wait a bit longer. Let me serve Fatty first, so he can take it back home to his wife and children while it's still warm." Very well, let us serve Fatty first so he can take it back. They agreed. No need for that. We have plenty to eat at home. We're all here together. Truly, Auntie, it's unnecessary, Fatty insisted. There were ample other dishes and a large pot of soup, intentionally prepared with extra water to ensure everyone would have enough to eat. This soup is the essence of the meal, others chimed in, urging Fatty to make haste with the delivery, for the seafood cooks quickly, and the meal would soon be ready. Meanwhile, several women continued to stir the dishes in the kitchen, while the men set the table, arranging bowls, chopsticks, and stools. With supplies running low at home, De Gang and Ah Jian contributed their own. The table is set, and the portly fellow has returned. The dishes are ready. Both adults and children each serve themselves a bowl of soup, which contains no medicinal ingredients, making it suitable for the children to enjoy in its authentic flavor, enhancing its taste. You went clam digging at sea, didn't you? The clams and sand clams were all dug up at night? Zhao Dong inquires while savoring the clams. I had no leisure for that. I'd rather catch up on sleep. My mother-in-law came over to see what my wife and I had collected, leaving us a bit to eat while taking the rest with her, the portly fellow replies. Indeed, he has a knack for acquiring seafood. His family has always been well off, and among them, he is never lacking in food or drink. In these times, it is rare to find someone as rotund as he is. Ah Jian De Gang and the portly fellow would gather daily before marriage. Their home was merely a place to sleep, while the rest of their time was spent wandering about, exploring every nook and cranny of their surroundings. In their youth, they could not work due to their age, and with little land at home, there was little for them to do but loiter in the village and town until they began to earn a living after marriage. Eat more vegetables, drink less. Be careful not to overindulge. If you drink too much, your wife might not let you in bed, and you may not be allowed to drink again. Ah Dong teased the elder brothers as the women had already left the table to converse outside, keeping an eye on the frolicking children. Their father sat nearby, smoking his pipe, lost in thought, or perhaps merely daydreaming. Dare she refuse me entry to bed? Do you not know who runs the household? Who runs the household? We truly have no idea. Ah Jian retorted boldly, unafraid as he had no wife to worry about. If only I were a bit more charming. Perhaps someone would support me, sparing me the midnight toil of clam digging to earn a living while my wife takes care of me. He joked, his handsome, yet somewhat inept demeanor eliciting laughter among the young men in the room. They playfully bantered until the elder brother returned from outside, having heard their raucous conversation, and quickly put a stop to it. The group calmed down and turned to serious matters. It is currently the season for ribbonfish, and lately, they have been receiving plenty. Our village is in a favorable location, right at the edge of the fishing season. During this period, those who venture out to sea catch at least double the usual amount. However, the scale of the ribbonfish season is not as large as it once was. In the past, the neighboring villages would have been abundant with ribbonfish. Thanks to you, there has been quite a bit of profit lately. By the way, my mother-in-law mentioned that there are wooden boats for sale in the neighboring village. You should check them out. If they're suitable, we could take advantage of the ribbonfish season, one of them suggested. During this season, boat sellers are scarce, as everyone is eager to profit from the ribbonfish run. We can only look further afield for any available boats. They continued to chat, letting time slip away. After a hearty meal, night had fallen, and the table was left in disarray. The portly fellow, being the furthest from home, took his leave first. Elder brother, second brother, you clean up the table. The ingredients were all procured through our hard work. Zhao Dong called out to his two brothers. Let us leave it for now. We will clean it up in the morning, they replied. You think you'll be up early to clean? You'll just have the sisters-in-law do it. Having drunk today? If you don't work, be cautious of not having any drinks in the future, they jested. Two sisters-in-law were lamenting over the preparation of the ingredients, expressing their fatigue after cooking and then having to tidy up the table. The following time, I might refrain from cooking. Upon hearing this, the two agreed, noting that the workload was not excessive, and they swiftly cleaned up, as washing the dishes was a quick endeavor. Once everything was tidied up, they entered the room where Xiao and the child were already asleep. Under the influence of alcohol, Zhao Dong gazed at his wife lying there, his heart stirring with desire. He found himself hesitating between reaching out and holding back. Reflecting on his recent behavior, he believed he had performed exceptionally well and cautiously approached his wife from behind. Xiao, don't sleep yet, it's still early. You'll miss out on your rest tomorrow morning, Zhao Dong nudged. Chun Xiao awakened, grumbled, what time is it? I don't want to wake up early to work tomorrow. Did you not feed me well? Zhao Dong retorted, what could be better than my cooking? He thought to himself, yet he voiced his feelings. Nothing is as delectable as you, my dear, he said, leaning in to kiss her, silencing any further complaints. Chun Xiao, holding back her annoyance, trembled slightly in Zhao Dong's embrace, responding, what are you babbling about? Relax, are you ready yet? How long has it been? The bed is creaking. She complained. As Zhao Dong furrowed his brows and subsequently revealed a pleased expression, he relished the moment. Meanwhile, his wife had tidied up and was now lying in bed, cradling their child, ready to sleep. Come here, sleep on this side, she beckoned. What are you doing? Didn't Tiwi just finish? He replied, teasingly. What are you thinking? If you want to repeat, I don't mind, but I fear you might shout no again, Zhao Dong bantered with his wife, wrapping his arms around her and pulling her close. Stop it, we're too cramped. Move over a bit, she urged. No way. Who would sleep alone when I have a wife? If I'm to sleep, it's beside you. Chun Xiao felt that Zhao Dong was particularly chatty today, and she found it hard to keep up. Unable to escape his embrace, she resigned herself to it, wary of waking the child with any loud noise. At that moment, she felt utterly exasperated. Recently, Zhao Dong seemed to be behaving erratically. Although he was industrious during the day, he truly exhausted her at night, never allowing for a moment of peace. Zhao Dong held his wife close, gazing at their son beside them. The tangible warmth reassured him. Unbeknownst to him, Chun Xiao's thoughts were elsewhere. Xiao, don't sleep just yet. Let us converse, he urged. What should we discuss? You're not tired? We have to rise early for work tomorrow, she replied. You toil from dawn till dusk. How much can you earn? We've separated our finances. And once I acquire the boat, I'll work diligently, and we shall lead a good life. Isn't life good now? Of course not. I've been striving to earn more money lately. We are living well, Zhao Dong asserted. Chun Xiao could not refute him. After all, he had indeed been earning significantly. By the way, when you were at dinner today, Dad mentioned someone is selling a boat, and he plans to inquire further tomorrow. Wow. News travels fast from Dad's side. I'll ask him tomorrow, Zhao Dong remarked, surprised by the promptness of the information. All right, ask him tomorrow. Now, hurry and sleep, she replied. Zhao Dong covered his wife and child with the blanket before settling down to sleep himself. Chapter 11. The Little Wooden Boat and the Fall Winds. The next morning, Zhao Dong pondered over what Chen Xiuxiu had mentioned regarding someone selling a small wooden boat. He decided to seek out his father. At the dock, my uncle Chun informed me about a village located slightly beyond Yinshui village. The villagers there are closely related to those of Yinshui, and they intend to leverage their connections to purchase a large ship and venture into the open sea for lucrative profits. Although Zhao's father did not explicitly mention that selling the ship was for the purpose of smuggling, Zhao Dong was well aware of the intentions behind acquiring a large vessel. Were there multiple families involved in this sale, or just one? Shall we go and investigate? Is it reliable? Zhao Dong bombarded his father with questions. It is said that there are two families, two brothers, who are pooling their resources together to buy a large ship. Uncle Chun, having worked together with us for many years, is undoubtedly trustworthy. You should know him. We've been partners at the dock. What are your plans for today? If we have no other commitments, let us go and take a look. Bring the money. If it seems suitable, we can try our luck. Oh, father, you seem quite enthusiastic about purchasing a ship. It appears that my Uncle Chun has made a favorable impression on you. As you are insisting, we bring money along. Zhao Dong noticed his father's urgency and teasingly chided him for it. Look at you all, there's no need to rush. If you have an idea, act quickly. Each day that passes without action is a day wasted. For Zhao's father, who worked daily at the dock, staying at home due to the weather felt unsettling. Even at home, he constantly thought about work. Such a person is destined for a life of toil. I will go find Ajian and Degang. Father, should I call my brothers? Is Uncle Chun going to the dock today? Should we head directly to that village, or first seek out Uncle Chun? Uncle Chun has already mentioned that we can go straight there. Zhao Dong, upon hearing this, set out to find people, and since he lived nearby, he arrived in just a few steps. At Degang's house, there were others present, and the atmosphere was tense. I said to Degang's wife, you've made money, yet you do not show gratitude to the elders. Father and mother only learned from the villagers that you were making a fortune. The speaker was Degang's elder sister-in-law, with Degang's father, mother, elder brother, younger brother, and sister-in-law all present in the yard. Sister-in-law, what fortune are you speaking of? Borrowing a bit of Dongzi's luck to catch some fish hasn't earned us much. It's just village gossip. Degang's wife had already decided to deny any claims. The money was already hidden away, and they did not dare to search for it. They had come early in the morning, having heard the news, to express their gratitude. How fearful they must be of Degang's family doing well. Father, we have already split our household. This second brother insists that he has no money. There is nothing to be done about his lack of filial piety. No one can go rummaging through their things. Indeed, father, mother. The villagers speak as if they know for certain that second brother's family has struck it rich, yet they choose not to share that information with us. After all, we are merely poor relatives. The sister-in-law and younger sister-in-law harmonized in their accusations before the two elders, while Degang and his brother remained silent, hiding behind the scenes. Becoming invisible. Degang, tell me, have you made money? How is it that we, your parents, must hear from others that our son is earning? You are a wretched ingrate. You should have been smothered at birth, you unfilial wretch. Degang's father grew increasingly agitated and angry, his face reddening as he hurled the harshest words at his own son. Upon reflecting on your words, father, how have we been unfilial? Which year have we failed to provide for your retirement? You seem to disbelieve our modest earnings, choosing instead to heed the gossip of others. Who among us is truly related? If we are faring well, surely that would enable us to contribute more to your support. Why rush over in a fluster at mere words from outsiders, allowing them to mock us? Our well-being does not imply neglect towards you. After all, our elder brother Degang is your own son. Should you not rejoice in his successes? His achievements should bring you pride, even if wealth has yet to materialize. Degang and I endure our struggles, confident that prosperity will eventually come to us. Yet, our father lacks decisiveness, swaying with every opinion. While Degang's wife is quite the chatterbox, her incessant prattling echoing through our household. Naturally, they did not depart empty-handed. The drying fish had been halved, a preparation made by Degang's wife to spare her another trip. Thus, she was not overly vexed. Sister Tsuahua, indeed formidable, drew a thumbs up from Zhao Dong. who mused on how fortunate this family is to have her. Without her, the incessant meddling of relatives might have torn us apart. The closer the kin, the more they dread your success rather than hope for your well-being. Dongzi's here. Come in. Sui Hua had already spotted Zhao Dong, and in this household, he likely comprehends the dynamics better than she does, leaving little to discuss. Sister-in-law, I asked the gang and a Jian to inspect the boat. It may not be of great quality. Can you lend me some money from Uncle Wang at the old residence? Be cautious. I'll head over at noon. The gang, you won't return by then, will you? Uncertain. Noon works, and it matters not whether we secure the funds. The gang observed his wife and childhood friend conspiring against his father, and despite feeling a touch of indignation, he was also moved by their camaraderie. Brother, why are they still not out? They've been gone for ages, a Jian lamented, having eavesdropped on their departure earlier. Zhao Dong and the others had yet to emerge, heightening his anxiety. With little else to occupy them, they set off together to view the boat. A Jian reflected, my family is indeed fortunate. We have no meddling relatives, thus avoiding troublesome matters. Our family is uncomplicated, just grandma and me, and we can benefit from your support in acquiring the boat. My situation is improving. The initial conversation flowed well, yet it swiftly became discordant. The gang, do not take it to heart. Every family experiences its own chaos. My mother-in-law would surely create a scene if she learned of this, the second brother advised, while the eldest truly fretted, for his mother-in-law was formidable, and he felt overwhelmed. Father, when will my elder sister return? Uncertain. Why do you ask? I fear my brother-in-law might catch wind of our fishing success, which could complicate matters. She ought to return. Zhao father sighed, acknowledging that while his son-in-law is commendable, his in-laws are too eager to seize small advantages, often at the expense of their own daughter. This duality evokes both affection and frustration. In this light-hearted banter, the gang's matters were resolved, as the families were all too familiar with one another's circumstances, sparing them the need for mockery or concealment. The hope for mutual support in their endeavors to purchase a boat and improve their lives together is what truly matters. Meanwhile, Zhao mother and the others were also discussing the events of the morning. You expressed that the gang's parents unnecessarily endured this ordeal, only to leave without deriving any benefit. I have grown accustomed to such matters. If they do not show up, it is as if they were never there, and once they arrive and create a commotion, the situation is swiftly resolved. It requires a person with a broad mindset like yours to comprehend this. Otherwise, the average individual would find life unbearable. Several people were conversing about the events of the morning, but only Zhao Dong wore a frown. What troubles you this early in the day? Why such a long face? Zhao Mu could no longer bear to see her daughter in distress. Mother, do you think my own mother might come as well? It truly worries me. She could bring some dried fish and then return home, which would save you a trip to your maternal home. It sounds quite good. But is that feasible? What if she asks for money? How should we manage that? Did they not go to inspect the boat? Regardless of who purchases it, they will insist that you are the one financing it. Once the money is spent, they will leave without a second thought. Zhao Mu, being somewhat experienced in dealing with relatives, spoke with conviction, and Zhao Dong felt somewhat reassured, having made her own plans. If her mother indeed came, she would pass the responsibility to her mother-in-law, for she herself was too apprehensive. Li Nai and a Jian, true to their family spirit, remained cheerful every day. Sharing similar views, since they lacked close relatives, they faced no troublesome matters, and the neighbors, closer than family, offered their support, making life exceedingly pleasant. Your elder sister should return in a few days. Preparations are in order, as our home is rather small, and I fear it may not accommodate everyone comfortably. Zhao Mu felt troubled by the lack of space, especially with winter's chill preventing the use of makeshift bedding. When will we be able to build a new house? She lamented. Zhao Dong and his companions had consulted several villagers and finally located the owner selling the boat, approaching him with the introduction from Uncle Chun. The owner was quite pleased and welcomed them inside, being straightforward and genuine. He reiterated what Uncle Chun had conveyed, which was largely consistent. Zhao Dong, wishing to offer some advice, found himself at a loss for words and ultimately remained silent, aware of his limited capacity, focusing instead on living his own life well. The two boats were each over 6 meters long, not particularly old, having been purchased in recent years, and were acquired jointly by both families. They had initially intended to buy 3 boats and mentioned they would connect them with any suitable opportunities. The small wooden boats could carry around 3 tons, accompanied by a modest cabin, merely a shelter from storms. Even secondhand, Each boat would cost over 300 yuan. The group then proceeded to the dock. Only Zhao Fu knew how to row, and they took turns rowing around the water to test it. To ensure safety, they enlisted a master shipbuilder to conduct a thorough inspection, and finding everything satisfactory, they began haggling. After some back and forth, they struck a deal at 350 yuan for one boat. Together, they went to the village to draft a written agreement, obtaining proof and a witness. These two boats would henceforth belong to them. The village chief, upon confirming that both parties were acting willingly, promptly issued a certificate and served as a witness. He then mentioned, "I have a brother who owns a boat similar to yours, but he has been ill and unable to go to sea for some time. He is considering selling it. Would you care to take a look?" After the few of them exchanged glances, they agreed that it would be worthwhile to take a look. Both boats had been efficiently handled, and if one proved suitable, they would purchase it. If not, they could simply row back home without any delay. "All right, let us go and see," said the eldest among them, Zhao's father, who typically took charge when decisions were needed. "Trust me, you won't regret checking it out." "If I weren't ill, I wouldn't part with the boat," he said with a sigh. The others understood well. Selling a boat due to necessity was a far cry from the joy of trading a larger vessel for a smaller one. The fishing village relied heavily on its boats for survival at sea. The boat that caught Zhao's father's attention at the dock was indeed well maintained, indicative of the owner's care. This small wooden vessel measured 6 meters in length and could carry approximately 2 tons, featuring a modest cabin. Zhao's father took the oars and rowed a circle to test the waters, enlisting the shipwright who had previously examined the vessel to assist with the inspection, which revealed no issues. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong stepped out to buy 2 packs of cigarettes, one for the village chief and another for the shipwright, both of whom accepted them with good humor. Zhao Dong and the others agreed to pay 350 yuan for the boat, but the village chief suggested increasing the price slightly, given the boat's excellent condition and the owner's genuine hardship. Ultimately, they settled on 370 yuan, and both parties were satisfied. They amended the written agreement to reflect that one boat was purchased in partnership by Zhao Dong and Zhao Er, while another was bought by a Jian and a Gang. Zhao Dong's boat was his own purchase, and the village chief prepared the necessary documentation, ensuring each had their respective papers before they began to row back home. As they navigated the shallow waters, Zhao's father instructed them on how to row properly. Recalling his own youthful experiences when the village still had boats and fishing was a community endeavor, where labor was rewarded with communal meals. By the time it came to Zhao Dong's generation, fewer had gone to sea for work, and thus, they had not learned the practical skills of rowing. Only the basic theory. They practiced rowing near the shore, gradually mastering the technique, and found it quite manageable. The coastal folk possessed an innate talent for handling boats. Seeing them row competently, Zhao's father felt proud as they made their way back to the village. With 2 men per boat, they took turns rowing. Invigorated by their recent acquisition, feeling as robust as oxen, the prospect of venturing into deeper waters filled them with a daring spirit. Traveling by water proved far quicker than the mountain route. While the latter took over 2 hours, rowing back home took just an hour, cutting their travel time in half. The Zhao family and the gang preferred to keep a low profile, quietly returning to the village, while a Jian wished to announce to the world that he had acquired a boat. After all, his was the only family without relatives seeking favors. With the sudden appearance of 3 additional boats at the dock, word spread quickly through their village. In such a community, the purchase of a boat was a significant event. Once a boat was moored at the dock, it would be known throughout the village within a day, relying on the power of word of mouth. Not long after they arrived home, villagers came to visit. Su Fun, Zhao's mother's name. "Your family is truly fortunate. Life must be good now," with 3 boats returned and docked. "It is not solely our family's. There is also Ajian and De Gang's share. Alas, the old man is advancing in years and can no longer endure the labor at the dock. Indeed, that little wooden boat still holds considerable value. Yet we seem to lack the fortune to encounter such fish schools. Presently, the proceeds from selling fish have already been allocated towards purchasing the boat. We have exhausted our savings, and the prospect of tightening our belts for the future fills me with worry. If it were my situation, I would gladly endure the frugality. For that little wooden boat would enable us to make a living at sea, potentially yielding greater profits." Zhao's mother engaged animatedly with the villagers. Eager to boast, yet mindful to maintain discretion, it appeared that their conversation would linger on for quite some time. Zhao Dong conferred with Chen Xiu about procuring their own fishing lines to weave nets and hand-cast nets. Their financial resources were scant, and ready-made nets were relatively expensive. Beyond his father, only Aegeon might possess the funds to buy one. The rest are devoid of money. Thus, they resolved to purchase lines and craft the nets themselves. With the assistance of Li Nai, his mother, De Gang's wife, and two sisters-in-law, they would likely find joy in collaborating, and the work would proceed swiftly with more hands. Chun Xiu nodded in agreement, harboring no objections, as their finances would indeed be quite depleted after the purchase of the lines. The boat had returned, thus. They needed to meticulously plan the subsequent steps to recoup the cost of the vessel as soon as possible. The hand-cast net, known as the flying disc net, requires continuous operation at sea and is suitable for shallow waters. It descends much slower than traditional nets, which are cumbersome to handle. The flying disc net is user-friendly and convenient to transport. Given the current fishing season, it is particularly well-suited for use. Moreover, there is the Korean net, akin to an intricate maze, featuring openings on both sides and a substantial central barrier net. Marine creatures entering through either opening inevitably find themselves ensnared in the expansive central net, which boasts a depth of over 10 meters and a total length of 50 meters. One side is tethered to a rocky outcrop, where the ocean's resources remain remarkably abundant, as these rocks host myriad ephemeral organisms that attract fish, shrimp, and crabs, with various snapper species favoring the coral reefs for habitat. The ground trap net, constructed with a wire frame and using 15 mm mesh, forms a square shape and is foldable. Measuring 2 meters in length, it is divided into 10 interconnected 20-centimeter equilateral square compartments by 11 square wire frames. Each small compartment features trumpet-shaped, fish-attracting openings, allowing marine creatures to enter but preventing their escape. The net comprises 2 conical fish-collecting bags, whereby creatures that enter through the attractant openings are misled towards the ends and subsequently captured. Weaving nets is considerably simpler than crafting ground trap nets. With several households currently making handcast nets, Zhao Dong intends to prioritize the creation of the handcast net. They plan to venture out on the boat to practice casting, while several women remain at home to construct ground trap nets. After dinner, Zhao Dong shared his intentions with his family, and both Zhao's mother and daughter-in-law expressed eagerness to participate. The family already possesses materials for net weaving, and they will procure supplies for the ground traps tomorrow, allowing them to work together efficiently. With everyone in agreement and filled with joy, they seized the remaining daylight to commence weaving the nets. In the courtyard, the Zhao family patriarch and several sons sat together, engaged in conversation while weaving nets. Zhao father produced 3 stacks of cash. Your mother and I have discussed this. Each family shall receive a stack of 100 yuan. With the recent purchase of a boat, our finances are somewhat strained, and as parents, it is our duty to support you in your endeavors. Indeed, your father and I are still relatively young and capable of earning. During the division of the family assets, we faced hardships and lacked savings to share with you. Recently, we have managed to earn a bit and wish to contribute to your well-being. As Zhao father and Zhao mother spoke, the daughters-in-law glanced up, a mix of shock and joy on their faces, yet devoid of greed. The 3 daughters-in-law of the Zhao family were fortunate in this regard, not coveting the meager possessions held by their elders. Though they had minor flaws, their behavior was generally acceptable, and they maintained a good sense of propriety. Father, you should keep it for your retirement. We have enough on our hands, one daughter-in-law offered. Yes, father, we toil from dawn till dusk to earn money. You should use it for your own expenses. Zhao Dong, having listened to his elder brothers, felt it was his turn to speak. Now that we have a boat, we need not worry about making money. Let's save it. We all have legitimate businesses that can generate income. Zhao father felt pleased, although the family faced financial challenges. He found contentment in the virtues of a diligent wife and dutiful children. You should take it. Wei also set aside 100 for Ah Hong, Zhao Dong's elder sister, as her marriage was difficult, and we could not provide her with much. It pains me to think that her husband, Zi Chong, comes from a better background, making her feel inferior among her peers. It would be improper for you not to include Ah Hong. After exchanging glances, the 3 brothers each took a stack of money, with Zhao Dong passing one to Qin Xiu nearby to keep safe. Father, with the boat, let us agree that when we return with our catch, we will split the profits evenly. However, Zhao father was reluctant to let his youngest son shoulder the burden of caring for him alone, fearing that it might become an unspoken expectation over time. I don't need to split it, just cover my expenses, in line with what others pay their boatmen. He replied, how could that be? Could I have my own father working for me? I would only take a third of the profits. I cannot take advantage of my own father." The brothers and their wives found this arrangement agreeable, and after a moment's contemplation, Zhao's father nodded in approval. Having expressed his thoughts, he rose and returned indoors. Chapter 12. Testing the boat during the fish run. The following day, after breakfast, De Gang and his wife visited Zhao Dong. Upon seeing Zhao Dong, Cui Hua's eyes brightened. "Dongzi, let me tell you. I went to the old house yesterday to borrow money, but they claimed they had none. What was I to do? I suggested I would return to my mother's home to borrow money for the boat." After a brief pause, she continued, "In the future, if the old house comes seeking assistance, let them know to speak with my family. If they don't help us when we are in need, they shall have no say in our affairs henceforth." She had shared these sentiments with Zhao's mother during their conversation the previous day, but seeing Zhao Dong today filled her with such joy that she felt compelled to reiterate them. "That sounds wonderful. We need not worry excessively about them anymore. Sister-in-law, are you all prepared? Everything is ready for our departure." Zhao Dong called out to the neighbor, "Ajian, are you ready? We are about to leave." "Are we leaving now?" With a clatter of sound, Ajian pushed a cart filled to the brim, waiting at the door, uncertain of what they might encounter. They brought along an array of tools for fishing, ready to cast nets or, if necessary, search for uninhabited islands. Zhao Dong called out to his mother to bring a few more burlap sacks, suggesting they could gather more and dry any surplus for later consumption. Shellfish like clams, sandworms, mussels, and oysters could all be dried and used for soups or noodles, making for delicious delicacies that could also be gifted to relatives and friends, thus becoming local specialties. Those bold enough to speak up might even take their catch to the seafood wholesale market to sell. Zhao's mother emerged with a stack of water buckets, inquiring if they were sufficient for their first venture at sea. She advised against focusing solely on larger fish, emphasizing the importance of filling the boat. She believed that returning with a full load would signify good fortune. Zhao Dong took the buckets, noticing they contained 6 or 7, along with several burlap sacks, and handed them to his empty-handed brother. "This is ample. We lack nothing, so let's depart." After exchanging farewells, the group set off, temporarily leaving the cart at Fatty's house by the dock, planning to return for it in the evening. With fewer people, venturing to the uninhabited island was deemed unsafe. Fishing was also perilous due to the presence of water bandits. When one earned money, they were alone, leaving them vulnerable in times of trouble. Other villages were often comprised of families, interconnected and prosperous, possessing boats and familiar fishing grounds. Should misfortune strike, a simple call would rally the entire clan to assist in reclaiming dignity. Such villages were generally respected by water bandits, whereas the fishermen from their hodgepodge community had learned to navigate their survival through cooperation. They banded together with friends, neighbors, and trusted relatives, embarking on fishing trips to explore unclaimed waters. These outings fostered a sense of mutual support. After spending time in a specific area, it would become tacitly recognized as their fishing ground. Seeing a few individuals approach, Fatty felt a surge of joy, as the addition of 3 more boats to his collection meant an increase in fish supplies. He cast a glance at Wang Kai, another owner of a purchasing point, who jokingly remarked about wanting to gouge Fatty's eyes out for his increasing shrewdness. Fatty instructed them to take their supplies onto the boat while ensuring the cart was securely placed in the yard, expressing that he would be busy later that evening. "All right, we shall be off," Zhao Dong said, rushing to catch up with his father and others who had already departed. Each person boarded their respective vessels. Though the rowing was initially slow, mastering the technique proved not overly challenging and offered physical exercise, particularly enhancing arm strength, which would prove beneficial when it came time to haul in the nets. In the beginning, they rowed at a leisurely pace, while Zhao's father observed, as Zhao Dong and the others took turns. Zhao Dong remained steadfast in his direction, not aimlessly steering. Their destination this time is the waters near Yinshui village, as it is well known that the village has struck it rich. With fewer fishermen in the area, it suggests that this stretch of sea remains largely untouched, thus abundant in marine resources. "All right, let us first venture over there," Zhao's father responded, finding the reasoning sound. However, locating new fishing grounds is no simple task. As they row towards Yinshui village, they follow the coastline, encountering a few others along the way. Although there are not many fishermen in this region, some still exist. Villagers from nearby areas, like themselves, are unable to venture into deep waters with their small boats, which are relatively common. Larger vessels, on the other hand, are far less frequent. After rowing for over 2 hours, Zhao Dong spotted a particularly large solitary island ahead. This grand island is formed by 3 smaller islands connected, presenting itself as a single expansive landmass from a distance. Father, there appears to be a sizable island ahead. Let us cast our nets here and see what we can catch. If there's nothing, we will head ashore to explore the sea, he suggested. That sounds good. Inform the others to spread out, keeping a distance that allows them to see the boats without being too far apart, his father replied. Understood. I will relay the message now. Zhao Dong gestured, waving a flag, and the 2 boats followed suit. We shall cast our nets here. If there are no catches, we will land on the island. Just maintain a visibility distance to the boats, Zhao Dong announced. Upon hearing this, all 3 boats began to move, forming a triangular formation around the solitary island. Observing the island, it appeared to be untouched, and since they were all novices unfamiliar with this marine area, their movements were somewhat slow. Zhao's father had emphasized the importance of safety before they set out. Generally, larger metal boats would not venture to this remote area for fishing, as it wouldn't be profitable for them, and without boats, others could not reach such distances to fish. In such locations, it is likely that there are numerous reefs, and they feared running aground or hitting obstacles. The absence of human interference would greatly benefit the ecological environment of the sea. Consequently, marine life would flourish, allowing smaller boats to fish with fewer concerns. Selecting a location with care, Zhao Dong finally anchored the boat. With his father, an experienced fisherman, aboard, he felt secure in navigating back, allowing him to proceed confidently. Zhao Dong cast his first net while his father watched him haul it in. Father, lend me a hand, he called out. There's quite a lot, or is it that you lack the strength? Zhao's father replied, moving over to assist in pulling the net. Before Zhao Dong could respond, his father had already deduced the answer. The novice's luck was indeed bountiful. The first haul was abundant. Indeed, father. It seems this sea is rich with catch. The weight certainly indicates a successful netting, he remarked. This season marks the run of ribbonfish and the peak period for greenback flounder. It remained uncertain what species they had caught in this net. As the net broke the surface of the water, Zhao exclaimed, Wow, we've struck gold. Father, it's ribbonfish. Perhaps novice luck does exist. Zhao Dong believed in the theories of fate. Otherwise, how could he explain his return and the subsequent stroke of good fortune? The father and son drew the fishing net onto the boat, where Zhao's father admired the freshly caught, succulent ribbonfish. He knelt down and gestured. These ribbonfish are impressive, nearly the length of my arm. I never anticipated such a bounty in this sea. It seems you have struck it rich during the ribbonfish run. The season for belt fish typically commences in November and concludes around January of the following year, spanning approximately 3 months, timing that aligns perfectly with the Lunar New Year celebrations across the nation. Currently, during the belt fish season, the harbor is bustling with fishermen, yet they venture far into the sea on larger vessels, while we are fortunate to seize the opportunity to purchase a boat just in time for the season. After Zhao Dong finished speaking, he couldn't help but jest with his father, saying, Father, don't you think my initiative to buy a boat reflects foresight? This little red hand of mine is indeed a money-grabbing hand. Although his son had indeed shown promise, Zhao's father still felt the urge to chastise him. What is going on here? With the season still ahead, this prime fishing spot could yield several more bountiful catches. Though it is relatively close to shore, it remains unexplored, and they must ensure to keep it under wraps. Understood, father. I will keep it to myself, Zhao Dong replied. This particular net yielded over 200 pounds of belt fish, a true bonanza. In the same waters, the 2 other boats were likely to have fared well too. Zhao's father remarked to Zhao Dong, this year's yield during the belt fish season surpasses that of previous years. Perhaps the colder weather this year has driven the fish closer to shore, Zhao Dong speculated. They say that the cold air pushes them to seek warmth near the surface. Zhao's father regarded his younger son with newfound respect, surprised that he possessed such knowledge despite never having been to sea. Father, what is the current price for belt fish? Zhao Dong inquired. Our belt fish are thick-fleshed, elongated, and of good quality. They should sell for around 30 cents, while the average price hovers just above 20 cents. The father and son continued their conversation while casting nets, the silver sheen of the belt fish glimmering on the deck, the sunlight intensifying its brilliance. Belt fish, also known as knife fish, possess poor swimming abilities. At night, they orient themselves vertically on the seabed, while during the day, they float at mid-depth or near the surface, propelling themselves with their dorsal and pectoral fins. Even while resting, they maintain a vertical posture, gazing upward and moving slowly. The second net brought aboard another unexpected bounty. Zhao's father maneuvered the oars, directing the boat towards areas where the water sparkled with silver. Zhao Dong, too, observed the surface, and when the boat halted, he skillfully cast the net. Belt fish primarily feed on shrimp, crabs, and squid, so each of Zhao Dong's hauls predominantly consisted of belt fish, with the occasional inclusion of shrimp, prawns, squid, and small crabs. Although the quantities were modest, collectively they amounted to a significant catch. As the belt fish pursued their food, the surface of the sea shimmered with glistening silver, a sight to behold. Zhao Dong lamented his inability to capture them all in one net. Fortunately, all three boats were together, and today promised a shared fortune. Numerous seabirds circled above, diving gracefully to the water's surface to snatch their own meals. "Brother, have you caught any belt fish?" Zhao Dong called out. "Every net we cast is filled with belt fish. We are bound to make a fortune." "Father, the net on our boat is also brimming with belt fish. We are indeed prospering." Just as they finished speaking, Zhao Dong pulled in another net, entirely filled with belt fish. "Do we even need to say more? Just look at the boat. Is there any space left? This vessel is overflowing with belt fish." "Blinding your eyes," Zhao Dong exclaimed joyfully, his enthusiasm evident as he engaged in playful banter, while Zhao's father listened with delight to the exuberance of the younger generation. "Father, let us have something to eat. It's nearly noon, and after a long morning of toil, we are utterly fatigued." They emerged late, and it took over 2 hours to search for new fishing grounds. Upon arriving here, we immediately commenced our netting operations, scarcely pausing for a meal. "Please take a bite of the bread your mother prepared. After casting a couple more nets, we shall return home, and by then, the sun will have set." The two other boats have also approached, ready to share a meal and take a brief respite. "Brother, grab the hook and secure it." After Ajian's words, Zhao Dong seized the hook and caught hold of their boat's edge, drawing it closer, allowing the two vessels to rest side by side. Ajian then took the hook to pull in Zhao Dage's boat. "Father, will the ribbon fish still be here when we return to work tomorrow?" Zhao Dage inquired, turning to look at Zhao Fu. However, it was Zhao Dong who responded. "Rest assured, elder brother, it is currently the ribbon fish season, and they are still roaming. They cannot swim far, especially since the shrimp are also active in this area, and the ribbon fish follow their food source. There are plenty of ribbon fish. They one tea have vanished." Dongzi's assertion held merit. This area is rich in reefs and marine life, suggesting that we still have a few days of good fishing ahead. Zhao Fu concurred with Zhao Dong's assessment, lamenting that the abundance of ribbon fish today left no time to explore the island, which likely harbors a wealth of seafood. Zhao Dong felt a pang of regret for not visiting the island. His curiosity piqued. Zhao Dage and the others were also pleased. If such bountiful yields continued, this little wooden boat could not only sustain itself, but also generate profit. "Is there still space on your boat? I still need to cast a couple more nets." After Zhao Dong spoke, he targeted a spot where the seabirds congregated most densely, their reflections shimmering on the water's surface, and cast his hand net once more. "Thank goodness for a bite to eat. Otherwise, I would have been completely drained." "East, we can also cast a net over there first," Ajian suggested as he maneuvered the oars. De Gang replied, having not paddled far before casting his own net. "That stretch of water is blinding. Let us cast one net there. And once we finish, we can head back. I see your boat has little room left. Can you still cast 2 nets? Zhao Dage observed the overflowing ribbon fish on their boat, looking exasperatedly at his younger brother. "Mother's buckets and sacks can hold it all. The final 2 nets will fit in the cabin without causing any inconvenience." Zhao Dage pondered this possibility. While they conversed, Zhao Dong cast his second net, prompting Zhao Dage and the others to hasten and cast their nets as well. All 3 boats were soon brimming with fish, marking a splendid start to their venture. As they returned, Zhao Dong rowed while Zhao Fu packed the fish into the cabin's buckets. The journey to the fishing grounds took over 2 hours with an empty boat. Returning with a hold full of fish, one person could not manage alone, so they took turns rowing, and it took at least 3 hours to reach the dock. Darkness was rapidly descending. The women from several households waited anxiously at the dock. It was the first day at sea, and their delayed return had left them worried. Chapter 13. The profits of a fishing vessel on the way back. Zhao Ergu remarked with joy upon seeing the ribbon fish. "How wonderful it is to have our own little boat. We do not need to haul cargo at the dock or labor daily. Casting a few nets yields far greater rewards than working at the dock." De Gang nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, the sea is teeming with resources, and we can all swim. We just need to be cautious of the lines while casting our nets. Our small boat can handle these nearby waters without issue. The boat has been docked for several months, and with its seemingly endless vigor, our lives are finally filled with hope. Brother Zhao gazes at the full load of ribbonfish and remarks, "Brother, from now on, I shall cling to you like a leech. Whatever you do, I shall follow. It was you who inspired me to even consider owning a boat, and I owe my potential earnings to your influence. My future fortunes depend on you." Jian, with a hint of flattery, interjects, "But don't follow me in everything. That sounds rather unsettling. When it comes to serious matters, if you wish to follow, then so be it. I cannot hinder you. But you have children now, and I cannot find a wealthy woman for myself. I must save up for my own future." With a chuckle, Jian adds, "The money I earn is certainly mine to keep. Do you still entertain thoughts of marrying a rich woman?" One quips, "After being sunburned at sea, who would want to marry a wealthy lady? In the end, it would just be a case of unremarkable looks and mediocre abilities." They laugh heartily. "All right, paddle on. Your family must be anxious," Zhao's father interjects, breaking the children's banter. "Father, it's exhausting to row when there's so much catch. How much does a steel boat cost?" Zhao Dong inquires, prompting the others to look at him. "What do you all stare at me for? Am I not pleasing to the eye? I have dreams, you know. I shall work hard to earn enough to buy a steel boat. Brother, my dream too is to acquire a steel boat, so I need not row anymore. I will follow my brother's ambition and not fall behind. Dreams are meant to be kept close to the heart. No need to vocalize them. If you spend every last penny to buy a small wooden boat, what will others think? They might mock you for dreaming of a steel boat before even earning money. Don't you wish to buy a steel boat? Wanting is fine, but let us keep it to ourselves." Ah, how contradictory men can be. Zhao Dong muses, feeling bemused. On board, there are merely a few of them. What is there that cannot be spoken? In this era, people's expressions of emotion are rather restrained. As the boats return from the sea and dock at the pier, Zhao's mother and others waiting on the shore breathe a sigh of relief upon seeing the returning vessel. One boat is left with a lookout while the others head to Fatty's for baskets. The women at home chime in. "Why are you back so late on your first day at sea? We were so worried. My goodness, look at all this ribbonfish. Did you encounter a school of them?" Zhao's mother's chatter is interrupted by the sight of the overflowing catch. "Let me see. Oh dear, I can't climb up. Give me a hand. Grandma, I want to see too." The children's voices attract those who have finished selling fish, including Fatty, who brings a basket along. "Where did you encounter such a bountiful catch? You have been quite lucky lately. These 3 small boats have struck gold today, thanks to the blessings of Mazu. Aren't newcomers typically fortunate? Besides, except for my father, we are all newcomers. Just imagine how lucky we must be." Zhao Dong and Fatty exchange banter, not allowing for any further responses. Enough chatter. Let's get to work and unload everything. Fatty, with his round figure, struggles to squat and pick up the fish, waddling about like a ball. The Zhao family has struck it rich this time. It has been ages since they last saw such a haul of ribbonfish. Among the old shrimp and small crabs, there lies potential for great profit, as the villagers spoke with Zhao's father while lending a helping hand. Today marked the maiden voyage of the new boat, and the children, being novices, were fortunate in their endeavors. Zhao's father echoed Zhao Dong's sentiments, remarking that first-time fishermen often had promising fortunes. Indeed, this notion of beginners having good luck by the sea was one Zhao's father could readily accept. Zhao Dong, addressing the still excited Zhao mother and Qin Xiu, remarked that the small fish, shrimp, and crabs were of little value and should be returned, while the prawns, larger fish, and crabs should be sold. "All right, Xiu, you head back and prepare the basket. My sister-in-law and I will pack the barrels here, and we'll return with your father and the others. The cart is conveniently nearby." In truth, Zhao mother's reluctance to leave stemmed from her desire to partake in the lively atmosphere. Her spirits were still high. Qin Xiu glanced at Zhao Dong, noting his indifference, and said, "Then I shall return, dear. Do keep an eye on the children. The excitement cannot be summoned back." After reiterating her instructions to Zhao Dong, she turned to head home. As they prepared to leave, Suohua and Grandma Li felt reassured upon seeing people return. Their help was no longer needed for gathering goods. The winter catch of shrimp, known as shrimp skins, consisted of complete shrimp with thin shells and little meat. Fishermen typically dried these to enhance soups and noodles. Conversely, the spring catch yielded larger, meatier shrimp that could be dried and processed into shrimp paste or shrimp oil, both excellent for seasoning or pickling vegetables. Zhao Dong, with a cigarette perched at the corner of his mouth, glanced at his son, then at his wife retreating into the distance, before shifting his gaze to the fish aboard the boat. "Fatty, hand me 2 dimes, he requested. "What do you need money for? Aren't you busy moving fish? Where are you headed?" Fatty assumed Zhao Dong had an errand to run. "Let the Hai take the children to buy something to eat, while keeping an eye on them." Zhao Dong gestured towards his son and Fatty, who were energetically playing nearby. Fatty agreed, passing Zhao Dong 2 dimes. "The Hai, come here," Zhao Dong called out, as the sandy children scampered over. "Look at how dirty you are. When we return, we'll have bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat," he added, playfully rubbing against a Hai to further soil him. "Uncle, did you summon us merely to frighten us?" Zhao Dong mused, finding the Hai to be quite shrewd, unlike his father. Zhao Dong, still occupied with the fish, instructed, "Take your brother to the shop to buy snacks, and keep a close watch on him." The Hai saluted with a mock military gesture, promising to fulfill the task, before leading the other children off in a flurry of chatter. The prices for prawns were 2 dimes per pound, crabs 3 dimes and 2 cents. Larger miscellaneous fish 2 cents per pound, and quality ribbon fish fetched 3 dimes and 3 cents. Zhao Dong nodded in approval, finding the prices trustworthy, especially since Fatty and his companions had grown up together, and the quoted prices exceeded those Zhao's father had mentioned. "Let us weigh everything. It's been a long day, and we must return for dinner," Zhao Dong stated. Fatty, exasperated, replied, "With all this catch, you're still thinking about dinner? We should be celebrating. Yet I can hardly eat. Whoever is hungry knows the urgency. Let us hurry. At the dock, seeing your ample figure makes me wish to have a taste." Each boat must be weighed separately, as Zhao Dong reminded the chubby fellow once more. "Understood. You are a reincarnation of a starving ghost. Once the poverty is over, we must begin weighing and accounting." Zhao Dong observed that while generosity is commendable, as they venture into the sea for fishing, clear ownership of the catch must be established. The fish belongs to whom it belongs. It cannot be muddled due to camaraderie, as this could lead to misunderstandings in the future, which would be undesirable. First, they weighed the catch from Zhao Dong's boat. The ribbon fish weighed 936.8 pounds, selling for 309. 14. The shrimp weighed 38.125 pounds, selling for 7.64. The crabs weighed 43.375 pounds, selling for 13.95, and the miscellaneous fish, caught in the gaps of the net, were dragged up along with the ribbon fish. Zhao Dong and the chubby fellow were surrounded by curious onlookers, eager to know how much they would sell for, watching intently as the chubby fellow repeatedly calculated the figures. Their boat sold a total of 346.32. The chubby fellow neatly wrote down the figures, tore off the sheet, and handed it to Zhao Dong, stating that they would keep accounts today, as it was too much to handle, and he would finalize everything tomorrow. Zhao Dong agreed to place the list with Xiao and suggested they come by tomorrow evening. "All right, all 3 boats together," he added. The chubby fellow, brimming with confidence, realized that these fine goods would generate connections. With a few more ventures, paths would open. "Brother, your side totals 310. 4. That's quite a sum." "The gang. Ajian, you both are at 304. 1. The boats are all quite similar," he said while handing over the lists. On the first day out to sea, they had already recouped the cost of 1 boat. "Had I known, I would have joined as well. It's all settled." The atmosphere was lighthearted, with the chubby fellow joking with Zhao Dong. "With such grand aspirations, you still fret over these petty sums? Our village is privileged, else how could you be so plump?" Mother gave the chubby fellow 20 cents to send a few of the children to the small shop. "I wondered why I hadn't seen the children." "Your uncle's earnings are also borrowed to improve things," Zhao's mother remarked as she produced the money. "I'll buy snacks for the children, no need to give." The chubby fellow insisted, "Today, I'm happy. I will cover the snacks. Look at the shrimp, the miscellaneous fish, the small crabs. Shall we prepare some to eat?" Zhao Dong asked, seeing that he wouldn't accept the money. "Let us set aside some. I'll dry them," the chubby fellow replied, not being polite with Zhao Dong. Observing the bounty collected, the atmosphere was jovial. Meanwhile, the boss at the collection point, Wang Kai, watched with envy and jealousy. It was too stimulating to see their smiling faces. He simply wished to add to their troubles. Chapter 14. The sister returns home, pushing the cart filled with the shrimp, crabs, and miscellaneous fish meant for himself. On the way home, he spotted children enjoying white rabbit milk candies and called them to join him. "Want a hug?" Upon seeing his father, the brother lost interest in the candy. Opening his arms, he refused to move, wanting to be embraced. Zhao Dong discussed with him that As he was pushing the cart, he couldn't free his hands. How about you walk alongside and hold on to my shirt? The atmosphere was lively as the child exuberantly conversed with his father, a wide smile revealing his tiny teeth. In the innocent mind of the young one, engaging with his father was a remarkable experience. As night fell, they postponed their intended feast until the following day. Zhao Dong took his son to bathe. While the dishes were already laid out on the table, awaiting their meal, the shrimp appeared quite substantial, and 2 boats could yield a considerable catch. His mother had instructed him to reserve some for her family, as mentioned by his second sister-in-law. A plate of steamed crabs was prepared for later, intended for his father and the others. Zhao's mother sincerely expressed that, though they had divided the household, the boats belonged to several sons. It was acceptable for her to take something back to her family, provided her daughter-in-law was discreet and did not come off as an unpleasant mother-in-law. While one family rejoiced, another lamented. Wang Kai had left to gamble, engaging in animated chatter with the group. Wang Kai, are you pulling our leg? The Zhao family is capable of catching that many fish? Someone remarked. I believe Wang Kai is just jealous and is exaggerating, another added. Did you ask where they caught them? We should go and catch some ourselves, suggested a newcomer, noting that it was normal for novice fishermen to encounter a bountiful catch. The villagers exchanged gossip, with Wang Kai fervently asserting the veracity of his claims. After sharing his stories, Wang Kai departed, leaving the others to continue their discussion, unaware that a young man had also quietly slipped away. As Zhao and his son enjoyed their meal of crabs and shrimp, they conversed while savoring the stir-fried vegetables. Brother, today we managed to split over 150, one said. After the division, we only need a few more to cover the boat purchase. It's no surprise there are so many workers at the dock. It truly is profitable. Zhao, with a broad grin, reflected his excitement. At that moment, Zhao's mother and several daughters-in-law entered, and Zhao Dong presented a list. Xiao, you will settle the account together tomorrow evening. Father's share is 1/3. So calculate how much to give mother. It should be 115. 44 for father, and you'll directly give 116 to mother. Xiao, please calculate and inform the others in the house. Everything was to be conducted as previously agreed, ensuring transparency to avoid future suspicions. This money is yours to manage as you see fit, without worrying about us. With the boats, it seems we all have a means of earning, Zhao Dong remarked, glancing at his 2 brothers. Both brothers and their wives nodded in agreement, having no intention of taking advantage of their elders. Zhao's sister-in-law had a tendency to seek benefits for her family, yet she was aware of her boundaries. Zhao's second sister-in-law's family was relatively well off and supportive of their small household, her ambitions remaining within acceptable limits. Ahua, do you think Dongzi distrusts anyone? Zhao's second sister-in-law whispered. It doesn't matter whom he trusts. We have no ulterior motives, came the reply. Indeed, we are gradually saving up, and life is better than before. If we earn this much daily, I might wake up joyfully in my sleep, mused another, contemplating a brighter future. Brother Zhao and his wife are rather carefree, completely oblivious to the situation, still reveling in today's earnings. Chen Xiao is equally joyful, having never imagined she would own her own boat, let alone earn over 200 in a single day. After a thrilling day at sea, the Zhao family, having exhausted their excitement, retired early to bed. In the dead of night, Zhao's father awoke to find the wind had picked up. He knocked on the doors of his sons, advising them not to venture out to sea, and also informed Jian and De Gang before returning to his slumber. Internally, he cursed his eldest son for his ill-fated words, believing the fish would remain plentiful, despite their inability to go out early in the morning. Zhao Dong was roused from his slumber by his mother's loud voice. Chen Xiao was likely in the kitchen preparing breakfast with several sisters-in-law, while his son sprawled beside him. As he lingered in bed, he heard what seemed to be his sister's voice outside. Straining to listen, he confirmed it was indeed her. She had returned. Mother-in-law insisted we come over last night, claiming they had caught numerous knife fish. Ziqiang was reluctant, but this morning she urged us to come, she lamented. Honestly, this is too early. Look at how tired the child is. I must quickly take him inside to sleep a bit longer. Zhao's mother understood her in-law's disposition. She did not wish to burden her son-in-law or daughter, but her heart ached for the child. Zhao Peng Zhaohua and Zhao Dong emerged to greet their elder sister and brother-in-law. The brother-in-law worked at a factory in the neighboring town and needed to hurry back. Zhao Hong had made a good match. Her brother-in-law's family was well off, with all the brothers employed at the factory. The elder brother, Hu Laoda, held the position of a workshop foreman, and their family circumstances were rather favorable. Zhao Hong's sisters-in-law either had jobs of their own or were connected to the town, enjoying slightly better conditions than Zhao Hong, whose mother, observing the children, recognized that her eldest son's family was struggling and felt a sense of urgency. Whenever there was an opportunity to benefit, they would encourage the couple to seize it or assist them in doing so. As a result, both the couple and whose mother gained notoriety among the relatives. This prompted the elder brother-in-law and sister to express their gratitude. Thank you for your assistance. Why didn't you go out to sea today? Did you not just purchase a wooden boat? The elder brother-in-law remarked, greeting his younger brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, how do you know so much? You only just bought the boat. Zhao Dong was astonished that the news had spread to the neighboring town. The family assumed that the elder brother-in-law was aware they had returned after selling silver pomfret fish. Our neighbor, the second child, do you remember him? The one who used to have a runny nose? Yes, I know him. He came to visit. Mentioning that a buyer named Wang Kai claimed you were making quite a sum, with several hundred baskets of fish bringing in 2,000 to 3,000. In truth, Wang Kai had exaggerated slightly, and the second child had inflated the story even further. Damn it, that scoundrel Wang Kai. He is up to no good. The Zhao brothers were infuriated, cursing the man. Enough. Even if you find him, you cannot admit it. Our recent fortune has brought us good earnings. So let us remain discreet and keep it to ourselves. We must be cautious moving forward, Zhao's father added, his frustration evident. However, they could not confront him now, for it would only serve to make their family the talk of the village. With time, as new gossip emerged, this matter would eventually fade from discussion. Self-reliance. These dried anchovies, shrimp, and assorted fish are all taken home for a meal. Once we have a boat, we can catch more and store them well on the bicycle. All right, mother, I shall return to work now. Ahong will stay at home for the time being. In a couple of days, I will come to fetch her. Zhao's mother was immensely satisfied with this son-in-law. He was diligent and of good character. Wow, Aguang, are you son Wukong? Ahai exclaimed, startled by the sudden appearance of Aguang and his aunt. Aguang's arrival was a delightful surprise for the children. Aguang, equally elated, circled around Ahai with his sister. Brother, when did you come back? She curiously inquired. Aguang, Yizi, come here quickly. I have something good for you. Ahai called out, leading several siblings swiftly into the house. Now, Hua Hua has a companion to play with, Yizi, Zhao's mother remarked to her sister-in-law. Observing the children dashing inside, Hua Hua, the little daughter of Zhao's sister-in-law, had always been cared for by her, as she was still too young to run around efficiently. Zhao Dong looked out the window, and Zhao's mother followed his gaze, noticing that each child was savoring a piece of candy. Eating candy so early in the morning. What about your teeth? Where did this candy come from? Zhao's mother inquired. Uncle San gave us money to buy it. We only eat one piece a day. This is what was left. Now it's gone, so we gave Aguang and his sister some, Ahai explained, demonstrating his brotherly demeanor. Ahai had saved one piece for today after Zhao Dong had given him the money, thus avoiding a beating this morning. Dongzi, go buy some pork. We can't go out to sea today. Let us have a lively gathering since my daughter has come, Zhao's mother said cheerfully. She then went inside to give Zhao Dong 10 yuan, adding it to the little money she had previously given him. Mother, there's no need for you to give me money. I have some here too. Yours is yours. Let us not mix them up. Hurry and take it. My daughter is bringing her children, and I want to prepare something delicious. We missed our gathering yesterday, so let us make up for it today. Brother, I heard our eldest sister has returned, right? A Jian asked, peering over the wall. You have sharp ears indeed. Yes, she is back. I'm going to buy some meat. Let us gather tonight. Tell your grandmother to come early. Are you going to the town? Take me with you. I can help carry things. Zhao Dong considered it and agreed. All right, then get ready. We will leave right away. Chapter 15. A grand feast. Chen Xiu handed Zhao Dong 20 yuan, instructing him to buy any household necessities he found lacking while in town. All right, I will keep an eye on the purchases, he replied, heading off to find a Jian. Meanwhile, Li Nai was also giving a Jian 10 yuan, advising him to buy some tasty treats since his sister had returned, and not to let Zhao Dong bear all the expenses. Understood, a Jian replied, slinging a bag over his shoulder and rushing outside. Halfway, he encountered De Gang, who was headed to his house. Where are you two going? I'm going to the town supply store with my brother to buy some meat for our dinner gathering tonight. Then I'll join you. I was going to your house to ask something. He dashed back to find Chui Hua to ask for some money. Oh, if only we had a bicycle to make the trip to town easier. One must strive to earn money, for with wealth, one can acquire anything. A Jian gazed enviously at others riding bicycles, uncertain whether the following day would allow for a fishing expedition and whether the fish would still be present. Meanwhile, De Gang was preoccupied with the money that had yet to find its way into his pocket, fearing it might slip away. Upon our return, let us go beachcombing. The earlier we depart, the sooner we may return. Eager to engage in this endeavor, the trio hurried to the supply and marketing cooperative in town. Brother, come quickly. Over here, there are pig trotters, pig stomachs, and pork. Let us purchase some. The sales clerk regarded Ajien with skepticism, judging him by his tattered clothing, questioning whether he truly intended to buy such a quantity, suspecting he might simply be jesting. The entire cooperative appeared drab and colorless, mirroring Ajien's modest attire, prompting the clerk to look down upon him. Things are rather expensive now. Are you certain you wish to buy all of this? Don't put on a facade of wealth if you have none. In this era, sales clerks were notably haughty. A mere frown could lead to a physical altercation. Hence the cooperative had posted a notice prohibiting violence. Indeed, we shall take everything. How much does it come to? The clerk began to calculate. Pig trotters are 0. For yuan per gene, totaling 2. 3 gene, pig stomach is 0. 7 yuan per gene, totaling 0. 9 gene. And for the pork, what would you like? The fatty or the lean? Ajien eagerly interjected, both the fatty and the lean, at 0. 98 yuan per gene, totaling 5 gene. The total comes to 6. 45 yuan. The clerk, with a sharp snap, presented a receipt. Ajien hastily accepted it and proceeded to pay, while Zhao Dong, observing, felt no need to interfere and wandered off. Noticing the novelty of soda and instant noodles on sale, he inquired, how much for the soda and noodles? 5 mao for 2 bottles. You must return the bottles after consumption, otherwise they are 3 mao each. Instant noodles are 3 mao per bag. Do you wish to purchase? If not, cease your inquiries. I shall buy 10 bottles of soda and 10 bags of instant noodles. The clerk, taken aback, had not anticipated Zhao Dong's genuine intent to purchase, as such items had not sold well due to their perceived high prices. Surrounding customers observed Zhao Dong, astonished that someone dressed so modestly could afford such purchases. Are you sure you want to return the bottles? That will be a total of 6 yuan. Go ahead and pay. Brother, what did you buy? Ajien asked as he prepared to settle the bill. Wait here. Zhao Dong instructed Ajien before heading to the cashier. Upon his return, Ajien took the sodas and noodles, glancing back at Zhao Dong, who was engrossed in his examination. Don't stare. Go on, try it. Can I really eat this? You can sample some from Ahai. He will share with you. Of course, Ahai and I are close, Ajien replied with a confident grin. What about De Gang? Where has he gone? Zhao Dong scanned the surroundings and, not spotting him, looked at the entrance. There he is, brother, right at the door. Ajien called out from a distance, De Gang. Can I say I don't know him? He lifted his purchases for De Gang to see. I bought a chicken and some apples. These are quite pricey. De Gang remarked. That would be around 10 yuan, Zhao Dong calculated, noting the chicken weighed about 4 jin, costing 7 to 8 yuan, and the apples, approximately 5 jin, costing around 2 yuan. You guessed correctly, exactly 10 yuan. I am indeed a fortune teller, Zhao Dong quipped, earning himself a pair of disapproving glares from the two. I have spent nearly all my money. I do not wish to return home with anything left. De Gang, you keep an eye on our belongings at the entrance. They are too heavy to carry. We should wander around a bit more. It is nearly sufficient, yet we must return early to fish. It is inconvenient to carry everything back. De Gang has already cautioned the two of us not to spend too much. Brother, I shall go buy some sweets for Ahai and the others. Go ahead, but do not purchase too many. It may harm your teeth. Understood. I shall buy quickly and then meet at the entrance to see where the sweets are. I must hurry over. Zhao Dong, meanwhile, decided to look around, purchasing an old duck, some lamb, and biscuits, spending another 10 yuan as he made his way to the entrance, where he saw Ajien had also finished shopping. The three of them headed back together and, fortunate enough, encountered a tractor from the neighboring village en route, each paying a penny for a ride. Ajien had no money, so it was Zhao Dong who covered the fare. Ajien thought to himself that he should have saved at least a penny. They arrived at the village much earlier than anticipated, where the children were already playing at home, eagerly awaiting the return of the trio from the town, hoping they had brought some treats. Granny Lee sat in the courtyard, watching the children. Where are my parents? They have all gone fishing. Your elder brother and second brother have joined them, heading far to Crescent Bay, where they can help bring back supplies. Oh, they have all gone. Brother, shall we still go? De Gang did not return home, but went directly to Zhao Dong's, thinking of the children and their wives who were here. Uncle, what delicious food have you all bought? We have been good at home. You can ask if you do not believe me. Ahai was concerned his uncle might find an excuse not to share treats. Father, eat. The son cried out upon seeing the sweets Jian had placed on the table, speaking in a hurried manner. De Gang's nephew and Jian's nephew, along with his sister, gazed at the delectable treats with wide, starry eyes. Others had never tasted soda or instant noodles. They had only a little at home, which he and his sister shared. We will not go fishing anymore. De Gang, take some apples home for the children. Just leave them here. My wife and children spend more time here daily than at home. Let the children enjoy them together. De Gang had purchased a substantial number of apples, producing 7. One for each child. Go play, but do not wander too far. You can eat later. The children chimed in unison. Understood. Uncle, we will stay at the entrance. You are truly kind, Uncle. Thank you, Uncle De Gang. And they dashed off to devour the apples. Dongzi, what did you all buy? Zhao's mother inquired as they returned from fishing, noticing Zhao Dong and the others had also arrived home. After asking, she saw apples, pig trotters, chicken, and some unfamiliar food on the table. Before Zhao's mother could finish, they gathered around, curious about the unknown items. We shall taste them shortly. Is mother starting to cook? Yes, I am beginning now. The chicken will take a bit longer to stew. With that, Zhao's mother busied herself in the courtyard, while Chen Xiu placed the seafood they had gathered in salt water to purge the sand, having brought seawater back with the brothers who had accompanied them. Sui Hua went to slaughter the chickens, while Mother Zhao tidied up the trotters. The two sisters-in-law chopped vegetables and prepared small fish. Zhao Hong wished to lend a hand, but was called by Granny Li. Hong, your mother and the others are busy enough. They don't need your help. Come and chat with me while watching the children. Granny Li, you can look after the children. I'll tend to the stove and assist a bit. No need for you. My girl seldom returns home, and our family conditions are still modest. This time, your brother has earned some money, and you return to enjoy the comforts of life. There will be work waiting for you at home. Hong, just keep Granny Li company while watching the children. There are plenty of people. Your help isn't needed. Yes. When you're back at your parents' house, you won't have to work. Just stay and relax. They can manage. Sui Hua and the other sisters-in-law insisted she not work, and Zhao Hong felt tears welling up. No matter how well her in-laws fared, the contrast to her parental home was stark. With more elderly support there, she felt compelled to contribute more, as it was expected, and no one would remember her kindness. The evening feast was particularly sumptuous, featuring dishes like vinegar pig trotters, pig stomach chicken, and ginger duck. There were also preserved vegetables with pork belly, fried oysters, fried small fish, sautéed tofu with sauté, radish greens, pickled vegetables paired with 3 dishes, and stir-fried greens with lard. An array of fresh seafood, gathered from the sea, was stir-fried and made into soup, along with instant noodles prepared for all. Adults and children alike enjoyed the meal. With 5 bottles of soda opened for those who abstained from alcohol, the tables were pushed together, overflowing with dishes, and the children bounced around joyfully, exclaiming it felt like New Year's, excitedly circling the table. On the way to town, they passed by Fatty's procurement point, where they informed him to come for dinner later. Fatty, busy with his work, arrived with his son Yuga, carrying a large jar of homemade rice wine. The children eagerly pointed at this dish and that, and those sitting nearby offered pieces to one another. Basically, everyone was focused on their own children, while Chen Xiu took special care of Fatty's child, who was quite sensible, taking whatever was offered and eating earnestly. Malo, a bit mischievous, picked at the dishes he didn't want, insisting on meat instead, and found the soup too hot. He hadn't had enough instant noodles and wanted more soda, prompting Chen Xiu to prepare a stir-fry of bamboo shoots and meat. Eventually, he settled down and behaved during the meal. Those sitting with him were also quiet and ate whatever was served. It was a joyful gathering filled with happiness. Once the children were full and satisfied, having drunk their soda, they scurried off to play, allowing the adults to enjoy their meal in peace. For the first time, the children were enamored with soda. Their mothers kept a watchful eye to ensure they didn't drink too much, worried about nighttime accidents. The men continued eating, smoking, and drinking while chatting, reminiscing about how the younger generation had grown up under Zhao father and mother's care, sharing familiar bonds. Zhao father remarked on the calming winds outside, predicting they would be able to set sail the next day. I'll wake up early to check on the winds. If they are calm, I'll call you, said the eldest brother, still savoring the rice wine. The homemade rice wine was mild, and everyone was enjoying it freely, as Fatty had brought enough for all. The children played and laughed, while the adults shared jokes and laughter. This meal lasted until dusk, with each person taking some leftovers for a makeshift breakfast, all returning home with smiles. Meanwhile, Hu Ziqiang returned home with Mother Zhao, unloading the seafood they had caught. Mother Hu began sifting through the catch, exclaiming, "This time, the Zhao family has been generous, not holding back on their share." The Hu family had not yet departed for work, and upon noticing the commotion, they gathered to observe. Hu's mother produced a substantial bag of dried anchovies, alongside another large bag of semi-dried shrimp, which still required sun-drying, and a collection of assorted cleaned fish, forming quite a considerable pile. My mother-in-law suggested we consume these provisions at home first, and once they are depleted, we can fetch more. With the new boat, we shall not lack for fish, Hu's son remarked. That sounds splendid. It would be quite costly and lacking in freshness if we were to purchase them ourselves. You were not pleased yesterday when I asked you to go, but this trip has not been in vain, Hu's mother chided her eldest son. The rest of the family shared in the joy, as they had yet to divide the spoils, ensuring everyone would partake in the bounty. Hu's second sister-in-law rolled her eyes, unimpressed by the meager offerings, noting that her mother-in-law would not have expressed such enthusiasm had she presented her with similar goods. At that moment, Hu's eldest son emerged, ready to commence his workday. He approached the pile and sifted through it, exclaiming, "So many dried anchovies. Did your mother-in-law encounter a school of fish? These do not come by easily. Large vessels tend to avoid capturing fish at lower prices, while smaller boats struggle to catch them, and without a boat, one cannot hope to catch any. Ziqiang, please pack half of these dried anchovies for me to take along. Uncle Lu at the office mentioned them yesterday, lamenting that he hadn't had any for years. Father, please take them all. It's not right to give just one person a portion. The team leader and workshop director should have some as well." Hu's eldest son considered this and agreed, instructing Hu's mother to separate the portions before he carried them out, hanging them on the handlebars of his bicycle as he rode off to work. The men in the courtyard were fine, but the women exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with disdain, for after much anticipation of receiving goods, they witnessed them being taken away before they had a chance to enjoy. Upon arriving at the factory, Hu's eldest son first delivered a large bag to Director Lu in the office. "Lu Gu, this is a gift from Ziqiang, who returned from the fishing village this morning. Do have a taste." "Well, I must accept it. I've been craving this," Lu responded, grateful after working together for over 20 years without such formalities. "Old Hu, your team leader plans to retire during the new year," he added, prompting Hu's eldest son to return to the workshop to resume his duties. After contemplating Lu's words for a moment, he decided to deliver the remaining 2 bags, one of which contained fish meant for the retiring team leader, believing that he could also navigate this situation to his advantage. Chapter 16. Journey to the isolated island. The Zhao family was unaware that a bag of fish had exchanged for a piece of news. They were busy preparing the tools needed for their sea expedition. This morning, the eldest brother observed that the winds were calm, indicating a favorable opportunity to head out to sea, thus calling upon others to rise. Zhao's mother was reheating the leftover food from yesterday, while the men organized their nets. Buckets, sacks, fire tongs, hooks, and screwdrivers. The meal was now ready. After a quick bite, they pushed the cart towards the dock. Jian came by the Zhao residence to scavenge for food, but Zhao Dong did not permit him to take any leftovers. The cart, as usual, was placed in the plump man's yard, and all necessary items were loaded onto the boat. 3 small vessels gradually departed from the dock, venturing into the depths of the ocean. This journey to the isolated island would take approximately 2 hours, with the sun yet to rise, making it impossible to discern any fish. The morning air was still rather chilly, and they arrived just in time for the ebbing tide. Zhao Dong remarked, "Father, it's quite cold now, and with the tide receding, coupled with yesterday's strong winds, let us first explore the isolated island to see if there are any catches. We can cast our nets later when the sun rises and reflects off the water." Indeed, on a windy day, the sensations are less intense on the village side, while the waves at sea are considerably more robust. This solitary island is quite expansive. It would be worthwhile to explore. Even Zhao's father, an old fisherman, concurs, and the others hold no objections. 3 boats encircle the island, selecting a gentle slope where 2 islets are connected. They slowly row to the shore, bringing along their tools for gathering sea treasures, just in case they prove useful. "Brother, look at the rocks. They are teeming with shellfish," one observes. From a distance, it may induce vertigo in those with a fear of dense clusters, for the sheer quantity is overwhelming. Indeed, this is just one of the 3 islands. And without bringing any fish today, we could still make quite a profit, another adds. We might even match the daily catch of a motorboat. We should be able to sell for over $10, Zhao Dong remarks, as he picks up the largest oyster. On the rocks, the mussels, also known as sea rainbow, sea clam, young shell, cow's eye, oyster, and green mussel, abound alongside various types of snails and oysters. Those from inland areas often cannot distinguish between oysters and sea clams. And unscrupulous vendors sometimes pass off sea clams as oysters. In truth, there are differences. The flesh of the sea clam is a pale green, whereas oysters are whiter. Sea clam meat is coarse, while oyster meat is delicate, plump, and tends to be sweeter. These are merely observations, as they are all quite sizable, densely populated on the rocks. The solitude of the island is preferable, even in Moon Bay, where people have started visiting frequently. Just yesterday, I encountered villagers while gathering at sea, not to mention the dock area, where there are daily visitors. And the oysters and mussels on the rocks are often lamentably small. The group disperses to scout for larger finds before returning to dig slowly. I have wild abalone over here, quite substantial ones, one declares. There are also many Buddha's hands, which are notably large. Buddha's hand, also referred to as pen rack or barnacle, thrives in the crevices of rocks subjected to strong wave impact, occasionally even parasitizing fish. I discover a patch of cow's eyes, known by various names in different regions, such as ringed clam, iron clam, sea clam, and redmouth little one. They are distributed along coastal cities and are known for their delicious meat and rich nutrition. The clams of the green clam family are vibrantly colored and possess distinctive features. The rocks here are covered in seaweed. During high tide, I plan to return and collect some to dry for soup or noodles. As my stock at home is running low, the island occasionally echoes with the excited shouts of my companions. The spicy snails, also called spicy wave snails and indestructible fragrant snails, are reputed to withstand extreme temperatures. I've spotted various types, including hoof snails, green shrimp snails, sesame snails, and flower snails. Spicy snails grow beneath rocks and are plentiful in the crevices along the shore. However, they should not be consumed in excess as they may cause stomach issues. Coastal dwellers often gather a few for personal consumption. After circling the solitary island, each person takes their tools to excavate what they desire. Zhao Dong, still wandering with his bucket, discovers a dense cluster of Buddha's hands nestled in the rock crevices, which are also quite valuable. He retrieves a screwdriver, carefully reaching into the rocky crevices to excavate, supporting them from below. Piece by piece, he digs until the area is thoroughly cleared before standing up to continue his exploration. For the moment, he bypasses the less valuable shells and focuses on extracting the larger, more lucrative specimens. Zhao Dong had thoughtfully devised a plan. His elder sister was to stay at home for a while, leaving the child to manage on their own. The rest would ride the tide to gather shellfish, enough to sustain the family for an extended period. Approaching a jian, he observed various sizes of shellfish in the bucket. Don't dig indiscriminately. Select the larger, more valuable ones. The tide brings enough for our household, he advised. Why didn't I think of that before? If you notice someone else's smaller catch, transfer it to a sack, while keeping the larger ones separate for sale. With that, he resumed his search for valuable finds, leaving a jian to his own devices. The abundance of goods made everyone reluctant to leave their spots, as they were preoccupied with their digging. Overwhelmed by the sheer volume of their haul, Zhao Dong felt quite pleased. This time they had sacks and plenty of buckets. His mother had advised him to store them in the small room, as they took up little space, alleviating any concerns when it came time to use them. His mother's words had certainly proven prophetic. After filling a bucket, he set it down in an adjacent clearing and went for another bucket, taking a sack as well. Arriving early, they found the sea receding, exposing most of the rocks. Zhao Dong sought to inspect for any stranded fish, wandering intermittently until he spotted 2 rock crabs and a few small fish, but the bounty was modest. Turning towards the rocks, he strolled to the edge of the tidal flats, where the exposed sandy beach of this isolated isle was vast, with patches of mud flats scattered about. Cautiously traversing the mud flats was essential, lest he sink and become ensnared, while the sandy beach offered freedom of movement. On the mud flats, he discovered several mudskippers, 2 more fiddler crabs, and a plethora of clams and various types of snails, adhering to the usual practice of prioritizing the more valuable finds. Using his tongs, He placed the 2 fiddler crabs into his bucket and noticed movement nearby. Digging slightly, he was delighted to uncover a large blue crab, well camouflaged in the mud. Without the fiddler crabs revealing its presence, he might never have noticed it. Determined to catch more blue crabs, Zhao Dong meticulously scoured the mud flats, unearthing 6 more crabs before moving on, continuing his exploration until he reached the lowest point of the receding tide. Scanning the shallow waters, his eyes suddenly brightened at the sight of the rocks adorned with deep brown, yellow-brown, black-green, light gray, and silver-gray mollusks. He had stumbled upon a significant treasure. Kicking off his shoes, he stepped into the frigid water, shivering momentarily before acclimating and proceeding forward. Bending down, one hand grasped a rock for support while the other reached in to retrieve a substantial shell, surprisingly heavy. Holding it close, he examined it closely. The large shell weighed 7 to 8 pounds. Zhao Dong recognized it as a nearly square, silver-gray black butterfly shell, its surface embellished with scales, and he knew the likelihood of it yielding pearls was incredibly high. Moreover, the shell's edge was relatively thin, making the prismatic layers easily susceptible to damage. Gently, he placed it into his bucket and continued his search, this time retrieving a dark green shell, also quite heavy and irregularly rounded, which he handled with utmost care. Zhao Dong bent down once more to collect the remaining items, each distinct in hue. The last few retrieved were a deep brown, a yellow-brown, and a light gray, with one approaching a square shape and 2 irregularly round. Zhao Dong carefully placed each into the bucket. In total, he gathered 5, each weighing around 8 pounds, which filled the bucket to the brim. With great caution, he hoisted it up. "Wow, Brother Dong, what kind of shell is this? It's enormous. Nearly the size of my head," Adrian exclaimed, lifting one to compare. Indeed, it was quite similar in size, and the scene was undeniably comical. Upon hearing Adrian's remark, Zhao's father and the others approached, each picking one up. "This must weigh 10 pounds, right? At least 7 or 8, they mused. "Dad, what kind of shell is this? We've never seen anything like it here." The group was intrigued by the unfamiliar mollusk. "Dad, this must be the black butterfly shell." Zhao Dong recalled having encountered it during a previous voyage on a large ship. Yes, indeed, the black butterfly shell, also known as the mother of pearl. "What? Mother pig shell? Is it as expensive as pork?" Adrian interrupted, astonished. "How could it have such a name? That's rather strange. What are you thinking? It's called the mother of pearl, not mother pig. Pearl as in the gem," Zhao Dong chuckled, playfully nudging Adrian, who sheepishly scratched his head. "Quite the mix-up." Zhao's father continued. "This shell is quite rare in our area. I've heard that in some foreign waters, they are abundant. The flesh of this shell is particularly delicious. And I've also heard it can yield pearls. What was it called again?" "Ah, yes, the Ma's mother of pearl, also known as South Pearl, akin to black pearls. It's quite valuable and renowned. I remember hearing about it while on the ship during my time in the collective." After Zhao's father finished speaking, he fondled the black butterfly shells, utterly delighted. He never expected to encounter such a rare find. "Let's not sell them. We'll return and open them for pearls. Just one would make it worthwhile. As for the flesh, we can consume that. Such a rarity should not go to waste. We might never come across it again. And I would regret it deeply." Zhao's father faced no objections. He too was eager to sample them, and the others had no qualms either. With such a rare delicacy, who would hesitate? The others had similar findings: various mollusks, blue crabs, stone crabs, and large snails, all capable of fetching a few to $10. Noticing the tide rising and the sun shining, they decided to cast a few nets to see if there were any ribbon fish left. Zhao Dong carried the bucket to a nearby clearing, lifted the bucket set aside, and returned it to the boat, placing it in the small cabin. He took his father's catch and added it to the mix. The group shared a simple meal of the bread they had brought. Not particularly concerned with feasting at that moment, they had spent considerable time on the island searching for the black butterfly shell, which was a rare find. Otherwise, they could have prepared a soup and perhaps gathered some oysters from the rocks to add. Instead, they settled for a warm bite of bread. Afterward, the 3 boats each set off in different directions, rowing while observing the surface of the sea. "Dad, you steer the boat over there." Zhao Dong pointed toward a shimmering patch of water. "All right, that must be where the ribbon fish are," his father replied, noting that today there seemed to be fewer visible in the water with less reflection. Yes, indeed, quite a bit less. Father and son arrived at the shimmering sea, where Zhao Dong cast a net, and, upon retrieving it, felt a satisfactory weight of approximately 100 pounds. Half of it was less than expected. Zhao's father, having previously pulled in a catch himself, came over to inspect the haul. It was decent. This single catch could rival the earnings of a day's work on a typical fishing vessel. As they gazed across the water, Zhao Dong eagerly cast another net whenever he spotted a glimmer, but the yield was disappointing. After casting 3 nets, each catch dwindled in size. They needed to row further in search of the gleaming surface, which consumed considerable time, and they soon encountered a Jian and his crew. "Dong, have you caught much fish?" the gang shouted. "Our nets have yielded less with each cast today." "Same here," came the reply. "We rowed out far, yet still caught little. Let us cast 2 more nets, and then call for the others to head back. We shouldn't stay out too late," the gang suggested. "Agreed," Zhao Dong replied, taking over the oars from his father as they distanced themselves from the gang, steering toward his elder brother's crew. Along the way, Zhao's father cast 2 more nets, catching only a few fish, but he remained content. "Dongzi, how much did the gang catch?" his second brother inquired upon seeing them approach. "Not much on our end either," Zhao Dong responded. "How about you?" "Also not much. The fish have been elusive. Yesterday's strong winds and cooler temperatures drove them further away." Zhao Dong envied those who found schools of fish. The strong winds and cold air stirred the sea violently, mixing warm and cold waters and creating varying shades of murky water, which fishermen referred to as fish traps. As the 3 small boats concluded their day's work, they considered it a bountiful harvest. Chapter 17. The black butterfly shell opens pearls upon returning to the dock. Zhao Dong went to Fatty to retrieve a basket while his father tended the boat. "How was the catch today? Are these baskets sufficient?" "There were not as many fish as the day before, perhaps over 300 pounds, Zhao Dong replied. Other boats also reported fewer catches. "Yesterday's fierce winds seemed to have swept the fish away," Fatty added, eliciting a laugh from Zhao Dong. Today, Zhao's mother, accompanied by his elder sister-in-law Zuo, awaited their return at the dock. Once the boat arrived, they boarded to sort through the catch. The haul was more than half less than before, and Zhao's mother remarked to Zhao's father about the lack of fish. Zhao's father listened without needing to respond. With fewer fish and many hands, it took several trips to transfer everything, and they gathered outside to weigh the catch. Zhao's elder brother and the gang, upon spotting the purchasing agent Wang Kai, recalled the rumors he had spread and offered him no cordiality. A Jian even shot him a glare. Wang Kai, feeling the tension, dared not speak and quietly retreated to his office, avoiding the commotion. The weight of the fish totaled 378 pounds, with the price unchanged at 33 cents per pound, yielding a sale of 124.74. Upon weighing, they noted that the fish had indeed decreased by more than half compared to yesterday. "Did you not scour the sea?" Zhao's mother and Fatty asked in unison. "We ventured to the island today. The rocky outcrops were teeming with seafood, and they were sizable. You should have seen it," a Jian excitedly recounted, his voice low, as Zhao's mother and Fatty listened intently, their hearts yearning to scour the sea themselves. Additional crabs sold for over $6. The shrimp, priced at over 3 yuan, and the mixed fish, costing more than 6 yuan, were sold alongside 7 blue crabs, assorted items, all totaling over 20 yuan. Zhao Dong's boat achieved a commendable sale of 162.74 yuan, and all were quite satisfied. Subsequently, they weighed the catches of brother Zhao, which were comparable to the ribbon fish. Although Zhao Dong's sales were superior, they still managed to sell for 147.36 yuan. A Jian and his crew sold for 147.65 yuan, with the boat's earnings closely aligned. Remarkably, your small wooden boat outperformed the iron boats in profit, a stroke of good fortune indeed, as the iron boats, currently amidst a fish run, only fetch around 100 yuan. Fatty also mentioned the returns of the fishing vessels that day. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother expressed relief that they had listened to Dongzi and purchased a boat. Otherwise, how could they have garnered such earnings? Still laboring at the dock for a mere 2 or 3 yuan a day? Afterward, she and Zhao's father began to push the mixed fish and shrimp back home. Zhao Dong went to retrieve the bucket he had previously placed in Fatty's corner, intending to load it onto the cart for the journey back. "Are you coming over for dinner tonight?" his elder brother inquired, suggesting they buy some wine on the way home for a drink. "I must delay. I need to wait for all the boats to return before I can go." "All right, we can't rush with the small fish and shellfish. My mother wants to prepare them too, so it can't be too early." "Very well, I shall head over later. You all can start without me." Just as Zhao Dong was about to leave, Fatty called him back. "What about this shellfish? Aren't you selling it?" "No, my father said this is the black butterfly shell. Quite rare in our area and not commonly seen. We'll have it for dinner tonight. That must be quite valuable. Are you just going to eat it? I'll check if anyone wants to buy the opened shellfish. We can taste it, but if we can sell it, we shouldn't consume it all ourselves. That sounds reasonable. Please inquire. I'll head back first. Everyone by the seaside knows that shellfish can yield pearls, aside from the smaller, more common varieties. Zhao Dong, pushing back such large specimens, intended to open them for their pearls, an unspoken understanding among those living by the sea. Yesterday, Zhao's elder and second brothers had agreed to purchase some wine and pack some ready-to-eat food and side dishes from the small shop for a shared meal that evening. They had spent no money the previous day, and although they were brothers, they did not demand from each other, knowing that mutual support fosters lasting relationships. Additionally, having made some money, they felt a need to spend a little for peace of mind and comfort. Upon arriving home, Zhao Dong found his mother and several daughters-in-law sorting through the catch, while his father dug up some clams, planning for a meal that night. Upon seeing Zhao Dong return with 2 buckets of unfamiliar large shellfish, they gathered around him. Big sister-in-law, what kind of shellfish is this? It's enormous. Zhao's mother asked, why didn't Fatty take it? You brought it back? Before Zhao Dong could respond, his second sister-in-law chimed in. If he didn't take it, can we eat it? Only Chen Xiu dared to lift one, exclaiming how heavy it was. As the saying goes, a woman's voice is equivalent to the clamor of 500 ducks. The 5 women, each contributing their queries, left Zhao Dong with ringing ears, unsure of whom to address first. In contrast, Zhao's father and 2 brothers enjoyed a moment of leisure, seated in the living room, smoking and sipping hot tea, content to rest and prepare for dinner. Seeing his 2 brothers so relaxed, Zhao Dong could no longer tolerate the disparity and called them over to join him in opening the shellfish. As the 2 individuals rose to their feet and approached, Zhao's father, clutching his large tobacco pipe, joined them, embodying the eternal youthfulness of a man who remained a boy at heart, always intrigued by the allure of blind boxes. Zhao Dong handed one to Chen Xiu, encouraging her to indulge in the delight with her son. Zhao Da and Ergu also took one for themselves. Save one for me. I wish to partake as well, exclaimed a Jian, who, upon hearing the commotion from his home, hurriedly scaled the wall to join in the excitement. De Gang's wife was there too, eagerly sifting through the treasures. Zhao's mother beckoned everyone to come over and take a look. Seeing his father acquire one, Ahai implored, Father, let me open it. I have good luck. His grandfather always teased him about his supposed bad luck, claiming he could scare even the fish away. Zhao's father merely muttered a reminder he often repeated on their way back. Zhao De cast a resentful glance at his father, silently accusing him of misfortune, fearing that his son might indeed have better luck and be granted the chance to open it instead. Spirits of the earth and sky, manifest your presence. Dragon Mother, Ma Zhu, Jade Emperor, all deities, bestow your blessings upon me. I must unveil a pearl. Ahai fervently invoked the divine, placing great importance on the prospect of opening a large shell. He gripped the edges of the shell tightly, pulling with all his strength until, with a satisfying crack, it opened to reveal the luscious meat within. The shell exhibited a gradient of colors, transitioning from deep black to peacock green, its hues stunningly beautiful. The black-lipped oyster takes approximately 5 years to form a pearl, as sand and small stones infiltrate its shell, unable to be expelled. Over time, these foreign substances become a part of the oyster, akin to the formation of stones in the human body. The oyster, like a skilled painter, layers the pearl within, creating shapes that may be round, oval, button-like, or teardrop, with colors ranging from deep to light, all imbued with uncertainty. Ahai eagerly reached in to explore, exclaiming, I found it. Thank you, all you divine beings. He then bowed in reverence from every direction, and the others, equally thrilled, gathered around to witness the revelation. Zhao's father took the pearl for an initial examination. Its colors mirrored those of the shell, revealing both black and peacock green hues, beautifully iridescent. Zhao's father, witnessing this for the first time, was utterly mesmerized by its beauty, noting its perfect roundness and impressive size of approximately 10 millimeters. Zhao Dong, after inspecting it, passed it to Chen Xiu. Let us keep this as a family heirloom. It's far too rare. The town is small, and we might not find anyone who appreciates it, and selling it would be a loss. We cannot venture to the larger cities just yet. Chen Xiu accepted the pearl and turned to retreat into the house, preparing to safeguard it. You've done splendidly, my boy. This is a significant achievement, Zhao Dong said, patting Ahai on the head with a smile. Uncle, can I be rewarded with a bottle of soda and a pack of instant noodles? Certainly. But you must enjoy them alone, while your siblings share theirs, Zhao Dong replied. Oh yes. Uncle is magnificent. When will I receive my reward? After you open the shell, go find your grandmother to collect it. All right. Ahai eagerly responded. His spirits lifted as he went to check on the opened shell. Jian, impatient to unveil a pearl himself, urged, Let me go first. He rubbed Ahai's hand, hoping to share a bit of good fortune. I can open a pearl too. As he prepared to open it, a wave of anxiety washed over him. Zhao Hong, watching anxiously from the side, urged him to hurry. We are all waiting for you. Sister, let us each take a side and pull together. I'm too nervous to do it alone. Jian, your courage is not as feeble as I imagined. Although he fears the odor of his hands, he possesses a pearl as a safeguard, creating a rather relaxed atmosphere filled with playful banter aimed at him. Zhao Hong reached out, and with a firm tug from both, the shell opened. Having seen it once before, the allure of the shell remained captivating. Each took their share of the flesh, carefully examining it. Zhao Hong discovered an irregular pearl resembling a button, small yet charming, measuring approximately 5 to 6 millimeters, adorned with a dark surface and hints of coffee tones. Though its quality was inferior. Pearl, I have found one. Jian exclaimed excitedly, unveiling a teardrop-shaped pearl that was slightly larger than Zhao Hong's, measuring around 8 millimeters, exhibiting a striking blue-black hue and a commendable quality. Tomorrow, during the high tide, let us venture to the sea. Perhaps we might find more black butterfly shells. We still have 2 connected islands to explore. Jian's heart burned with fervor. He too longed for a pearl to serve as a treasured heirloom. Apart from Zhao Dong, who was already satisfied with his findings, the others felt the stirrings of desire. Although he had already obtained pearls and was not greedy, he remained open to the prospect of rare finds, especially considering the strong winds yesterday that could have brought forth something unique. His collection amounted to 5, indicating that the waters were still suitable for the growth of black butterfly shells, and luck might favor them yet. For the others, even if they found pearls, it would not attract undue attention to their homes. 3 shells were opened by Chen Xiu and her son, while the other 2 were opened by her mother and De Gang, all hoping to attract some good fortune for tomorrow's hunt for black butterfly shells. Zhao's mother's shell yielded no pearls, and Chen Xiu and her son found round pearls similar to Ahai's, while De Gang's was oval, measuring about 8 to 9 millimeters, with a commendable appearance. This excursion proved to be a profitable venture for Zhao Dong, leaving behind beautiful shells for the children to play with. Dong, the black butterfly shell meat is unknown to the hotels here. No one collects it. Only the old fishermen are aware of its rarity. It's not commonly seen here, so it's understandable that they don't buy it. We shall enjoy it ourselves. Indeed, such a rare delicacy shall be ours to savor, they replied. As the meal was served, the most common dish among fishermen was the boiled seafood, allowing them to relish the most authentic flavors of the ocean. The black butterfly shell meat was steamed, unable to be sold, but with their numbers, they could indulge. Additional dishes included mixed salads, cooked delicacies, spring onion stir-fried clams, spicy stir-fried razor clams, pan-fried small fish, and pork belly stir-fried with cabbage, creating an opulent spread. In the morning, Grandma Li came to collect a substantial amount of rice and flour, and Sui Hua took eggs and mixed grains. After several days of dining at Zhao's residence, it was likely that the rice barrel was nearly empty. The children clutched their portions of instant noodles and soda, enjoying the dishes prepared by their mother. Ahai, however, hid his soda and noodles, planning to savor them slowly later, for today was a feast. Mother, let us not return. Let us stay at Grandma's house, Guang urged. Enamored with the comforts of his maternal home, where playmates were plentiful and delicious food awaited daily. Do you not miss your father? Let him come too. Yezi expressed her longing for her father, yet she was equally drawn to the delightful dishes at her grandmother's house. Your father would be proud of you. After all, you are his thoughtful daughter. Ahai chimed in. Our home feels like a perpetual celebration now, enjoying a few days of fine dining. And now you're acting all high and mighty. Don't boast too much. It's just a festive time, Zhao Dong remarked, her habit of scolding children evident, causing Ahai to retreat in embarrassment. After finishing their meal, the children played in the yard while the woman tidied the table, and the men engaged in conversation while smoking. The stout man inquired with suspicion, Did you truly find pearls? Indeed, I did, along with the elder sister, Jian replied, his chin raised in pride. Zhao Peng chuckled, remarking that they were quite exquisite. Zhao Hua added, Dongzi mentioned that our town is too small to fetch a good price. The group animatedly recounted their experiences of the day's pearl discovery to the stout man. Only he was aware of the news that they were planning to go to the sea the next day, which sparked his interest. He decided to have his wife oversee the purchasing point while he accompanied them. Zhao Dong was indifferent, stating that if they found anything, it would be a stroke of luck, but it was uncertain whether they would find anything at all. Chapter 18. The islet's black butterfly shells once back indoors. Chen Xiu sat on the bed, gazing at the black pearls they had unearthed that day. These black pearls are truly beautiful, she remarked to Zhao Dong. They are lovely. You should keep them safe. When conditions permit, we can make a necklace or earrings, perhaps even a ring, he suggested. Didn't you say today that you wanted to turn them into a family heirloom? She teased. An heirloom must first be used by my wife. When you tire of them, then they can become a family treasure. You do have a conscience, she replied with a smile. I'm looking forward to going to the sea tomorrow. You should stay home with Granny Li to watch the children. My trip to the sea is not specifically to seek black butterfly shells. Our family has already found a considerable number of pearls today, and if anyone is fortunate enough, it wouldn't draw too much attention to us. That is fair enough. I would love to go to the sea as well since I've never been. We'll go together one day, just the two of us, without anyone else. I'll hold you to that. You must remember. I won't forget, don't worry. Get some rest. They'll arrive early tomorrow. The couple exchanged a few more words, while their child, having played all day, had already fallen asleep. It's still early. Let us celebrate the joy of discovering so many black pearls today, Zhao Dong suggested, reaching out to caress his wife. Aren't you tired from the day at sea? Even if I am, I must complete my tasks. Otherwise, my wife will claim I lack dedication. What nonsense. Who said you aren't dedicated? She moved closer to him. Startled, Chen Xiu grasped the fabric of Zhao Dong's shirt tightly, her face turning crimson. Zhao Dong found great delight in witnessing his wife's lively demeanor. Amid her gentle words, he promised to ensure her complete satisfaction. The morning arrived, and they prepared their tools for the sea. Many people were set to join them today, including Cui Hua, who brought her child to the Zhao family. Chen Xiu and Granny Li assisted in watching over the children. The islet, covered in moss, appeared steep, making it unsuitable for Granny Li, who was too old to go shell hunting. Zhao Dazhao brought Ahai along, believing he would be lucky. As black pearls had begun appearing the previous day, Zhao Hong also joined, and Zhao Mu prepared a substantial number of water buckets and sacks, fearing they would not have enough to carry their findings. They loaded up the cart and called for the stout man. As the group gathered their tools and boarded the boat, 3 small wooden boats slowly departed from the dock, with the stout man and Tsuhua aboard the gang's vessel, while Dazhao, Urseo, and Ahai occupied their own boat. Zhao Mu and Zhao Hong were with Zhao Dong in yet another boat. I set out early this morning to pay my respects to Mazu, hoping to find the elusive black butterfly shell that yields black pearls. Jian was filled with confidence, convinced that today he would indeed uncover a black pearl. He had resolved to follow his brother. Wherever he went, be it navigating the rocky shores, he would accompany him. Unbeknownst to Zhao Dong, Jian harbored these thoughts, nor did Jian realize that his brother had no intention of searching for black butterfly shells today. As they reached the isolated island, the tide was just beginning to recede, revealing only a few rocks. They chose to anchor on the gentle slope connecting the two islands, opting to disembark on the opposite side this time. Do you come here every day to cast your nets from such a distance? The stout man remarked, feeling his legs grow weak after 2 hours on the boat. Otherwise, how could we amass such a bounty? This area is remote, and small boats seldom venture here, while larger vessels avoid the proximity due to the rocky terrain, which allows us to reap the benefits, Zhao Dong replied, raising an eyebrow. Indeed. It's only right that you earn your keep, with your boat laden with fish. Rowing back will leave your arms weary, he added. We can take turns paddling, which gives us a chance to rest. As they conversed, they secured the boat to the rocks, gathering their respective tools and buckets to disperse and begin their work. Ahai, experiencing the ocean for the first time, felt somewhat queasy and sat sluggishly on the rocks. Zhao Dong noticed and reached into his pocket, producing a piece of candy that his son had left there the previous day, offering it to Ahai. Here, have a bit. It will help. Third uncle, you are the best to me. Ahai responded, touched, as he accepted the candy, unwrapped it, and cautiously licked it piece by piece. Children recover quickly, before long. He was savoring the sweet, his head bobbing in wonder at the world around him. Zhao had no expectations of a high providing assistance. She merely hoped he could help when it came time to open the black butterfly shells, having recognized them from his previous day's experience. Zhao Mu and Zhao Hong walked in the same direction. Zhao Dong, with a burlap sack in hand, began digging for clams. At this moment, the clams presented themselves in two hues, a dark purple tinged with black and a vibrant green. The wild clams were becoming increasingly rare in the market, with most being farmed and uniformly black. The green ones were sizable, each comparable to a duck egg, while the black-purple variety was slightly smaller, some resembling chicken eggs. Yet all were impressive in size. The clams grew in clusters, making them easy to excavate. With a single scoop of the shovel, several could be unearthed at once. Once the sack was filled, he brought over a bucket to dig for cowrie shells and sea clams, collecting whatever he could find, so long as it was not too small, as he had already lost interest in the diminutive ones. The larger specimens were gathered with abandon, pouring them into the sack without discrimination, intending to sort through them at home later. Zhao Dong, you're quite adept at filling that sack. Aren't you searching for black butterfly shells? The stout man, having found nothing in his own search, approached Zhao Dong with curiosity. I found 5 yesterday today. I'll leave them for you, brother. Isn't that generous? Indeed, that is quite generous. Where did you spot them yesterday? When the tide was fully out. I spotted them among the rocky crevices below. The water was truly cold at that depth. I shall wait a little longer, as the tide has only receded halfway. With that, he lit a cigarette and sat on a rock, casually offering one to Zhao Dong. The seafood here is quite substantial. Such treasures are not found near my home. It would be a shame not to collect some for ourselves. I'm exhausted. Why don't you exert yourself a little more? Just sitting there, you could pry enough from around here to fill a bucket. Dongzi, you always have a knack for finding solutions. I will fetch a bucket and some tools. The stout fellow rose and ambled away, his steps unsteady. Zhao's mother, along with Cui Hua and the others, began to pry various shellfish clinging to the rocks. With so many hands, they filled a sack within half an hour. Zhao Dong observed as they pried. He had already gathered 3 sacks. The tide had receded significantly, and he intended to roam the small island. Stretching his back, he carefully navigated the rocks with a bucket in hand. Brother, where are you going? A Jian had been following closely behind Zhao Dong, assisting with the gathering. While Zhao Dong filled 3 bags, a Jian managed 2, spending the time not occupied with gathering to daydream and gaze around. With only 2 members in his household, they needed just enough to eat. Any surplus would be dried for personal use, with the remainder taken to Zhao Dong's family. Just having a look over there by the rocks, Zhao Dong replied casually, pointing in a direction. Hearing his voice, Zhao Hong glanced up as well. All right, I understand. A Jian responded before heading in the opposite direction to Zhao Dong, intending to make a detour. The island was circular. Walking left would lead to the same point as walking right. A Jian wished to follow without being bothersome, devising this clever plan. Zhao Hong looked between Zhao Dong and a Jian. Her curiosity piqued. She too wanted to explore. She moved in a straight line, with all 3 aiming for the rocky area. As Zhao Dong walked, he captured a large blue crab, followed by several stone crabs. He also found 3 black octopuses, 2 white ones, and 3 sizable eels. His haul was quite impressive. Brother, come here and take a look. Is this a black butterfly shell? Upon hearing a Jian's call, Zhao Dong approached, holding a pair of tongs and the bucket. You must have been favored by the sea goddess. You truly found one. Let me go retrieve it, he said, slipping off his sandals and stepping into the water. The cold was shocking, sending shivers through him. A Jian had discovered the shell wedged tightly between 2 rocks, likely pushed there by the waves, making it impossible for it to escape. It's really stuck, Zhao Dong said as he steadied a Jian from above, grasping the black butterfly shell with all his might. After much effort, they finally pried it free. Chapter 19. The hunt for black butterfly shells. The black butterfly shell a Jian had found was impressive, weighing about 10 pounds by estimation. At that moment, a Jian felt a surge of warmth and no longer noticed the chill. Zhao Dong urged him, go start a fire, roast it, and keep warm. Don't catch a cold. The tide isn't as far out as it was yesterday. A Jian's trousers were damp up to his thighs. All right, brother. Do you think I could have found a black pearl? Indeed. That one looks considerably larger than the 5 from yesterday. A Jian felt elated upon hearing this, clutching the black butterfly shell as he ran towards the boat. While tending to the fire, Zhao Dong decided it was time to prepare a meal using the ingredients gathered yesterday, as the hour was growing late. They had noodles, The pot had been borrowed earlier that morning by the stout fellow, while his mother and Sawa had only prepared flatbreads. Sister, could you fetch the scoop net? Ah, certainly. With that, she dashed towards the boat. Here is the scoop net for you. Is this a sea base? Zhao Dong, having been married for nearly a decade and raised by the sea, certainly recognized a sea base. Indeed, with these pools of water, the fish have been stranded here due to low tide. The elder sister went to retrieve 2 buckets. Very well, Zhao Dong said, and proceeded towards the boat. In a short while, she was instructed by Zhao Dong to run back and forth twice, her good-natured temperament proving advantageous. The sea base, sizable and devoid of any muddy taste, is also known as the flower base, or other local names, and is a gregarious species residing near the coast. Zhao Dong caught one with the scoop net, estimating its weight to be around 3 to 4 pounds. He subsequently caught several more, all weighing similarly, and soon filled the bucket with 8 or 9 fish. Instead of buckets, Zhao Dong brought a sack, which he accepted, thinking it prudent to use the sack in case they ran out of space and required her to make another trip. Third uncle, come and eat. Ahai called from the rocks. I'll be there shortly. You all start without me. Zhao Dong, still engrossed in fishing, contemplated finishing his task before joining them for a meal, intending to explore another island afterward. Ahai approached him and inquired about the fish. Sea base, are they delicious? Save one for dinner. You must try it tonight. Third uncle, why are you so generous? Is it wrong to share food? Of course not. We've always had the best relationship. Do not slander me. Zhao Dong playfully teased his nephew, finding amusement in the boy's company. While you fish, I'll scout around nearby, said Ahai. Go ahead, but be careful. Call me if you need anything. Understood, sir, he replied, saluting with a semblance of military decorum. Having finished fishing, Zhao Dong noted that the sack was already half full, with a bucket still remaining. Currently, the sea base fetched about 15 to 20 cents each, making this outing quite worthwhile. Third uncle, come help me. Hearing Ahai's voice, Zhao Dong hurried over, concerned something might be wrong. What happened? Are you all right? I'm fine. Look, I found a black butterfly clam in the water. Please help me retrieve it, said the obedient boy standing by the edge. Zhao Dong felt relieved and indeed spotted a black butterfly clam beneath the rocks. He removed his shoes and stepped into the cool sea, bending down to grasp it with ease, a task he was accustomed to, and handed it to Ahai. Here you go. I'll fetch the fish so we can return for noodles. Third uncle, have you finished catching the fish? Yes, they're all caught. With that, he slung the sack over his shoulder and carried the bucket in hand, which was indeed quite heavy. Zhao's father, having just finished eating, noticed his elder son and grandson approaching and stood up to greet them. Grandfather, look what I found. Ahai, how impressive. It seems today was not in vain. What fish did you catch? Zhao's father asked as he took the sack from Zhao Dong. Sea base, caught from that pool over there. Dongzi, you should go eat first. I'll take the fish to the boat. Grandfather, third uncle said to save one sea base for me to taste. I've never had it before, and neither have my younger siblings. Leave a large one behind, and head back to share with Ahai so that everyone can savor the flavor of this fish. Grandfather, please hurry and return. I await your opening of the giant clam. Very well, grandfather will deliver it and return promptly. When Ahai wishes to open the clam, everyone will be present, and such an occasion will bring great joy. The thought of failure does not even cross Ahai's mind. He has never entertained such a possibility. This is why Jian and Ahai share a close bond. He is yet to open his clam, waiting for Zhao Dong and the others to arrive. The water is boiling, alongside freshly dug oysters, a handful of seaweed, and a crab, all rinsed in fresh water and cooked together with the noodles, resulting in a delightful seafood noodle dish. Zhao Dong, enjoying a steaming bowl of soup and noodles, finds the flavor exquisitely fresh just as Zhao's father returns with the fish. The others have just finished their meal and are now resting. With everyone gathered, we are about to open the giant clam. Ahai, you may go first. Very well. I shall open it now. With a firm grip, he completes the task, leaving everyone momentarily stunned, as they were anticipating a demonstration from Ahai, which has now been bypassed. Ahai carefully feels the clam meat, and immediately his fingers brush against a pearl. Mother, I have found a black pearl. He holds it in his open palm, revealing a round, dark violet pearl, quite beautiful indeed. Now, let us rub our hands together. May fortune be bestowed upon me. Jian follows the same procedure as yesterday, rubbing his hands before forcefully prying open his clam, examining the meat meticulously. After a thorough search, he discovers no pearl, And as he nears the end of his search, disappointment clouds his face, and the others ponder how to console him. Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. I thought there was none. Jian experiences a roller coaster of emotions, unable to restrain his exuberance. This black pearl, too, is round and of a deep blue hue, appearing of slightly higher quality than Ahai's. Now I too possess a treasured heirloom. No, I must continue my search. I refuse to believe that my luck could be worse than that of this young lad. The stout fellow exclaims, eagerly grabbing his tools and departing. I too shall venture forth. The tide has receded entirely. Let us all search. They soon discover 2 more exquisite black pearls, rejuvenating the spirits of those who had yet to find any. Even the typically lethargic stout fellow is now in motion. Zhao Dong is also active, heading to the solitary island he has yet to explore. Upon arrival, he encounters a slippery grouper. As he probes the crevices with his tongs, the fish swims away from his grasp. He pushes left, and the fish darts right, and after much effort, he still fails to catch it. He then shifts a rock to one side, restricting the grouper's movement. With the tongs poised, he swiftly captures the fish, placing it in the bucket. He identifies it as a tiger grouper, a fortunate find indeed. This fish is quite valuable, weighing around 3 pounds, which could fetch $3 or $4. Enough to cover several days of labor for his wife and their net making. The bucket remains empty, allowing this tiger grouper to enjoy solitary confinement, while Zhao Dong diligently gathers water from a small puddle to keep the fish alive. Meanwhile, numerous shellfish and various unharvested snails abound in the vicinity. They are numerous, and the island is vast. It is impossible for them to excavate everything and carry it away. Zhao Dong contemplated that today as harvest was satisfactory. He decided to collect more of these treasures to dry, as they are both delicious and easy to store. He returned to fetch a burlap sack and brought back an empty bucket to dig for cow eyes, oysters, wild clams, and various snails. After digging for half an hour, he filled a burlap sack and a bucket to the brim. He first placed the bucket in an empty area before returning for the burlap sack, intending to gather everything together before loading it onto the boat. His elder brother and second brother had also discovered a sizable black butterfly shell, but they had yet to open it. They mentioned they would do so over here, but fearing that the black pearls might fall off during their return, he decided to wait. You should place it on the boat, not on yourselves. Only the 4 of you should board the boat. Find a secure spot for it. He advised, I will go ahead and place it. I am concerned that excessive movement might dislodge the pearls. Look at your lack of ambition, Zhao Dong thought, choosing not to move and waiting for them instead. His elder sister was the first to return, her bucket filled with fish, blue crabs, and shrimp. Following her were his second brother and his wife, who carried a bucket of seafood and held the black butterfly shell in their hands. Dongzi, when you open the large shell, do not leave, she instructed. I have no intention of going anywhere. I will just rest here. The stout fellow, unsure where he had left his harvesting tools, approached empty-handed, cradling a black butterfly shell, seemingly solely focused on it without a thought for anything else. Much to the delight of his slothful nature, Dagon and his wife also approached with a black butterfly shell, their faces beaming with joy. Zhao's father, mother, and Zhao Hong had been instructed on the boat journey to avoid dangerous, steep rocks, as safety was paramount. Thus, the lack of black butterfly shells was anticipated. All their findings were placed in the open space. This trio of isolated islands had the seawater recede to its most perilous edge, where they meticulously searched inch by inch, making it challenging to leave any black butterfly shells overlooked. Chapter 20. A boat full of harvest. Dagon's household revealed a teardrop-shaped black pearl, approximately 8 to 9 millimeters in size, shimmering with a dark brown hue. The second brother's household unveiled an oval-shaped black pearl, radiating a black peacock green, measuring around 9 millimeters. The stout fellow's find was a round black pearl, glimmering with a dark blue color, roughly 10 millimeters in size. Let us first transport the seafood onto the boat. The tide is beginning to rise, Zhao Dong declared, starting to tidy up the burlap sacks and buckets at hand. Once the tide begins to rise, it ascends with remarkable swiftness. Mother, you and my elder sister should board the boat first. I will help father with the loading and check for any items left behind. Please inform the sisters-in-law to look as well. All right, you all move onto the boat. My sister and I will lend a hand with the sea base using a burlap sack. Zhao's father had already delivered some to the boat. Zhao's mother and Zhao Hong filled 3 burlap sacks with crabs, fish, and shrimp, all placed in a bamboo basket. Zhao's father dug 2 burlap sacks himself, filling a bamboo basket with crabs and fish. Among the visitors that day, only Zhao's father, and he had not sought after black butterfly shells. Zhao Dong's haul was considerably larger, with nearly 5 burlap sacks filled, along with 2 bamboo baskets of crabs and fish, and a bucket of octopus. Ah, Dongzi, is that a tiger grouper you have? You have captured a tiger-striped fish, and upon hearing Zhao's mother inquire, Zhao's father also came to take a look. The crux of the matter is that this creature is indeed quite precious. How much can it be worth per pound? Zhao Hong asked her father. It could fetch over $1, and this one could sell for $3 or $4. Ah, so expensive. Hong. Place it in the small room and add some water to the bucket. The high price warranted special treatment from Zhao's mother. Here, the seafood is abundant, while those 2 boats have considerably less. After finishing the transfer, they assisted each other, and with many hands, the seafood was swiftly loaded onto the boat. Once they were on board, Zhao's mother and Zhao Hong arranged everything neatly to prevent occupying too much space, as there was a risk of overflow. Shortly after, the tide began to rise, and buoyed by the water's lift, the fully loaded fishing boat gently glided away, preparing to depart. Why did you only bring back such a small catch? Aren't you afraid of being scolded? It's nothing to worry about. A family heirloom can resolve it all. With a family treasure in hand, you fear nothing? Indeed, when this trinket is presented, what woman wouldn't be enamored? So all women adore it. Then I shall use this heirloom to wed. And whom do you intend to marry? I have no idea, but when the time comes, I shall unveil the heirloom and dazzle her. Ha ha ha. If your wife is dazzled, you will have to cater to her every whim. If she is beautiful, I would gladly oblige. The youth is already aware that a good wife brings fortune. Those who marry a Jian shall indeed be blessed. They all jested with the Jian, who could not bear the teasing and retreated to the stern of the boat to converse with the child Ahai. Today, I have gathered all that I sought. The only boat with significant value is Zhao Dong's. After exchanging banter with them, Zhao Dong turned to his father, who was rowing, and said to his elder sister, "When we return, let Xiao choose a black pearl. There is a chance to craft a ring or necklace. I don't want such valuable things. Keep them for yourselves. They could be worth a considerable sum in the future. Among us, I have procured the most. I can spare one for you. And there are still 4 left. When I was young, my parents were busy, and you raised me. Do not be modest. Take it. You should discuss it with Xiao first. If she finds it useful for starting a family, the household matters are not solely your decision. It should be a mutual agreement." Zhao's mother also advised him to consult Xiao first, rather than making unilateral decisions. If she agrees, it will be given to your sister. If not, then it's no issue. Zhao Dong reflected on this. Indeed, he had assumed too much. His sister belongs to him. Yet the sentiments tied to her also belong to him. These treasures are not solely his to impose upon Xiao. All right, I will ask her when we return. Mother, regarding these oysters, shall we open and dry the meat when we return? Let us reserve some for the next couple of days and dry the rest. We gathered quite a lot today, so let us dry a bit more, and I'll ensure my sister gets some. Zhao Dong felt indifferent about his mother's words, as having a boat made it convenient to gather more from the sea. Then we shall indeed need to extract the meat. Thankfully, our family is large, otherwise, we would be laboring until dark to finish. It is certainly better to have more sons, as evidenced by the number of hands at work. What nonsense. You all are toiling. I am undoubtedly superior in every aspect. Have you not noticed how many are at the table? The rice jar is nearly empty, have you not seen? Zhao's mother, growing more agitated, continued her discourse. Observe your sister, how much she contributes to the family. Even after marriage, she still thinks of her parental home. As for you all, you remain burdened with worries and responsibilities, not to mention the need for a daughter. There is no one to rely on. Zhao Dong. I haven't said anything, yet my mother seems to have suddenly become irate, incessantly berating him. Their boat returned relatively early, without casting nets, heading straight back. At the dock, there were no other boats returning apart from theirs, so they moored their vessel closest to Fatty's home. They began unloading the cargo. Fatty hurried back to present his treasures to his wife, while also bringing over a cart. A Jian entrusted Fatty with the black pearl, asking him to secure it properly, intending to retrieve it later. He feared that in the hustle and bustle, the heirloom might be dropped, which would surely bring him to tears. It was better to leave it in Fatty's care for now. Several women assisted by carrying buckets and tools, engaging in lighter tasks. Among the 3 boats, only Zhao Dong's held a substantial catch. The other 2 boats could be managed by a single person. A Jian and Zhao Ergu came over to help Zhao Dong with the lifting. Brother, later my grandmother will set aside our meals for the next couple of days. The rest will be left here with you. Aren't we drying some meat? 2 people should keep some for convenience during meals. No need. The aunt in front has provided enough for home, and my grandmother has instructed me to just save a little. Zhao Dong nodded in acknowledgement. Bags of seafood were placed on the shore, soon piled into a large heap. The contents of the burlap sacks were unclear to onlookers, but fortunately, the dock was still relatively quiet. Only the owner of Wang Kai crouched by the door, peering with furtive eyes, anxious and scratching his head in curiosity. Fatty's wife. Along with Fatty and Ahai, each pushed a cart over. Fatty's wife spoke first. Uncle, Aunt, today we've struck quite a bargain. It's getting a bit late, but tomorrow we'll invite the gang's family and Li Nai to our home for dinner. Oh dear, your daughter speaks so warmly. It must be Fatty's good fortune. Indeed. Aunt, my luck is quite remarkable. How else could I have such wonderful brothers like Dongzi? Uncle, Aunt, it's settled then. Please come early tomorrow to lend a hand. We shall all gather joyfully to eat and drink together. Ah, Zhao father and Zhao mother will surely be delighted. Fatty's wife handled things well, showing true sincerity. Fatty hadn't dug up much, just over half a sack, while his wife carried it away. Fatty brought over a bucket filled with tiger stripes for Zhao Dong. The filled water buckets and bamboo baskets were placed onto the cart, and Fatty was asked to push them to the collection point. The burlap sacks were also loaded onto the cart. Upon seeing the quantity, someone remarked while squeezing the bag, Uncle Zhao, these sacks are filled with shellfish. We should dry some. Hasn't Shunzi gone out to sea? The third brother went with my father. I stayed here to receive the boat. Your father is quite fortunate. With several capable youngsters, he's off already. As Zhao father spoke, he prepared to push the cart. Zhao Dong, noticing, hurried to assist. Having observed his father praising the children of others, such a wretched sense of competition. After finishing my remarks, I deprived his father of the opportunity to respond and hurried home. Zhao Degu and Zhao Ergu also pushed their carts back home. Fatty pushed the cart filled with bamboo baskets and water buckets towards the collection point. As they excavated, many items remained unpicked, all tossed together. They planned to return home first to sort through them, and then bring them back. The fish, shrimp, and crabs each collected would be placed on the side of the stout man, awaiting their return for a joint sale. At home, Chen Xiao and Grandma Li were weaving fishing nets while overseeing the children. Upon seeing the numerous sacks piled high, both women were left astounded, their mouths agape. Zhao's father entered the house to roll a cigarette, for the fishing hall was Zhao's mother's domain. How it was managed was entirely her affair, and he took no part in it. He called a few of his sons to help carry the catch into the courtyard. And Jian's 3 sacks were also placed there. Together, they began sorting through the hall, setting aside the larger catches for sale, while Grandma Li took a few smaller ones, leaving the remainder for Zhao's family. Jian and Grandma Li planned to dine there after sorting, uncertain of when they might finish, suggesting it would be best not to return home to prepare another meal. Well, it seems my grandchild and I have struck a good deal, remarked Jian. What do you mean by that? I've cared for you during your confinement. And it's merely a matter of adding a couple of extra chopsticks, replied Grandma Li. Jian glanced over and joined them at a stool to help with the sorting. With many hands at work, they chatted amiably, the labor becoming less tiresome. The bounty from the solitary island was indeed plentiful. Last time they had unearthed a significant amount, and this time it appeared even more promising. As they spoke of Zhao's mother, Jian grew animated, sharing his excitement with the 2 adults who had never visited the island, captivating even the children at play with their tales. Grandma, look at the size of this black-lipped pearl oyster I found, Jian exclaimed, gesturing with his hands. Auntie, I was the first to extract a pearl, and it was from the black-lipped oyster I discovered. Ahai chimed in, joining the conversation. Zhao Dong observed them sorting and recalled the matter of gifting his elder sister a black pearl. He called out to Xiao Xiao from inside, come over for a moment. Upon hearing him, she sensed it was important, setting aside her tools to approach him. What's the matter? They're busy outside, and we shouldn't linger in here too long. Today, since my sister didn't find any black-lipped oysters, I was thinking of giving her one of ours. What do you think? Zhao Dong proposed. Chen Xiao was taken aback, not by the idea of gifting a black pearl, but by Zhao Dong seeking her opinion. What? Are you reluctant? Zhao Dong, noting her expression, directly inquired. Since you've asked, it implies you intend to give it. Does my opinion even matter? She retorted. It does matter. If you're unwilling, then I shan't proceed. Zhao Dong understood the implications of survival well enough. Very well, since you can articulate your thoughts. Go ahead and choose a nice one. Don't be stingy. If you are, it's better not to give at all, she replied. Zhao Dong felt pleased and embraced his wife, planting a kiss on her cheek. You're the best. Stop it. Someone might see, she laughed, playfully pushing him away as her cheeks flushed. She opened the cabinet, pulled out a box, and carefully retrieved a round, iridescent pearl that shimmered with black and peacock green hues, handing it to Zhao Dong. Make sure to give it to my sister. If she feels shy, I'll handle it. Indeed, my wife is so understanding. My sister-in-law is truly a blessing, he mused. Enough of your banter. I must get back to work, Chun Xiu said, hurrying out of the house to resume her sorting at the small stool. Zhao Dong gazed at the black pearl in his hand, then glanced at the hidden spot where his wife had placed it, buried deep enough that even a thief might lack the patience to uncover it. Chapter 21. The autumn wind. Zhao Dong stepped outside to see his mother cooking, while women were busy opening oysters. His elder brother and second brother were sorting through the catch, separating what could be sold from what could not. Come eat, the rice is ready. We'll resume work afterward. Zhao's mother called out. Dongzi, you should have come sooner, she continued as he settled down. What's wrong, second brother? Aren't you hungry? Zhao Dong remarked before going inside to fetch a bowl and set the table. Is it because you're envious of my hard work? Look at how much I've done, Zhao urged teased Zhao Dong, his tone playful. Alas, we cannot compare to your fate, brother. Accept your destiny, second brother. I have resigned myself to it. A Jian chimed in, playfully nudging Zhao urge. You two should settle down, Zhao Dong chuckled, enjoying the light-hearted banter. With more work ahead, they merely took a few bites to satisfy their hunger before returning to organize the goods. Let Zichang go pick up Ahong tomorrow. Perhaps our in-laws can bring back some seafood as well. Ahong has been here for a few days and has expressed her longing for her grandson, wishing to stay a little longer before returning. You old woman, speaking as if we covet the little bit of seafood from our in-laws. It's merely a matter of spending a few coins. We can eat it ourselves whether we pay or not. Why should we impose on our in-laws for a favor? Is it just a small favor? It's not like we're asking outsiders for help. Why waste money unnecessarily? The elder couple from the Hu family conversed, unaware that someone had already set their sights on the freshly dug seafood. While they were still happily loading the goods to take to Fatty, the men ventured forth while the women continued their work at home. Fatty offered 3 yuan for the tiger-striped fish, weighing 3.5 pounds, totaling 4.81 yuan. The sea base was priced at 0.19 yuan per pound, amounting to 87.9 pounds, which totaled 16.7 yuan. The proceeds from the seafood on Zhao Dong's boat now belonged to him, to be divided later upon their return. Octopuses, crabs, shrimp, assorted fish, and large shellfish were all meticulously sorted, adding up to a significant quantity, albeit at modest prices. Upon returning home, Zhao Dong saw the women still busy opening oysters, with a considerable pile remaining untouched in the corner. It's too late. We'll continue tomorrow. We want tea finished today, and it's getting cold. Look at the women's hands. They're turning red from the cold, and it will only be colder at night. There's still plenty to do tomorrow. We need to open a large portion of the shellfish, cook them, and dry them. Earlier, there was so much joy in the work. But now Zhao's mother was filled with worry. Let us all rest. We'll continue tomorrow. We've been busy all day. It's exhausting to work nonstop. Zhao's father expressed concern for his wife. Rest now. We'll tackle it tomorrow. It's truly tiring to dig all day. Zhao's mother conceded after Zhao's father spoke, deciding not to press on. They all gathered in the main room to enjoy some warm tea. This is today's earnings. Zhao Dong handed over a stack of large denominations along with a few scattered bills. Chun Xiu received the bundle, astonished. How much is this? 168, should be 167. 6. Fatty rounded it up. Mother, my elder sister's share is included here as well. This is a gift from father worth 56. And mother has 10. The elder sister also has 10. Chun Xiu, please calculate the total and pass it along. No need to give it to me. Bring it along to help with some tasks. How could one possibly take money for that? The elder sister pushed the money back, insisting on not accepting anything. Zhao Fu had previously agreed upon this. With several sons and daughters-in-law present, he directly handed it to Zhao Mu to keep. Elder sister, mother, please accept it. If it's more, consider it our filial piety. If less, just think of it as a small favor to you. Recently, Chun Xiu has come into some money, and her words have become more pleasant, her demeanor more generous, especially towards the elder sister. She feels that the elder sister has had it quite tough, struggling in her marital home, unable to voice her grievances due to her family's poverty, yet remaining resilient. Just look at how fortunate the children are. Now we are the ones enjoying the fruits of labor. Zhao Mu smiled as she accepted the gift. Zhao Dong internally mused that those who criticize us for having plenty to eat and worrying about everything now claim it's all for the best. It seems I deserve the scolding, doesn't it? Mother, we shouldn't conduct ourselves this way. I returned to my maternal home and even made some profit. Zhao Dajia expressed her joy. How much did we sell? Not much. Really. We were too busy searching for black butterfly shells to dig properly. We sold for 21.7. Dagong and the others sold for 23.6, she replied. That's still quite a bit. Indeed, we could each get around $10. The two sisters-in-law were quite satisfied. Unexpectedly, Ajian has also made some progress. He used to follow Dongzi around. The conversation could have gone on indefinitely, but they had work to do tomorrow. So the second sister-in-law was interrupted by Zhao Urge, who hurried her away to sleep. After they left, Zhao Dong remained behind, presenting a small box to his elder sister. Xiao, this is for you. Keep it for yourself. It will be useful for selling later, or you can wear it as jewelry. The elder sister, upon seeing the black pearl in the box, felt tears welling up in her eyes. I should head back to rest. You all should sleep early as well. Zhao Dong thought it best not to linger in the emotional atmosphere and quickly slipped away. The next morning, the Zhao family was awakened by knocking at the door. Who is it? Mother, it's me, Zichong. Oh dear, why are you here so early? It's freezing. I thought about visiting Ah Hong and the others, who have been staying here for a few days. Just a few days? Is everyone well? All is well. Mother, I have some news regarding my father. Zichong entered, interrupting the elder brother-in-law and Zhao Mu, as they stepped inside to escape the morning chill. Zhao Fu accompanied Zhao Mu and the children into the room to catch up. What brings you here? Zhao Hong asked, surprised. As they had planned to discuss extending their stay, father has some news. The leader above is resigning, and he feels qualified to vie for the position. We thought it best to come home and bring some seafood for the kitchen, strengthen connections, and also see Ah Hong and the children, the elder brother-in-law explained, addressing the elder sister while also informing Zhao Fu and the others of their intentions. This is excellent news. The family has plenty to offer, and soon your mother can prepare gifts for the in-laws. It's a great opportunity for advancement. I brought breakfast for the family. Ah Hong, let us go fetch it. I bought quite a bit, Hu Zichong said as they walked together. Did your mother send you over? Indeed, the news this time is genuine. Just like the last time when the dried anchovies were brought to our home, the office leader expressed a desire to taste them, and thus a portion was graciously given. He subsequently divulged this information to my father, who is also eager to sample them. If this leads to further opportunities, it would be splendid. Was it you or my father who prompted the purchase, as my mother requested? Zhao Hong harbored no doubts regarding Hu Zichong's words. My wife is remarkably astute. My father provided the funds in the morning, unbeknownst to my mother. I have spent numerous years in your household. We both know the nature of your mother and the reputation she has garnered. It seems you arrived just in time, as I ventured to the deserted island yesterday to gather seafood. As Zhao Hong spoke, she gazed at the substantial collection of unopened sea treasures, contemplating that perhaps she need not toil for an entire day. Hu Zichong followed her gaze and smiled, sensing that fortune indeed favored my father, marking a propitious beginning. Those unaware might assume you had caught wind of our expedition for seafood and had come to take advantage of the situation. Just then, Zhao Dong, who had just arrived, inquired about their conversation. Hu Zichong reiterated the information. Ah, so you truly have come to take advantage. My elder sister did not misjudge you. I feel hesitant to accept from others, but for family, what is there to fear? If there are any fine goods, do remember to reserve a portion for me. Hu Zichong maintained a cordial relationship with his youngest brother-in-law. Elder sister, please ensure that the black butterfly clam meat is set aside for my brother-in-law. It is indeed a rare delicacy. Really? I have never heard of it. Only seasoned fishermen are aware, as it is scarce in our region, and many restaurants are oblivious. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so inexpensive for you. The brother-in-law turned to Zhao Hong for confirmation. My father is aware. We all enjoyed it yesterday, simply boiled. And I must say, the flavor is exquisite. Very well, let us pack it up so we can savor this rare treat at home. Who? You must not only trust your wife, but also your brother-in-law. This behavior requires deep reflection. Zhao Dong jested with his brother-in-law. At that moment, Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua approached to greet Hu Zichong and inquired whether he would be working today. I am indeed working today. Fortune smiled upon me. For I stumbled upon such a bounty at home, and I shall take it shortly. That is splendid. Who? Feel free to take everything. We shall assist my mother with less labor. My sister-in-law smiled at him. Zhao Erseo remained silent, though she too wished to bring some back to her maternal family. Since Hu Ziqiang was taking some, she could not object, especially since the majority were gathered by the elderly couple along with Zhao Hong and Zhao Dong. She pursed her lips and retreated to the house. Upon entering, Hu Ziqiang saw his wife dressing their child. Father, you have arrived. Are you not leaving today? Grandma's house is exceedingly entertaining and filled with delicious food, akin to a perpetual celebration. Father, you should join us. Let us all enjoy the time together. The children joyfully conveyed to their father, sharing how delightful their time at Grandma's has been. Zhao's parents were outside assisting him with the seafood, while Zhao Dong and his two brothers prepared the tools for today's fishing expedition, clearing a space for the couple to converse. The children were thriving here, not expressing any longing for me or a desire to return. They would not lie. Hu Ziqiang truly believed that his father-in-law's household had significantly improved. Several uncles had generously provided a bountiful supply of food, and Ahai brought toys. How could they not be cheerful? A Jin and a Gang had also brought fruits and sweets. It seems we must acquire a boat, for in just a few days, we have enjoyed considerable benefits. Indeed, we owe much of this fortune to the dried anchovies my mother procured. Not only that, but Dongzi also gifted me a black pearl. This time, he even gave me 10 yuan for the haul from the sea, while the catch I dug up couldn't fetch even that amount. Dongzi is truly generous. As Zhao Hong bent down to retrieve the money and the black pearl from under the bed to show Hu Ziqiang, she remarked on the pearl's considerable value and beauty. Although she was uncertain of its exact worth, Dongzi advised her to keep it, suggesting that in our small town, people may not recognize its true value. He recommended it be preserved as a family heirloom, especially since discussing jewelry under our current circumstances would be futile. Our trip has brought both dry goods and seafood, and with the addition of monetary gifts and a family treasure, we have indeed become fortunate harvesters. Hu Ziqiang was aware of his father-in-law's kindness towards his daughter, yet he had not anticipated such generosity. Take this money and buy some fruit or snacks when you come by next time. Don't return empty-handed, Zhao Hong urged as she handed him the 10 yuan. When the weekend comes, I will come over to help out. With the new year approaching, I will check if the factory can issue tickets for the bus and sewing machines. I will bring them along when I come to fetch you, and see if Dongzi has any requirements. Will you sleep on the floor? Hu Ziqiang asked. In a few days, I'll be heading back as well. So don't overexert yourself. We will discuss tickets once they are available. No need to worry about them now. Zhao Hong shot him a glance, and after their conversation concluded, they stepped outside. The burlap sack needed to be secured to the bicycle, with Zhao's mother supporting it while Hu Ziqiang tied it down. Red, make sure you take the black pearl back for Ziqiang. If he gets too busy when he comes to fetch you, it might get forgotten, especially with so many children at home to consider. Understood. Let us eat now. Ziqiang should return home. Father and the others still need to go out to sea. Is Ziqiang not having dinner at home? Zhao's father inquired as they gathered around the table, noting that they were later than usual. If I return to the cafeteria, I will still have time. Then don't delay. Hurry along. You needn't wait for us to finish, Zhao's mother urged as she saw him off. Chapter 22. The capable ones. After Zhao's father and the others had their fill, they rolled out their cart without delay. They loaded their tools onto the boat, conducted a brief inspection, and untied the ropes securing the vessel before rowing away from the dock. Father, today we'll cast the nets on the isolated island. The catch hasn't been promising. Tomorrow, we should set the traps. My mother and the others have already woven some. Your mother and the others can weave a bit more today at home. Tomorrow, we'll see how the fishing goes. The mackerel season won't last long. That is fine. I have a plan. When the mackerel arrive, we can either use longline fishing or gill nets. However, longline fishing is better for deep waters, as it attracts larger fish. The gill nets suffer too much wear and tear, and trawling is also an option, though it can be tiring. We could also try setting nets for 2 hours and see what we catch. It only requires physical strength. With the traps, we want to have long before the new year, so let us tackle the immediate tasks before the holiday. Seeing his son's well-structured plans, Zhao's father felt encouraged. Recently, his eldest son had shown initiative, good fortune, and a sense of responsibility, which reassured him. After 2 hours of rowing, the 3 boats arrived at the isolated island. Having departed late, and by now the sun was high in the sky, each boat chose a different direction to begin their work. Father, I will row while you cast the net. Let us see if there are any mackerel schools nearby. You're getting older, and my eyesight is sharper. The young lad remarked, Father, at your age, your eyesight may be failing, yet I still have several years of vigor left. If you wish to toil alongside me, let us see how many schools of ribbonfish we can find. Zhao's father felt that his son had an overly rosy view of their endeavors. It was disheartening to see his son, in the prime of his labor, still harboring doubts. Son, I am merely concerned for your well-being. Do not take it the wrong way, he replied. Zhao's father pondered how deaf he must be to fail to discern the difference between praise and criticism. Look, it seems there might be ribbonfish ahead, Zhao pointed out, as the sea glimmered under the sun. You claim your eyesight is keen. You paddle ahead and tell me what you see. You chatter incessantly, yet when fish swim right before you, you remain oblivious. Day after day, perhaps I should allow you to boast, Zhao's father concluded, his earlier discomfort dissipating. Zhao Dong rubbed his nose and remained silent, obediently paddling in the direction his father had indicated. Upon reaching their destination, Zhao's father expertly cast his hand net, and the weight felt promising. When he pulled it up, they found an abundance of ribbonfish along with a fair share of other fish. This catch is decent. We might earn 10 yuan from it. Our trip today has not been in vain. Earning 2 yuan a day at the dock is far more exhausting than casting nets, he remarked, feeling quite satisfied with their fortune. Father, you are easily content, Zhao Dong observed, appreciating his father's low desires, which kept him cheerful every day. What is there to complain about? Life now is far better than before, filled with hope. Father, let us paddle a little farther. There aren't any larger schools of fish nearby. The past few days have felt safe, and we should venture a bit further. Let us eat at their place and discuss matters. It's getting late. After casting a couple of nets, the first haul was satisfactory, but subsequent catches were meager. Zhao's father agreed to explore further afield. As the 3 boats gathered, Zhao Dong began distributing pancakes. Zhao's father took the pancakes meant for his companions and handed them out one by one. Brother, are we having breakfast this early? Jian inquired, glancing at the sun. The catch has been poor. We should venture farther. We typically meet here around the same time each day, Zhao Degu replied. Today, the catch is significantly less. Let us take a chance and explore further, Zhao Ergu concurred. These pancakes are delightful. I trust you spent a fair sum for them, he added, savoring the meal. After finishing, they engaged in light-hearted banter, and once satisfied, they each set off in different directions to continue their work. As they drifted further away, scanning the surface of the sea for glimmering schools of ribbonfish, they began to feel the distance between them, each vessel reduced to a mere silhouette gliding across the water. Father, it seems this may be our only catch for today. Let us head back, Zhao Dong said, dragging up a net that held a pitiful few small fish. Zhao's father, observing the sky, noted, We've come quite a distance. We should paddle back and cast one last net if we see anything. Very well. You rest while I paddle, Zhao Dong replied. The father and son navigated their small wooden boat back, taking an hour to spot the familiar solitary island. Father, look over there. Is that a boat? Zhao Dong pointed. Following his son's gaze, Zhao's father remarked, that boat appears to be listing somewhat. Shall we paddle over and take a look? Zhao Dong suggested. In the past, let's keep a distance and observe. Your elder brother and Ajian should be arriving soon. Let us inquire from afar about the situation. Zhao Dong paddled his small boat towards the large vessel. Hey, brother, our boat has run aground and capsized. Lend us a hand. The occupants of the larger ship also noticed Zhao Dong and his companions. Zhao Dong shouted inquiringly, How did you run aground? Aren't you from this village? We are from Yinshui village. Which village are you from? We have never seen you before. Well, we are not close to here. We came over to check when we saw the boat tilted and unmoving. Upon hearing Yinshui village, Zhao's father and Zhao Dong realized that these 4 individuals were not fishermen. They were well aware of the rocky areas in their own fishing grounds. It was impossible for them to run aground. Only those inexperienced and unfamiliar with the sea, venturing into international waters for trade, would find themselves in such a predicament. Seeing his elder brother and Ajian also rowing towards them, Zhao Dong felt emboldened. Elder brother, Ajian, hurry up, there are people in need of assistance. After shouting, he paddled closer to the larger vessel. My brother and the others have come to find us to return home. It's getting dark. What will you do? Should we take you back on our boat? I asked them. Wait a moment, a rather handsome young man said as he walked over to the others. Brother, who is it? What is going on? Did the iron boat run aground? At this moment, Zhao Dong wanted to silence Ajian. Don't make a fuss. Come here quickly, Zhao Dong said. Casting a glance at the gang, and the unspoken understanding from growing up together emerged. The gang quietly advised Ajian, when you go over, don't say anything. We don't yet know who they are. Is it dangerous? Should we still approach? There won't be any gunfire, right? Ajian's voice dropped significantly, and he gestured an 8 towards the gang. Dongzi said it should be safe. Just be careful when speaking. It's best if you remain silent. Ajian nodded, indicating he understood not to speak. The gang had a thought unvoiced. If you keep babbling, you might just get shot at. Father, what is going on with Dongzi? Zhao Dong wanted to speak, but Zhao Ergu interrupted. Dongzi and I saw this ship stuck and came over to check. We just arrived as well. So we are not clear on the situation. Brother, could you help us carry our cargo to the Yinshui village dock? Would that be convenient for you? We won't let you make a trip for nothing. After he finished speaking, everyone turned to look at Zhao's father. Father, let us help them. It's not far to detour, and it won't take much time. Seeing him say this, Zhao's father nodded and took to rowing. Zhao Dong inquired, Brother, we can take you over, but the cargo needs to be split among 3 boats. 1 boat, 1 suffice. Let us not discuss that for now. We are already tired from rowing. We originally intended to return home together. What do you think? All right, thank you, brother. The individuals on the iron boat responded, calling for their companions to transfer the cargo onto the wooden vessel. The cargo wasn't particularly heavy, and Zhao Dong didn't offer to help. Ajian and Zhao Dong noticed he stood idle and didn't extend a hand either. The cargo was wrapped in packaging, concealing its contents, and no one dared to ask. The distance to Yinshui village was quite short. On Zhao Dong's boat, there were 2 individuals aboard a tin boat with a smaller load, while Ajian, brother Zhao, and their companions had a more substantial cargo. After rowing for over half an hour, they finally spotted the Yinshui village dock. As their boat approached, several individuals emerged from the purchasing point. Dejun, which boat is this? They inquired. Hey, damn it, our boat ran aground. These locals are assisting us in bringing it back. Shungo, call someone later to help me retrieve the boat and unload the cargo for home. What cargo do you have for home? One asked as he walked over with a cart to assist in unloading. My mother wanted some fine fabric for my sister's wedding, so I'm bringing some back, Zhao Dong replied, speaking quietly without avoiding Zhao's father and himself. Brother, this bag is your reward for the help. Dejun's companion said to Zhao Dong. No, please, take it back. We merely assisted out of goodwill. It's not appropriate to accept a reward, Zhao Dong insisted. You should take it. Had it not been for you, we would have been stranded at sea for an indefinite time. You still need to rush home. Don't be polite. It'll worry your family if you delay, Dejun replied earnestly. Seeing his genuine intent, Zhao Dong ceased to decline. The man had already taken a few steps away when he heard Zhao Dong's words. He turned his back and waved his hand in acknowledgement, continuing on his way. Chapter 23. A moment of embarrassment. The 3 boats returned slightly later than usual, but not excessively so, having rowed at a brisk pace. With fewer fish to carry, Zhao Dong and his crew managed to complete the task efficiently. There aren't many fish today, Fatty remarked upon seeing their cart filled but not leaving. Are you here to weigh them? The gang teased. Fatty, you're getting ahead of yourself. This is the usual catch at sea. Are you saying it's not enough? Zhao Dong replied, playfully contemplating teasing Wang Kai, who was approaching. That's not true. It's a good thing to have a harvest. How could one be jealous? Wang Kai said, hurriedly retreating, eager to avoid the commotion. Brother, you scared Wang Kai away, Zhao Dong's brother remarked. Don't speak nonsense. It's clearly because he feels guilty about the rumors, Zhao Dong responded, still recalling Wang Kai's slander. As they spoke, Fatty approached with a ledger to weigh the catch. The ribbon fish weighed 146.8 pounds, selling for 48.44. Other miscellaneous fish sold for 8.6. The total for the day was 57. After giving Zhao's father 19 yuan, Zhao Dong retained 38 yuan, resulting in a neat sum. The other 2 boats had similar sales, totaling around 56 or 57, making the accounting straightforward. Zhao Dong promptly handed 19 yuan to his father, saying, "This is yours. Keep the rest for yourself." The few miscellaneous fish that needed to be processed were not taken. They were left with Fatty to be chopped later for bait. The tools aboard the boat were stored in the corner of Fatty's house, ready to be taken back to the boat the next day. The Zhao family and Suohua were bustling energetically at Fatty's house, with 3 women putting on quite the show in the kitchen. Laughter erupted from the group, while Linai sat at the door, watching the frolicking children. "Ah, my uncle is back. That is my father. Mine. Father, The children rushed over, competing with one another, their voices creating a delightful clamor. The eldest, a Hai and a Guang, both 8 years old, led a younger entourage. No one dared to compare themselves. Each kept a respectful distance from their father, behaving like familiar strangers. Their lively competition suggested a deep bond with their father, which might mislead an outsider into believing they shared a profound connection. "Father, may I have a hug?" was the phrase most frequently uttered by them, as they only sought him out when affection was in the air. "Look at your father. Do you still want a hug?" Zhao Dong remarked, pointing at the various stains on his net shirt. No. Father is dirty," a Gong quickly interjected, shaking his head in disapproval and not forgetting to report his father's condition. "Hey, you little rascal, feeling mischievous, are we?" Zhao Dong chuckled at his son's antics, amused by the impish behavior of the child. "Uncle, third uncle," a Guang called out, and ever since a Hai began playing with his little sister, he showed a growing sense of responsibility, even remembering to save treats for her. "Don't call out. We have no money for snacks," came the retort. "Third uncle, how could you have no money after selling fish? Surely you jest. It's for your third aunt. If she finds out, I'll be in trouble." "Uncle, do you really get into trouble at your age? How unfortunate. Should we offer uncle some comfort? A dime would suffice." Uncle, I have no money. Not a single cent," a Guang replied, revealing his empty pockets to Zhao Dong. "Look at these adults, amusing themselves at the expense of the children," Zhao father remarked as a Hai and a Guang approached him. "I'll buy you all some candy," he decided, disapproving of the way they entertained themselves with the little ones. Today, with some money in hand, he could treat a group of children to the village shop. The children joyfully followed Zhao father to the store, while Zhao Dong and the others returned home to change their clothes and freshen up before dinner. "Have you just returned from the sea? How was the catch today? Your family seems to be thriving," Zhao father inquired. "Indeed, just returned. Today's haul was modest. Just enough for a meal. If one speaks of prosperity, it is your family that truly flourishes. Whenever someone is in need, they come to your household," came the response. "Merely enough for a meal. How much candy do you need?" They concluded their exchange, noticing the children were growing impatient. "A Hai, quickly count how many pieces we need." 2 from Annie's house, 4 from ours, and then there's sure 2, and Yuga, that makes 8. A Hai called out loudly to his grandfather. "Yufai, this lad is quite clever. What kind of candy do you desire?" "Quite smart, though a bit mischievous." "How much for the hard fruit candy?" Zhao father mused, convinced his child was the best. "Each piece costs 1 cent. That totals 8 cents, Zhao father stated, handing over a coin and urging Yufai to provide change. Yufai, inwardly wishing for the transaction to conclude, was tired of hearing praises about the children, as he had his own. After purchasing the candy, Zhao father instructed a Hai and a Guang, the older boys, to take the younger ones to the procurement point. He mentioned to their grandmother that the miscellaneous fish needed to be chopped for tomorrow's use in the traps, promising to return later. Upon their arrival at Fatty's residence, Zhao Dong and his companions found the meal perfectly timed. You truly have impeccable timing. Just as we were setting the table, you walked in," Fatty remarked. "It appears we are destined for this moment. Please, sit down and eat." "I am quite famished," Zhao Dong replied candidly, taking a generous helping of the dishes presented. "How about that? My wife has done a splendid job," Fatty boasted, seeking acknowledgement from his spouse. "If we were to express any dissatisfaction with the dishes, we would be betraying our conscience," the gang remarked, eyeing the spread. "Fatty, it seems you are a humble tycoon. Let me embrace your robust stature," Jin jested, pretending to lunge at Fatty. "Enough of that. Let us speak properly," Fatty chided. Everyone in the room praised the culinary delights laid out for them. The children, gazing at the bountiful feast, exclaimed, "It feels like the new year. It feels like the new year." Ultimately, with Guang's exclamation of the festivities, they were ushered outside to wash their hands before sitting down to eat. The vegetarian offerings included sauteed green beans, chicken broth with shredded radish, stir-fried greens, tofu, and mushrooms. The meat dishes boasted an array of flavors: laba bean sausages, braised beef, stewed pork, old duck soup, pig's knuckles, ribs, and a variety of seafood, an abundance of which was readily available. Zhao Dong had procured some rice wine, known for its lower alcohol content, as they frequently gathered to enjoy a drink, with Fatty's supply nearly depleted. The atmosphere in Fatty's home was lively and harmonious, filled with the sounds of eating, drinking, conversation, and the playful noise of children. In contrast, the ambience at Old Hu's home was less favorable. "Old Third, your father-in-law merely brought back some worthless seafood. Neglecting the good fish and shrimp, he remarked. Hu Ersaw observed the meager bowls of seafood that had dwindled from a substantial morning haul. Frustrated by the previous lack of small fish, she now saw much of what was brought being consumed again, prompting her to express her displeasure. Old Third, my brother-in-law gave me 10 yuan and a rather valuable pearl. The seafood on the car was too heavy to bring home. If it's not worth anything, I shall cease bringing it back, and your father-in-law's good intentions shall not go unappreciated. With a competitive spirit, Ersaw's family often indulged her, recalling how they had previously teased Zhao Hongyang's family due to their lesser means. Now, she sought to leverage this against others, unaware of the futility in her attempts. Old Third, how can you converse with your sister-in-law in such a manner? They questioned, to which he replied, he is merely outspoken. There is no malice in his words. His second brother interjected. I haven't said anything malicious. Who would harbor ill intentions? The second brother retorted. Did you really receive a pearl? Old Third, let your elder brother and sister-in-law witness this, they insisted. Regardless, the couple remained skeptical, doubting that a modest family would part with valuable gifts for their daughter-in-law, viewing it as a ruse to deceive the unsuspecting. Bring back that black pearl after the meal. Let us appraise it. For I wonder if you have ever seen such a remarkable item, Hu Ziqiang thought to himself, eager to witness a moment of reckoning. Old Third had sent a significant portion of the seafood to the factory, stating, if anyone has an issue with my gifts, perhaps we should separate. Living together isn't convenient, and it seems you think Old Third is taking advantage of you. Hu Laodao was quite upset, and the consequences were rather severe. All expenses for food and accommodation were borne by him, while the salaries of the young couple were saved diligently, without a penny taken. Even when he presented them with gifts, the young ones still had objections. He believed they should not indulge their bad habits. As for dividing the family assets, he insisted on living with Ziqiang, refusing to cohabit with anyone else. Ziqiang's family was not well off, and he felt obliged to assist in taking care of the children. The underlying message from Hu Mu was clear. She reiterated that her eldest son must not be separated from her. Hu Ziqiang finished his meal and returned to his room to fetch a small box, which he handed to his father. Despite his second sister-in-law not making a fuss, he was reluctant to reveal its contents. Just as he had recently changed his mind, he thought that concealing it would not provide the dramatic effect he desired. Upon opening the box, Hu Laodao exclaimed in admiration, exclaiming it was a fine treasure worthy of inheritance, urging him to take good care of it. Hu Mu leaned in as it was opened, exclaiming in disbelief about how such a splendid item could be bestowed upon him by his brother-in-law. Mother, what are you saying? Dongzi is giving it to Zhao Hong, Hu Ziqiang replied, already rendered speechless by his mother's comments. Giving it to her is the same as giving it to you. Hu Ziqiang placed the box on the table, and his elder brother and sister-in-law approached to examine it, falling into a contemplative silence thereafter. What could they say? They couldn't in good conscience declare it unattractive or worthless. They had to admit it was beautiful and valuable, yet they could not achieve the same. Zhao Dong, unbeknownst to him, was viewed as a fool by the Hu family for possessing a pearl. Hu Ziqiang felt an inner satisfaction. The scene of confrontation was exhilarating. He looked forward to flaunting this treasure, eagerly anticipating their envious expressions when they desired something they could not have. Upon returning home, the women were intrigued by the large bags, and Zhao Dong explained that they were tokens of gratitude for saving someone. They called over Tsuehua, Grandma Li, and a group of women to begin distributing the fabrics. Oh, this floral pattern is lovely. It would make a beautiful sundress. This red piece is festive, perfect for weddings. This black one is practical. It won't show dirt easily. This gray is also good, equally durable. The green is pretty, but the shade is a bit too light. This pink one is truly gorgeous. The women commented on the colors, dividing the fabric according to the men aboard the ship. They noted that the lengths and widths were all fairly equal, so each person would receive 2 pieces of fabric in their preferred colors. The hues were all durable, and the vibrant colors were perfectly balanced. Those who were dissatisfied could simply exchange with others. Each family had more than enough fabric for their needs, with even families of 3 and 2 having leftovers. Zhao Dong felt the arrival of these materials was timely. He had contemplated purchasing fabric during their trip to town. As for how Chen Xiu arranged the fabric, he was indifferent. As long as he had something to wear, that was sufficient. Back in his room, Zhao Dong retrieved the money he had hidden beneath his pillow, counting out 10 yuan to set aside, leaving the remainder for his wife. What are you doing? How much are you putting back? She inquired. As a grown man, I cannot hold a single penny. I neither ask you for money, nor do you offer it voluntarily. I keep it here for emergencies, and if nothing arises, it remains. You can check it. What else can I do? Chun Xiu felt a twinge of embarrassment at his words. In the past, when they were impoverished, she had no means to give, and even after fortune smiled upon them, the thought had escaped her entirely. Naturally, he had no money in his pocket. You mustn't squander money indiscriminately. Hurry and rest. We must rise early to set sail, she advised. As Zhao Dong observed his wife, who was on the verge of sleep, he thought to himself that she was quite adept at steering the conversation. Anticipating the early morning voyage, he soon drifted into slumber. It seemed he had barely slept when the sound of his father's knock jolted him awake. With a sudden jolt, he sat upright, adjusting to the surrounding darkness. He saw his wife getting dressed and said, "You needn't get up. It's chilly outside. We can manage on our own without causing you any trouble." With that, Zhao Dong fumbled in the dark to dress, feeling the chill stimulate every hair on his body. He felt a profound clarity as he groped for a cigarette on the table, quickly lighting one to invigorate himself. A deep inhalation followed by a contented exhale brought him a measure of comfort. It's cold in the morning. Make sure to bring an extra jacket. If it gets too warm, we can leave it on the boat, but if it's cold, we will need it. Please remind your father as well. Chun Xiu cautioned softly, mindful not to awaken the children. Yes, I understand. I'll just cozy up next to this warm furnace for a bit longer. It's still early, he replied, finding the flashlight and slipping on his shoes before stepping outside. Zhao's father, draped in a large tobacco pouch, approached the door as well, seemingly intent on calling Ajian. Zhao Dong bent down to enter the kitchen, having discussed with his mother and wife the previous day that he would prepare breakfast. The simple yet nourishing meal consisted of grain porridge, steamed salted fish, and eggs, all ready for him to cook. He would merely need to light the fire and boil the rice. Rising at such an early hour left him with little appetite, so he decided to have a small bite to warm himself. At this moment, Zhao Deji and Zhao Erji emerged, appearing still half asleep. After a spell of comfortable living, such abruptness was a jarring adjustment for them. Splashing cold water on their faces, they quickly became alert. Each took a bowl of porridge paired with salted fish, and in a daze, they hastily finished their meal, consuming eggs in just a few bites. Zhao Dong tucked away the 2 extra eggs he had deliberately boiled into his pocket, grabbing the flashlight and nudging Ajian, who responded in kind from the other side of the wall. Leaving the wall, he followed his father outside, where Ajian was already waiting at the door. Eager to keep up. "Brother, I've signaled De Gang as well. This code is clever. It doesn't disturb the household, yet it's unmistakable. It reminds me of the thrilling films about guerrilla warfare," Zhao Dong enthused, giving Ajian a thumbs up, only to realize in the enveloping darkness that his gesture was lost to the void. Zhao Dong acknowledged with a nasal sound, indicating his understanding. The mood to commend a second time had faded. As the group of 6 united, De Gang swiftly joined them with his own flashlight. They traversed the village in a spirited procession, heading straight for the dock. Zhao Dong pulled the 2 eggs from his pocket, handing one to De Gang and one to Ajian. "Brother, you've brought us food? And it's still warm. Did you cook this, Dongzi? Eat while it's warm, let it warm you. For only I can think of you two, day after day, like famished ghosts reincarnated. It is only I who considers placing an order for you." After Zhao Dong finished speaking, he hurried ahead, fearing that these 2 might conspire against him in the dark. Along the way, he could still see lights flickering from houses on the slope. They too must be preparing to set sail, and he could hear some indistinct sounds rustling in the background. Upon arriving at the dock, they were taken aback by the sheer number of people present. In the previous days, those who had gone to sea returned late and left early, and in truth, they had encountered relatively few. Now, however, the bustling crowd was a clear indication of the time. Indeed, there were many. "Father, there are quite a few boats in the village," Zhao Dong remarked. "It seems we were too impoverished in the past to know any better." "Well, what do you expect?" Zhao's father replied, his voice laced with envy. "Those who arrived earlier from the mountains must have some wealth." The father and son engaged in quiet gossip. "Ah, Yu Kai, I've heard your family owns a boat. Today is the first time I've seen it." "Yes, we are out for the first time at this hour, and the children have hardly ever been to sea. They usually go out during the day to familiarize themselves. With a boat, the children have a means to make a living. Yu Kai, you shall enjoy the fruits of your labor henceforth." "May we all enjoy," they echoed, as each boarded their small wooden boats. They conducted a brief inspection, ensuring everything was in order, untied the ropes securing them to the dock, and began to row away slowly. Zhao's father held the compass, guiding Zhao Dong's direction. During the day, there were references to navigate by, but now, enveloped in darkness, distinguishing north from south was nearly impossible. Even seasoned fishermen could lose their way. Zhao Dong's boat led the way, followed closely by his brother and Ajian. Today, they would not venture to the isolated island. It was too far, and they were uncertain whether the ship that had run aground had been towed back. Instead, they would operate in the nearby waters of the mangroves. A few days ago, they had come to sift through the sea and had been fortunate enough to earn a profit. Both father and son were hopeful for a bountiful catch of pomfret today. Their spirits high. Fishing relies on luck, and one must heed the whims of the sky. No one knows where the fish might be lurking. They initially selected 2 spots, but Zhao's father noted the presence of a floating buoy indicating someone had set traps. Zhao Dong felt the chosen location was too close to the shore. After much effort, they finally found a central spot that pleased them both. They set up a row of 10 traps, designed with mesh openings of varying sizes, 2-finger, 3-finger, and 4-finger. The 4-finger traps had larger openings, suitable for the abundant fish, shrimp, and crabs of the season, while smaller openings were deemed ineffective. Securing the traps and ensuring the lines and buoys were properly tied, they prepared the bait before casting the traps into the sea. The first and second traps were bound together, then the second to the third, and so on. It was crucial not to tie them too tightly, as that could lead to disappointment in harvest. Together, they set out 5 rows, totaling 50 traps. After securing them, they rowed closer to where De Gang and Ajin were stationed to check on their progress. Everything seemed to be in order, and they then proceeded to visit their elder brothers, finding that their number of traps was consistent as well. After finishing his tasks, with the sky still dimly lit, Zhao Dong suggested that his father catch up on some sleep aboard the boat. He took the oars, glancing around in search of a suitable solitary island. Once the traps were set, he could take advantage of the receding tide to scour the sea, which often yielded a bountiful catch. Zhao Dong noticed 2 or 3 islands in the vicinity, but refrained from rowing closer due to the dim light. Instead, he made a mental note of their locations to explore further come dawn. As he began to row back, his thoughts drifted to whether the women at home would finish weaving the nets. He hoped not to be left idly fishing with a hand line. Suddenly, a loud splash startled him, and he cursed at the foolish fish that had frightened him. "What is the matter?" Zhao's father, awakened by the commotion, appeared quite alarmed. "Brother, what happened?" asked Zhao Dong's sibling, concerned. "It's nothing, just a silly fish jumped up," he replied, but as soon as he finished speaking, another fish leapt from the water, followed by yet another, larger one. "Father, my luck is truly remarkable today, but these fish are rather insignificant. Let us hope for something more valuable. When you catch one, just keep it. These aren't worth much, but we can take them home for dinner." Father, a valuable fish is here. Quickly, hand me the net." "What kind of fish?" Zhao's father inquired. "I don't know," came the quick reply as Zhao Dong seized the net from his father's hands and cast it into the water. "Father, hurry and call the others over." At this moment, the foolish fish continued to jump, their sizes quite impressive. "Quick, there's a school of fish," Zhao's father shouted. By the time he finished calling, Zhao Dong had already begun to retrieve the net. Observing the approaching boats, Zhao's father ceased his calls and joined his son in hauling in the net, remarking, "Dongzi, your luck today is truly remarkable. You must speak more often." Zhao Dong nearly lost his grip on the net, taken aback by his father's unexpected humor, especially in such a moment of exertion. As they worked together, it was evident that the net was heavy with a substantial catch, causing the boat to tilt noticeably. When they finally brought the net aboard, water splashed everywhere, creating a commotion on the surface of the sea. The water erupted in a frenzy, with fish leaping out and crashing back down, splattering Zhao Dong's face with droplets. Zhao Dong cast the net once more, this time successfully ensnaring the very fish that had been leaping moments before. He hastily began to pull in the net, exerting every ounce of strength, while his father adjusted the boat's position. However, this haul was significantly less than the first, as the placement of the net had not been optimal. Without delay, Zhao Dong cast the third net, this time with a keen awareness of the angle. The net opened and closed with a flourish, capturing a bounty of fish that rivaled the first haul, if not surpassing it. "Father, come quickly, I can't pull it in." I'm coming." Zhao's father adjusted the boat and, without a moment to spare to admire the catch, hurried over to assist in hauling the net. The 2 other boats swiftly approached, and upon witnessing the thrashing schools of fish, they wasted no time in finding their angles to cast their nets, the calls for assistance rising and falling like a chorus. The same recipe, the same flavor, yet different protagonists. In their third haul, father and son gritted their teeth, veins bulging on their foreheads and necks. Their faces flushed with exertion. Their arms bore deep grooves from the fishing net as they summoned every ounce of strength to finally bring aboard a net brimming with fish. Despite their fatigue, neither uttered a word of weariness. They felt capable of casting a few more nets. Hastily, they emptied the catch onto the boat and took a moment to sort through the haul. They continued with the fourth, fifth, and sixth nets. The fish piled up like small mounds, resembling large tents, and soon enough, they formed a substantial hill. There was no time to organize the catch. It was simply heaped onto the boat. As time progressed, the volume of fish increased, encroaching upon the limited space of the vessel, constraining their movements. The same was true for the other two boats, their space diminishing with each net pulled aboard. Exhausted yet filled with joy, they wore smiles that never faded, conserving their energy for one more cast. The excitement within them was palpable. They were elated to experience such a prosperous opening day of fishing. As true fishermen, they reveled in the sight of nets overflowing with fish. The seventh, eighth, and ninth nets were drawn in. Eventually, they collapsed onto the boat, silent, seeking a moment of tranquility as the fish had long since dispersed. Gazing at the now calm sea, it was hard to imagine that just moments ago, it had been a scene of tumult and fervor. The sea's tranquility signified the conclusion of their fishing endeavors. The ease of casting and retrieving such abundant catches would no longer be a reality. Nevertheless, they felt content having cast 9 nets. Eldest brother, Jian, how many nets did you both cast? 7. They replied in unison, evidently keeping count. As they regained their strength, a surge of excitement coursed through them while tidying the nets, occasionally glancing at their haul. I never thought I would have a boat and witness such a fishing spectacle. The gang mused, having never imagined such a scene. In the future, when you venture out to sea, you'll encounter much more. This is just the beginning, Zhao's father remarked. Zhao Dong observed that the majority of their catch consisted of yellow-footed snapper, scientifically known as yellowfin bream, also referred to as yellowfin. Its body was oval, flat, and high-sided, displaying a bluish-gray dorsal sheen with a golden luster, while its underside was white, adorned with yellow hues on the pelvic, anal, and lower tail fins. Father, it is often said that the yellow-footed sea chicken is delectable, also known as the sea-bottom chicken, renowned for its exceptionally tender meat, high nutritional value, and delightful flavor. Akin to that of a young hen, Zhao Dong recounted what he had heard. Whether it is true remains a mystery, as I have yet to taste it. Brother, is it truly that good? I have never had the opportunity to try it either. Brother Dagong, have you tasted it? What is its flavor like? Go away. Are you mocking me? You know nothing of whether I have tasted it or not. We were practically wearing the same pair of pants as children, so whose family could have afforded it? Brother, save a few for us to try tonight. Uncle Air has yet to sample it. Very well. Zhao Dong and his 2 companions are indeed good friends. One merely raises their backside, and others instinctively know what is about to transpire. Perhaps Father Zhao had a bountiful catch today. His spirits lifted, for they suggested eating a few and were met with no reprimand. A sudden shift that left them somewhat unaccustomed. The yellowfin sea bream and the yellow sea bream are, in fact, 2 distinct species. They resemble each other and share similar names. Yet the yellow sea bream commands a higher price than the yellowfin. Many inland areas often confuse the two. Zhao Dong took a moment to survey his surroundings and noticed something amiss. Father, look, he exclaimed, pointing towards the sea. What is it? What do you see? Zhao Air, his brother, inquired, scanning the area without discerning anything unusual. Could it be that Dongzi has developed a keen eye for observation? Brother, I know. This is where we set our traps, Jian interjected, gesturing towards a nearby buoy. Zhao Da and Zhao Air also glanced around and spotted their own buoy. Only Zhao Dong's buoy was positioned behind them. Dongzi, are you about to catch a haul? Oh, the fickleness of fate. While you feast, we shall partake of the broth. Dagong chuckled. Zhao father observed that his 2 sons had yet to grasp the situation. He had previously considered the younger one relatively astute, but now found him utterly foolish. No wonder Jian, Zhao Dong, and Dagong got along so well. This kind of foolishness made him reluctant to associate with them. With Dongzi's trap behind us, our net should align perfectly with the passing school of fish. At that time, they were plentiful and clustered together. Unless something unforeseen occurred, we should expect a good catch of yellowfin sea bream or assorted fish. Upon reaching your area, the school of fish would scatter, and the net should yield fewer yellowfin than Dongzi's. Zhao father explained that there was no remedy for the two foolish boys they had raised. Oh, I see. That makes sense. It means the net won't be empty. At that moment, the two brothers felt buoyant, unconcerned about the quantity, as they would surely have their share. Perhaps just as much as a Jian and Dagong. Enough chatter. Let us sort through the baskets we brought today. Zhao father, unable to tolerate the sight of his two contented sons any longer, decided it was best to direct them towards work. Father, let us not sort, let us head home. Zhao Dong glanced at the sun, now positioned at its zenith, indicating it was time for a meal. The morning's porridge had long since been digested after exerting considerable effort. What? Are we returning home already? It's still early. Indeed, father. Under this blazing sun. We have just finished catching fish. Returning now would ensure they remain fresh and fetch a good price. Then let us sort them first before we return. My arms are almost too weary to lift. If we delay, my wife could accomplish the task faster than I. There was no alternative. Zhao Dong had to haul his wife out, and he felt as though his arm might give out. Others seemed unaffected. Yet he was the one complaining about this ache and that pain, as if he had become utterly incapacitated. In the end, although Zhao's father relented, it was amidst a tirade of complaints from Zhao Dong. His father, rowing at the forefront, led the way while Zhao Dong, with his back turned, mouthed a question to a Jian and the others beside him, asking if their arms ached as well. The four of them responded in unison, grimacing in pain. Zhao Dong knew he had his answer. He declared that his exertion in hauling the net was the most strenuous, and if the others were feeling pain, it was only natural. No wonder they ventured out at midnight to fish. Indeed, there must be a bountiful catch. A Jian and Zhao Dong reflected on this. You know nothing. This is merely amusing. During the day, the high temperatures drive the fish to the bottom, while at night, the cooler temperatures entice the fish that are accustomed to feeding near the surface. Thus, they are easier to catch. Brother, you are quite remarkable to know all this. A Jian praised. Stop flattering me. A Jian, your words are nauseating, Zhao Dong retorted. You feel nauseous because you are seasick, a Jian laughed. The six of them shared hearty laughter, for seasickness was indeed a humorous plight among fishermen. Even Zhao's father, who had lived half a lifetime, could not restrain his amusement. Chapter 26. Selling fish at the dock, reaping great profits. Father, how much do you think this fish can sell for? Zhao Dong inquired, eager to hear his father's response. It should fetch around 20 cents. Given our plentiful catch, we might even get more than that, his father replied. Ah, that is quite substantial. If we have 1,000 pounds on board, that would amount to 200. In just this short time, we've earned what would take half a year. A Jian calculated swiftly, his excitement palpable. With renewed fervor, Zhao Dong offered to take over rowing so that his father could rest. Having fished since dawn, the boat still held 2,000 to 3,000 pounds of fish, and it would be too exhausting for his father to continue alone. The two other boats also took turns rowing, taking nearly half an hour longer than in the morning to reach the village dock. The portly man and his wife basked in the sun while watching their child. Hey, his wife nudged him with her elbow. Thud. The drowsy man was jolted to the ground. What happened? He exclaimed. Look, those 3 boats belong to Dongzi and the others, don't they? Indeed, they do. Let's hurry over and see why they've returned at this hour. Startled awake, the plump man waddled over, his bulk shaking as he hurried. Before they even reached the dock, he shouted, Why are you back at this time? Did something happen? His shout roused Wang Kai, who peeked curiously from the side. Squinting at them, Zhao Dong did not respond. Instead, he commanded, Go grab a basket and bring over the cart. Understanding immediately, the plump man turned and scurried back. Wang Kai grasped the doorframe with envy, wanting to join but hesitant to step closer. I can already envision the smug expression on Wang Kai's face. Yet the thought brings me a sense of joy. Zhao Dong is a man who holds grudges, but he remains unaware of Wang Kai's prying gaze. Do not dither. Swiftly gather the baskets for sorting. Sooner or later, you all must undertake this task. Once sorted, transport them down, observing a few individuals engaging in idle chatter, exchanging words without end. I find their lack of diligence disheartening. Today, Zhao's father is overwhelmed with excitement over the bountiful catch, struggling to articulate his feelings, resorting instead to reprimanding the children. Ah, father has arrived. Let us get to work. What do you mean, father has arrived? Who is your father? After receiving a couple of light blows, Zhao Dong is bewildered. Ever since his father began fishing, he has been as fierce as gunpowder, ready to unleash his ire on anyone. I said. Father has come, Zhao Dong mutters, realizing the awkwardness of his words but deciding against further explanation, having already faced reprimand. The group squats down to work, with Zhao Dong glancing up occasionally. Why are you not focusing on your work? At this rate, you'll be at it until the end of time. Father, are there really such times as the end of time? I was unaware. I thought there were merely the 12 zodiac signs. Zhao Dong is deliberately provoking him, as he is utterly exhausted and seeks rescue from his wife. You little rascal. Not working diligently, and instead spouting nonsense. Zhao's father, infuriated, removes his shoe to strike Zhao Dong. Seizing the moment, Zhao Dong flees the boat, encountering a towering basket obscuring both sight and path. Fatty, climb up and assist me with the sorting. My arm is in pain, and I can no longer manage. Inform Jian and the others that I am going home to fetch reinforcements. All right, hurry back. Fatty, daunted by the mountain of fish, feels overwhelmed. It is a hardship to expect him to work when he has not even managed his own at home. Zhao Dong's call for help is indeed a lifeline for both. Fatty's wife arrives with their child and begins sorting while keeping an eye on the little one. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong rushes home. Mother, where are you? In the house. Upon seeing Zhao Dong, Zhao's mother is taken aback. Where are your father and the others? Are you alone? Why have you returned at this hour? We encountered a school of fish. Our arms are almost too weary to lift. Please send the others to the dock to sort. Oh, all right, I will. Zhao's mother, initially surprised, is then filled with elation. She rushes inside to summon a few daughters-in-law, calling on those passing by, including Li's family and Suhua, while the children, seeing the commotion, follow suit. A bustling crowd heads toward the dock. Zhao Dong, no longer in a hurry, retrieves the money hidden beneath his pillow and heads to the small shop. Uncle Yongfu, I would like 3 jean of sesame cakes, 5 bottles of canned goods, and some prepared dishes. That will be $4. All right, I'll take it, uncle. Come back again. Carrying his purchases, Zhao Dong feels as though his arms no longer belong to him. Fortunately, the distance is short, otherwise, he would rather go hungry than carry such a load. Upon arriving at the dock, he finds the women sorting fish on the boat while the men are sent ashore to rest, gathering together for conversation. As he approaches, he overhears Fatty negotiating prices with Zhao's father. Uncle, for these yellow-footed fish, I'll offer a fair price. What do you think? All right, let us settle on 28 cents. I once he claimed to have earned a profit, but it's certainly not a substantial gain. Agreed, Fatty, that will be the price. Now, let us get them weighed. Right. The yellow-footed fish is indeed a fine catch. Can you, my corpulent friend, consume it all by yourself? What about the 3 boats? Shall I assist you in sharing the burden? Wang Kai, with a cheeky demeanor, spoke to the plump man. Fully aware that the cargo was plentiful, and he merely wished to secure a portion for himself. He had restrained his urges time and again, but could no longer contain himself and had to inquire. The stout man glanced at Zhao's father and the others. You handle it as you see fit. We'll take it at 28 cents. If you are willing to accommodate us, we have no objections. Just ensure payment is made when the time comes. Zhao's father had no desire to involve himself in the procurement details. Timely payment was all that mattered. I'll allocate 10 baskets to you, but you must pay in cash. No signing of orders. The price remains 28 cents on my end as well. Such a high price. You won't profit much from that, Wang Kai remarked, taken aback by the stout man's offer, while the others were also left to ponder the implications. Zhao Dong approached with armfuls of goods, calling out, Come, partake in some food. We still need to move the fish afterward. Brother, how do you know I am hungry? You purchased it, retorted the stout man. Of course, everyone is famished. Have you checked the time? Delicious. There are even canned goods, Zhao Dong replied. Eat the prepared foods with your hands. You cannot seem to stop chattering while eating. It appears you still have strength to carry more baskets in a while. At that moment, Zhao's father spoke, and the chatter ceased, as if they had become quail. The children assisting in the boat, witnessing their father indulging in splendid dishes, clamored to disembark, yearning for delectable treats rather than to toil as child laborers. They dashed towards the food, and Zhao Dong quickly opened a can for them, dividing pastries into halves for each child, ensuring they were well taken care of before returning to the task of lifting baskets. As Jian lowered the baskets, he animatedly narrated the fishing scene to the women sorting the catch. It is akin to picking up money. It's all right before you. Just cast the net and haul it in. Each pull is a bounty. That is certainly a valid point, one of the women remarked. Zhao's mother inquired, Dongzi, how did you locate the school of fish? Your father mentioned the sea was quite calm when you cast the net, but it churned once you pulled it up. The women sorting the fish and the men transporting them were all eager to learn more. Wang Kai, with 10 baskets of fish, also joined in the lifting. Well, it was the foolish fish that leapt onto our fishing boat, one after another, each larger than the last. I ventured to the sea's surface to investigate and discovered the school of fish. At that moment, I was unaware they were yellow-footed. Zhao's mother held up one of the foolish fish, exclaiming, "Is this the school of fish you all lured here?" It must have been the yellow-footed fish that sought to consume them, leaping onto the boat for self-preservation. "Father, what did you say Mother did to prepare this fish?" It had been so long that he had completely forgotten what he intended to convey. Zhao Dong grabbed a bucket, placing 10 fish inside, and set it aside, saying to Zhao's mother, "I've heard they are quite nutritious. Let us sample them tonight. I'll keep 5 for my sister. You just say nothing and leave it at that." Zhao Hong's words were interrupted by Zhao Dong, who could not endure the polite refusals nor his sister's emotional appeals. Once the sorting was complete, the baskets were all lowered, with over 50 baskets of fish from the 3 boats displayed before them. A truly magnificent sight. The yellow-footed fish weighed 2,284 pounds, priced at 28 cents per pound, totaling 639.52. Zhao's father received 213.17, while Zhao Dong earned 426.35 from this venture. All the cargo on this boat belongs to Fatty. Brother Zhao's also collected by Fatty. 1,632 pounds at a price of 0.28. Sold for 456.96, split between 2, each receiving over 200. Ajian and De Gangs, collected by Wang Kai. 1,628 pounds, also at 0.28 per pound, sold for 455.84, divided between 2, each getting over 200. They had some miscellaneous fish, leaving a little behind. Over 400 pounds sold for 8. Selling is truly too cheap. If they don't sell, both families will struggle to manage. The Zhao family's 2 boats of miscellaneous fish will take quite a while to handle. Zhao Dong has a significant amount on one boat. Slaughtering and drying fish can be stored for a long time. Today, they earned a great deal. It's only fitting to treat the whole family. Chapter 27. The busy slaughter father Zhao, along with others, first pushed the cart loaded with miscellaneous fish back home, while Zhao Dong leisurely followed behind, carrying a bucket of yellow-footed fish. "Fatty, are you coming over tonight?" "Yellow-footed." He winked at Fatty, unable to conceal his joyful expression. "You rascal, no wonder there's so much left in the bucket. It's for your 5 internal organs. I'm fortunate to share in the bounty. Once the fish are unloaded, I'll come over. You must wait for me." Fatty noticed that Zhao Dong, the Zhao family, and De Gang had all changed. They seemed vibrant and full of life, reminiscent of their carefree childhood, filled with vigor and positivity. Unlike their previous lives at the dock, where they toiled daily with a sense of hopelessness, devoid of smiles, complaints, or dreams, they now appeared rejuvenated, embodying their original selves once more. Of course, Ajian remained unchanged. Still that carefree, kind-hearted young man. This is truly wonderful. On the way back, Zhao Dong stopped by a small shop to grab a bucket of wine, intending for everyone to indulge together in the evening. He also bought a packet of sour plum powder for the children to enjoy with their meals. The women at home were already prepared with cutting boards and knives, sitting on wooden stumps to process the miscellaneous fish. They scaled the fish, opened their bellies, and removed the gills and entrails, placing the cleaned fish into an empty basket for later washing. With every filled basket, they grimaced in pain. Their arms ached. Were it not for the presence of these women, even the toughest men would be groaning. "Oh dear! Ouch! 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 Oh my!" The pain was more pronounced during rest than while working. The women, observing their antics, decided that they would need to rub some medicinal wine on their sore muscles later. Otherwise, they would be in even greater pain the next morning. They laughed and gossiped while swiftly processing the fish, demonstrating their expertise as fish after fish was tossed into the basket in no time. "Dad, I'll go cook. Everyone is busy. Today, you'll get to taste my cooking." Watching the fish being slaughtered and dried, there wasn't a moment of idleness. Zhao Dong, the only one free, intended to handle logistics. "Just you?" His father's expression, hesitant yet joyful, was ambiguous. Was it disbelief or sheer happiness? "Dongzi, when will you learn to cook? If you can't, then stop pretending." Zhao's mother is extremely apprehensive. The elder sister-in-law, the second sister-in-law, and even his wife are all observing him, their faces etched with unmistakable expressions of doubt and disbelief. Who do they look down upon? Zhao Dong retorted, having understood their unspoken concerns. I've seen you all cook before. It's rather simple. Today, I shall demonstrate my culinary skills. Please watch closely. With that, he attempted to strut away but was halted by a sudden pang in his arm, which brought him back to reality, grimacing as he entered the kitchen. First, he set the rice to cook and began to prepare the ingredients, starting with the large yellow croaker. After washing and cutting the fish into pieces, he gathered the necessary seasonings, including ginger, garlic, and scallions. He heated the pan, adding oil to saute the ginger and garlic until fragrant. Then placed the fish into the pan. He added a splash of the wine he had just brought back, along with soy sauce and sugar, and let it simmer for 5 to 6 minutes. The kitchen filled with the delightful aroma of fish. He also brought in 10 freshly caught yellow croakers for a fragrant pan fry. In a moment of distraction, he grabbed 2 more fish. One he cut into pieces to marinate, and the other he prepared for a spicy and sour fish soup. He also decided to steam some large prawns and make drunken shrimp with smaller ones. Finally, he sought out a couple of vegetable dishes, feeling immensely satisfied with his culinary accomplishments. Mother, father, look at all this fish. Hu Ziqiang, pushing his bicycle, was astonished to see baskets of fish laid out in the yard, surrounded by women preparing them. Today, your father encountered a school of yellow croakers at sea. We saved 5 for you, so remember to take them home, Zhao's mother and Hu Ziqiang said with smiles. Hu Ziqiang instinctively glanced at his wife. Zhao Hong wished to feign ignorance, pondering why they needed to confirm everything. Wouldn't it be better to have a bit more trust between people? Why don't you take a look in that bucket? Zhao Hong redirected him to verify for himself. Hu Ziqiang gazed into the bucket, feeling a sense of wonder. This was his first time encountering a school of fish, and he had returned with a substantial catch. The second time, he had gathered an enormous bounty from the tide. Today marked his 3rd visit, and he found himself anticipating what treasures he might discover next. After inspecting the fish, Hu Ziqiang pulled out some prepared foods he had bought, marinated beef and braised pork knuckle. Ah, we have extra dishes today, Zhao Dong exclaimed as he emerged from the kitchen, delighted by the abundance. Elder brother-in-law, remember to take the fish home soon. They won't stay fresh for long. We should leave early. The weather is still cool, or else we have to head back right away, Zhao's father added. Upon hearing this, the elder brother-in-law's eyes brightened. Then I'll head back now. I have a day off tomorrow, and will come by again tonight. He placed the fish onto his bicycle and prepared to leave. Father, I said nothing. Why are you leaving already? Zhao Dong questioned. Mother, Hong, I will return tomorrow morning. The women in the yard, engaged in preparing the fish, overheard the conversation and were puzzled as to why everything seemed to be in a rush. Tomorrow. It suffices to bring it back then. There is no need to return right now. Zhao Hong also urged him. The women who were gutting fish offered their encouragement. Yet seeing his resolute intent to leave, Zhao's mother packed a substantial amount of unslaughtered fish into the vehicle and instructed him, once you return, prepare the fish for drying or fry it. Either way is fine. Very well, I shall take my leave, he said, mounting his bicycle and departing without a backward glance, leaving behind a group of bewildered onlookers. Mother, you all needn't rush. Please have your meal first. Zhao Dong observed that there was no point in lingering. After all, he would return the following day and could inquire further then. What? The dishes were all prepared by Dongzi? Upon hearing this, the rotund man, unable to contain himself, glanced at Zhao Dong and asked, Is your arm no longer in pain? It still aches, but this is merely to reward you all for your assistance, Zhao Dong replied. Acknowledging their help, Li Nai and Cuihua had managed to save a few fish, and after assisting Zhao's family with the slaughter, Jian and De Gang joined in washing and drying the fish. With many hands, the work progressed swiftly. Zhao Dong poured a modest amount of liquor for each person, cautioning, drink sparingly. We must not become too cold before we commence the fish slaughter. After laboring with the fish for half a day, they would surely appreciate some relaxation before resting. This is the money for today. We came in to eat and drink, but it seems we have forgotten. The rotund man slapped his forehead, realizing, have the fish already departed in the vehicle? Zhao Dong accepted the money, counted out his family share, and handed it to his wife. Along with Wang Kai, you truly are accumulating wealth quietly this time. The village remains completely unaware. The rotund man was intrigued by such discreet endeavors, finding it quite agreeable to keep a low profile. The village is quite diverse. We should avoid drawing attention to ourselves. If word gets out, I doubt we will retrieve our traps tomorrow, as there will be followers wherever we go. Moreover, those who learn of it may come seeking loans. If they are denied, they will become incensed. If we lend, they will hold the upper hand, making it difficult for us to reclaim our dues. With this money, we can simply enjoy a meal and drink. It is far more practical. Upon hearing Zhao Dong's reasoning, the others found merit in his perspective. Accumulating wealth quietly seemed indeed advantageous. Chun Xiao, overhearing their banter, calculated her contributions, producing 2 stacks of cash and offering the change to Zhao's mother. Without a glance, Zhao's mother accepted it, confident that her daughter-in-law had calculated accurately, ensuring that there would be no shortage. The children relished the delicious meal, drinking the sour plum soup prepared by Zhao Dong, finding the sweet and sour flavor delightful and clamoring for more. What more do you want? If you keep this up, you will end up wetting the bed tonight. After some scolding and a few swats, they finally grew quiet and dashed outside to play. While the men chatted, the women were already busy gutting fish, setting aside a considerable amount for the elder brother-in-law, and there was not much left. Within half an hour, they would complete the task. The work of gutting fish left them weary and sore, yet the smiles on the women's faces never waned throughout the day. This was a true embodiment of joy intertwined with toil. Chapter 28. The Retrieval of the Trap's Mother. Mother, please open the door. Hu Ziqiang arrived home after an hour's bicycle ride, greeted by the tightly shut door. I'm here, Ziqiang. Why have you returned so late? Hu's mother, turning on the lights, hurried out to welcome her eldest son. Hu Ziqiang remained silent, first pushing his bicycle into the courtyard, pleased to see that the lights were on in his brother's rooms. Ziqiang, have you brought back more seafood? Hua Laoda gazed at the large burlap sack bound in the back seat, noticing the buckets hanging in front that seemed filled with fish. Father, my father-in-law encountered a school of yellow-footed fish today and generously set aside 5 for me, intending to deliver them tomorrow. As fate would have it, I was there, and upon seeing this fresh catch, I knew I had to hurry back, he exclaimed, pulling his father toward the buckets. Look, father, how large these fish are. Specifically saved for us. He spoke loudly to his father while casting his eyes toward a few brothers approaching. Brothers, can you unload the sack? My legs are weary from carrying such a heavy load. His second brother, disapproving of the younger sibling's smug demeanor, attempted to lift it effortlessly, only to find it immovable, creating an atmosphere thick with awkwardness. Embarrassed, Hua Ergo muttered, indeed, it is rather heavy. In his attempt to belittle another, he ended up stinging his own pride, the slap echoing painfully against his cheek. Hua Mu untied the rope, and, upon seeing the small yellow-footed fish and the abundance of fresh catches, felt a surge of joy. These fish are splendid. They will make delicious dried fish. She then called for several daughters-in-law, instructing them to bring out the cutting boards and knives for the task of preparing the fish. Lacking sufficient tools, they borrowed from neighbors, determined to process the fish today, lest they lose their freshness by tomorrow. Hua Mu observed the fish piled in the sack and suggested, let us sort them first. It will make the killing process much simpler. She summoned a few sons to find the bamboo trays, ensuring they were clean for drying the fish. With winter upon them, the conditions were perfect for drying fish. A few days of the northwesterly wind would suffice, allowing them to store the catch properly, providing sustenance for the entire year. The fishing village always had dried fish to accompany their meals throughout the seasons. As night fell, a neighbor inquired, who provided your family with so many fish? Hua saw, having borrowed a cutting board and knife, heard the commotion and joined in the curiosity. My father-in-law, Ziqiang, encountered a school of fish today and kept 5 large yellow-footed ones for us. Just think, he could have sold them for some money instead of giving them to us. He has been bringing back sacks full of fish. This year, we lack dried fish, she remarked, turning to Xiaoma. Why don't you take a few home to enjoy? With so many, I might just take a few, she replied. Your in-laws are quite remarkable. Our Xiao recently mentioned how they've been making a fortune. It hasn't been long, and they're already thriving again. Your family is truly fortunate. All your in-laws are wonderful. You won't have to worry about anything. They supply you with seafood. They conversed animatedly. Meanwhile, the sisters-in-law in the Hua household, faces darkened in concentration, were engaged in the labor of gutting fish. Though evening had fallen, it was hard to discern their expressions, yet their exertions suggested a fierce dedication, as if they were determined to dismantle each fish thoroughly. Hua thought to herself, here they are flaunting their catch, while we toil late into the night with no benefit, only to hear praise for their couple. Listening to his mother and Xiaoma, Hua Ziqiang felt a swell of happiness, unable to suppress the smile creeping onto his face. Observing the expressions of his sisters-in-law, he felt his effort in returning home was entirely justified, bringing a sense of fulfillment. The freshly caught fish had several brothers cleaning and drying them, tasks that he had no need for. He nibbled on the flatbread he had purchased on his way back, conversing with Hulauda. "Father, I must visit my father-in-law's house tomorrow morning, as they are setting sail, and I wish to join in the fun." "Go ahead. Keep your eyes open and lend a hand," came the reply. "Understood." With a multitude of hands, the fish were swiftly processed. Hu Ziqiang, noticing the displeased expressions of his sisters-in-law, playfully pinched his brother's tender flesh at the waist several times, causing him to wince. "Oh dear, your sides must be turning purple." The following morning, Hu Mu prepared breakfast early. After eating, Hu Ziqiang hopped on his bicycle and headed to his father-in-law's house. Upon arrival, he was greeted by a remarkable sight. The modest courtyard was brimming with fish laid out on bamboo trays. There were so many that additional makeshift racks had been erected with bamboo poles, draped with fishing nets to air-dry the fish, leaving just a narrow path for passage. "Ziqiang, you're here early. Have you eaten?" Hu Mu inquired. "I've already had breakfast, mother." "Where are father and the others?" "They've been restless all night with the wind and are still indoors, not yet gone to sea." "I'll go check inside," he replied, hastening into the house. Inside, he found several brothers-in-law seated with his father-in-law, the atmosphere decidedly tense. His father-in-law's large pipe emitted a gurgling sound, mirroring the smoker's mood. "Father," Hu Ziqiang called out, glancing at Zhao Dong and the others. "What's wrong? You all seem glum." "The wind has picked up, and father is worried about the conditions for retrieving the fish traps," came the response. "Surely, this wind cannot last all day. We should monitor it and head out when it calms," Hu Ziqiang suggested, though he lacked understanding of the situation. "I believe the wind will ease around noon. My father is anxious." Zhao Dong and his companions appeared more composed, though Zhao Fu was genuinely concerned, his face devoid of cheer since morning. The women, however, remained unaffected, oblivious to the fish in the traps, believing the wind would expedite the drying process. In a fishing village, the rhythm of life dictated that one could only venture out to sea for about half the month, with the remainder spent battling winds or rain. On particularly stormy days, one might find themselves out at sea for only a couple of days in an entire month. During breakfast, Zhao Mu cautioned the children to be careful while playing, warning them not to knock over the fish drying in the courtyard, lest they end up feasting on bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Meanwhile, Guang rallied his friends to discuss their plans, deciding to venture out to find stones and play at his house. After finishing their meal, they all buzzed away like a swarm of bees. Women sat at the entrance weaving nets, while men chatted in the courtyard. The sea breeze carrying the briny sweetness of the ocean and the scent of drying fish throughout the village. Around noon, Zhao Fu entered with a bright demeanor, urging everyone to prepare as the wind had lessened, and they should hasten to sea to collect the traps. Hearing this, Zhao Dong and the others were equally delighted. Jian and De Gang had been waiting with them, and the group set off to the dock, rowing their boat towards the area where the traps were set. "Brother-in-law, why did you come along?" Jian asked Hu Ziqiang. "Just came to have a look," he replied. "Have you ever been to sea?" De Gang inquired, turning back as he paddled. "I have never been out before. My family has never owned a boat." Hu Ziqiang, perplexed, wondered what was the purpose of this inquiry. "You mustn't feel seasick then," Zhao Dagu, ever candid, remarked, as if he had pressed an ignition button. Oh. The elder brother-in-law was already busy preparing the fishing spot, choosing action over words. Zhao Ergu, overwhelmed, glanced at his brother and then at his brother-in-law. Unsure of what to say, Zhao Dong tapped his head and expressed his confusion about the urgency with which several individuals had hurried past without noticing. Only realizing at once, Jian boarded the vessel. "Here, take a sip of water," Zhao Dong offered, handing over a bamboo tube filled with water. Fortunately, they had not taken the bamboo tube off the boat yesterday. Otherwise, they would not have been able to bring water today. "Do not be alarmed by the sea. With a little adaptation, you may find it becomes tolerable," suggested Zhao's father, an old fisherman, though he could not guarantee its efficacy. The 3 small wooden boats arrived at the fishing grounds amidst the elder brother-in-law's retching. The wind today would cause the nets to shift position. However, given the nearby fishing area was rather limited, they quickly located their respective nets marked by floats. As the wind began to pick up again, the nets of the 3 boats were all oriented in the same direction, not far apart. At this point, Zhao Dong had anchored the boat, and he and his father commenced retrieving the nets. The few individuals who were to pull the nets were unaware that the mischievous children at home were causing trouble. Zuehua, do not strike. It is merely these few naughty children running amok with stones. Zhao Mu heard the wails of Shitu and hurried to intervene. She speculated that the fish had scattered due to those children's antics, pondering that it could not solely be Shita's fault, but rather the responsibility of the child who instigated the mischief. Meanwhile, the well-behaved children inside seemed oblivious to Shita's cries, whispering amongst themselves. It's fine, anyway. They are not from our family. Mother won't punish us, I assured confidently. Will my mother really not scold me? I am scared, Adai, the obedient and timid one, asked with a quiver in his voice. Do not worry, grandmother won't let us be punished. My father is still here, Guang, astute and clever, reassured them, knowing he would not face repercussions at grandmother's house as long as his father was present. The younger children were even less concerned and felt no fear. Zhao Dong gradually pulled the net from the water. One must not be too hasty or forceful when retrieving the nets, for such actions could damage the net or harm the catch within. Zhao's father and the elder brother-in-law watched closely. Father, lend a hand, Zhao Dong requested as his father quickly reached out to assist in pulling the net's frame. Their net remained silent. In contrast, the other two boats were producing sounds of splashing and the tails of fish striking the water's surface, prompting both father and son to look up. Fish! Look at all those fish. They seem to be all yellow-footed. Oh my, so many, and quite large. The elder brother-in-law, who had been feeling seasick, appeared to have been cured by the bounty of fish within the net. The father and son, disregarding the excited brother-in-law, were diligently pulling up their traps. Each took hold of one side, gripping the frame with their left hands while their right hands grasped the corresponding framework in front, alternating their efforts to gradually hoist the trap from the depths. Damn, it's exceedingly heavy, Zhao Dong exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration after exerting considerable strength to pull up a row of traps. Upon finally extracting the net, they were met with an abundant catch of yellow croakers, the net teeming with fish. The sheer volume left no room for movement, explaining the weight they had struggled against. The brother-in-law, perceptive as ever, grinned widely at the sight of the haul, his eyes nearly squinting with delight as he arranged buckets for the catch. Zhao Dong untangled the net, and together they poured the fish into the bucket, while the brother-in-law eagerly awaited, swiftly replacing the filled bucket with an empty one. Concerned for the fish's well-being, he filled the new bucket with water, understanding that live fish commanded a higher price. With no ulterior motives, he simply sought to keep himself occupied. Zhao's father was pleased to see his brother-in-law busy, appreciating his willingness to help without needing direction. Brother, we had quite a bounty on this side too. Look at these yellow croakers, and this flower crab, and the eels, not to mention the large shrimp. A Jian shouted, sharing his excitement with Zhao Dong. You've got nothing worth looking at. Come aboard my boat, and see how envious you'll be. Zhao Dong teased him. I'm sure your catch is all yellow croakers, Zhao Ergu replied confidently, recognizing that their traps had yielded a decent haul despite the absence of fish schools. Indeed, Zhao Dong affirmed. Let us hear about it, chimed in the elder brother and a gang. Yes, all yellow croakers, Zhao Dong reiterated before resuming his efforts to pull the traps. Aware it was time for them to depart, as his own catch was substantial, far more than he could manage. Their two boats were filled with a mix of fish, predominantly yellow croakers, with the remainder being an assortment of others. There was no need for two people to pull a trap, as the process was swift. One person sorted the catch. If everything were mixed in a single bucket, the crabs and fish could suffocate one another, leaving behind maimed specimens that would fetch a lower price. Meanwhile, the brother-in-law observed and mimicked the actions of a Jian and the others, using an empty bucket to separate the fish from the crabs and large shrimp, though the latter were scarce. Look at how little I've managed to sort out. It's mostly yellow croakers, he remarked, lifting his bucket for them to see. Brother-in-law, we're almost done here. We'll be over shortly, a Jian replied while sorting. He was eager to see the extent of their haul. The gang, the elder brother, and Zhao Ergu remained silent, but their movements hastened. As they reached the second row of traps, the father and son had already pulled up more than half, and the closer they got to the net, the heavier it became, revealing an abundance of yellow croakers while other fish were scarcely visible. Huh, Zhao Dong shouted, rallying his father as they hoisted the second row. This time, the brother-in-law had prepared a water-filled bucket in anticipation of their catch. Zhao Dong extracted 3 cigarettes, handing one each to his father and brother-in-law to light. Time was of the essence. The wind seemed to have intensified since their arrival. Indeed, it had. The catch from the traps surpassed that of their oceanic fishing endeavors. A testament to the capricious nature of fortune. After Zhao's father spoke, he and Zhao Dong proceeded to empty the traps. Father, the wind has picked up. Can you and Dongzi still tend to the traps? We will not, father. Given the unpredictable weather, let us retrieve the traps for now, Zhao Dong replied. Sensing that the wind would likely persist into the morrow. Let us not linger. We shall take them back, the brother-in-law remarked as they finalized their decision. Organizing the traps and clearing away the entangled debris. The new traps, having seen their maiden voyage, were minimally cluttered and thus easy to manage. Zhao's father and the others hastened their efforts, pulling the traps with relentless determination. As the third row was drawn up, they untied it and dumped its contents into a barrel. Dongzi, why are there so many yellow-footed fish in your traps? The schools must have passed through here yesterday. The brother-in-law noted, recognizing the unusual catch, indicative of a bountiful yield. Indeed, father mentioned that the schools of yellow-footed fish had traversed the traps. That's why he is anxious about the winds preventing us from heading out today, Zhao Dong clarified, showcasing his filial devotion. The fourth row was also pulled up, and Zhao Dong mused on the efficacy of the medicinal liquor they had rubbed on their arms. Without it, he doubted they could have managed the weight of the traps. The three men aboard the boat were no longer intrigued by what they had drawn up, fully aware that it was yellow-footed fish, and given the weight, they anticipated no further surprises. Brother, let us pull together. I haven't yet handled the last row of traps, called Zhao Urge, who was aboard a GNS boat. Eagerly, they sought to tackle the final row of traps bursting with fish. Zhao Dong felt a surge of joy at the prospect of others doing the labor. As he and his father were already fatigued, a Jian and Zhao Urge boarded, straining against the ropes. The weight of the traps exceeded their expectations, almost pulling them overboard with the recoil of the ropes. Both men exerted every ounce of their strength, unreservedly hauling the row of traps aboard. Goodness, this is a hefty load. I can barely manage, a Jian lamented, exhausted. 4 rows of traps. How did you two manage to haul this? It's extraordinarily heavy. We could be here until dusk if we had more, Zhao Urge exclaimed. You miscalculated the effort required for this load, Zhao Dong interjected. You almost got swept away earlier. Be cautious in the future. The sea demands respect, Zhao's father admonished, instilling a sense of reverence for the ocean in the two men. In truth, they simply wished to vent their frustrations. Yet, Zhao's father's words resonated with them. The sea is not to be underestimated, and one must always harbor a sense of awe. Chapter 30. Selling the catch. The barrels brimming with fish filled Zhao Dong's boat to the brim as he navigated the waters. While his father and Hu Ziqiang animatedly discussed their catch and yesterday's fishing exploits, their enthusiasm was palpable, almost igniting a fervent desire in the brother-in-law to cast his nets once more and indulge in the thrill of the chase. The waves upon the sea grew increasingly ferocious, and the winds howled with a ferocity far greater than when they first set out. For small to medium-sized vessels, winds of force 8 or 9 signify tempestuous conditions, while for larger ships, a force of 10 poses a genuine threat to safety. Their modest wooden boats, hardly qualifying as small craft, were ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of the waves. When confronted by turbulent waters, fishermen endeavored to synchronize their rowing with the surrounding swells, amplifying the vessel's rocking motion to navigate safely through the tumultuous sea. Zhao Dong adjusted his rowing rhythm while observing the surging waves, recalling news he had encountered in a previous life. It advised against mooring boats at the shore when a tsunami approaches. Instead, one should venture toward the open sea. The vessels anchored by the shore were left in tatters, while those in deeper waters remained unscathed, akin to the principle of a tornado where the eye is the safest place to be. Father, keep an eye on Jian de Gang and the boats of my 2 elder brothers. The waves are too high, Zhao Dong remarked. I'm watching. Just row steadily and take care, his father replied. Zhao Dong and his father were both uneasy about the 2 boats trailing behind. Zhao Dong, seasoned by past experiences of tempestuous seas, felt no fear. His father, reassured by his younger son's steady rowing and calm demeanor in the face of the elements, felt a sense of trust in him. However, he remained vigilant, focusing intently on the 2 boats behind them, calling out instructions. Second son, row to the left, into the waves. Do not shy away, seek the rhythm. De Gang, do not row too swiftly. Follow the waves and find the pattern. For fishermen, encountering rough seas is an essential rite of passage. With each experience, They accumulate knowledge and discern patterns, which are vital for their survival in the ocean's embrace. What would typically be a journey of 20 to 30 minutes extended to nearly an hour, yet they safely reached the dock. Oh my goodness, that scared me. How could the waves be so enormous? This is the first time I've ever witnessed such a sight, exclaimed the eldest brother-in-law, firmly planted on the dock, feeling a sense of security as he animatedly shared his feelings. It's your first time at sea. How could it not be your first sighting? Zhao Dong's father interjected, unable to restrain himself from commenting on the dramatic display. Second uncle, this is my first time witnessing it as well, another chimed in. Me too. I was so frightened while rowing that my palms were drenched in sweat. To be honest, listening to my father and finding the rhythm made it quite manageable, another added. Stop talking. Just watching you row makes me nervous. We have so many fish on board. The group disembarked without haste, relieved to have returned safely, feeling their legs weaken. Those who spoke had not endured the turbulence of the sea. They were not seasoned fishermen. Zhao Dong hurried to the stocky man's location, seeking assistance with the cart. Did you venture out to sea today? Have you lost your mind? The waves are tremendous, and you are in a small wooden boat. The stocky man exclaimed, visibly upset. Growing up in a fishing village, he had never been oblivious to the dangers of the sea. Zhao Dong, this weather is perilous for fishing. Zhao Dong, sensing the man's genuine concern, quickly explained, we set out when the wind was mild, merely to retrieve the fish traps. Otherwise, they would spoil if left for days. We brought them back today, and we want to venture out again in this wind. How much could possibly be in those traps? What would they sell for? Could it be 100? If you're that desperate for 100, I'll give it to you. It seems you value money over life. As the two men pushed the cart, they were nearing the boat, with the plump one still chattering away. Zhao Dong, feeling playful, decided to tease him. Do you think this is worth 100? If you compensate me, I want to set sail again. I'll simply come to you for the money. I can't give you anything. The rotund man, seeing the barrels of lively yellow-footed prawns, faltered in his speech. Are you going to give it to me or not? You've lost your tongue. Get lost. Even with today's winds, I would still go out for this catch. Do you value money over your life? Which is worse, having no money with life or having money with no life? That is a serious question. My choice, dear brother, is to take a gamble and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. You want to buy a motorcycle? Those are dreadfully expensive. I couldn't afford one even if I sold myself. I can't even spare money for a bicycle. Ah Jian overheard the latter part, missing the playful banter between the two. Oh, what is the point of buying anything? I want to even leave the village. Let us just get the fish moved. They had agreed to board the boat, and the barrels of fish were being unloaded. Villagers who had come to observe the weather were astonished to see so many live yellow-footed prawns. What a fortune! You went fishing today and caught so many live ones. You must have encountered a school of fish. Not at all. We just collected the net during the calm of midday. It hasn't been cast for the past couple of days due to the winds. It seemed the news of their fishing expedition hadn't leaked, and the speaker assumed they had just caught the fish today. After finishing his sentence, he joined in to help move the fish and called for others to assist as well. Come on, let us help Uncle Yukai move the fish. Sure. With that, they rolled up their sleeves and got to work. Boss Wankai, having no boat to take out today, observed the scene and quietly stepped in to help, not uttering a word. Even with many barrels, the sheer number of hands made the task swift. In just over 10 minutes, all the barrels were placed at the purchasing point, creating a rather spectacular sight. Live fish fetch a higher price, right? Zhao Dong inquired of the plump man. Brothers must settle accounts fairly. I can offer you a price, but don't try to cheat me. How about 5 per pound? Just so you know, you want to find a better price. All right then, let us weigh them. My live fish pond is full. With the strong winds today, there won't be any fish. Yesterday's catch hasn't even sold. What? How can you do that? You're letting money slip away. Ah Jian added. Brother, are you out of your mind? Boss Wankai crept closer and said quietly, I can have my little uncle come and pick up the goods, but I need a share for myself. Is that all right? With his beady eyes darting around, everyone sensed something was amiss with Wankai, but no one dared to say it outright, feeling a sneaky vibe in the air. Fine. Go ahead. I'll give you a third. I want to let your uncle come empty-handed today. Really? Absolutely. Wankai felt as if luck had smiled upon him. This trip was turning out to be quite profitable. He hurried off to the village office to make a phone call, recalling that such goods had never been transported before. Are we really letting them go? Zhao Dong asked the plump man, watching Wankai scamper away. The individual is not malevolent. I consume meat while offering others a taste of broth. Yesterday, a vehicle passed by, and due to the abundance of goods that could not be accommodated, what remained was taken today, thus sparing me some trouble. As for you, my friend, indeed, Wonkai harbors immense gratitude towards you. Our portly companion possesses profound wisdom, a truth you are just beginning to appreciate. Wansai's uncle's vehicle arrived swiftly, proceeding to the scales for weighing. Zhao Dong instructed his brother-in-law to retain about 10 fish to bring back later. Hu Ziqiang was well aware that his uncle would indulge in the catch. Dongzi set 5 traps, yielding 1,089 pounds of yellow croaker, with 381. 15 allocated to Zhao's father, and 254. 1 remaining for Dongzi. All were live fish, weighed collectively before being transferred with a net to the vehicle for measurement, accounting for the weight of water and buckets. The variety of fish was scarce, barely filling 2 buckets, thus they decided to take it home for a meal. The 2 boats sold nearly all they had. The yellow croaker weighed over 500 pounds, supplemented by crabs, large shrimp, and assorted fish, fetching just over 200 in total. Each person could claim over 100, a bountiful catch indeed. The brother-in-law, listening nearby, contemplated selling his own fish, lamenting the extravagance of such a household. Uncle Zhou and his nephew, assisting in the fish transfer, were envious. Their own tin boat rarely brought in more than 200, and during lean seasons, a catch of merely 10 or 20 was common. The fish were swiftly loaded, and the portly fellow, being affluent, settled the bill. Bundles of cash were handed over, a dizzying sight. Zhao Dong confirmed all was in order, directly passing over Zhao's father's share, while keeping the remainder for himself. At his brother-in-law's location, he retrieved 2 fish to hand over to Zhou and his nephew. Uncle, take these home to enjoy, he insisted. No need, we have enough at home. You keep them. Look, there's still plenty. Take them. You didn't venture out to sea today, and these are fresh. After saying this, he handed them over again, adding, Uncle, just bring the bucket to the portly fellow. We're taking his. Ah, thank you, Dongzi. No need for formality. Uncle, Zhao Dong replied, lifting the bucket and returning with Zhao's father, his pocket filled with joy. Passing a small shop, Zhao Dong handed the bucket to his elder brother and, accompanied by his brother-in-law, entered the premises. In Chapter 31, the discussion of constructing a house unfolds. His brother-in-law teased, when you earn money, must you immediately spend it? Why not let it linger in your pocket for a few days? Earning necessitates spending. If it's gone, I can earn more. One cannot take wealth into the afterlife. He then addressed the shopkeeper, requesting 2 cans, 2 packs of cigarettes, and 2.5 pounds of pork belly. The shopkeeper, beaming with wrinkles, laid out the items on the counter and began calculating. 4.66. It seems you've made quite a profit today. You are quite fortunate. Not too shabby, he replied, taking the items and, without hesitation, offered 10 yuan to his brother-in-law, also presenting a pack of cigarettes. Keep the cigarettes. I want to take the money. You've earned a good sum, and I witnessed the effort you put in. How could I accept it? Then, Zhao Dong reminisced. I still remember when you came to stay with us as a child. I used to take you to the mountains every day to steal bananas, and now, in the blink of an eye, you're the one who owes me money. The brother-in-law felt quite nostalgic. Indeed, back then, whenever your family had delicious food, I would stay over indefinitely, and my sister often bore the brunt of your second sister-in-law's disdain because of me, as they shared tales of their childhood embarrassments. Zhao Dong himself found it amusing. It's only fair that we gained from it. A few side glances from the second sister-in-law are nothing in comparison to what we received, namely, your tall stature of 1.80 meters and your cleverness. That is true, but without your delectable treats, I'd merely be a height of 170-something. Zhao Dong teased, and the brother-in-law responded with a playful jab as they arrived home. Upon entering, they were met with unprecedented enthusiasm from the children. Uncle, what delicious food did you buy? Daddy, yummy food, Daddy. Daddy, what did you and Uncle buy? Daddy, my sister wants to eat. Hu Ziqiang picked up his little girl, noticing her drool hanging down 0.5 meter, which then fell to the ground. Oh dear, my daughter, are you that greedy? Hurry and give her something to eat, or she'll be in a river of drool. The brother-in-law teased his little girl, Yezi. Adai, still silent, clung to Zhao Dong's shirt, too shy to approach Hu Ziqiang, feeling unfamiliar with him. Are we eating now, Mama? He asked, drooling with hunger, feeling overlooked, which made him quite upset. He sought his mother's assistance, believing that his father was unreliable. When Chun Xiu appeared, Zhao Dong presented the money he had earned that day. As a self-proclaimed good man, he felt no need for secret savings, assuring her that all of it was theirs and already divided. What did you buy? Hurry and let the children have something to eat, he said, causing the children to erupt in excitement. I bought everything, so what is the fuss about? Before Zhao Dong could respond, Hu Ziqiang interjected, Xiao, Dongzi bought the children 2 cans of food. He then called out to the kids, wash your hands and come inside to eat the canned food. The children were thrilled and lined up to wash their hands, with the older ones helping the younger ones. After washing up, they all rushed inside to settle down and await their meal. Zhao Dong and Chun Xiu also returned to the house. Let us build a new house, Chun Xiu suggested, glancing at Zhao Dong for his reaction. Recently, he had been earning quite a bit, and Zhao Dong was generous, spending without much calculation. We might as well build a house. At least it will improve our living conditions. After the house is built, there won't be much money left. But Zhao Dong can be careful with whatever remains. Chen Xiu had contemplated this for several days and could no longer restrain herself from voicing it today. All right, let us build, he replied. So you agree? Building a house is a good thing. Why would I disagree? A good house is comfortable for me too, so of course, we should build it. Chen Xiu, delighted, responded, then let us discuss it with your father and mother. We need to prepare everything for building the house. So let us start organizing it. I'll talk to them, Zhao Dong said. You don't need to worry. Do we have enough money for the house? Even if it's not enough for your temperament, we can still manage to build. It's sufficient. After a hearty dinner, they all sat down to converse. Zhao Dong gazed at his family and said, Father, Mother, let us construct a house. The current dwelling leaks every year, and with a bit of profit this year, we should prioritize building a proper shelter. Next year's rainy season and typhoons will no longer be a source of dread. The rest of the family, excluding Zhao Dong and his wife, looked on in astonishment, having not anticipated such a significant proposition from him. Chen Xiu observed their reactions and sensed a consensus regarding the idea of building a house. She noted the corners of her sisters-in-law's mouths lifting in excitement. Very well, she continued, you are all grown now. A new house will provide convenience and comfort. Your father and I have managed to save a little. We could build 2 rooms and pause to assess the situation. She then added, we have our 2 rooms, Zhao Hong has 1, and our family has long since divided. We will share the costs accordingly. If there are any difficulties, please voice them. Does anyone have any objections? Zhao Hong was pleasantly surprised to learn that she would also have a room, signifying a space that truly belonged to her. Despite the favorable conditions of her in-laws, none possessed their own home. However, there were concerns about the fishing trips. Zhao yearned to venture out to sea for income while also desiring a new house. Unwilling to relinquish either aspiration, Zhao Seo tugged at him, saying, Father, let us build. Money is not earned in a day. But constructing a house is indeed a worthwhile endeavor, a significant undertaking. With some savings, we should proceed. Zhao Dage and his wife expressed their agreement, stating, we have no objections, let us build. During the rainy season, staying at home feels no different than being outside. Once the house is completed, we shall no longer worry when the winds howl and the rains pour. With more family members, a completed house will provide ample space. The Zhao family had long dreaded the torrential rains and typhoons, which became an annual nightmare. During this period, the children often faced the brunt of the adults' frustrations, stemming from the fear of roofs being torn away, walls collapsing under the downpour, damp wood that could not be burned, pots and pans repurposed to catch leaks, and beds rendered uninhabitable by moisture. They reminisced about the years they had resolutely vowed to save money for a new house, which was finally set to become a reality this year. In the rainy season of 82, they would no longer live in fear of storms. The thought alone filled them with excitement. Father, are we truly going to build a house now? It feels surreal, the eldest brother-in-law remarked, taken aback by how swiftly such an important decision unfolded. Building a house was no trivial matter. It was not something to be decided on a whim. Recently, with favorable fortune at sea, they had earned enough to afford the construction, and the stone house had served them well for many years. It was indeed time for an upgrade. Little did the eldest brother-in-law know, money was the courage of man, and the son was the authority of the father. Presently, Zhao's father felt quite confident. He had been too preoccupied with fishing to ponder many matters, and the house they currently resided in was built by Zhao Dong's grandfather. The prospect of renewing it while still alive brought him immense satisfaction. I have long wished to build. You know our family struggles in the past. Once the house is completed, you and Ah Hong will have your own rooms, no longer cramped with your parents. How does that sound, brother-in-law? Zhao Dong teased him. Of course, it sounds splendid. Which son-in-law enjoys such privileges as I do? I will have to walk sideways when I go out, he replied humorously. What to do? Hu Ziqiang thought to himself, longing to return home that very night instead of staying here. Chapter 32. Has the eldest brother-in-law been promoted? Father, mother. I am returning now, so there will be no need to rise early tomorrow, Hu Ziqiang declared as he pushed his bicycle. What? You're leaving now? You didn't mention it earlier. Zhao Hong exclaimed, bewildered. The two of them had been together in the house, and he had said nothing. How could he suddenly decide to depart? Indeed, Ziqiang, the night has fallen, and the roads are perilous. It would be wiser to leave tomorrow morning, Zhao's father interjected. Hu Ziqiang found himself in a dilemma. The desire to return and boast about his accomplishments gnawed at him, yet he felt a twinge of reluctance. Especially since his father-in-law had suggested he stay. Zhao Dong seemed to sense the underlying tension and teased, brother-in-law. You might as well inform our in-laws about our plans to build a house. After all, you will need to visit frequently during your breaks. Especially since one of the rooms will belong to you, right, brother-in-law? Yes, that is indeed the case. I won't be contributing financially, but I will exert some effort. This delightful news should be shared promptly so that the family can rejoice. I need to return home early tomorrow as I have work, Hu Ziqiang responded. Father Zhao. Mother Zhao. Zhao Hong thought to herself that he merely wished to return and flaunt his achievements, while they had been concerned about his safety on the dark roads. How typical of men to indulge in such competitive behavior. Make sure to take some of the mixed fish and some large prawns, Zhao's mother said, rising to prepare the provisions. Mother, please pack some large prawns and crabs. But leave out the mixed fish. I will take some yellow-footed crabs back with me. It will be quite fitting for Uncle Hu or my brother-in-law to bring them as gifts, he replied. Ah, did Dongzi reserve a bucket of yellow-footed crabs for me? Hu Ziqiang pondered, wondering who would send such precious gifts. Did they possess a stomach large enough to accommodate them? You can take them back. Uncle Hu will surely appreciate the gesture and maintain connections, Zhao Dong remarked. With that encouragement, Hu Ziqiang no longer hesitated. They hung a bucket on each side of their bicycles and set off, feeling lighter. The Zhao family bade him farewell at the door. People truly cannot remain calm in the face of minor issues, Zhao Hong observed, watching Hu Ziqiang's retreating figure as her family chatted. Let them converse. There is nothing inappropriate about it. It is all good news, and we shall elevate your status as well, Zhao's mother concluded, glancing at Zhao's father, who nodded in agreement, seemingly approving of his son-in-law's desire to show off. After bidding farewell, everyone returned to their rooms. Do you have any plans for tomorrow? Zhao Dong asked the unusually cheerful Chen Xiao. Just the usual tasks, mending nets and checking the fish. Why do you ask? Recently, the winds have been strong, preventing the wooden boats from venturing out to sea. With the upcoming construction, we need to keep some people at home. Please weave 2 large nets for me, and we will test their effectiveness in the nearby waters. Large nets? How big do you need them, and what kind should they be? Approximately 200 meters in length and about 4 meters in width, with larger mesh to catch bigger fish. If the mesh is too small, it will require considerable effort to pull in the catch. So long. Yes, when we go fishing, you should come along to help collect the fish. And we can set aside some fine ones as gifts. All right, I will inform mother and my sister-in-law to start weaving the nets tomorrow. After discussing serious matters, Zhao Dong sought a moment of levity, turning to embrace his wife. Today, Chen Xiu had proposed building a house, and rather than opposing her, Zhao Dong took the initiative to arrange everything, ensuring that their evening unfolded delightfully, as they harmoniously performed a duet as husband and wife. While others had already retired for the night, the beleaguered Hu Ziqiang had only just returned home. The road was uneven, and what typically took him half an hour by bike had stretched to an exhausting hour. Bang, bang, bang. Mother, open the door, he called. Oh dear, is your brother unwell? He returns at such late hours. Is it that the roads are impassable by day, or is he hoping to find riches on his nighttime journeys? He frightens me to death every time. Hu Erseo was startled by the knocking, her heart racing as she nudged Hu Urge, who lay beside her. I'll go take a look, she said, throwing on a garment and stepping outside. Upon opening the door, she noticed her brother had returned with a large bucket on each side of his bicycle. What treasures do you bring that necessitate such a late return? Hu Urge speculated that perhaps his brother had brought back something valuable, something of great significance. Oh, just some fish, crabs, and large shrimp. Nothing of great worth. Hu Ziqiang modestly replied. Who has come? Hu Mu inquired, turning on the light and peering through the glass to see Hu Laoda had also risen. Mother, it's me. Ziqiang. Father, come see what Dongzi has brought. A few fish for the New Year's gifts. Did he bring something for me? I must see. Hu Laoda said, stepping out with a cheerful expression. The others, hearing this, turned on the lights to see what had been brought for the new year. Just a few measly fish. How dare he present these as gifts for father? Hu Urseo remarked, recognizing the fish from a previous occasion. We've already eaten these. They are hardly valuable. Measly fish. The market price for live fish like these is 3 to 5 coins each. They sell for even more at our market. This one alone is worth over a yuan, and the entire bucket is worth around 10. Do you think I brought these home to improve our household with cheap goods? Hu Ziqiang retorted, a hint of irritation creeping into his tone, feeling that Hu Urseo's intentions were misconstrued. Hu Urseo hesitated to respond, knowing she was in the wrong. There are 8 of them, along with crabs and large shrimp. Quite decent indeed. Indeed, they were specifically saved for you. Mother, you must try them tomorrow. Oh, very well. But where are Ah Hong and the children? I thought you went to fetch them, Zhao Mu noted, observing his absence. Father, mother. I'll be heading to my father-in-law's place during the holidays, Hu Ziqiang replied. What's this? The new year is approaching, and you're off again? We still have preparations and purchases to make for the festivities. Listening to his mother's inquiry, the family turned their gaze toward Hu Ziqiang, suspecting that something might be amiss with the Zhao family, prompting him to visit his in-laws at such a time. However, his expression suggested otherwise. My father-in-law is building houses, 4 sets, to be precise, he said, pausing to gauge the family's reaction. So they're building houses? Is there enough money for that? For houses at once? How much will that cost? Surely they won't be borrowing from us. The last question was posed by Hu Urseo, who looked at Hu Ziqiang, her expression suggesting she believed her words to be quite accurate. Even if I had money, I wouldn't lend it. They no longer borrow from us. They have long since separated and built their own homes. By the way, my father-in-law constructed a room for me. So I'll be putting in some effort for my house without spending any money. Did your father-in-law say he would build it for you? Or was it Dongzi? Asked Hu Laoda. He held no suspicions, for the truth of the matter would eventually surface. It was merely curiosity, wondering if his foolish son might possess a stroke of good fortune. Of course, it was my father-in-law, he replied. I still have to go earn some money during the holiday after working a few days. Come on, just say it all at once. It's maddening to hear it piece by piece. It's infuriating. Hu Mu, being impatient, expressed her eagerness to know the specifics. Just before the new year, there was a wind that prevented fishing at sea. He planned to help his brother-in-law and hoped to earn a little something. In any case, he mentioned it was the last thing before he needed to sleep, as riding back was exhausting. He glanced at his mother, father, and sister-in-law, who seemed uninterested in asking further questions, and turned to enter the house. The next morning, after breakfast, Hu Laoda and his son Hu Ziqiang set out with a bucket in hand. They discussed that the contents should be delivered to the factory manager, as they had previously given some to Heidi Bai, who was knowledgeable and would recognize quality. They did not want to risk others thinking it was a cheap offering, as his second sister-in-law might assume. His father suggested they should give it to the office leader, Uncle Lu, to express gratitude for the information he had previously shared. Ziqiang, where did you get this? The manager inquired. It's not from anywhere special. My father-in-law is an old fisherman from the village. I went out to sea with him yesterday, and we caught it in a trap. It's still fresh, so I brought it over, Hu Ziqiang replied. A foolish grin plastered on his face as he struggled to converse with authority. All right, just leave it here. The cafeteria still has a vacancy for procurement, so you should report there today instead of going to the workshop. Thank you for the opportunity, manager, Hu Ziqiang responded quickly, seizing the benefit as a natural reaction, a result of his mother's upbringing. He had received a promotion, no longer required to toil in the workshop, but instead using his intellect to run errands. Procurement was a position sought after by many, yet he had secured it with ease, feeling quite pleased. He returned to the workshop to gather his belongings: pliers, hammers, screwdrivers, scissors, nails. Yes, all of these would come in handy now that Dongzi had a boat. As Hu Ziqiang packed up, his expression threatened to betray his excitement, while his fellow workers looked on with envy. Chapter 33. Preparations before the tide. He took the signed slip to the cafeteria to report in. Upon receiving the slip signed by the factory manager, the leader had no further thoughts and instructed him to work diligently, assigning someone to guide him before departing. Having enjoyed a restful sleep, Zhao Dong rose with the sun, relishing the prospect of not having to wake early for fishing, embracing life as comforts. Mom, I'm up. Dad will wash your face and take care of you all day. No, I want Mom. Don't you dare ignore me. Your mother is busy. Look at how tired she is, taking care of both you and me. I'm just helping to lighten her load. Can you do that? Have you ever done it before? He asked his father, filled with skepticism. Hasten, come forth, extend your arms, close your eyes, stretch your legs, and rise. Grasp your trousers with both hands. Hoist them up along with the waistband. There, the trousers are donned. Let us proceed to wash our faces. As he spoke, he instructed Ma Lo to walk ahead, while he followed closely behind as they exited the door. Outside, he noticed his mother accompanied by several women, weaving nets for Zhao Dong and his companions. Sui Hua had arrived early and was quite adept at weaving. Dongzi, rise and dine. The meal is still warm. Zhao's mother was the first to notice, urging him to eat, as today, all her sons would eat at their respective times upon waking. After all, it was a rare day for them to rest at home without disturbance. Is father awake? Your father is dining with us. He has gone to the village office to seek permission for a homestead plot. Although it is on our own land, it still requires the village's seal. What did he take with him? Just himself. What more is needed? Well then, mother, if father returns without having secured it, please bring some money to purchase a few nice things to facilitate the process. With that money, there are so many better uses for it. Yet we must give it to them, alas. Zhao's mother understood the village chief's character, and though reluctant to part with her money, she realized that to ensure the smooth construction of their home, she must acquiesce. As Zhao Dong dined with Ma Lo, his father returned, and from his expression, it was evident that the matter had not been resolved. Go buy something to take to the village chief for his signature. It is bound to succeed, he said, handing 10 yuan to Zhao's father. Alas, what a situation. Securing a mere stamp requires a gift. Father, a small loss averts disaster. Once the stamp is secured, we can invite someone to build our new home at any time. The construction will require your mother to consult someone about the timing. Perhaps a favorable date will improve the mood, Zhao's father said, clutching the money and heading out again for the stamp. Ma Lo, eat well, look at the food, the clothes, and the table. I am eating well, truly, Ma Lo exclaimed, burying her head in the bowl and fervently shoveling rice. Brother, what are you up to today? A Jian, noticing Zhao Dong's awakening, approached with curiosity. Later, the gang and I will head up the mountain to cut some bamboo for the nets once they are finished for fishing in the sea. All right. The gang is outside weaving nets with his wife and others. Why didn't you join them? Zhao Dong leaned his head out to see the gang sitting beside Suihua, skillfully weaving, a clear sign of his experience. A Jian followed suit, peering out and cheerfully stating, they have many hands. I shan't crowd them. Zhao Dong entrusted Ma Lo to Chen Xiu's care and called A Jian to dig for taro. Armed with their tools, the two set out. Dongzi, Sui Hua and I just discussed something. With the new year approaching, we could donate to the Mazu temple in the neighboring town for a small statue of Mazu. Now that we have a boat, we should go soon to procure one. Zhao's mother shared their recent discussion. Where shall we place it at home? We have no space at present. Once this net is finished, I shall seek someone to calculate a good date for the house's construction. Once the house is built, we will have ample space to accommodate the statue, and we can bring it back afterward. Handle it as you deem fit. Ensure to clarify any taboos. Must you even remind me? I will accompany your father when the time comes. Very well. After their conversation, seemingly with nothing else to do, the two ventured into the taro field. Upon arrival, Ajian donned his rain boots and began to dig up taro, while Zhao Dong busied himself gathering leaves to compost, packaging the harvested taro into bags. Ajian, that's enough. No need to dig any further, he exclaimed. If you dig them all up, what will we have left? You've got plenty of energy, why not tackle the bamboo cutting? First, go wash them off in the pond. Why wash them now when we can do it at home? Ajian retorted, I'll chop the bamboo and make sure to clear out your entire stock. With a chuckle, he added, you really seem to have too much time on your hands. Hurry up and wash them so we can head back. All right, given this dreadful weather. It has turned quite chilly, Ajian grumbled as he went to wash the taro. Once finished, the two made their way home. Brother, your aunt at the net should be done weaving tomorrow, Zhao Dong mentioned. We'll see how the timing works out. If it's too late, we can take a stroll by the sea the day after. Just leisurely chatting, he added, and before long, they arrived home. Zhao's mother, seeing the taro they brought, asked, why did you dig up so many taro today? We didn't go out to sea, and there was nothing to do at home. So I thought I'd prepare some food for the children, Zhao Dong replied. Prepare what? You're just the one who puts the food on the table, she retorted. Zhao Dong reflected on his past experiences at sea, where where he had to cook for himself, and thus had become quite adept in the kitchen. Yet, he couldn't possibly mention this to his mother. Was it something one could casually discuss? I even cooked a meal before. Have you forgotten after eating it? He said. We don't have much to work with at home, and we're out of spices. How about making taro balls instead? Brother, I haven't had taro balls in ages, Ajian replied. Internally, Zhao Dong thought, Ajian, are you foolish? Mother just said we're out of spices. Yet she casually suggests making taro balls. It's clear she doesn't want to bother. Ultimately, Zhao Dong resigned himself to the situation. He knew he couldn't argue with his mother, fearing a reprimand. He shrugged it off, allowing her to do as she pleased. After wandering around the courtyard, he inquired, Mother, has father returned? He has. Everything is settled. Your father mentioned he didn't buy anything but gave them cash, $10 in total, and it all went quite smoothly, she responded. That's the pay for 5 to 6 days of work at the dock. How could it not go smoothly? Why such a large amount this time? The village chief's appetite seems to have grown, she remarked. When your father returns, I'll go settle it. After the Lantern Festival. We'll start work on the 16th of the first month. That's not far off, he observed. We must prepare everything and notify those we need to invite. So, it will be you and father handling it in the next couple of days? Yes. Unbeknownst to him, Zhao's mother had taken to discussing family matters with Zhao Dong, while the older and younger brothers remained asleep, even well into midday. Just as she was speaking, her sons, who had been resting, stirred. Brother, are you done eating? We'll head up the mountain to cut bamboo shortly. All right, let us go then. Not going out to sea allows you to sleep until midday. What other family has sons like you two, who only know how to sleep? Hurry up and finish building the house and the courtyard wall. Out of sight, out of mind, she scolded, venting her frustrations at the village chief onto her 2 slothful sons. We're off to the mountain to cut bamboo, Mother. We're leaving now. Brother Zhao and second brother Zhao hurriedly took their tools and dashed out. Zhao Dong beckoned to a Jian, and a gang followed suit. They felled a total of 6 bamboo stalks, each as thick as an arm, measuring about 7 meters in height. With so many hands but few tools, they toiled for half an hour before managing to prepare everything. The 5 of them carried the 6 bamboo stalks home to continue their work. Meanwhile, Hu Ziqiang was also preparing to finish his day's work. The procurement department had proven to be rather leisurely, and as a newcomer, he was primarily there to observe and learn the process. Chapter 34. Back to the days of only tiding the sea upon returning home, Hu Ziqiang wore a beaming smile, greeting everyone he encountered with enthusiasm. Is everyone back home? Ahem, ahem, I have wonderful news to share. I have been reassigned today and will no longer be working in the workshop. Haha, he eagerly awaited questions from his family, relishing the opportunity to elaborate on his newfound position, already savoring the excitement in his mind. The house fell into a quiet hush. Aren't you all curious? You could ask me anything. If you don't want to know, that's fine too. And please, skip the lengthy preamble. Just tell me where I've been reassigned. Hu Erseo had recently endured quite a bit from her younger brother-in-law. Now, it seemed she had the perfect opportunity to turn the tables. If no one asked, he would be left to stew in his own silence. And the thought of his suppressed frustration brought her joy. All right then, I've been transferred to the procurement department. Also, tomorrow after work, I'll head straight to Moon Bay, and the day after, on the first day of the month, I'll be tidying the sea. Hu Ziqiang declared with a flourish as he turned and strode into the house, closing the door behind him with a sense of satisfaction, convinced of his own charm. What? Where were you transferred to? How did that happen? Inside the room, Hu Ziqiang feigned ignorance, refusing to divulge the details of his reassignment. Well, if you're not going to ask about it, I shan't say anything either. You can ask what you like. I simply will not respond. The following morning, during breakfast, Hu Ziqiang informed his family that he would be going directly to Moon Bay that evening. After work, he pedaled over, laden with bags. In the countryside, there were few entertainment options, and some families even ventured out to sea at midnight, so they retired early. Father, please open the door. Hu Ziqiang thought this scene felt eerily familiar, as if he had encountered it before. Zhao Dong, hearing the sound, opened the door. Dongzi, I've been reassigned to the procurement department, all thanks to your black butterfly shell and yellow-footed standing. The elder brother-in-law announced the good news upon seeing Zhao Dong, casually handing him a bag from the bicycle. That's splendid news, elder brother-in-law. Work hard, and I'll set aside some good goods for you in the future. Zhao Dong glanced into the bag, which contained items just right for the rural household, where the tables and chairs often needed repairs. It's all thanks to you. Hu Ziqiang embraced his brother-in-law's shoulders, but found it challenging due to their height difference. He thought, well, I'm the one who has fed him well. Good things do not go unappreciated. After breakfast, the family discussed their upcoming trip to tidy the sea. Father, do you have any plans today? Zhao Dong inquired. We need to finalize the labor and materials. Ahai, overhearing their conversation, approached Zhao Dong and said, Third uncle, please take me along. I've grown up and can help without causing any trouble. Father, take me. I want to go too. 3 uncle, stop. Today, wherever you wish to go is permissible, as long as you seek your mother's approval. Ahai gazed at his mother, his heart brimming with anticipation. Go. You want to go everywhere. Would you even go to eat dung? Zhao Dong, unwilling to take care of the child, successfully scolded Ahai. The elder brother-in-law believed that his son's eagerness mirrored his own. If he wished to go, then he should be taken along. Zhao Hong did not object. She too was quite keen on going. Shu shall accompany us as well. She missed out last time, Zhao Dong decisively declared. Oh, are we going to the sea? Let us build a boat. The exuberant Ahai bounced with joy. Adai looked on, enviously. With all the children going. I observed Zhao Mu, her heart aching for her grandchildren. Grandma, I love you. You are the best. Grandma, I know, Zhao Mu beamed. Feeling that no child could be more considerate than her own. Adai clung to Zhao Mu's clothing, pulling at her hand, his every little gesture conveying sheer happiness. By around 8 o'clock, a throng of people armed with tools, scolding the children, traversed the village and arrived at the dock, unloading the cart at Fatty's house. Dongzi, you are taking the whole family out to sea. There seem to be more of you than the catch. Just you wait and see. Don't be shocked when we come back with an abundance of fish, Zhao Dong replied, having confirmed that everyone was aboard, and began rowing out. The adults held the children tightly, fearing they might run amok. Ahai, look at how deep the water is. You can't see the bottom. Ah Guang, I feel like we're swaying. Father, look, there are big birds. Wow, we are surrounded by water. The children, filled with wonder, chattered endlessly. Even Adai, typically shy and reticent, found his voice. After over an hour of walking, they reached a larger sandy beach along the coastline after just half an hour of rowing. They began setting up the net, as the tide had not yet receded significantly. Let us pull up a trial net first. The floats were secured to 2 bamboo poles. Typically, one boat would hold one pole, while the other 2 boats, each carrying a pole, rowed in opposite directions to lower the net, which sank to the seabed under the weight of the lead sinkers. 3 boats were deployed simultaneously, with the middle boat handling 2 bamboo poles. Zhao Dong's boat, positioned centrally, held the 2 poles without a net, remaining stationary while the other 2 boats rowed away from Zhao Dong, simultaneously releasing their nets until all were submerged. At this point, the individuals aboard the 3 boats grasped their bamboo poles while one rowed. The elder brother-in-law held one pole. Zhao Mu and Zhao Hong worked together on another, while Zhao Dong rowed slowly towards the shore. The net faced resistance from the retreating tide, making it challenging for those holding the poles. Zhao Mu and Zhao Hong found it somewhat strenuous, given the depth of the water. Shu, pull the bamboo pole along with your mother. The water is shallower behind us, so it won't feel so heavy. All right, I'll go sit quietly with your father. Don't move around, understand? Understood. Shu replied loudly, believing it to be a task assigned to him that he must accomplish diligently. 3 boats were positioned approximately 300 meters apart, flanked by small reefs. Jian and Zhao Urge leaped onto the rocks, wielding bamboo poles to assist in the netting process. Upon reaching the exposed sandy beach revealed by the receding tide, they settled in anticipation of Zhao Dong's arrival with the boat. Zhao Dong maneuvered the wooden vessel onto the sand, accepting the bamboo pole from Zhao's mother, pulling with determination. The brother-in-law joined him, hauling in another net. The children and women aboard the boat were not anxious to scour the sea. They were curious about the potential bounty from this laborious endeavor. Third uncle, let me assist you with the net, Ahai exclaimed, extending his small hands to lend a hand. You rascal, you've not been in vain. You know how to help your third uncle. Ahai beamed, seeking praise. Zhao Dage remarked, your father is your father. Ahai chuckled, but remained still, observing this. A Guang and a Dai also rushed over to help with the net. Dad, fish. Mom, fish. Ma Luo urged his father, turning back to call for his mother. The others followed Ma Luo's gesture, spotting several fish leaping within the drawn net. One fish leapt high before diving back into the ocean. Brother, there must be a school of fish. Jian shouted from a short distance away, instilling newfound vigor into those on the beach, making the task of hauling the net feel less burdensome. Chapter 35. The young and old join forces to collect fish. The two nets, each 150 meters long, were drawn into a semicircle, slowly inching forward. De Gang and Zhao Dong secured the boat and approached, noticing the exertion of the brother-in-law. Zhao Dong offered to take over. "Allow me, you rest a moment." "Indeed, it's quite heavy. I suspect our catch will be plentiful." Zhao Dong took the bamboo pole from his brother-in-law, while De Gang relieved Jian, with one assisting Zhao Dong and the other aiding Zhao Urge in pulling the net. Dad, fish, they're coming up. Fish are coming up." Ma Luo tugged at Zhao Dong, who was seated on the beach, excitedly shouting. The net, once drawn ashore, teemed with fish, wriggling restlessly out of water, flapping and leaping as if eager to return to the ocean. "Ma Luo, go with your mother to collect the fish. Don't wander off." "Understood?" "Understood," replied Ma Luo, familiar with this admonition, as he scampered toward his mother to join in the collection. "Zhao Dong, we've caught black sea bream. I see many large cuttlefish and some little fish that can really jump. I saw one nearly leap back into the sea." Zhao Mu hurried over with a bucket and basket, eager to share her findings. "I also spotted sea bass and eels. There is certainly no shortage of bounty." Zhao Hong chimed in, excited by the sight of so many fish in the net, urging them to collect. "Mother, you all should bring down the bucket and basket first. The tide will recede further, and we can start collecting where the water has withdrawn. Be cautious not to enter the sea in this cool weather." "Understood." Zhao Mu hurriedly dashed to the boat, eager to catch fish. The net was pulled onto the beach, and the children rushed over to gather the fish. "Make sure to place the fish into the bucket, understood?" Zhao Dong asked the children. "Understood. Look at the fish I caught." Ahai proudly cradled a large sea bass. But as he attempted to showcase it, it slipped from his grasp and fell onto the sandy beach. At that moment, he disregarded everything else, bending down to catch another fish. "Dongzi, look at the size of this black bream. And over there, that sea eel is quite sizable too." Zhao's mother, having never experienced such a fish-collecting adventure, was equally exhilarated as the children. Father, look what I found." "Isn't it beautiful?" Ma Luo exclaimed, holding aloft a vibrant red snapper in triumph. "Uncle, come see how this fish keeps jumping." A guang chased after the slippery fish, darting far into the distance. Both adults and children gazed at the beach strewn with fish, reveling in the sheer thrill of the hunt, chasing fish until their bodies were coated in sand. Zhao's mother advised, "Let us all share our catch. We can sell it directly when we return." The others, nodding in agreement, squatted down, their heads bent in concentration as they filled a bucket with fish in no time. The principle behind net fishing was the rising tide, which brought various marine creatures into the shallows, only for them to retreat back into the depths as the tide receded. The fish that were swept back were intercepted by Zhao Dong and his companions, dragged ashore. "I've spotted some crabs over here. They're quite fast," Zhao Er's wife exclaimed as she pursued the crabs. The children gathered together, fully immersed in their task. For them, this was not work but an exhilarating game. "Ahai, you've placed that incorrectly. The one bleeding black is in this bucket." "Ah, then please swap it for me." "Aguang. This net is stained black from the fish that bled." "Look, brother, this fish is so docile, it's easy to catch." They seemed to have encountered a school of large squid, for the patch of sand was darkened with ink, which the children mistakenly believed to be the squid's blood. The fish, freshly removed from the water, still thrived with vitality, evading the children's grasp, while the sluggish squid were easily caught. "Dongzi, you're making money effortlessly. Isn't this just a matter of pulling in the net and collecting fish?" The elder brother-in-law, while assisting Zhao Dong in gathering fish, overheard Jian muttering to himself. "This one can sell for 2 yuan, right? It should be, and this one could fetch 4 yuan. That seems about right. Oh, we're truly striking it rich." The elder brother-in-law thought to himself that this fisherman was hardly professional, even less so than he was. Pulling the net required considerable effort, and just moments ago, hadn't he nearly been unable to haul it in? They would need to devise a better method for next time. Observing the receding tide, Zhao Dong contemplated a simpler, more efficient approach. With an abundance of fish and many hands collecting them, the buckets and baskets brought to the shore were nearly overflowing, awaiting Zhao Dong and the others to transfer them to the boat. Noticing the dwindling number of fish, shrimp, and crabs left, Zhao Dong proposed, "Let us cast the net one more time. The tide should be coming in soon." Upon hearing this, the men, busy gathering fish, rose to retrieve the nets and bamboo poles. With more than half the water having receded, the boats were now grounded, forcing them to wade into the chilly water to pull the nets. The elder brother-in-law, feeling the coldness of the sea, began to realize that earning this money was not as effortless as it seemed, especially in the frigid water while hauling the nets. The group of two moved in tandem, each grasping a bamboo pole as they strolled along, gently releasing the net. Once the net was properly set, they slowly pulled the bamboo poles toward the sandy shore. Upon reaching the beach, they settled down. Each pair worked in unison, alternately pulling the net ashore. The water, receding from the net, caused it to take on a semicircular shape under the influence of the three forces at play. Dongzi, the catch from this net is significantly less than the previous one remarked, noting how the haul was not particularly heavy. Indeed, this area has already been fished once. It is only natural that the yield is diminished, especially since we are pulling from deeper waters, came the reply from Zhao Dong and his companions, who exchanged thoughts regarding their haul. Look at all these fish. We cannot simply leave them here, Zhao's mother urged, observing the still uncollected fish. Dump the catch from the basket onto the boat. We can each take one basket, Zhao Dong said, moving with his brother-in-law towards the overflowing baskets of fish, lifting them to carry them to the boat stranded on the beach. Zhao's mother instructed, "We shall separate them. We only keep the best." The children, who had initially been brimming with excitement and enthusiasm, now expressed their fatigue, claiming they could no longer continue. The sheer volume of fish was overwhelming. Moreover, they had been stained black by the ink of the large squids, resembling little black children. Yet, when they smiled, their tiny white teeth shone through, eliciting laughter from the adults. Zhao Dong and his companions organized the filled buckets and baskets onto the boat before returning to gather the remaining fish. "This catch is nearly equal to what you brought back from the sea," Zhao's mother remarked to her elder and younger sons. "Dongzi is clever. Coming up with such an idea," Zhao's elder brother commented. Zhao's younger brother, glancing at their mother with a touch of melancholy, said, "Mother, did you eat the best when you were pregnant with Dongzi? Otherwise, how could he be the brightest among us? In those days, given our circumstances, was there ever anything better to eat?" Zhao's mother reflected, recalling the hardships of that time. They say customs differ every 10 miles. The names for the fish here vary as well. Some old fishermen don't even know what to call them. The women, having spent the entire time squatting to collect fish, found their legs numb and, upon standing, hesitated to straighten their backs, taking a moment to stretch before feeling better. When busy, one doesn't notice the strain. It's only after that one realizes the ache in the back, Zhao's mother said, rubbing her waist. "Mother, if I could earn money like this every day, I would endure the back pain willingly." Indeed, there is something quite gratifying about this work, came the agreement. Listening to his mother and sisters-in-law converse, Zhao Dong approached Qin Xiao. "Xiao, did you enjoy the harvest this time? Will you join me again in the future?" he asked. "You only want to make up for what you owe me from the last time," she teased. "That one tea do. I must take you to the lonely island. Just the two of us. Hopefully, the next time we go, we'll have just as much luck. Stop whispering and finish loading the boat. We must return before the tide rises," Zhao's mother called out, interrupting their exchange. Qin Xiao, feeling shy, nudged Zhao Dong, who resumed moving the baskets and buckets. Chapter 36. The family divided 96. 6 As the tide rose, 3 boats laden with their catch prepared to sell fish. "Hey, you rascal. Where did you manage to catch all these fish?" Encountering a school of black sea bream and a swarm of large squid. "Did you really catch all these from the sea?" The stout man gazed curiously at the barrels and crates piled on the boats, questioning them. "Did you see? I had quite a haul from the shore. Earlier, when you saw me setting sail, you laughed at me. Now, are you convinced? Remember to call me brother from now on." Zhao Dong teased the stout man while helping the children disembark, noting their sooty appearance, reminiscent of African children, with their eyes darting about. "Hi, Guang. Is this really you? How did you end up like this?" Yu Gu was astonished, wondering if these little blackened children were still his friends. "Yu Gu, don't you recognize us? We went to the shore and collected a ton of fish. Look at us, covered in the black blood of the fish. Our clothes are stained. Just imagine how many fish we must have caught. What a thrill." Hi, the little chatterbox was eager to share their monumental fishing exploits with his friends. Guang and Dui squeezed in, not caring whether they communicated clearly. They simply wanted to join in, hoping to elicit envy from Yu Gu, who wished to partake in their adventure. As Zhao Dong and the others unloaded the fish, they bantered. Zhao's mother and the other women had already returned home, while Granny Li stayed behind to tend to the leaves and flowers. Brothers, did Ah Hai and Ah Dui get mixed up? Their personalities are nothing alike, Ah Jian remarked, observing the little rascals. I think so too. Look how quiet Ah Dui is, another added. Maybe it's just their names. Calling him Ah Dui for so long has made him dull. Oh, come off it. Both kids are not from the same year. How could they possibly have been swapped? They weren't even called Ah Dui in the beginning. If you had given them proper nicknames, they wouldn't have ended up like this. I'm just asking, where's your sense of propriety? With that, the conversation shifted, and Zhao Ergu teased the group about their names, causing them to quiet down and focus on their work. The stout man quickly redirected the topic. You've got quite a mix of fish here, and a good amount too. Lucky you. There are even 2 crates of catfish. That's because you didn't see us haul in nearly 300 meters of net. It feels like we caught almost all the fish in that area. How could there not be a lot? We worked hard pulling the net, De Gang exclaimed, producing a hissing sound to emphasize his exhaustion. Brother De Gang, this fish collection is exhilarating. It's like picking up money. Just grab them. And it's a sea full of fish, he continued. Truly, I can boast about my job. But this method of fishing is enviable, another added, gazing at the splendid black sea bream. How much are they going for now? Currently, they're 40 cents. Catfish is 1.60, large squid is 90 cents, and I see plenty of tofu fish, which is even cheaper at 2 cents, while the mackerel is also 90 cents. The stout man noted, glancing at the larger quantities and relaying the prices to Zhao Dong and the others. The tofu fish is astonishingly cheap, yet there is an abundance of it. Upon hearing the prices, Zhao Dong couldn't help but curse. Be content, he was advised. When the price is low, the quantity compensates. Look at how much is left unsold. As long as the fat man makes a profit, he is unconcerned. Zhao Dong hurried to weigh the fish, eager to finish and return home. The elder brother-in-law and Zhao De urged them to wrap up their conversation. With the new year approaching, remember to set aside your gifts. Deduct from the total at checkout. Don't weigh everything. Zhao Dong took out a red drum fish, along with some blue crabs and 2 true sea breams, planning to complete their New Year gifts with Chun Xiu in the next couple of days. Aside from a Jian, who had no gifts to prepare, everyone else managed to set aside a little something. The black bream, commonly found in shallow waters, is also known as black drum, and shares its appearance with yellow-footed drum and drumfish. The red drum, with its striking pale pink hue, is also referred to as red drum, red prophet, and red carp, among other names. The red drum, celebrated for its appealing name and vibrant color, is regarded as a symbol of good fortune during this season. Drumfish tend to be highly gregarious and swim at remarkable speeds. The most expensive red drum is the least abundant, while the cheapest tofu fish is the most plentiful. The mid-range fish are of average weight. The tofu fish weighed 728 jin at a price of 34.56 yuan. The drumfish weighed 100 jin at 160 yuan. The black bream weighed 687 jin at 274.8 yuan. The large squid and head fish were weighed together at 456 jin for 131.04 yuan. In addition to assorted fish and a small quantity of shrimp, sea eel, and blue crabs, they sold for 76 yuan. The total sales amounted to 676.4 yuan, apportioned by family unit, allowing each family to receive 96.6 yuan. Since everyone contributed to the effort, it was fair to say that no one gained or lost significantly. For those children who helped, small tokens of appreciation were distributed. Ma Luo, come here, Zhao Dong called, noticing his son was already dirty from the work. The money is for you all to divide amongst yourselves. The fat man's goods have all sold, and with cash in hand, we can settle everything without another trip. The only portion not accounted for was Zhao Mother S, as she was absent. Money, money. Father, buy me candy, Ma Luo chimed in, recognizing the good fortune that money brings. Father, I worked hard today picking fish. Can I have some wages? Father, I want some too. A Hai and a Guang rushed over, making their requests known, leaving Yuge bewildered at how everyone had suddenly scattered. Here, today's reward is 1 cent. Will you save it or buy candy? Zhao Dong teased as he placed the coin in Ma Luo's pocket. Ma Luo felt his pocket, glanced at his father, and suddenly hesitated about buying candy. Father, buy? He insisted, pointing at the money still in Zhao Dong's hand. You little rascal, you're quite the calculator. Zhao Dong chuckled, lifting him onto the cart to return home with the fish and his son. A Hai Guang. and Adai looked on with envy at Ma Luo, who had money and a cart to ride in. As they gazed back at their own father, their eyes sparkled with desire. Eventually, the adults could not withstand the pleading of their children's moist, eager eyes, and each child received a penny. Yugu also went to seek his father. Tomorrow, Dongzi will go clam digging again. The brother-in-law's heart burns with excitement. The 90 yuan he earns requires him to work several shifts. When fortune smiles upon the fisherman, true profits can be made. Brother, he says, has decided to modify the fishing nets, so he won't be going tomorrow, right? Zhao Dong previously mentioned to Ajian about the net alterations, and it seems he has taken note. They likely won't be able to go before the new year, as they must first finish modifying the nets and then test them. With the new year approaching, they need to clean and prepare festive goods. Time is of the essence. Indeed, he sighs, realizing he has lost track of time. Zhao Dong's remark jolts them. The new year is nearly upon them, and they have yet to attend to any preparations. Only the brother-in-law expresses regret, wishing he could work here and come every day, as there's much more enjoyment in this place. The others remain speechless. Mother, here is your money. Zhao Dong hands over the cash. Zhao Mu is taken aback, not expecting to receive such a sum. Chapter 37. Red Jiaji New Year Gifts. Zhao Mu takes the money and stows it away. Mother, tomorrow, Xiao and I will go deliver New Year gifts. I'm saving this to take with me, Zhao Dong says, nudging the bucket by his feet. You should leave early tomorrow so you can return promptly. Zhao Mu advises him. Suddenly, Zhao Urge lets out a yelp as a tender spot on his waist is pinched. The courtyard's attention shifts to the couple, creating an awkward silence. Zhao Er Saw chuckles nervously, offering no explanation, though everyone is clever enough to deduce the situation. Are you in pain, Urge? Zhao Dong asks, still believing there are some dim-witted folks among them. Ajian teasingly inquires, intensifying the awkwardness, as the atmosphere grows thick with embarrassment. Brother, you and Urge should quickly take out the New Year gifts. Each person should keep their own, Zhao Dong urges, hoping to rescue his brother from further discomfort. Oh, are we also expected to prepare New Year gifts? Zhao Desau exclaims, surprised, as she hadn't considered it. However, a sense of pride wells within her. After all, she desires to impress her family upon returning to her maternal home. Zhao Desau's sentiments are somewhat self-indulgent, yet such individuals tend to lead joyful lives. Zhao Dong explains to his mother that he plans to weave new nets at home tomorrow to enhance their current fishing methods. Mother, we will head back tomorrow. And we can visit another day, he adds. The brother-in-law and Zhao Hong also discuss returning home for a visit, as it has been quite some time since they last did so. The brother-in-law even offers Zhao Mu 20 yuan, a significant amount in this era, as many workers earn just that much in a month. Oh dear, what are you doing? Quickly take that back, Zhao Mu insists, firmly refusing the money. Mother, just accept this from your son-in-law as a token of respect. This money is from today's fish sales. We haven't touched our savings. So let us offer this gesture, the brother-in-law explains, feeling generous. The earnings from today are considered unexpected gains, thanks to his brother-in-law's support. And he feels no remorse in giving it away, knowing that he could earn back 20 yuan when the next clam digging opportunity arises. The couple knows how to navigate their relationships well. Zhao Erseo, pursing her lips, murmured to Zhao Hua as she returned to the house, urging him to be more generous when visiting her family this year, as she wished to uphold her dignity. Every year, it is my family that supports us, she lamented. Zhao Hua, feeling rather melancholic, pondered why he was always the one to be scrutinized. Chun Zion's family resided in a neighboring town, away from the coast, and had previously thrived through hunting and farming, but their circumstances had diminished significantly after hunting restrictions rendered them reliant solely on agriculture. I shall inquire about borrowing Uncle Huang's bullock cart. We can spare a little money for a day's use and take some dry goods along, he suggested. Then go at once. Do not let someone else secure it first, she insisted. Chun Zion was particularly eager about returning to her family this year, as their living conditions had improved considerably and they were planning to build a new house. She felt it was vital to share this news with her family, who would surely be delighted. It is worth noting that Zhao Dong's marriage to Chun Zion was orchestrated by her elder brother's family, as they both lived in the town and had facilitated their union, a testament to fate. Upon returning, Zhao's father was pleased to hear about the successful catch from the net, which meant that the family's income was stable enough to fund the new house without depleting their savings. The following day, the three families busied themselves. The Zhao family and Suehua prepared to deliver New Year gifts, while Ajian was tasked with cleaning the house. He grumbled, "You all leave. And I am left here to work. I wish to go out too. Then hurry and find a wife. So you can join in the festivities instead of working at home." Zhao Dong teased him. "What is so great about a wife? My second brother is always under pressure. If it's so wonderful, then you should introduce me to someone." Zhao urged, and Zhao Erseo responded, "Just speak for yourself. Don't involve us. It's early. Don't provoke me to hit you." After a chaotic morning of preparations, Zhao Peng, Zhao Hua, and Dagong pushed the cart laden with New Year gifts. Since they lived nearby, half of the journey was the same for everyone. Aguang and Zhao Hong hitched a ride on the bullock cart, while the elder brother rode his bicycle alongside. Once in town, they disembarked. Oh, we're riding the bullock cart. Hurry up to my place. Sit here," Aguang exclaimed. Both he and Mamo excitedly experiencing their first ride on a bullock cart, shifting seats with glee. Zhao Hong scolded him, "Be still. If you keep moving around, you'll end up riding your father's bicycle." "No," Aguang quickly protested, settling down. The cart, though slow, was relatively steady, and the gentle rocking soon lulled the children to sleep. The elder brother, cradling a child, entered first. "Sister-in-law, we will not join you. We must be off," Zhao Dong said as he leisurely guided the bullock towards the supply and marketing cooperative. Despite carrying dry goods and fish, they also intended to purchase canned goods, some sugar, honey cakes, and fruits. Once they had completed their purchases and placed everything back on the cart, they set off once more. "We shouldn't have bought all these things. It costs quite a bit," Chun Zian chided Zhao Dong, eyeing the cart's contents. "We need to buy more for my father-in-law's family. We have money now, and it will reassure them that their daughter is well taken care of," he replied without a second thought. Chun Zian, secretly pleased by his words, continued to voice her concerns. Upon entering the village, villagers quickly gathered around. "Ah, Xiao has returned. Surely, she comes bearing New Year gifts," they exclaimed, noting the numerous packages she carried. "This year, she has brought quite a bounty. The son-in-law of the old Qin family is indeed commendable." Zhao Dong's words were music to Xiao's ears, and she encouraged him to speak further. As Chun Xiao exchanged pleasantries with the villagers, addressing one as auntie and another as aunt, she soon arrived at the doorstep of her home. "Aunt, Grandma, I'm back. I traveled by car, Grandma." Chun Xiao's brother's child, Ayang, sprinted towards them, his pants held up by one hand, creating a comical scene. Xiao is back. Upon hearing her grandson's excited shout, Chin's mother hurried out of the house, her gaze eagerly scanning the surroundings. When she spotted the ox cart and the passengers upon it, her face lit up with joy. "Your Xiao has truly made something of herself. Look at all she has brought. Indeed, look at these bundles," she continued. "Oh, and a splendid red snapper. Such a festive color." "Not just festive," another chimed in. "Let me tell you, that fish is no trivial expense." The villagers accompanying them began to murmur among themselves, exchanging envious remarks about the gifts they beheld. Chin's mother, holding her own offerings, remarked, "Look at you all. Just coming by is enough, yet you bring so much. Mother, these are all for you and father, a token of my filial piety, all from our family's harvest," she said, handing Ayang some candies while he carried a can. "Just see how this son-in-law brings gifts to his father-in-law, laden with packages. His family must be quite well off. No ordinary household could afford such generosity." The villagers, hearing Zhao Dong's comments, resumed their envious discussions, speculating about each other's families and circumstances. Listening to the villagers praise Zhao Dong and Chun Xiao brought Chin's mother immense joy. She felt proud of her son-in-law, recognizing that he had indeed honored the family and cared for them. With Chin's father and brother-in-law away on the mountain, only Chin's mother, Xiao, and her brother's two children, Ayang and the twin, Ajing, were at home. "Come inside quickly. Your father will be back shortly," she urged, handing out treats for Ayang to enjoy. Zhao Dong presented the offerings to Chin's mother. "This is red snapper, this is black sea bream, and here are crabs, all freshly caught yesterday. Please, taste them. And this bag contains dried anchovies, while these are shellfish and snails." As he detailed each item, a smile never left Chin's mother's face, and her heart swelled with reassurance upon seeing the joy on her son-in-law's face. She busied herself with the preparations while Zhao Dong strolled around the yard, allowing the mother and daughter to converse. In Chapter 38, laden with gifts upon her return, Chun Xiao shared her excitement with her mother about the upcoming construction of a new house, scheduled for the 16th day of the first lunar month, a date they had carefully chosen. "Is there sufficient money for the house and its furnishings? If not, the family can assist you. You know, Building a house and purchasing all those necessary items can be quite costly. Chen's mother expressed a mix of delight and concern for her daughter. Recently, fortune had smiled upon their family. They had acquired a small wooden boat and encountered several schools of fish at sea, enough to cover the costs of the house. That is wonderful, truly wonderful. May Mazu bless you all with safety at sea. With the boat, life should become a little easier. Chen's mother replied with hope and relief. Indeed, the days at home are increasingly filled with hope. The mother and daughter expressed their joy. And Father Chen has returned as well. Seeing Zhao Dong brought them great delight, and they busied themselves with preparations to slaughter chickens and geese. Eager to properly entertain their son-in-law, who is regarded as a distinguished guest in their household. Especially on the way back, the villagers complimented Father Chen, exclaiming how fortunate they were to have their son-in-law visit, bringing gifts and displaying such filial piety, which filled him with happiness. Furthermore, they urged Mother Chen to pack the items they intended to take back with them. Zhao Dong mentioned he would return later. As they had been preoccupied and Han Ti prepared the New Year's goods at home, they are planning to build a house, which is splendid news. And Xiu has also persevered. Upon hearing this from Mother Chen, Father Chen felt a surge of contentment. Indeed, life is gradually improving. Look at the fish they brought. I hear it is quite expensive, and the color is delightful. They also brought various dried goods and purchased many items. Mother Chen pointed out each item to Father Chen and their children. With such extravagant gifts and expenditures, they simply wished for the presence of their family. Mindful of their upcoming house construction and the need to save, Father Chen, being a practical man, always considers what is best for his daughter. Although they are not by the sea, the dining table is adorned with the finest chicken, duck, and goose raised in their own backyard to honor their son-in-law. They continually inquired which dishes he preferred, concerned he might not have enough to eat. After enjoying the meal and engaging in conversation, they noticed the time was getting late, and Zhao Dong and his family prepared to depart. Zhao Dong said to Father Chen and the others, "Father, mother, brother, sister-in-law, whenever you have time, bring the children over to visit. I can take you out to sea for a leisurely outing." Father Chen and Mother Chen readily agreed. Once again, they piled the car with large and small bundles, rice, homegrown melons, fruits, and dried vegetables, filling the vehicle to capacity. Father Chen mentioned they would come to help with the house construction, which delighted Chen Xiu immensely. It would be wonderful for her family to visit without needing to contribute. Professionals would handle the building, allowing them to rest assured about their future. The maternal family is truly wonderful, filled with delectable foods and an abundance of meat. Ma Lao sat on the ox cart, chatting with Chen Xiu and Zhao Dong. "Why don't you stay here and not return?" "That is not possible. Don't tease the children. See how your maternal family has provided you with so many delicious treats. Take your time to enjoy them," Chen Xiu said. After which Zhao Dong addressed Ma Lao. The leisurely ox cart ambled along the winding country paths, with Zhao Dong guiding the oxen while his wife and children sat atop, sharing laughter and conversation. Zhao Dong felt that this life was truly delightful and blissful, if only he could relive it. Meanwhile, the elder brother-in-law returned home, where the Hu family awaited. They were not surprised to see the large bundles they carried. Hu Erseo immediately retreated to her room, not wishing to witness their display of wealth. "What did you bring back?" Hu Mu asked with a smile, approaching to receive the bucket. "Grandma, we brought fish. They are beautifully red." "Is that so? Then Grandma must take a look. You Haven Tea returned from your maternal family. Do you not miss Grandma?" Maternal family is wonderful. It feels like a festival every day, with delicious food and playing with Ah Hai and the others. "Grandma, we even went fishing. There were so many fish that we couldn't catch them all." Agwang excitedly shared with them the delights of staying at his grandmother's home, where there was an abundance of delicious food and enjoyable activities. The adults were quite astonished, wondering when the Zhao family had become so well off, while the children looked on with envy. "If it's so wonderful at your grandmother's, why did you come back? You should have stayed a few more days." Hu Erseo, who had been listening from inside, could not resist joining the conversation. "I wish I could stay there too, but my father insisted we return. My sister and I missed our grandparents, so we came back." As she spoke, she playfully tugged at Hu Mu's sleeve. Hu Erseo couldn't help but feel a twinge of annoyance at her son for being so talkative, thinking to herself, "If only you could keep quiet, just like your father." "Father has money to buy sweets," she remarked. Yezi, though small, was as clever as Agwang. Aware that his father had received a sum of money from his grandmother's family and was flaunting it. "What money?" Hu Fu turned to Hu Ziqiang and his wife, asking, "Your in-laws want to build a house. Shouldn't Ziqiang contribute the funds instead of receiving money from them? We both know he didn't bring much money when he left. I mentioned last time that I did go fishing together, and this time we caught quite a bit. I received around 70 yuan, though I didn't mention the 20 I set aside for filial piety. The character of your in-laws is truly commendable. They shared such a large sum with us, equivalent to 2 or 3 months' salary. You must be prudent with it. Yes, father, this fish is for you. Take a look and see if it can be put to good use, he said, handing over a prized red carp. This fish was quite expensive, especially with the new year approaching, making it a festive and auspicious dish. Let us enjoy it and savor its significance. Hu Laodao felt reluctant to part with such a precious gift. Hu Erseo was already feeling frustrated. She had just returned from her own family home, bringing back a generous haul, but her happiness was overshadowed by Hu Ziqiang and his wife stealing the limelight. The mention of such a luxurious fish made it hard for her to feel joy. When Zhao Dong and his family arrived home, the Zhao family helped unload their bundles. Zhao Dasa looked at the large and small packages they had brought back with envy. She had returned from her own family visit feeling pleased, thinking they must have come into some money and would be inclined to share. However, upon hearing that they intended to build a house, she refrained from probing further. Fearing they might ask for a loan, she sent them off early, dismissing any thought of receiving gifts. Her heart sank, leaving her reluctant to take anything back to her family in the future. Zhao Erseo fared somewhat better, although she didn't bring back as many items. Her family was delighted to hear about the house construction, deciding to wait until it was completed before bringing anything over. She believed it would be better to save the offerings for when the house was built, as they would then be theirs alone without the need to share. She felt pleased that Zhao Dong had brought back so much. It was as if she had a share in it too. Zhao Mu rummaged through the pile of packages, noting that they were all homegrown and varied. It's no small feat for your family to grow so much and bring it all over, she said to Chen Xiao. With the house construction on the horizon, they were all excited, planning to use the goods to feed the workers, thus saving on expenses. Oh, how delightful it is at my grandmother's, with the aroma of roasted geese filling the air, she thought, feeling content with the bounty of her grandmother's home. Ahai and Adui were filled with envy and longing as they reminisced about their time at their grandmother's house, where they had not savored the sumptuous roast goose, which was akin to what they typically enjoyed at home. The entire family gathered together, engaging in light conversation before retreating to their respective rooms for rest. Chapter 39. Welcoming the year 1982, the Zhao family busied themselves with a thorough cleaning over several days, preparing festive goods and offering sacrifices to the kitchen god, thus heralding the arrival of New Year's Eve. The village was imbued with an unparalleled festive spirit, with every household brimming with hopes for the new year and aspirations for a prosperous future. On New Year's Eve, the last day of the lunar month, Zhao Dong began to hang the couplets in the morning. Meanwhile, Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua busied themselves sweeping the courtyard. Mindful that they could not do so on the first day of the new year, the women were preoccupied with preparing the New Year's Eve feast. And with the family gathered, smiles adorned the faces of both adults and children, reflecting the bountiful harvest of the year. After a year of hard work, De Gang and Ah Jian arrived to join in some light-hearted gambling, seeking a moment of relaxation. During this festive season, the men of the village typically set up tables to play cards, often wagering money. On such occasions, the women generally turned a blind eye, as there were few entertainment options during the new year, and card games became a cherished tradition. Delicious. Auntie, your culinary skills are truly unmatched, Ah Jian exclaimed, savoring the marinated meat and vegetables, along with pig intestines and ears that Zhao's mother had prepared. Zhao's mother beamed with joy at the compliment. Eat well, and take some for later when you play cards, she encouraged. Upon hearing such praise, Ah Jian couldn't help but continue extolling her cooking. Zhao Dong urged him to join his elder brother, second brother, and a gang for a game, while he went to fetch peanuts, sunflower seeds, and the freshly made delicacies from his mother. Life has truly improved. We can indulge in these delightful treats while playing cards, he remarked. Indeed, we no longer toil at the docks, but earn more than before. Is this not the essence of a good life? Certainly. It's thanks to Auntie's culinary prowess that the aroma fills the house as soon as the dishes are served. If you wander through the village at this time, you'll encounter delightful scents wafting from every home, with smoke billowing from chimneys. As they played cards, their mouths were never idle, alternating between eating and chatting, with no significant wins or losses. They played until mealtime, at which point they returned to enjoy their feast, planning to resume their games in the afternoon. Lunchtime consisted of simple fare, as the dinner on New Year's Eve was to be early and lavish. Dad, you've won. Let us buy firecrackers. One child exclaimed, anxiously tugging at Zhao Dong's trousers as he saw his father preparing to pocket the winnings. Careful, my dear child, or you might just pull off your father's pants. Just wait until the new year is over before I decide how to discipline you, he joked, knowing full well he wouldn't scold his child during the festive season. With a call to action, he took a few children with him to the local shop, ensuring each child received a treat to celebrate the new year joyfully. Uncle, you're so kind. I asked my mother for firecrackers, but she just scolded me and threatened to hit me. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly. Grandpa said it's not right to hit children during the new year. Ahai shared with Zhao Dong, adding a light-hearted note about his mother. Uncle, we should hurry and leave. Look, they are all playing. Even the usually silent Dui is getting anxious. Young boys have an innate weakness for firecrackers. At this moment, the firecrackers resemble kindling, packed neatly in long boxes with striking surfaces. With a simple friction, they ignite and explode when tossed aside, relatively safe, all things considered. We also have firecrackers. But we must be cautious while playing, you understand? Yes, Uncle, you are the best. Uncle, could Aunt sneakily give us our red envelopes? Ahai. As if struck by inspiration, turned to Zhao Dong with utmost seriousness. That won't do. Your father and mother will think I haven't given you your red envelopes, and they'll be displeased. What if they refuse to give any at all? That really won't do. If it goes to my mother, we won't get a single cent. We wouldn't be able to ask for any. How about you give half, and the other half Aunt secretly gives later? Don't even think about it. Sigh. There's absolutely no room for negotiation. Unable to withstand Zhao Dong's merciless rejection, Ahai, crestfallen, resumed playing with the firecrackers. Zhao Dong felt a twinge of pity for the two boys. That evening, he stealthily offered them 20 cents. Little did he know that upon returning indoors, he would find their faces stretched into wide grins as they continued playing with the firecrackers. TCH, those pesky little rascals. With many women at home, the preparation of chicken, duck, fish, and meat was swift. The tasks were divided among them, and they worked with a lightness in their hearts. As mealtime approached, the sounds of firecrackers echoed throughout the village, crescendoing around 4 in the afternoon. Zhao's mother first offered incense to the kitchen god, while Zhao Dong took the children outside to light the firecrackers. A series of crackles ensued, and just as the noise erupted, De Gang's and Ah Jian's families joined in, creating an unusually loud and festive atmosphere. Gathered as one large family for the meal, it was customary to have chicken, duck, and fish during the festival. The fish, in particular, symbolized abundance, signifying that there would be surplus every year. As is tradition, some food would remain from the New Year's Eve feast to be enjoyed on the first day of the new year, embodying the idea of having leftovers. Mother, this is delicious. Mother, I want to eat chicken legs. Mother, this year's feast is splendid. The children devoured their meals heartily, cheeks puffed out. Yet they still managed to voice their delight. Zhao and his wife looked on with joy, pleased to see their children healthy and thriving, especially after a profitable year. This food is truly wonderful, they thought. Once everyone was satisfied, the women busied themselves with cleaning the dishes while the men cleared the seating. In a flurry of activity, they started to tidy up their small household. Adults and children alike took baths and donned new clothes. This year, they were all able to wear new garments made from the fabric gifted by those they had helped, each person adorned in fresh attire, symbolizing hopes for a prosperous year ahead. Zhao's mother even prepared a few outfits for Zhao Hong and the others, ensuring everyone had something new to wear. Having discussed it with the daughters-in-law beforehand, she also prepared red envelopes for De Gang's family, as was the custom, ensuring that just because they had earned money this year, they would not neglect the tradition. Each child received $1, but as Ahai glanced at his red envelope, it was swiftly taken by Zhao's sister-in-law, causing his little face to fall, casting a mournful look at his mother. Dui didn't even get a chance to see his. His mother took it and tucked it away into her pocket. Only Maluo held onto the money, scurrying to deposit it into his little jar. Zhao Dong and the others provided him with a canister to save his coins, with the understanding that saving was essential, even if it meant refraining from spending. Ahai and Adai, realizing they were left out, grabbed their firecrackers and dashed outside to compete with the village children in playful displays. This evening, the adults were to keep vigil, staying awake until after midnight. A few of them quietly slipped into the village and spotted the plump fellow at a table, animatedly gesturing as he played. With the arrival of more people, tables were hastily set up, and Zhao Dong and his companions dispersed to join in the festivities. They engaged in games until midnight, when those with boats began to gather to head to the Mazu temple to await the ringing of the bell and offer incense. In this fishing village, customs were deeply rooted, and now Zhao Dong and his companions had their own boats, joining the line to pay their respects. Once completed, they all returned home. At this hour, the children had already succumbed to slumber, leaving only the adults to keep watch over the new year. Upon returning, they confirmed that their incense offerings were completed. "Yes, it's done," they remarked, realizing there were quite a few boats in the village. As they discussed home improvements, one expressed a desire for a daughter, wishing her to be as beautiful and kind as her mother. "What are you saying? The household is still awake. Don't stir up trouble. There are sounds outside." Qin Xiu felt quite embarrassed. "Keep quiet. I'll be gentle. It's the new year. Let us welcome it with renewed spirits and strive for new heights together. Don't go overboard." Hush, came the playful retorts. Chapter 40. Building the house on the first day of the new year, every household set off firecrackers. Igniting a door-opening firecracker to symbolize bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new, inviting good fortune. The children, dressed in new clothes, covered their ears and awaited the conclusion of the explosions. Once the firecrackers ceased, they scurried to collect the unexploded remnants for play. The newcomers had few relatives. Only neighboring families exchanging New Year greetings, with close friends visiting back and forth. Meanwhile, the children continued to enjoy their small firecrackers. By the second day of the new year, a gentle rain began to fall. Several daughters-in-law, not being newlyweds, chose not to return to their maternal homes. It rained, preventing Zhao Hong from coming back as promised to assist with the house construction. The families gathered to converse, sharing meals and drinks, playing cards, and aimlessly wandering about. As the 16th day of the lunar month arrived, it marked the commencement of their house construction. The festivities concluded after the 15th day, and the children were kept indoors due to the weather, missing out on the lantern parades. "Our house will be built similar to the one we currently reside in. The eldest, the second, the third, and then one for your mother and me. If there are any objections, please communicate them to the workers," Zhao's father addressed his sons. "Father, let us switch places. I'll sit next to Jian. And you can be in the middle, so we can all see if anything arises," Zhao Dong suggested, preferring to be near his father and brother for convenience. "Father, that sounds good. You and mother can stay in the middle," Zhao urged concurred, and the others voiced no dissent. "I believe it would be prudent to leave the door wider and to construct 2 layers. This would create a more spacious environment." "Father, shall we proceed with just 1 entrance?" Zhao Dong inquired. "That seems reasonable. We need not fortify the wall on this side, allowing for a single entryway." In essence, Zhao Dong is ensuring a comfortable living arrangement for his parents, which pleases his 2 sisters-in-law immensely. "Father, we should also build 2 stories, should anyone visit. They will have a place to stay." Zhao Er's wife had already conferred with Zhao Er, expressing the necessity for accommodation for her family when they come to visit. "Therefore, let us also construct a 2nd floor." Observing that both his younger brothers were building 2 stories, Zhao decided to follow suit. At this juncture, the houses were all made of bricks and tiles. Stone houses had become a rarity, primarily built in the front. Zhao and his wife understood that these new constructions were intended for her family's visits. This arrangement seems quite beneficial, especially since their home is modest in size, and the in-laws have yet to stay with them. "As for your mother and me, we shall refrain from adding an extra layer. A single room for Hong will suffice, as your constructions are ample." Thus, the decision regarding the house construction was settled. "Have you heard? The Zhao family at the village's end is embarking on building a new home. When did they start this venture?" "I'm aware they commenced today. What good fortune they have, purchasing a boat and now erecting a house. After acquiring the boat, they encountered a school of fish. I even assisted in the transportation. Truly, their fortune appears to be exceptional. They must be reaping significant profits." The community buzzed with chatter regarding Zhao Dong's family's new home, speculating wildly, even suggesting they were engaging in smuggling on the high seas. Yet, they remained oblivious to the reality, engrossed in their labors. "Father, we should assist in moving stones and transporting yellow earth." Zhao De and Zhao Er joined forces to aid in the construction of the new home. I too, along with the eldest and second brother, intended to contribute. Dong, please convey to the gang and the others that they should commence fishing in their usual waters. This area will require some time before it is ready." "Certainly, Father, I shall relay the message shortly." while they are building the new house. We must not neglect Jian and Gang at sea. Zhao Dong intended to seize the opportunity once the rain ceased and the tide receded, promptly setting up the encirclement nets for fishing and in the meantime, laying down the trap nets. After this discussion, the household became a hive of activity. Zhao De and his wife ascended the mountain to transport yellow earth, while Zhao Heir and his spouse engaged in moving stones. Zhao Father and the workers collaborated diligently. As the more hands there were, the sooner they could complete the construction and settle into their new abode. Chun Xiu remained at home, preparing meals and caring for the children. Zhao Dong did not join the construction efforts, as he felt it unwise to leave her alone. Instead, he contributed in ways he could to alleviate the family's burdens. Brother, we all agreed to lend a hand with the house. How can we simply head out to sea? Moreover, we will be relying on you all for assistance once the house is completed. It would seem that we stand to gain the most from this arrangement due to the number of us. Indeed, Dongzi, this behavior is uncharacteristic of you. Have you perhaps taken leave of your senses? The gang and Jian had long conspired together. Their current prosperity is largely attributed to Zhao Dong's guidance. Despite their shared childhood experiences, it remains imperative to provide assistance when needed. Thus, you may join me in setting up the encirclement nets for fishing. Any earnings we can garner will be a welcome addition. Zhao Dong articulated his plans, sharing various ideas with them. Dongzi, your method is truly effective. Tomorrow, we shall ascend the mountain to chop some tall bamboo. Even during low tide, we can swim without fear, for there is no one among us who cannot swim. Dagong genuinely believes in Zhao Dong's suggestion of fishing with a net. With the sea breeze, we need not venture far offshore. And even amidst a bit of wind and waves, our harvest could be greatly enhanced. Brother, I have noticed your recent surge in cleverness. Your ideas seem to flow endlessly. And I am quite tempted to pry open your head to see what thoughts reside within. Your brother will always be your brother. You ought to learn from him. For there is enough wisdom to last you a lifetime. Alas, brother, when did you become so astute? Are you still the brother I once knew? I too harbor doubts about your identity, Dongzi. Jian, perhaps you should investigate further. No, I mean you too today. You must concede that I am inherently brilliant. Does it make you feel inadequate? After Zhao Dong and his companions concluded their serious discussion, they engaged in light-hearted banter and laughter for a while. Upon returning home, Zhao Dong found Chun Xiu cooking alone. He approached and sat by the stove to assist her. In a bit, could you check the vegetable patch and bring back some greens? I wish to prepare a soup with oysters, but it seems we lack the necessary ingredients. I shall head there now. Should I bring anything else? Please fetch a couple of sweet potatoes to boil with the rice. The children adore their sweet flavor. Understood. As Zhao Dong spoke, he picked up the basket resting in the yard and called the children to join him in the vegetable patch, relieving Chun Xiu of the burden of watching over them while she cooked. Third uncle, let us dig up more sweet potatoes to enjoy when we return. You can carry them back on your own, can't you? Third uncle, you are picking on the children. How could you do such a thing? I will tell third aunt when we get home. Did your teacher not instruct you to handle your own affairs? If you wish to eat, you must carry them back yourselves. Humph. Ahai, fuming like a little frog, marched ahead, clearly indicating his desire for solitude. Zhao Dong glanced at Ahai and inquired of Adai, would you like to help Ahai carry some as well? Yes. With that, he scampered off to catch up with Ahai, while Ma Luo joined in the fun, trailing behind. Slow down, everyone. If you fall, don't come crying to me. Just then, Ma Luo stumbled and fell, but quickly got back up, resuming the chase after his brother. Huh, what a jinx. Ahai tugged at a sweet potato vine, declaring, I'm almost done with the greens over here. Excellent. Third uncle, hurry over. We are working swiftly. The children, unperturbed by anger, quickly reconciled. Third uncle, look at this enormous sweet potato. It's nearly the size of Ma Luo's head. Just imagine how many people it could feed. Adai, could you hold it for me? It's rather heavy. All right. This large sweet potato is now their grand toy. In the end, Zhao Dong carried the greens and several small sweet potatoes, while Ahai and Adai hoisted a large sweet potato together. Both adults and children were filled with joy. Chapter 41. Preparations back home. Just place everything there. When father and mother return, we shall commence our meal. The gentle drizzle continued, and no one could tell when it might cease. As Chun Xiu and Zhao Dong spoke, Zhao father and Zhao mother returned and entered the courtyard. Father, Dagong and Ajian mentioned they are constructing a house for the family and requested assistance. Hence they shall not venture out to sea for work alone. If it doesn't rain tomorrow, They planned to cut bamboo and prepare everything in advance. Those two children, I suppose they shall join you in the endeavor. It is essential to earn something instead of merely subsisting on past resources. Their meals still consist of sweet potato porridge, made from the enormous sweet potatoes, which Ahai and Adeo carried back. As the household is large, and now with the new house to build, we cannot afford to rely solely on plain rice. Mixing porridge with dry food may allow us to stretch our meals a bit longer. Ahai, why is your face so dirty? Have you been mischief-making again? You seem to have engaged in thievery, having stolen some food. Sister Zhao, observing her son's grimy visage and hands, felt a surge of frustration. It is a constant source of worry for her. Uncle has provided roasted sweet potatoes, and there has been no theft. They have worked today. And the largest sweet potato you all are eating was brought back by Adeo and me. Despite the protestations, Sister Zhao suspected her son was merely trying to avoid reprimand. Today, Ahai and the others accompanied me to the field to dig sweet potatoes. Our harvest this year has been quite bountiful, and the ones we unearthed today are indeed substantial. Zhao Dong interjected, alleviating Ahai's plight. Yet Ahai felt somewhat wronged and chose to forego the sweet potato porridge, having already consumed roasted sweet potatoes, and instead ran outside to play with stones. After their meal, exhausted from the day's labor, they returned to their quarters early to rest. Tomorrow, I will venture out to cut bamboo poles. You need only tend to matters at home and do not need to assist at the new house. It wouldn't be prudent for you to remain absent every day. Brother, the elder and second brother might grow displeased over time, leading to discontent from your wife. Do not concern yourself with them. I am also engaged in earnest work. Once our fishing yields are abundant, they shall benefit as well. What is there to be unhappy about? Very well, take care of yourself. My wife worries for me, constantly urging, so let us hasten to sleep. We have much to accomplish tomorrow. After their conversation, Zhao Dage and Zhao Urge were also engaged in discourse. Sister Zhao advised Zhao Dage not to overexert himself. As they had hired workers for their labor, there was no need for him to be overly fatigued. The couple of the third son need not assist at the new house, which lightens their load considerably. Tomorrow, everything is arranged for the third son to be able to fish, ensuring we earn some money. Enough said. After all, we are building our own home. So let us retire early. Zhao Erseo, feeling the fatigue of the day, obediently laid down to sleep. The following day, Zhao Dong awoke to find his family had already gone to work at the new house. Hurry up, Ajian and Dagong have already arrived. They are just waiting for you. Zhao Dong, just rising, saw Dagong and Ajian approaching. You two are indeed early. We must wait for the tide to recede before we set the nets after cutting the bamboo. Isn't it wise to prepare early so that we have time to assist at the new house? Brother, why are you not anxious about building the new home? You still rise late every day. Are you being lazy? Nonsense. Am I that sort of person? Ajian and Dagang, in unison, responded to Zhao Dong's remark. He chose to ignore them, hastily washed up and had a bite to eat before heading out. Brother, this patch of bamboo is quite tall. Let us cut here, and it will suffice for our needs. Very well, we shall cut this side. Zhao Dong and Dagang arrived at the site, confirming it was indeed the tallest in the vicinity. The trio commenced their endeavors, cutting down 6 bamboo stalks, each carrying 2 back home. With ample time before dusk, they pushed a cart toward the new house to lend a hand. Upon their arrival, they observed that the construction materials had been partially delivered, likely today, as there had been no prior mention of such deliveries. The 3 of them assisted in clearing the weeds, while Zhao Degu and Zhao Ergu had nearly finished their work. Dongzi, gather those weeds at the edge to burn. The ashes will enrich the soil, suggested Zhao Degu, showcasing his resourcefulness. Zhao Dong and Ajian teased Zhao Degu about his adeptness at life, while the bamboo had been successfully harvested. They planned to cast their nets once the tide receded, with their father merely needing to check on the progress, as the laborers were already hard at work. Zhao Dong pondered the purpose of his visit. Though he had walked much, he had accomplished little. Meanwhile, his parents and siblings exhibited warm approval of his efforts. Upon reaching home, Zhao Dong found his elder sister and her husband already present, without their children, as it was inconvenient to bring them along for the construction. Did you not work today? Zhao Fu inquired, though he was pleased with his son-in-law's assistance, indicating the importance he placed on their family ties. Brother-in-law, this afternoon, when the tide recedes, could you help us with the nets? Father and mother will also be there, Zhao Dong suggested, affirming that more hands would make the task easier. Zhao Fu had no objections, as the children were eager to participate in productive endeavors. Very well, I shall join you this afternoon. Remember to bring the tools for collecting seafood. If we arrive early, we can start, Zhao Dong remarked, igniting excitement among them, as their previous trips had yielded bountiful catches. However, a commotion outside revealed a dispute regarding stolen bamboo. Which family has had bamboo taken? Inquired curious villagers, while Zhao Dong, a Jian, and a gang exchanged glances, their heads lowered in contemplation. It was from the back mountain, a small grove of bamboo near my home. My youngest son just returned, saying it was all cut down, but I know not which scoundrel committed this act, came the anguished words, followed by a stream of expletives. In our vicinity, bamboo is abundant. It cannot possibly be the handiwork of our village, can it? Such a notion is precarious. Should anyone bear ill will towards us, they might wreak havoc upon our bamboo, leading to considerable misfortune. Zhao Dong and the others advised against probing further into the matter. Let him depart to a distant place where his scorn cannot reach us, sparing us from distress. The rest of the Zhao family remained oblivious to the implications of the situation, preoccupied with washing their faces and wiping away sweat, weary from the morning's toil. Zhao's mother, tempted to join in the commotion, ultimately refrained, deeming herself too fatigued to engage. Chapter 42. The enclosure net. Are you incensed enough to summon us to fell bamboo from another's property? Exclaimed a Jian. Indeed, this scolding feels unjust. I felt my face flush with embarrassment merely by listening to it. Zhao Dong, De Gang, and a Jian each bore the brunt of the reprimand. Though the others were unaware that the rebuke was directed at them, they were acutely aware of their guilt. It was indeed they who were being chastised for the alleged theft of bamboo. What a remarkable feat it is to endure such a tirade. Was it at all gratifying? Quipped the elder brother-in-law, feigning ignorance. Let us not revel in schadenfreude. This time, we cannot transport the bamboo by boat. We must carry it instead, Zhao Dong remarked, observing the grimace freeze on Hu Ziqiang's face as he stared blankly at the modest pile of bamboo before him. If we transport all of this, the villagers will surely deduce that we pilfered the bamboo. No, it was merely an accident during felling. Hu Ziqiang made one last desperate attempt to negotiate for a smaller load. We have plenty of nets. Come now, elder brother-in-law, no more dilly-dallying. Let us proceed. Zhao Dong took to rowing, wielding a hammer for securing the bamboo, while Zhao Degu and the others hefted the bamboo as they walked. The boat ride took about half an hour, and the journey on foot was considerably slower. Zhao Dong waited on the boat for nearly 30 minutes before he finally spotted his elder brother and the others. Brother, how long have you been here? I believe the tide will take a while longer to recede. A Jian, the youngest among them, was tended to by his older brothers and the elder brother-in-law, who ensured he carried the least burden, which was still not an insignificant amount. The nets, numerous in quantity, were loaded onto Zhao Dong's boat. They were rather heavy, and traversing the mountain paths with such a load would demand considerable strength. After about 20 minutes, a Jian called out, "Brother, secure the boat and come over. The tide has receded." "All right, I'll fetch the nets," Zhao Dong replied. With that, the others who had been seated on the rocks rose to assist in moving the items. The elder brother-in-law teased Zhao Dong. "You're not up to the task? You need help with such a trivial load?" Zhao Dong rolled his eyes in response. "Whether I can manage or not is for my wife to know. There's no need for you to concern yourself." Amidst their banter, they arrived at the area where the seawater had receded. Inserting the bamboo into the sandy bottom and securing it firmly with the hammer, they calculated the spacing based on the enclosure net's dimensions, forming a semicircle. The length they constructed measured approximately 1,000 meters, with a total of 3 sections. The enclosure stood at a height of 1.5 meters, oriented vertically in the sea according to the direction of the receding tide. Zhao Dong surveyed the surroundings and called out. Based on the terrain, the net was strategically placed, with the gill net set in the low-lying areas. The bamboo poles were tall and driven deeply into the ground, ensuring a firm hold. Zhao Dong and his brother-in-law worked as a team, flanked by his 2 elder brothers and a gang. Whenever they encountered a lack of understanding, they would glance over at one another. With their combined efforts, they quickly completed the task, securing all the nets before the tide rose. "That is sufficient. We need not do anything more," A Jian remarked, finding the task surprisingly simple. "Will this really catch fish?" Hu Ziqiang inquired with curiosity. "I believe so. Just look at this semicircle. The fish will be trapped inside and unable to escape," Zhao Dong replied confidently. He had seen this before. Though he had not delved deeply into the subject, he understood the basic principle. As they were pulling the net earlier, The concept had suddenly come to mind. This method of net fishing relies on the rising tide. As long as the water does not surpass the fishing net when the tide is at its peak, it can reach about 4 to 5 meters. Marine life will accompany the tide into the enclosed net, and as the tide recedes, the fish will be trapped within. It's akin to draining a pond and then going in to catch fish. All right, the tide has risen. Let's return to the boat, Zhao Peng observed. Believing they could row back now. Take the boat. Don't walk back. It's far too exhausting, Jian exclaimed, running towards the boat. Determined to board, even if it meant forcing his way in. Zhao Dong exchanged a knowing glance, not intending for them to walk back either. The others boarded the boat, and Zhao Dong began rowing homeward. Brother-in-law, how's your new position? Are you adjusting well? Zhao Dong asked. Quite well. They say office work is easy, and I found it to be true. Not only is it relaxed, but I also have the freedom to step out for procurement without anyone questioning it. After a moment, Hu Ziqiang added, Dongzi, if you catch something good, give me a call. I'll leave the office number for you to check if there are any procurement needs at the factory. Such matters are trivial for Zhao Dong and the others. He thought. Jian inquired, brother-in-law, when can I come to your town to visit? Sure, just come over whenever you like. Tell the gatekeeper my name, and I'll come out to greet you. That sounds wonderful. I've never been to the factory. If I get the chance, I must see it. How impressive it would be to be a worker there. The others on the boat shared his enthusiasm, eager to visit the factory, as a stable job was a lifelong aspiration for many in this era. While they were conversing, Zhao Dong had already rowed the boat to the dock, and the discussion ceased. Did you all row back? I thought I saw Dongzi rowing out alone. I must be imagining things, the plump man remarked, his eyes wide as he watched each person disembark. Brother Pang, at your young age, your memory is failing you. What will happen when you grow older? Jian teased, feigning concern for him. Did you truly go out together? The plump man questioned, slightly skeptical, as these people often made wild claims. De Gang, do you think Dongzi went out by himself? No, we all went together. I even greeted you. Have you truly forgotten? De Gang appeared particularly simple-minded. The others remained silent, watching Fatty scratch his head, somewhat convinced he hadn't misjudged the situation. Observing Jian and De Gang, he couldn't ascertain whether they were lying or not. Suddenly, Zhao Dong burst into laughter. You two rascals dare to fool me. Fatty, now aware of the jest, chased after Jian and De Gang, but given his physique, no one could catch up with him. As he saw Jian and De Gang swiftly disappear from view, he returned to ask Zhao Dong, what were you all doing? I hope you weren't up to any mischief. As you said, we simply went fishing. The new year has passed. It's time to get to work. Oh, that sounds rather mysterious. You've finished building your new house, haven't you? Need a hand? What is it to you? I was just asking. Aren't we buddies? This time, Zhao Dong chased Fatty away, though he didn't genuinely intend to, merely putting on a show as he returned with his brother-in-law, Zhao Hua, and Zhao Peng. Jian and De Gang waited a bit ahead for them to walk together. We should hurry back. We've been busy all afternoon and are starving, Jian remarked. Just as a child shouted from ahead. Dinner is ready. Uncle San is back. My dad is back. You little rascal, your dad can't see me. So you only greet your Uncle San? Zhao brother and Zhao second brother were quite fond of the children, making Zhao Dong feel a twinge of jealousy. Chapter 43. A bounty of fish. Dad, the nets are all set. You should come take a look tomorrow on the first day, see if anything needs improvement. My mother can check on the new house. Zhao Dong invited his father to join. Hearing this, Zhao father felt a surge of interest. He wanted to see the catch, which he had missed previously. This time, his son was inviting him along. Your father will go tomorrow. There are workers busy here at home, and one day won't make a difference. Zhao mother decisively made the decision for Zhao father. He felt pleased inside, though his face revealed nothing. Chinxiao, seeing them lingering outside without any intention of coming in, called out to them. Dinner is ready. Come in and eat. The family gathered around the large round table in the living room. Zhao Dong scooped up Ma Luo into his arms, and upon seeing the table adorned with seafood, his appetite surged. During the New Year festivities, they had enjoyed an abundance of delicious food, yet the shellfish had been the least consumed. Watching his son eat with gusto, Zhao Dong picked up a piece of food and offered it to him, saying, Eat slowly, don't make a mess. If you want something, just ask, and I'll serve it to you. All right, I got it. Dad, why do you eat by yourself and not serve me? Ahai also wanted his father to serve him food. How old are you? Still needing someone to serve you? How about I reward you with a kick? Zhao Peng thought Dongzi was simply being idle, looking for trouble. Humph. All right, hurry up and eat. Your chatter is blocking the meal. After Zhao's mother spoke, silence enveloped the table as everyone bowed their heads to eat. She placed a piece of food onto a high bowl. Perhaps everyone found the seafood particularly delectable today, as the shellfish made a delightful sizzling sound, leaving a heap of discarded shells before them. Once the meal concluded, the women began clearing the table while the men gathered to smoke and converse. Dongzi, you have no idea. This year, we are the only ones in the family wearing new clothes, and my mother is absolutely thrilled, Hu Ziqiang recalled, reflecting on the joy of his family over their new garments, particularly that of his second sister-in-law, who was as irate as a pufferfish. As long as the in-laws are pleased, Zhao's father remarked, his words laced with a hint of boastfulness. Zhao Dong, while listening and smoking, found himself having already lit 2 or 3 cigarettes, feeling compelled to join in as the others smoked. He stood up, pivoting on the cigarette but he had just discarded, and quipped that only when one is asleep does one escape fatigue, before announcing his intention to return to his room for sleep. The following morning, Zhao Dong was roused by a cacophony of sounds. Zhao Dajia's scolding of a high, Zhao's mother attempting to intervene, the splashing of water as someone washed their face, and Zhao father's intermittent coughs, alongside the chatter of Zhao's elder brother, second brother, and brother-in-law. Damn these people, Zhao Dong muttered under his breath. Sitting up and getting out of bed, just as he slipped on his shoes, he heard his brother-in-law call out, Dongzi is awake. Hurry up and tidy yourself. We need to eat quickly so we can head out to the sea. What are you all doing up so early under my roof, making such a racket? What time is it? Zhao Dong protested. What time? We got up around 6, and you've been sleeping in. It's already 7. Why the rush? Coming over so early? What is the point? Zhao Dong was at a loss for words. The idea of an early trip to the shore seemed excessive. Arriving too early would only mean waiting for the tide to recede. Nevertheless, he rose, donned his clothes, and stepped outside to wash up, turning to see the 3 of them seated beneath his window, a sight he found rather disheartening. Dongzi is waiting for you. Hurry in and eat, came the call. I'm coming. You're all grown up, yet you rise later than children. If I didn't call you, you wouldn't even get up. Why are you becoming so lazy? Zhao's mother chided, noting that only Zhao Dong remained seated as everyone else waited for the meal to commence. Recognizing the urgency, Zhao Dong hurried to occupy his spot, lifting a bowl of sweet potato noodles and beginning to eat hastily. Brother, are you ready? Let us leave now. Just a moment. I have one last bite. Look at you, always making others wait. Can't you ever be prepared ahead of time? Zhao's father remarked, observing that Zhao Dong was the last to finish, which only aggravated him further. All right, let us go, Chun Xiu urged, as Zhao Dong took his final bite, her impatience palpable. Slow down. It's just one bite left, Zhao Dong replied, playfully teasing as Chun Xiu blushed, pushing him along. You're such a talker. Let us hurry and leave. Zhao's mother and her 2 sisters-in-law had all ventured to the new house. This group of individuals retrieved a basket and bucket for sea fishing from the plump fellow. After inspecting the boat and confirming its soundness, they set off from the dock. Upon their arrival, the tide had yet to recede, so they secured the boat to the rocks and each lit a cigarette, awaiting the retreat of the waters. Uncertain of their catch, the eldest brother-in-law, observing the filled boat, remarked, No worries, surely we can fill our containers to the brim. Soon enough, we shall know if our efforts bear fruit. Zhao Dong noted the anxious expressions on his father's and the others' faces, indicating a lack of complete faith in him. Before long, the tide receded, revealing the bamboo poles, and their boat grounded itself on the sandy shore. Nonetheless, this was of little concern. With baskets and buckets in hand, they disembarked and walked to the semicircular ends where the sea had withdrawn, exposing the fishing nets, though a bit of water remained below. Zhao's father and the eldest brother-in-law positioned themselves in the center of the semicircular net, while De Gang and De Jian took the left side, and Zhao Hua and Zhao Peng occupied the right. Brother-in-law, bring over the hand net. Father, each of us will catch fish as we see them, while I will untangle those caught in the net. All right, I'm on my way. Dongzi, I've spotted plenty of fish. Our buckets and baskets will surely be filled. I believe this method is quite effective. Today's haul will not be meager. Zhao's father returned after a round, relieved to also see a multitude of fish. Indeed, you and the eldest brother-in-law should use the hand nets to catch them. Observing Zhao Dong untangling crabs and fish from the net, Zhao's father joined in to assist. Have you caught many? As he spoke, Zhao's father deftly secured the crabs and placed them in the basket. These creatures could survive without water, so they would be fine in the container. Dongzi, there's a row of white ribbon fish caught here. They aren't worth much. But we can have your mother prepare them for drying. They taste quite good. That works. We can provide the workers a meal while constructing our home. Look at all these bullheads. You've encountered a school of them. Zhao's father observed Zhao Dong, who had remained in one spot, and approached to see a basket overflowing with bullheads, many still entangled in the net, yet Zhao Dong had not yet freed them. We must have stumbled upon a school of fish, albeit of little value. If only they were more valuable species. Zhao Dong and his father paused, a sense of familiarity washing over them as they exchanged glances, dismissing the feeling and returning to their task of untangling the fish. Father, here's your net. The eldest brother-in-law handed the net to Zhao's father and, taking a bucket, sprinted toward the receding tide to catch fish, while Zhao's father followed suit. Dongzi, I've netted a large ribbon fish. Its tail flails about like the motor in our workshop, quite vigorous. Zhao Dong merely glanced, choosing not to respond, sensing that his brother-in-law was in a state of self-amusement. This must be a small pipefish. It's spitting at me. So plump. Oh dear, it's even biting me. How fierce. This must be a needlefish. It's quite large, and it intends to stab me with its sharp snout. Upon hearing these words, Zhao Dong could not restrain himself and struck the fish's head with his hand. Holding the fish head in one hand while the body flopped around, he remarked, "Elder brother-in-law, be careful while netting the fish. Brother, your method is truly effective. Netting fish is exhilarating, and I have caught quite a few." Jian seemed eager to share his thoughts, and, without waiting for Zhao Dong to respond, dashed over to Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua, likely to convey the same sentiments, albeit this time using sign language, gesturing animatedly. In the spot where Zhao Dong stood, there was no water, yet he could see numerous shells and scallops by the edge of the net. He collected them all without hesitation, placing them into a bucket to sort through later. He picked up a sizable shell, roughly the size of his palm, and noticed the bucket was nearly brimming with a colorful assortment. Then, he grasped a scallop, which suddenly squirted water into his face. Amused, he observed the scallop in his hand as it continued to open and close, producing delightful clicking sounds, an entertaining sight indeed. The seafood that had spilled from the net was all gathered in Zhao Dong's bucket and baskets. As he stepped further into the water, he felt the ocean waves lapping against his legs, retreating with the tide, while the net swayed with the rhythm of the sea. Observing his father and elder brother-in-law joyfully netting fish, he resigned himself to untangling the fish and crabs caught in the net. Dongzi, bring over a bucket. There's a cluster of mantis shrimp over here. On it. Zhao Dong now found himself in the position of a helper, attending to his father and brother-in-law, seizing any spare moments to free crabs and fish from the net. A flurry of activity indeed. Dongzi, look at this sea bass. It's quite a challenge to catch. Weighing around 20 to 30 pounds. Upon seeing Zhao Dong approach, Zhao Urge proudly displayed the large fish he had caught. Urge, do you know the 4 hardest creatures to catch in the world? What are they? A pig during the new year, a frenzied donkey, an irate wife, and a freshly netted fish. After delivering this quip, Zhao Dong took the bucket and basket away, leaving Zhao Urge bewildered, who turned to Zhao Dage and asked, "What does he mean by that?" "Never mind him. We have so many fish to catch." Zhao Urge, realizing the gravity of the situation, dismissed Zhao Dong's words and immersed himself in the task of netting fish, filling his basket and bucket. Zhao Dong placed the baskets and buckets in the center for anyone to use as needed. He also noticed the area where his brother-in-law had indicated a substantial number of mantis shrimp, likely filling over half a bucket. Quite a bounty, considering they fetch a high price, ranging from 90 cents to $1 per pound. As they busily worked to catch fish, the tide had receded completely. "Father, let us first empty the fish from the trap net. My brother-in-law can handle the fish here for now." There was no rush for the fish on this side. With the tide withdrawn, they could simply bend down to pick up the fish and place them into buckets or baskets, a far quicker method than using a net. Dagong, head to the trap net for the fish. Jian, you two coordinate. After calling out, Zhao Dong turned to speak with his brother, only to see Zhao Dage and Zhao Urge hauling a basket and a bucket towards the direction of the trap net. It seemed they had indeed heard his call. Upon arriving at the netting area, Zhao Dong opened it to witness a flurry of fish and shrimp rushing into the basket. The mesh of the net was large, allowing sizable fish and shrimp to fill the container rapidly. Observing the overflowing basket, Zhao's father remarked, "This fishing is astonishingly easy. The catch is plentiful. If fishing were always this fruitful, we could have made enough money to build a house by now." "Wow, Dagong, Hold it steady. The basket is tilting. Good. Just like that. Stop, stop, stop. The basket is full. We need to swap it for another. The lively banter between them created a cheerful atmosphere in this stretch of the sea. The filled basket was taken aboard the boat by the brother-in-law, who placed it carefully while pouring the clams and scallops from the bucket onto the deck, concerned that the number of empty containers brought along might not suffice. Dongzi, this basket contains quite a few grouper. Look at those few on top, and there must be more inside. Zhao Dong replied, Father, I can see 2 large sea bass still in the net. They're quite substantial. These sea bass should fetch over 30 cents per pound. Dongzi, with daily catches like this, the money for the house will be earned in no time, the brother-in-law chimed in. Once we have enough, we can buy a larger boat. Although I can't afford a metal boat right now, that won't deter my hard work and saving. If necessary, I can always opt for a second-hand vessel later. Zhao Dong, the brother-in-law, and his father took turns collecting the fish. During his free time, Zhao Dong strolled along the beach, frequently glancing at the net but having no time to inspect its contents. After a few steps, he stumbled upon a sizable piece of kelp, looking remarkably fresh. He rolled it up and stored it on the boat, planning to dry it for his family's cold dishes and soups. Dongzi, the basket won't fit here. Please move it onto the boat. All right. Zhao Dong glanced at the fish in the trap, noticing there wasn't much left, indicating his assistance in collecting fish was no longer needed. At this point, it was impractical to separate the catch, as everything had been tossed into the basket together. Upon returning, he would call the women at home to sort through it with the hefty haul, thus avoiding unnecessary trips. His pace in moving the baskets was slow, so he decided to take it easy. After all, they would all need to work together to transport everything from the beach. As they filled the containers, Zhao Dong noticed that the bucket meant for shrimp was covered in sand, likely due to his brother-in-law's excitement. Oh dear, this is overwhelming. My back can hardly bear it, Jian groaned, massaging his waist while surveying the baskets of fish and the buckets in the net. Zhao's father interjected. What would a child know about back pain? Hurry up and load everything onto the boat. We need to sort and sell it fresh. Yes, father, they all responded, bending down to lift the baskets, one per person, which expedited the process. As they worked, the tide began to rise. Fortunately, there were enough hands to move everything onto the boat before it could be submerged. They untied the ropes secured to the rocks. Zhao Dong remarked, Thank goodness the tide has come in. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to leave, and the catch would remain unmovable on the boat, forcing us to wait here. Fortune has favored us. Who could have conceived of such an ingenious method as beach netting? And who would have imagined that one could reap such rewards without venturing out to sea? Had the gang and I set sail on our own, could we have achieved this bounty? When luck smiles upon a person, it is unstoppable. After saying this, Jian tossed a pack of cigarettes onto Zhao Dong's boat. Brother-in-law, share these with my second uncle and my brother. I must hold tight to my position and not fall behind. The gang concurred with Jian's sentiments, reflecting on the current earnings and the minimal effort expended, all thanks to the brotherly support. Ah, you have finally come to realize this. I must remind you to treat your brother with more kindness in the future. That goes without saying. Laughter erupted among the crew. With abundant catches, spirits soared. And even in silence, smiles were abundant. Chapter 44. Sorting and selling back already? How was the haul? As the boat docked, Fatty jogged over, craning his neck to peer onto the vessel, a pity for his short stature. No need to gawk, it's quite a lot. Just haul one basket back and bring the handcart over. All right. Zhao Dong and the others, carrying buckets and moving baskets, made their way to Fatty's collection point. After delivering this round, they would be much quicker. With the handcart, each person made 3 or 4 trips, and soon baskets and buckets filled Fatty's yard. East Dong, you truly have a knack for this. I never expected such a bountiful catch. It's pure serendipity. Fatty, you wouldn't know unless you tried. Fishing is incredibly exhilarating. Just bend down and grab, and it's spot on. As they spoke, the women from several families joined in. Zhao's father was not present. He had just arrived at the dock, disembarked, and headed home to inform Zhao's mother to gather people for sorting at Fatty's place, mentioning there was quite a bit to sort through. With that, he went to check on the new house. Your father even mentioned gathering several families. We initially had doubts about the quantity, but if there were fewer people, we truly couldn't manage. Fatty's wife brought out a stool, and those who couldn't find a seat simply shared one, while others like Zhao Dong made do with the doorstep, helping with the sorting. Boss Wang Kai also came to take a look. He wouldn't partake in the sorting since he couldn't claim any of the goods. Still, He needed to maintain his presence. During abundant times, he might get a share. Dong, you've been quite fortunate these past 6 months. Just one outing today, and your haul rivals what a tin boat would gather in days. This was Wang Sai's honest sentiment. Upon seeing Zhao's mother and her group at the dock, the villagers gathered to join in the excitement, eager to witness the astonishing catch. Look at this grouper. It's still lively in the bucket. Where did you catch these? And how did you do it? One cannot simply divulge such secrets. Fortune indeed smiles upon us. Just look at how quickly that large house was built. I'd wager this sea base weighs about 30 pounds. It's massive. The villagers exchanged remarks, each contributing their observations, though none were particularly harsh. Any jealousy was likely kept to themselves, as no one would dare voice it openly. Su Fun, could you please spare some of the unwanted fish for me to dry at home? As a single mother with no steady income, my situation is rather dire. Where do you catch them? You know me well enough to trust that I won't disclose this information to anyone. This is a village matter. Zhao Dong, whom we affectionately refer to as Aunt Bigfoot, lost her husband to the sea long ago and has been raising her child alone. Though she manages to get by, she is not particularly well liked. I am unaware of the specifics regarding Bigfoot. We all came from the same place. They rowed out to sea. And you know I cannot go there myself. Please, just give me some of the miscellaneous fish, as I am prepared to take them home. Aunt Bigfoot can share her catch, but I cannot part with my own harvest, as that is my livelihood, and it has yet to be sorted. Regretfully, Aunt Bigfoot set the basket down, feeling a tinge of disappointment, for she had spotted what appeared to be 2 red grouper within, even if they were not grouper. Red fish are valuable. If only she could take them home, she could sell them for a good price. Zhao Dong and the others remained silent, focused on sorting the catch. Such tasks are best left to their mothers, as even the sisters-in-law would likely struggle with them. Observe the snapper in Zhao Dong's hands. I noticed many skinned fish at a Jian's site, alongside huanggu fish, small squid, and an abundance of mullet. If we could process these properly and dry them, their flavor would be exquisite. As they conversed, a commotion arose among the crowd. Zhao Dong perked up his ears and soon grasped the situation. A dispute erupted over the naming of a fish, with each individual growing increasingly heated. The sea is home to numerous fish, each bearing various names. It is truly trivial to argue over such matters. The villagers present were baffled by the fuss, questioning what could possibly warrant such a quarrel. This is hardly worth the fuss. Let us all calm down and disperse. The plump woman stepped in to mediate, and the villagers began to scatter, as everyone had their own work to attend to. After witnessing the commotion, they returned to their tasks, realizing that lingering there served no purpose. They finally left. What a loquacious group. A Jian spoke out, voicing what others had not, and everyone exhaled in relief. What remained were only familiar faces, free to express themselves. Who tied up the crabs? I noticed they had already been sorted when I arrived. Many crabs were entangled in the nets, and after we untangled and secured them, we distributed them accordingly. However, the shrimp were problematic, as they were still covered in sand. The plump man, noticing the mud and sand on the shrimp, might have assumed foul play if he were unfamiliar with the group. I was overly excited. My brother-in-law chuckled in acknowledgement. The plump man realized he should remain silent and fetched a bucket to collect some seawater for rinsing. Dongzi, look at how many baskets of crabs we have sorted. Chuihua observed the baskets designated for crabs, still numerous, and inquired. Let me take a look. 1, 2, 5 baskets. Aunt Zhao, let us reserve some for dinner tonight. We haven't gone out to sea for the new year, and it has been ages since we've enjoyed such fresh catch. Let us keep some for ourselves, as we deserve to savor the fruits of our labor. Zhao Mu was quite generous today, likely due to the bountiful haul. Valuables and not so valuable, large and small, dozens of baskets had been sorted and set aside, with only a few remaining unprocessed. Xiao, where's Ma Luo? As the work neared completion, it dawned upon me that I had not seen my son. I had been too engrossed in my tasks. Let Aunt Lee stay at home to look after the children. Otherwise, if they all come over, it will create chaos. These crabs are quite good. Suehua, come over and have a look. We need to set some aside after sorting them out. Zhao's mother stood straight, feeling uncomfortable as she hunched over to sort the catch. The miscellaneous fish can be handled by Dongzi and his crew, and since they might not have eaten lunch due to their busy schedule, it would be best to prepare dinner early so that they can eat as soon as they get home, leaving the fish to be killed later. After Zhao's mother and Suehua finished their conversation, they returned together to cook. Zhao Dong and the other men remained behind to weigh the catch. The plump man, holding a notebook, began to jot down the weights from the scales. Grouper, 54 pounds. Small squid, 103 pounds. Skinless fish, 405 pounds. Large sea bass, 109 pounds. Small ones. The catch from the sea was rather mixed, requiring more detailed record-keeping. The accounts were challenging to tally due to the variety of fish, shrimp, crabs, as well as assorted scallops and snails. It took quite a while to finalize the records. Let's wrap this up quickly. I almost forgot I was hungry until just now. Now that I think about it, my stomach is growling, one remarked. Almost done, just a moment longer, the plump man urged, hastening his calculations. Make sure you do it right. If you undercount, we will come back for the valuable ones to take and eat, he joked. How could I dare to miscalculate for you? If I give you a lower price, what kind of relationship do we have? I'm worried you might smash my stall. The plump man laughed, knowing well that these people could indeed give him a beating. He had experienced it in his youth. Zhao Dong and the others smoked as they awaited the final tally from the plump man, exhausted and hungry, preferring to conserve their energy for the moment. Finally, the total was calculated, 496. 32. I'll get the money for you now, he said, rushing back to fetch it from his wife. Chapter 45. Dividing the money here. Count it carefully. If there are any issues after you leave, I will not be responsible, the plump man said while handing the money to Zhao Dong playfully. Zhao Dong received a stack of large notes and some smaller bills, distributing the larger ones among his companions to count. He was left with only a few small bills, which he quickly totaled. After counting, Zhao Dong asked the plump man, have there been any boats going out in the past couple of days with the rain? None. Since the new year just passed, everyone wants to stay safe. No one has braved the rain. If something were to happen, the entire year could be unlucky. Those of us who have worked the sea for years wouldn't take such risks. Everyone is avoiding it, he replied. Fishermen are quite superstitious about luck, even if it is unseen and intangible. That being said, it seems you have had good fortune. You were the first to open for business this year and managed to acquire such a variety, Zhao Dong remarked. Well, I can't help it if luck is on my side. I've had an eye for investment since childhood, the plump man replied, showing no humility. Zhao Dong retorted. You are certainly not modest at all. A Jin and a gang also confirmed their amounts with Zhao Dong, saying, brother, everything is in order, even among brothers. We must be clear about accounts. Transparency is essential in dealings. After exchanging pleasantries with the plump man, Zhao Dong and his companions pushed the miscellaneous fish back home to eat. Zhao Dong felt uneasy about dividing the money immediately. As his sister's husband and father were not there consistently, it would be better to discuss the division together once they returned home. Ajian and Dagong are not outsiders to them. However, they cannot directly settle matters in such an unprincipled manner. People often engage in small disagreements here and there, which may be permissible once or twice, but over time, it could lead to estrangement. Moderation is essential for relationships to endure. Grandfather, so many fish. Today we're having crabs. Wow, I am a crab, pinching you. Zhao's mother returned with crabs, and Ma Luo was already playing the crab pinching game with his brother at home. They had been playing for a while, and now Zhao Dong had returned to join them. Is Ma Luo really so amazing that he can turn into a crab and pinch people? That's quite frightening. Third uncle, I'm also a crab, a big crab. And I want to pinch you too. Ahai, seeing Zhao Dong playing along with Ma Luo, came over to join. Adai more directly mimicked a crab as pincers with his hands, pretending to pinch Zhao Dong. You crabs are no match for me. Look at Adai. He's pinching me. It hurts. Ma Luo, save your father. While playing, Ma Luo quickly rushed over, pulling Adai aside. Adai complied, still laughing, delighted that he had pinched third uncle. The other family members observed Zhao Dong entertaining the children. Zhao Da's sister-in-law, watching with envy, remarked to Chen Xiu, sister-in-law, Dongzi is becoming more family-oriented. Just look at how patient he is now compared to a few years ago. He even helps out with chores. You are indeed fortunate. Although Zhao Er's sister-in-law felt that her son Zhao Hua was also quite good, she couldn't help but acknowledge that, in comparison to Zhao Dong, he fell short. Overall, their family was still better than most in the village, particularly in the past 6 months where they had shown considerable improvement. At this moment, Chen Xiu did not shy away from boasting. Father, I discussed with Ajian and Dagong about how to divide the fish after eating. Let us see how your brother-in-law wants to split it. If we each take a share, we'll come out ahead. Zhao Dong was busy cracking open crab shells. And while speaking, he was tempted to take a bite before he finished talking. Father, Dongzi doesn't want it. I'll just take some dried fish when I leave. What do is due. Effort deserves reward. I'll split with Ziqiang. When the time comes, we'll each take our share. Those two children can come and talk to Dongzi. Father, Ziqiang doesn't want anything. He just wants to come over and play. What money does he need? Yes. Don't need anything, father. Enough talk. Listen to me. Zhao father's demeanor suggested he was done discussing the matter. This 9-section shrimp tastes delightful, sweet, and savory. Father, do try some. Zhao Dong prepared a shrimp for his father and then called out to the door, Ma Luo, your father has peeled one for you, a big shrimp. So delicious. Come in. Hey, I'm coming. Like a little calf, he rushed over to Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong fed him a large shrimp and playfully patted his backside, urging him to go out and play. Brother, have you all finished eating? Don't lean against the wall. If you keep doing that, it will get all dirty. Call Dagong over to divide the food. Ajian heeded the call and went to summon Dagong. The boy had quite a loud voice. Not only Dagong, but even families 3 or 4 houses away could hear him. Zhao mother, startled by Ajian's shout, shivered. Mother. Ajian is quite a worry-free child. He loves to follow Dongzi around every day. He has been like this since he was little. Zhao Hong still remembered how Ajian used to stick to Zhao Dong like glue in his childhood, even sleeping together, which earned them a fair share of scoldings from Grandma Li. The 3 women who married into the family were unaware, as no one had taken the time to explain. Zhao Hong remarked that the stories about Zhao Dong and his childhood were quite amusing. De Gang, Ajian, my father, and my brother-in-law were all in agreement that the 6 of us should share equally. However, this was met with dissent, as the 2 voiced their opinions in unison. Their voices harmoniously intertwined. Brother, brother-in-law, and second uncle, we are not strangers. How can we share in such a manner? Next time, De Gang and I would feel awkward benefiting from your generosity, one of the women protested. Uncle, brother-in-law, if you think this way, it suggests you consider us outsiders, which is unacceptable. We are family, and family should not speak as if they were separate entities. Let us divide it among the 7 of us, another responded. Dongzi, be quick about it. How much does each person receive? This procrastination is unbecoming of you. Father, let us proceed as they suggested. Tomorrow, brother-in-law will purchase some pork and vegetables, and we shall gather for a good meal, Zhao Dong suggested. That sounds good. Brother-in-law, you won't hold back, will you? Such talk. I may hesitate with others, but for family, there is no reluctance. It's settled then. Ahong, remember to buy the meat tomorrow, he affirmed. Understood. I will keep that in mind, she replied. Then I must distribute the money. Make sure to tally it correctly. If there is an excess, return it to me. And if it falls short, that's on you. Each person will receive 70 yuan and 90 cents, he announced. Xiao, please take note of the distribution and remember to set aside 20 for me. The remainder, keep for yourself, he instructed. Chen Xiao shot Zhao Dong a glare, pressed her lips together, and began counting the large sum of money in her hands. Father, please keep your share safe. Eldest brother, second brother, here's yours. De Gang, a GNS. Brother-in-law. Sister, this is brother-in-law's share. As Qin Xiao attempted to hand over the money to her brother-in-law, she noticed her sister was present and changed her mind midway. Zhao Mu approached, while Zhao Fu, without counting, handed over all the money he held, keeping none for himself. Look, everyone has submitted theirs, and I cannot hold back either. Or else it would appear as if you all were virtuous gentlemen. Suehua, come here and take this money to keep it safe, Zhao Fu declared. Zhao Dong interrupted, pointing out that not submitting now would only lead to him hiding it in his own pocket later. Eventually, everyone would have to contribute anyway, so what was the delay? Who told you that? I can still keep some money, Zhao Fu retorted. De Gang, there is no need for anyone to say anything. We grew up together, and I know you well enough. Don't be stubborn, Zhao Dong advised. That's his redeeming quality. It gives me peace of mind, Suehua remarked, as she took the money with a smile, alleviating the tension. Today, the entire village would learn about the successful fishing, and tomorrow, some might follow them out. Zhao Fu remained unaware of the events that had transpired at Pongzi's place, as they recounted the tale once more. I propose we go to the sea tonight. And tomorrow during the day, we can set the traps. The fish that perished during low tide could be gathered in that area, perhaps yielding a better catch. Zhao Dong suggested. Let us proceed as Dongzi proposed. For now, I will oversee the new house. You all can assist upon your return from the sea, pushing the earth and transporting sand as needed. Chapter 46. The words were spoken. Zhao Dong and the others decided to retire early to rest, for they would venture out again that night. Several women wielding chopping blocks and knives slaughtered miscellaneous fish on the beach. Upon returning from the fat man's collection point, Zhao's mother advised Zhao Dong and the others to push the cart directly over. This method of killing fish necessitated no rinsing, as they could simply use seawater. Once processed, they could rinse them with fresh water and then set them out to dry. The first fishing of the year yielded such an abundance of miscellaneous fish, indicating that we may have a substantial supply of dried fish this year. Zhao Hong, who grew up by the sea, was inherently superstitious. The more, the better, she remarked. We can eat our own, and if we lack vegetables while building our house, we can still eat fish. It would be splendid to go through the year without worrying about food and drink. Having endured hard times, Zhao's mother was quite content with their current situation. What you say is true. My family still has enough provisions for a year. Remember how difficult it was when Zhao Dong and I first married? Your help was invaluable, said Zhao's mother. Why bring that up? Those times were tough, but we managed. Now we have a boat, and life is much better, with plenty of dried fish to enjoy. Indeed, I brought back quite a bit when I returned home on the second day of the new year. My mother was pleased and no longer has to worry about me. As they chatted and slaughtered fish, they completed the task within 2 to 3 hours. Dagong's family only needed a small portion, while Aunt Jian's side, represented by Granny Li, did not require any, as they planned to use more for their house. Where is your second sister-in-law? I haven't seen her, inquired one woman. I haven't seen her either. After finishing the fish, I was with my sister-in-law and didn't catch sight of her, replied another. Where could she have gone? It's almost time for dinner. And she's acting like a child who needs to be found. Zhao's mother grumbled as she stepped outside to inquire if anyone had seen her. Just as she emerged, she encountered her eldest son-in-law's mother approaching. Zhao's mother hurriedly welcomed her. Mother-in-law, please come in. What brings you here so late at night? It's dark, and the roads are treacherous. The mother of the eldest sister-in-law was known for her opportunistic visits. Whenever she came, it was usually for a reason, often to benefit herself while showing a bias towards sons over daughters. I've heard that your family is making a fortune now and thought to come and bask in your glory. What fortune can we fishermen claim? Just enough to buy a small wooden boat, hoping to provide a stable livelihood for our children. Still not making a profit? I've heard otherwise. I see your grand house is nearing completion, and I've heard you made a good sum from today's catch. Who told you that, mother-in-law? Who else? I lament my unfortunate fate of not having a good daughter. Your second daughter-in-law is teaching her family how to set nets and catch fish. They'll be making money tomorrow, while my eldest son, feeling sorry for his sister, doesn't he even want me to come? Zhao's mother, incensed by these words, felt smoke rising in her chest. No wonder we couldn't find the second daughter-in-law. She was rushing back to her family to teach them how to make money, not considering if her knowledge is even useful. With a resounding clap on the table, Zhao's mother called out, Third family's children, go wake your father and Dongzi. This house is about to turn upside down. Chun Xiu and the eldest sister-in-law, along with several children, had been in the yard, listening intently to the entire exchange. They hurried back inside to call for Zhao Dong. Dongzi, wake up. It's time. When he showed no signs of waking, they resorted to slapping him lightly. What is going on? Is it time already? How am I still sleeping? I thought I was just lulling him to sleep. Zhao Dong remained in a state of drowsiness, his eyes barely open. Initially, he attempted to lie down in bed, but found himself unable to sleep. Eventually, Chun Xiu asked him to tend to the child, and it was during this time that he inadvertently dozed off. Before long, his sister-in-law's mother arrived. Which sister-in-law? The eldest brother's mother. Chun Xiu briefly explained the situation to Zhao Dong and urged him to call Zhao's father, Zhao Peng, and Zhao Hua, while also advising him. I can tell that mother is quite upset. It would be wise not to pour oil on the flames with further unpleasant remarks. Are you not angry? Yet you still come to advise me, Zhao Dong replied. It's only a matter of time. My wife is truly wise and understanding. What good deeds must I have performed in my previous life to deserve you? I must say, I am indeed fortunate. At such a time, you still jest. Hurry and go out, Chun Xiu urged, pushing Zhao Dong out the door. He felt that he could no longer go fishing that night. The long net he had woven had not been used for long, and although the materials cost nearly 300, split among several families, each would still bear a cost of 50. They had managed to break even, yet it felt somewhat regrettable, knowing that everyone would eventually learn to fish. But he had not anticipated it would take just one day of perseverance. He first called for his eldest brother and second brother, and the three of them approached Zhao's father, recounting the entire situation. They even roused their elder sister's husband, ensuring that the family was now aware of the matter. Father, given how things stand, I believe there is no point in being angry. We should educate the villagers. Many have already inquired today, and it seems impossible to keep it under wraps, Zhao Dong concluded. Zhao's father nodded, contemplating how to disseminate this information in a manner that would maximize their family's benefits. His eldest and second brothers remained silent. One had already returned to teach his maternal family, while the other was engaged in conversation with their mother. After some thought, Zhao's father made a decision. He would discuss the matter with the village chief, seeking a favor that could benefit them in future dealings. And if he managed the situation well, it could also enhance his standing with the higher-ups. With this plan in mind, Zhao's father led the way into the main room. Mother-in-law, let the eldest teach you how to cast the net and fish. I have some matters to attend to and will leave for now. He then informed Zhao's mother. Dongzi and the others will not be going out tonight. I will discuss things further when I return. Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law realized she had come at the right time. Observing this new fishing technique, she was eager to learn. Noting that her son was rather too honest and now urged her son-in-law to teach her, so she could return home informed. The eldest sister-in-law, hearing that her mother was to be taught, felt anxious. If this knowledge is shared, won't everyone be able to fish? How will they catch fish then? She noticed her mother's gleeful expression but hesitated to ask. Eldest sister-in-law, when did your mother arrive? Zhao Erseo, unaware of her return, saw the commotion in the main room and quickly inquired of the eldest sister-in-law. Eldest sister-in-law, how can you even ask? Were you not just at your mother's home teaching her how to fish? Mother, I also thought it would be wise to catch more fish and earn some money. Zhao Erseo replied, genuinely surprised that her own family had already learned about it, especially from the eldest sister-in-law's mother. Zhao's mother, a seasoned matriarch, refrained from saying too much. After this incident, the brothers would need to establish some ground rules. She shot a glare at the second daughter-in-law before turning to leave. The wealth we share as brothers is beyond dispute. I shall remember your kindness this time, and in the future, should any need arise, I will not hesitate to seek your assistance. Victory, please gather those in the village who wish to learn tomorrow afternoon. And I would appreciate it if my second son could impart his knowledge. Ah, you have the insight, wealth. I shall assemble the people tomorrow. So let us dine here tonight, with simple home-cooked fare. Zhao's father declined the invitation to the village chief's home, stating that he needed to return home to manage family affairs following recent events. Zhao's mother, upon seeing her husband return, bombarded him with questions and complaints. Unable to conceal her frustration, Zhao's father had to relay his discussions with their three sons to her. His second son's wife, a harbinger of misfortune, seemed to bring bad news whenever she was involved. Enough, Zhao's mother said. Let's call Ziqiang and the others back to rest. You all have been busy throughout the day. Chapter 47. The bounty of the fishing grounds. Upon rising in the morning, Zhao Hua appeared somewhat dispirited, likely due to the discord between the couple over the previous incident. Today, let the second son refrain from fishing. Instead, he should assist at the new house. The village chief is looking for you. And you can also teach the villagers about net fishing. Zhao's second sister-in-law felt a bitterness in her mouth upon hearing this. She wished to voice her thoughts but refrained, believing Zhao's father was overreacting. After their meal, they proceeded to the new house to help with the labor, transporting dirt and sand, until Zhao's father glanced at the time and decided it was nearly time to leave. Let us head towards Moon Bay first, he declared, leading the way while they followed with their cart. Jian, frightened, dared not speak, while the gang hurried to catch up. At Fatty's house, they gathered their fishing tools and promptly boarded the boat. Fatty attempted to engage Zhao Dong in conversation, but sensing the tension, he muttered to himself, "What is up with everyone today? Father, don't let your anger towards my sister-in-law affect you. It's unnecessary. Sooner or later, others will learn." Zhao Dong, undeterred, urged his father. "You little rascal, what do you know? Do you understand how much money has been lost? You wouldn't know the value of resources without managing them." Zhao's father vented his frustrations. They understood that he was indeed concerned about finances, although it felt unjust to suggest he was indifferent. Upon reaching their destination, Jian exuberantly announced the successful start to the day, exclaiming over the abundant catch, "Brother, look at how many ribbonfish we've caught today. I've already netted 8 or 9. Come see their silvery sheen. Ah, and there are plenty of small eels, too, along with an abundance of mantis shrimp. Our haul today surpasses yesterday by a considerable margin. It seems fortune is smiling upon us." Zhao's father's face lit up with a smile as he listened to Jian's excited recounting of their catch. The elder brother-in-law called out, "Hurry over. I have caught numerous sea bass, black porgy, and plenty of large shrimp and crabs, so many that it's overwhelming. We are bound to strike it rich. I can hardly manage. There are too many fish. We cannot keep up, and there's no one to assist us. So we must work quickly, he lamented. Why is our catch so much greater today than yesterday? Zhao Dong speculated. It must be that last night's ebb tide trapped the fish in our nets, attracting these larger fish and shrimp. He glanced at his father, who, without objection, seemed to acknowledge this explanation. Zhao Dong diligently gathered crabs by the shore, perhaps overwhelmed by the abundance, as they tumbled down easily without much effort. He swiftly secured them in a basket, transforming into a relentless working machine. Dongzi, there are plenty of black sea bream today. This fish is excellent and valuable. We missed yesterday, but today we've had quite the catch. Luck is on our side. This fortune, however, was contingent upon the village chief's announcement that everyone would engage in fishing today. Otherwise, would we have been able to enjoy such a seamless outing without anyone following us? The remarks were mildly harmful, yet strikingly insulting, leading to a reprimand. You little rascal, can't you stand to see your father happy? How did I end up with such troublesome offspring? Zhao Dong could not hold back, knowing that this scolding was purely self-inflicted. Others, hearing Zhao Dong's rebuke, glanced over. De Gang, catching Zhao Dong's gaze, mouthed the words serves you right. Zhao Dong's eyes widened in indignation. De Gang, that scoundrel, was taking pleasure in his misfortune, fully aware that he wouldn't dare retort at this moment. As he gripped a crab tightly, the claws snapped with a loud crack, not just one but several, and feeling guilty, he tossed them into the basket and resumed gathering others. Before long, the baskets and buckets before them filled rapidly. They exchanged full ones for empty. The thrill of fishing akin to that of a trawler, netting an assortment of catches, some expensive, some inexpensive, familiar and unfamiliar alike. Father, we should empty the catch from the net. Our bucket might not suffice. Let us pour some onto the deck first, Zhao Dong called out. The four, lost in their work, finally snapped back to reality as the tide began to recede. Their haul was substantial. Zhao Dong steadied an empty basket, but when his father poured, it tilted, causing 2 fish to slip out and vanish into the sea in an instant. Zhao Dong cursed inwardly. What are you doing? You let the big fish escape. If you can't manage the basket properly, that's money gone. Everything you do turns out poorly. Father, look, there's a large eel inside, Zhao Dong exclaimed. And upon his father glancing down, he indeed saw it, momentarily forgetting his scolding. They took turns, moving the filled baskets aside and bringing in empty ones, back and forth. Zhao Dong lost count of how many times they exchanged them. By the time the last basket was emptied, he felt he could hardly stand upright. Finally, everything has been emptied. With such a plentiful catch, it's joyous to think of the profits. Yet while working, the fatigue doesn't seem apparent. Now that we've slowed down, every part of my body feels stiff. Brother-in-law, do you hear that crackling sound? I've been bending over to catch fish and pour them all day. It's truly been exhausting. Father, are you all right? You should take a break. We can handle the lifting. Zhao Dong noticed his father struggling to straighten up. Besides Zhao Dong, the others were still young, stretching their arms and legs, feeling fine as they continued to load the boat. They didn't finish until the tide had risen significantly, finally loading the last basket onto the vessel. Now that we're all aboard, let us hurry back. It's getting late, Zhao Dong's father urged. Preoccupied with thoughts of whether the household had managed to teach the lessons, how the teaching was going, and with such a large catch, sorting through it would be time-consuming. If they didn't hurry, they might be busy until midnight. They have returned. Dongzi and the others are back. The rotund fellow has been seated at the threshold, waiting eagerly. Upon spotting 3 small wooden boats, he shouted, and the villagers, along with those from the Zhao family, hurried over to greet them. It felt as though this was the most significant gathering of villagers in recent times. Welcome back. Quickly, let us assist you with the unloading. Make way. I too shall lend a hand. You are all such kind-hearted souls. Just look at this bountiful catch. We shall surely profit from your family's fortune in the future. Oh, dear brother, one must not speak so lightly. Today's luck has indeed favored us with an abundance, but yesterday's haul was far less fruitful, as many villagers witnessed. Zhao's father was genuinely concerned that the villagers might think they were hoarding fish, as there were no catches from them. If that were the case, it would be as if they had jumped into the Yellow River and could not cleanse their reputations. Yesterday, I came, and the catch seemed only half of today's. Indeed, it appears that the Yu family has enjoyed a stroke of good fortune this year. Their early catches surpass others. With the villagers' enthusiastic assistance, All the fish were swiftly transported to the rotund fellow's yard. They seemed reluctant to leave, eagerly inquiring about various details while helping to sort through the haul. Zhao Dong instructed his mother to refrain from working, advising her to keep an eye out in case someone attempted to pilfer a few fish. The villagers were quick to assist with the sorting, drawing Zhao's father, Zhao Dong, a Jian, and Zhao Dong into conversations about the specifics, while Hu Ziqiang was spared the inquiries, likely due to the villagers' awareness that he hailed from outside the fishing community and might lack understanding of such matters. Once the sorting was complete, those wanting to eat a few fish took some for their kitchens. The details were straightforward when the encircling net was cast. The second brother had accompanied them and had talked correctly. "Oh dear, we have no nets at home. I must return to search for them." It seemed many villagers echoed this sentiment, returning in small groups, lamenting their lack of nets. "Father, it appears our teachings were not in vain. Look at this impressive array of fish. It took us mere moments to allocate. Performing this task alone would have taken several hours." In their poverty, Zhao's father was less irate than the previous day. Most villagers were good-hearted, and earning a meager profit from the sea was no easy feat at this moment. He genuinely empathized with his fellow villagers. Chapter 48. In the future, we shall operate separately. The rotund fellow arrived to weigh the catch. "Wow, is it already sorted so swiftly?" He was busy outside, uncertain when the next boat would return, continuously overseeing the weighing and transactions. "Look at the quantity. Many villagers are helping." Zhao Dong gestured, counting the baskets and barrels. There were 13 baskets of ribbon fish, each weighing over 50 pounds, 32 sea bass, 1.5 buckets of shrimp, and 24 baskets of black sea bream and yellowfoot bream combined. Additionally, there were small pipes, cod, bream, large shrimp, and various unfamiliar fish totaling 9 baskets. The rotund fellow diligently recorded the different types and quantities of fish, calculating the varying prices, and was soon sweating from the effort. The addition was quite taxing. After 3 attempts, he arrived at the same total each time, finally assuring himself that all was correct. "Dongzi, come take a look. I have recalculated thrice and found consistency." "Xiao, please verify the total with the rotund fellow." Chun Xiao and the plump fellow repeated the process once more, ultimately arriving at the same amount of 1053.56. The plump man rounded it up to 1,054 yuan. Wang Sai's brother-in-law promptly drove over to collect the goods, and once the settlement was completed, they could depart. "How long would it take? If it's too late, we can postpone until tomorrow." The sound of a tractor echoed in the distance, and the plump man chuckled. "Ah, just as we were speaking, he has arrived." Wang Kai, indifferent to the acquisition point, came over to assist with weighing and loading the goods. The accounting was swift. Once everything was packed, the transaction was finalized. Wang Sai's brother-in-law counted the money and, without any issues, hopped into the vehicle and drove off, all conducted with remarkable efficiency and devoid of unnecessary chatter. Wang Sai's brother-in-law is truly impressive, accomplishing tasks with such speed that he has inadvertently garnered a small admirer. The plump man didn't earn much from them in their presence. He extracted his rightful share and promptly handed over bundles of cash to Zhao Dong. The others observed this interaction, etching it into their memories. Zhao's father, carrying the money, led the way while Zhao Dong and the others pushed a cart of miscellaneous fish behind him. Zhao's mother, having finished sorting, returned home to prepare dinner, which coincidentally involved slaughtering fish. "Dagong, a Jian, today at home we are dining at Zhao's father's place." Dagong raised the bundles of cash he was holding. "After we finish eating, we will divide the money." "All right, let's see what delicious dishes Annie has prepared," a Jian remarked, having dined here frequently before. And he entered the main room to take a look. Dagong nodded and followed him inside. "Everything's ready. We were just waiting for you. Come on, eat first. You must be starving." Tonight's dinner was lavish, featuring pan-fried basa fish, oyster pancakes, stir-fried water spinach, steamed crabs, pen shells, clams, and fish balls, accompanied by stir-fried pork belly, braised delicacies, and salted duck. "Oh my, you even bought beef. Didn't you spend a fortune?" "Beef is quite expensive these days," Dagong remarked, surveying the abundant spread. "When we make money, we feast. Who cares about extravagance? It's just that the plump man is busy and missing out on the feast." The money from the elder sister's husband was already in Zhao Hong's hands yesterday, and he feared forgetting to buy groceries. So he had reminded her several times early this morning. "Dongzi, bring over the wine jar. Let us not drink too much," Zhao's father instructed him. "Zhao Dong, eager to celebrate with a taste of the fine dishes, gleefully retrieved the wine jar, while only Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua indulged less in drink. The children, however, reveled in their meal, the happiest of the bunch. "This beef is from an old cow," a Hai chimed in, imitating a cow's moo. They each took a bite, their mouths glistening with grease as they left the table, their bellies round and satisfied. Once everyone had finished, Grandma Li, being elderly, returned home, and Sui Hua took her children back to bathe. Zhao's father produced the money earned from selling fish and stated, "The labor costs for the women weaving nets do not count. We shall estimate the net's worth at 300, splitting it among 6 families, each receiving 50. He pushed the money across the table for them to divide. As for the remaining 700 yuan, since the second brother did not attend today, he would not receive a share. Let us calculate how much each person gets. We will take a little advantage of our younger brother," he added. Zhao Dong, a Jian, and the others felt it was better to include Zhao Hua rather than leave someone out. Zhao's father, referred to as Zhao Erseo, did not anticipate that this harvest would exclude them. Zhao's father waved his hand, not permitting further discussion. The moment for blame has passed. The lack of financial division serves as a lesson. Henceforth, whether you conduct operations at sea or within our designated waters, let us not be bound to venture out and return together. Each shall operate independently, yet the expanse of the sea is not vast, and should any issues arise, a call will suffice to be heard. Assistance shall always be rendered when needed. "Father, we acknowledge our mistakes. Separation is not necessary," one of them declared. "Indeed, uncle. My companion and I have always followed your lead. The thought of parting unsettles us." Zhao Dong remained silent. Whether they separated or not mattered little to him. With a boat at their disposal, proximity ensured safety. While fishing was ultimately a matter of fortune, no one could predict the yield. Regardless, earnings from the sea would surpass those from dock labor, and life now was undeniably better than in previous generations. "It is settled then. Starting tomorrow, you shall take turns assisting at the new house. During other times, you may venture out to sea or pursue other endeavors." Uncle added, "My companion and I have deliberated, and should we not be at odds, we will stick with the initial division of 7, as we have all labored together. Given your family's larger size, it is only fair that you lead us." Dagon concurred. "Let us proceed with the division then. Second brother, prepare some delectable treats for tomorrow. Having earned this much, we ought to indulge a little." Zhao's father observed Zhao Hua agreeing while puffing on his pipe, and then stepped outside to watch Zhao Mu and the others prepare the fish. "Dongzi, Dagong, Ijian, and my elder brother, do not hold my wife's words against her. I have addressed the matter with her. It is my fault. Now, second brother, let us move past this. I cannot bear to hear it, and Ijian is already feeling uneasy," another interjected. "As family, we need not speak as strangers." Zhao Peng and Zhao Dong patted him on the shoulder, exchanging no further words. What need had they for pretense among brothers? Once the financial division was settled, Zhao Dong returned inside, assisting in the cleaning and drying of the fish. "Brother, you must call out to me when you go out. You cannot leave the fish unattended," Ijian insisted, following Zhao Dong. "You are not a child. We are all within the same area. Whether you leave early or late, you will be seen. Why shout? If you go elsewhere, inform me. I am sticking with you. You cannot shake me off," Ijian retorted. "Let us see how it unfolds. With your disposition, how will you attract a wife?" The entire family toiled until midnight to finish processing the fish. Exhausted yet satisfied, they returned to their quarters after a brief wash. "Will we no longer venture out to sea together?" Chen Xiu inquired as Zhao Dong handed her the money. "Yes, we have parted ways," he replied, drawing her into an embrace. "My sister-in-law is too hasty. There were no real conflicts, so separation is perhaps for the best." Zhao Dong dismissed the matter lightly, contemplating tomorrow's task of setting traps. He mused that net fishing would likely become unfeasible, as there would be no time to retrieve them. Seeing his silence, Chen Xiu assumed he was troubled by the separation and refrained from probing further, allowing his hands to roam freely. For Zhao Dong, this became a beautiful misunderstanding, as his wife was particularly accommodating that evening, promptly fulfilling his desires. The couple even discovered new intimacies, which Zhao Dong greatly appreciated, hoping for more such moments in the future. What a delightful experience it was. Chapter 49, The Village Comes Alive Morning. Zhao Dong rose early to transport 2 carts of yellow earth to his new house. On his return journey, he noticed the village bustling with activity. Villagers were ascending the mountains to cut bamboo and trees, while others were hurriedly weaving nets. Indeed, It was said that some families had already prepared their nets. And with the tide receding last night, they set their nets to catch fish today. The bamboo on the mountain would certainly suffer, as a considerable amount would be felled. This morning, I also heard of others planning to procure nets, indicating that the villagers were investing as well. At the dining table, the family engaged in lively discussions about their respective hearsay, and once the meal concluded, so did the conversation. Zhao Dong took out the fish traps to organize them, and finding no issues, loaded them onto the cart. Xiao, I'm heading down to set the traps. All right. Upon hearing the response, he pushed the cart outside. As he reached a Jian's doorstep, he found him standing there with several traps laid out in front of him. Zhao Dong raised an eyebrow. Are you going too? Of course, I heard you talking with sister-in-law. Load my traps onto your cart. There's no need for so many people to go to the father-in-law's place. While they conversed, a Jian efficiently arranged the traps, and Zhao Dong resumed pushing the cart. Passing through the village, they encountered numerous villagers, all warmly greeting the two. If it weren't for the traps they were pushing, many would have stopped to chat for a while. When did the village become so lively? It seemed they were almost inviting them over for a meal. Let us move quickly, we might run into someone else. Dongzi, wait. You're heading out to sea, right? Take me with you. Zhao Dong turned to see his brother-in-law approaching, eager to join them at sea. Aren't you returning home today? I'll come back after we return from the sea. There's enough time, he said, and Zhao Dong agreed. The three of them loaded the traps onto the boat, while the stout fellow took the cart away. Two boats rowed side by side away from the dock, the sun shining brightly as noon approached. Upon reaching the working area at sea, Zhao Dong and a Jian each selected a spot to set their traps, quickly baiting and lowering them into the water, maintaining the same 5 rows of traps they had used before. His brother-in-law simply floated around, watching them finish setting the nets, and asked, "Is that it? Are you heading back already?" He was surprised to see them preparing to row back. "Yes, don't you want to stay a bit longer? The tide is already receding. The village must be lively by now. Let us head back and take a look." "Brother, let us hurry back," a Jian urged Zhao Dong, eager not to miss the excitement. By the time they returned to the dock, the village was indeed vibrant. The villagers were gathered, waiting for the tide to recede. Some had set their nets last night during the low tide, while others were preparing to choose suitable spots for setting their nets today. A portion of the villagers had not yet made preparations. They had enough bamboo, but lacked nets, unable to purchase any, and thus were left weaving their own to set out. Nonetheless, this did not deter the idlers in the family from coming over to enjoy the festivities. The villagers spotted Zhao Dong and his companions, calling out greetings. "Dongzi, you've returned. Dongzi, you're back from sea. Dongzi, you're back from setting the traps." They smiled and nodded, responding with affirmations. The villagers, responding with fervor both verbally and through their gestures, were oblivious to whom they were replying and who had posed the initial inquiries. They merely echoed the phrases they heard. After a laborious passage through the throng, Zhao Dong finally settled at the fat man's collection point, catching his breath and sipping some water. He nudged the fat man with his leg and, gesturing toward the villagers with his chin, inquired, "How long have they been here?" "Oh, don't even mention it. They rushed over before the tide receded to stake their claim. Before you returned, they even had 2 scuffles over this." The village head came by and instructed everyone to wait by the dock, forbidding entry into the interior. "What? 2 fights? I missed that, what a pity," Ah Jian lamented. The 3 of them sat there, engrossed in gossip, observing as the tide receded, with the village head organizing the villagers to gradually move toward the beach. Those willing to venture further afield to find their own spots would alleviate the allocation pressure on the village. "Well, there's nothing much left to see. Let's be off." Zhao Dong beckoned to Ah Jian and the brother-in-law. Upon returning home, they found Li Nai sitting at the door, watching the children. She inquired whether their father had taken the eldest brother, second brother, and returning to Gang to the Moon Bay to fish at the netting site. The women of the household had gone to the new house to assist, prompting the 3 to hurry over as well. Xiao, I'll push. You take the children home first. Mother and sister-in-law are here. How can I go back? Ma Luo won't listen and insists on following, Xiao replied. When Zhao Dong and the others arrived, they found Chen Xiu pushing a small stone outside, with Ma Luo playing alongside. "Mother, please take them back, later. The brother-in-law will head back to town. I will manage things here with Jian." Zhao's mother, upon hearing this, called for everyone to return home. Chen Xiu, along with Ma Luo, followed suit, while Zhao's mother needed to tidy up before heading back. Upon arriving home, they found an assortment of dried fish, including dried mullet, Various small fish, dried shrimp, mussels, and oysters, along with harvested sweet potatoes and taro, complemented by some greens and preserved salted fish. They were reminded to wait for Zhao's father to return with some seafood. As parents, they feared providing insufficient provisions for their children, willing to offer everything. Especially now that life had improved and these items incurred no expense. Zhao Hong, observing the spread prepared by her mother, couldn't resist jabbing Hu Ziqiang in the chest with her elbow. You better treat my family well. Look at our neighbors. How many treat their sons-in-law this nicely? You mustn't be ungrateful. I know. If I treat you well, they will be at ease. From now on, you shall have the final say at home. You will be the one in charge, Hu Ziqiang hastily reassured Zhao Hong. Just 2 years prior, his sister-in-law had mocked him for being blind to her virtues. Now, it seemed the tables had turned, with her envying him for his discerning choice. Zhao's mother led everyone to the dock to await Zhao's father's return, where they could load the seafood into barrels, allowing Hu Ziqiang and the others to depart directly. Their bicycles were laden to the brim, with Zhao Hong perched precariously on the front beam. When Zhao's father returned, a queue had already formed at the collection point, filled with those returning from the sea with their catches, as well as those who had sorted their nets and come to sell their goods in the early hours. Hong, come quickly. Choose what you want to eat first and load it into the barrel. You should leave soon. It will be dark and difficult to see the road. Zhao's mother expressed her thoughts, stating that preparations had already been made. Mother, enough. If you take more, I want to be able to bring it back. With so many people at home, we can come over whenever we wish to eat, and you can prepare the meals. Upon hearing this, Zhao's mother realized that they had not yet divided their household. The 4 of them could only consume so much. She instructed them to take some large shrimp, crabs, and fish, urging them to leave quickly and avoid lingering too long. Villagers waiting in line noticed their bustling activity. One remained in line while another approached Zhao's father for a chat. When will you come over for a drink? Today's catch was plentiful. I estimate we could sell a dozen or 20. Not today, as we are busy building our house. Well, when you have some free time, I'll come over to help at your new house. It's impressive to earn so much without a boat. We owe that to your family. Such individuals are filled with gratitude and loyalty. However, there are always a few in the village who harbor complaints and lack appreciation, though they remain a rarity. Chapter 50. The couple goes to see Zhao's father, and the others experienced a rather mediocre harvest today, even retrieving their fishing stakes. The catch was minimal, and sorting through the fish was much quicker. Zhao Hong took a few of the miscellaneous fish, as their own remaining catch was scant. Not even warranting the need to set up a frame to dry the fish, a few bamboo baskets sufficed. Third uncle, let me tell you. Zhao Dong was at the new house, and hi, the ever-inquisitive listener, recounted the events that transpired at the dock, including the day's yield from Zhao's father. Your affection for that boy was not in vain. Zhao Dong gently ruffled Ahai's hair, sending him out to play. During dinner, Zhao's father handed Zhao Dong 8 yuan, representing today as fish sales. A jian will settle up later this evening. All right. Zhao Dong accepted the money, placing it in his pocket, and turned to Zhao's mother, saying, Mother, tomorrow during low tide, I plan to take Xiao Xiao to the deserted island to collect shells. Could you keep an eye on Maluo at home for a day? Sure, bring back plenty of clams. Half of the shellfish and dried goods were sent to your sister yesterday for our house-building needs. All right. That night, as they lay in bed, Chen Xiu asked, What made you think of taking me out to sea tomorrow, especially with the house still under construction? Even with the busy schedule, one person isn't missed, and besides, you wanted to go shelling, didn't you? Hearing this, Chen Xiu realized he was recalling the time she missed the trip to the deserted island. Feeling touched yet feigning indifference, she replied, At least you have a conscience. In the adjacent room, the atmosphere between Zhao Er's wife and her husband was considerably less amiable. I was merely giving some advice to my family. Look at our father, he insists on separation. In the future, when my family acquires a boat, you and my brother can go to sea together and see who catches more fish. Just be quiet. No one else has said anything but you. Do you think you have any justification? The boat isn't solely mine. You don't even know when your family might have a boat. What do you mean? Zhao Er, are you implying my family cannot afford a boat? Well, it's fine. Just because you've earned a little money, you look down on my family. How has my family treated you over the years? Do you have any conscience? I have none of that. You're just imagining things. Go to sleep. With that, she turned away, ignoring Zhao Er, who remained silent. Frustrated, she struck Zhao Hua's back several times, but receiving no response, she turned over. pulling the blanket over herself and lying down with her back to Zhao Hua in irritation. The following day, after breakfast, Zhao's father went to the new house to work, while Ajian, De Gang, Zhao Hua, and Zhaoping set out to the fishing grounds in 2 boats to cast their nets. Zhao Dong and Chen Xiu did not need to leave so early for their trip to the island. They only needed to arrive before the tide receded. This time, they were also headed to an island in the fishing area, where Zhao Dong had encountered a school of yellow-footed fish on a previous visit. "Xiu Xiu, let us depart," Zhao Dong remarked, glancing at the sun and feeling that the time was nearly right. Without a watch, it was quite inconvenient to estimate time solely by the position of the sun. He resolved that if they were to earn money, he should invest in a watch for greater convenience. Hearing Zhao Dong call her, Chen Xiu emerged with 2 straw hats, one for herself and one for him, and teasingly urged, "Put it on quickly. Look at you. You go out to sea without a hat and are turning as dark as coal." "Really? Then I shall wear it," he replied. Upon reaching the dock, they caught the attention of a stout man who inquired curiously, "What brings you two here at this hour? Don't tell me you're going out to sea together." "Congratulations, you guessed correctly. I didn't realize my buddy was so clever. I plan to take you to the island for some fishing, and I must also take my wife along. You know, they don't have the sea over there, and she has never been out," Zhao Dong explained. "East brother treats his wife well," the man remarked. "Indeed, take note," Zhao Dong quipped as he walked towards the boat. He boarded first and then helped Chen Xiu aboard. Once she was on, she tied her scarf securely. The wind out at sea was significantly stronger than in the village. Noticing Zhao Dong's straw hat lying nearby, she picked it up and placed it on his head. "Ah, my dear wife knows how to care for me. Just look at big brother and second brother. Who else enjoys such treatment?" he teased. "Stop being silly. Let us hurry," she replied, rolling her eyes at him. "It's not easy being a good person," he remarked, half joking. Chen Xiu couldn't help but laugh at his antics. As Zhao Dong rowed the boat, Chen Xiu sat beside him, feeling both curious and nervous. To ease her anxiety, she chatted incessantly with him. After they had covered a certain distance, she began to feel more at ease and started to observe her surroundings. The boats at the dock on their approach appeared as mere black dots in the distance, and small wooden boats, similarly rowing out to sea, floated here and there. Having come from a family not near the sea, and now married into a fishing village without a boat of their own, this was the first time she had ever been on a boat or out to sea. Everything felt astonishingly new to her. "Zhao Dong, look over there," Chen Xiu exclaimed excitedly, playfully hitting Zhao Dong's arm. "Is that big brother and Ajian?" When people spend a considerable amount of time together, they become familiar with one another's voices, footsteps, and even physical appearances. Zhao Dong, after hearing her last remark, felt speechless. "Dear, is it necessary to be so thrilled upon seeing other men? Look at how you're treating your own husband," he said, extending his arm, which bore faint red marks from her previous playful hits, as if to illustrate his point. "Oh dear, I'm sorry." Chen Xiu blushed and apologized, realizing she hadn't intended to exert such force. Zhao Dong thought that receiving a couple of playful slaps was not entirely unwelcome. They rowed over to greet and briefly mentioned their destination, a solitary island, before paddling away. "In the future, I too wish to take my wife out to explore the sea. How delightful it would be. With a harmonious pairing of genders, the labor would be less burdensome." Ajian gazed enviously as Zhao Dong and the others departed. De Gang retorted, "You should marry a wife first." Zhao Peng, Zhao Hua, and De Gang, who had just teased Ajian, all contemplated the day they would also take their wives out to sea for adventure. With a boat and a spouse, they could set off at a moment's notice. "Dongzi, which island shall we venture to? Surely there will be ample seafood. I wouldn't want to arrive and find nothing. Let us head to that island over there, the one with the highest elevation. There should be a beach, flat and safe, not too steep. Rest assured, there will be plenty to gather. Just think of all those shelled mollusks, snails, and mussels. We'll surely find a bountiful catch, and they might be quite large." Chen Xiu became even more excited by Zhao Dong's words, eagerly anticipating the digging and gathering once they reached the island. After about 10 minutes of rowing, they arrived at the isolated island. Zhao Dong did not rush to dock the boat. Instead, he circled the island first. "Why are we going in circles? Aren't we supposed to land on this island? The sea is still a bit chilly right after the new year. Let us find a good spot with shallow water to disembark. I can wade through, but you should be cautious and avoid entering the water. When did you become so considerate? I am a good man, and you will see, your man will treat you even better. Your days of enjoyment are still ahead." Chen Xiu chuckled at Zhao Dong's playful tone and remarked, "Where on earth did you learn such phrases?" Zhao Dong selected a suitable area with shallow water and prepared to moor the boat. Just as he turned around, a massive catch. Chapter 51. The School of Pike. Qin Xiao, hearing Zhao Dong's exclamations, couldn't he help but glance over, curiosity piqued. What's the matter? Do you see that injured large fish over by the rocks? I'll paddle over to investigate. Xiao, please fetch the net from the small house for me. All right. As they spoke, Zhao Dong adjusted the boat's direction and rowed closer to the injured fish. He took the net from Qin Xiao and found that the rocky surroundings made it challenging to cast it. Rolling up his pant legs, he waded into the water to pull up the fish. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was a wolf fish, evidently having been attacked. With a small dent in its head. The wolf fish, also known as pike, has an elongated, cylindrical body resembling a shuttle. Its head is flattened at the front, with small, slightly reddish eyes and a wide mouth filled with sharp, protruding teeth akin to a wolf's. This is indeed a wolf fish. And it's quite large, standing upright. It's taller than I am. Qin Xiao gestured beside her, comparing the fish to her own height. And she felt it was nearly the same. This fish is no small catch. The largest can grow to about my height, around 1.8 meters. Zhao Dong firmly grasped the flapping gills of the wolf fish and carefully made his way back to the boat, while Qin Xiao opened the burlap sack to facilitate the transfer of the fish. The fish must weigh around 40 pounds. With this catch, our outing is justified. Even if we return empty-handed, we won't feel it was in vain. Hearing Zhao Dong's words, Qin Xiao inquired about the price per pound. Surely, it must be 30 to 40 cents, meaning this single fish could fetch over 10 yuan. No wonder a Jian always remarks on your good fortune. It is not without reason, as we serendipitously encountered a large fish on this trip. Qin Xiao, having been successfully influenced by a Jian, also believed that Zhao Dong had an advantage over others. You ought to treat me well from now on and provide more benefits, so I can venture out to sea daily to earn money for you. Zhao Dong's banter cost him a punch from his wife. What are you rowing for? Aren't you heading to the deserted island to search for treasures? As Zhao Dong rowed further away from the island, Qin Xiao grew anxious. She had yet to explore the island or unearth anything and quickly asked him about it. The wolf fish are social creatures. Have you heard of the wolf fish storm? It occurs when their numbers become overwhelmingly large, causing a surge. While the tide is still up and our boat hasn't run aground, let's venture further out. You're speaking as if you can see them. The fish are in the ocean. Do you possess X-ray vision? You may be unaware, but wolf fish love to leap, jumping from one side of the sea to the other, just like that. Swoosh, swoosh. Zhao Dong demonstrated with one hand how the wolf fish jump, taking the opportunity to show off in front of Qin Xiao, confident that she wouldn't question his knowledge. When he claimed that one could see the leaping wolf fish on the surface, Qin Xiao ceased conversing with Zhao Dong, focusing intently on the water. Zhao Dong anchored the boat in the middle of the sea, took out a hand net, and said, "Let me cast this net and see what I can catch." Qin Xiao did not even turn her head, fixating on the sea, showing no interest in whether Zhao Dong cast the net. After all, there were no fish jumping nearby, and the surface was quite tranquil. He cast the net into the water, which sank, and upon pulling the rope, the net returned. Zhao Dong exclaimed in delight. This net yielded a variety of fish, including 2 black bream, a couple of mackerel, grouper, white pomfret, yellow-footed fish, skinless fish, and Spanish mackerel, each in decent size. Zhao Dong was pleased with the haul, estimating it at several dozen pounds, a mix of inexpensive and pricey catches. However, he did not intend to continue casting here. He sought the wolf fish schools, not these assorted fish, so he gathered the net and prepared to row to another spot to try again. Zhao Dong, look over there. Right there. Quick, take a look. Careful. Dear, watch your hands. You might jeopardize your future happiness. As Zhao Dong stood at the bow rowing, Qin Xiao sat beside him, her hand instinctively reaching back to grasp him. In her excitement, she playfully slapped him, prompting Zhao Dong to exclaim, I wasn't paying attention. Is everything all right? Zhao Dong, quickly look over there. Her tone was rather dismissive as she shifted from slapping to tugging at Zhao Dong's pants, indicating the direction she was pointing at. Zhao Dong, preoccupied with holding his trousers, turned to look in that direction. Upon reaching the isolated island, they encountered a mesmerizing sight of sea wolves leaping and frolicking in the water. Countless fish danced upon the surface, creating a spectacle akin to the boiling of the sea, with splashes cascading around them. The sight was breathtaking, leaving Qin Xiao utterly astonished. At that moment, Zhao Dong was oblivious to the fact that his trousers had slipped. His focus was solely on the task at hand. He swiftly maneuvered the boat, seized the opportunity, and cast the net with precision. As the net descended into the thrashing fish, the bounty was evidently substantial. Seeing the net settle among the fish, Chun Xiu eagerly approached Zhao Dong, concerned that the weight of the catch might be too much for him to handle alone. Suddenly, a serpentine shape glided through the water, startling her. "Fear not," Zhao Dong reassured her. "The sea wolves possess their own means of communication. When threatened, they align themselves into a serpentine formation, tricking predators into believing they are a monstrous entity, thus warding off attackers." He explained that all these creatures were indeed sea wolves. As Zhao Dong adjusted his net, he intentionally cast it with a reduced radius, ensuring he wouldn't spook the fish and could make several throws. Although he aimed not to capture too many at once, the sheer size of the sea wolves made even a few a considerable weight, over 100 pounds. "By heavens, this is incredibly heavy," he exclaimed, grunting with effort and punctuating his toil with expletives for relief. Eventually, he managed to haul a net full of sea wolves aboard, despite the colorful language. His diligence remained unwavering as he promptly retrieved the fish and prepared for a second cast. With his forehead and neck veins bulging, he gritted his teeth and unleashed a torrent of curses while dragging another net onto the boat. Just as he was about to cast his third net, Chun Xiu inquired, "Dongzi, are you all right? Don't overexert yourself. There's plenty of money to be made." Her words ignited a spark within him. "How could I falter? I must bring every last fish aboard. This is akin to gathering riches," he declared, exerting his strength to haul in the third net, demonstrating the efficacy of her encouragement. "Dongzi, my goodness," Chun Xiu exclaimed, "look at the fish swarm. Quickly, cast the net." Amidst the excitement, Zhao Dong sensed that the fish would soon be theirs. "Oh, for heaven's sake, brother De Gang, come here. This is far too heavy for me alone. I need assistance." Meanwhile, two other boats, each manned by two individuals, were equally exhilarated by the sight of the fish, carelessly casting their nets directly into the fray. This reckless move startled a portion of the fish, making them harder to catch. Zhao Dong's subsequent 3 casts were aided by Chun Xiu, as the task of hauling the nets alone proved too strenuous, leaving his arms aching. By the time they reached the 7th net, the haul contained no sea wolves, just a few insignificant smaller fish, devoid of any worthy catch. Sitting at the bow of the boat, Zhao Dong beamed with joy at the sight of their considerable bounty of sea wolves. Chapter 52. The bountiful harvest of pike. Returning home now, the boat was overrun by the sea wolf fish that had been spilled out. Chun Xiu found herself with only a small space to maneuver. She inquired of Zhao Dong, "Are we still going to the lonely island today? Mother instructed me to dig up everything." "We're not going. I need to rest for a while, and we should head back to sell the fish. Since they were just caught, they are still fresh and will fetch a good price." Chun Xiu pondered this and agreed. Returning to sell was indeed more pressing. The lonely island could wait. Zhao Dong and the others could come back another time. Having finally witnessed a bustling fishing scene, she now felt utterly drained, overwhelmed by the excitement of the moment. Brother, I told you to stick close to you. Just look, after such a brief separation, you stumbled upon a school of fish. Who can rival us at sea?" "That is true. A Jian has been clamoring to find you. We only came over because we found him annoying," Zhao Dong replied. "Yes, fortunately, we came. Otherwise, we wouldn't have even caught a glimpse of the fish school. Let us head back now. We've caught quite a bit. Let us see how much we can sell it for while it's still fresh." As the two boats approached, they engaged in lively banter with Zhao Dong, their spirits high, laughter brightening their faces. "Zhao Dong, you've paired up with a woman for work, which makes it less strenuous. Look at this boat full of sea wolf fish, all brought up by your own hands. You've truly exerted yourself today. Xiu Xiu should reward you well when we return." De Gang, rowing alongside, couldn't help but feel envy at the sight of Zhao Dong's bountiful catch. Initially speaking softly to Zhao Dong, he soon raised his voice to Chun Xiu, exclaiming that merely looking at the boat full of fish made his arms ache. "Get lost. If you envy me for bringing my wife out, you could do the same." He then turned to Chun Xiu, saying, "Dear, don't mind them. Your man is strong. They are all just envious and jealous." Chun Xiu, still wrapped in her scarf, could be seen with a flush on her cheeks, though it was unclear whether it was from the sun or shyness. She urged Zhao Dong, "Stop joking around and let us hurry back." Although it was still morning, the shimmering waves of the sea reflected the sunlight, creating a dazzling glare. The people on the 3 boats radiated boundless energy, invigorated by the sight of their bountiful haul, which promised prosperity. The couple had ventured out intending to forage at the lonely island, but upon arrival, they encountered the sea wolf fish before the tide had receded. Now, as they returned, they were perfectly timed with the ebbing tide. The dock was bustling with activity. From afar, they could hear the villagers engaged in net fishing exclaiming, "Xiao Wu, hurry and get the basket. It's almost full here. You've already unloaded the crabs from Dechang's area. Look, there's a large sea bass. Grab it quickly. We're going to get rich. We're going to get rich. This fish could sell for a couple of dollars." Such sounds continuously reached their ears, overwhelming them with joy at the harvest. Their small boats, having rowed back, ran aground on the nearest sandy beach at the dock. But it was of little concern. The tide appeared to be slowly rising, and after waiting a short while, they would be able to continue rowing towards the dock. "I shall return first. Will you all wait here?" Chen Xiu observed the crowd and felt she could offer no assistance. So she decided to head back to see her child after a lengthy absence. It would be wise to leave, especially under this glaring sun. After Zhao Dong spoke, he stepped off the boat and stood in the sea, lifting Chen Xiu and placing her on the beach, urging her to return, which caused her to blush profusely. On her way back, she encountered the plump man running towards her, his ample figure wobbling with each step. They exchanged nods as a form of greeting. "Dongzi, what treasure have you found?" The plump man, aware of Zhao Dong's good fortune at sea, deduced that Chen Xiu's calmness indicated a bountiful catch. Without further ado, Zhao Dong and the others each showcased a wolf fish to the man. "Wolf fish, and so many of them? I had not seen anyone catch these since the new year. It seems you have struck a stroke of luck today," with 3 boats displaying their bounty of wolf fish. It was evident they had encountered a school. "Quickly, fetch the cart and bring the basket." All right," responded a Jian as Zhao Ergu waded through the water with him to procure the cart. The 3 engaged in lively conversation. By the time the cart arrived, Zhao Dong and his companions had already docked their boat, accompanied by Zhao's father, who had heard about Chen Xiu's return. Zhao's father gazed at the wolf fish, each measuring nearly a meter in length, his smile broadening. Each fish weighed approximately 20 pounds. It appeared their family was set to prosper once again. They left one person on the boat to oversee while the others filled baskets with fish. Zhao Dong's haul amounted to several hundred pounds, supplemented by some miscellaneous fish. The other 2 boats had fewer wolf fish, but more of the miscellaneous variety. "Dongzi, where did you catch this entire haul of wolf fish?" The Zhao family is truly thriving. After purchasing the boat, their fortune at sea had surged. As the tide rose, villagers engaged in net fishing were also returning with their catches, large baskets and small buckets in tow, eager to sort through their fish. Upon seeing the fishing boats, they gathered to observe, filled with envy and admiration. Some even came to assist in moving the baskets, including the young man named San, who had helped during their last venture. Zhao Dong likely referred to him as Brother San, according to the hierarchy of age. "Dongzi, are the wolf fish priced at 2.8 per pound, and the other miscellaneous fish at the usual market rate?" "Good lad, that's generous." This price not only pleased Zhao Dong, but also satisfied Zhao Degu and the others present, who were well acquainted with market values. They all witnessed the plump man's generosity firsthand. Everyone eagerly pitched in to weigh the fish. Zhao Dong remembered that in the small cabin of the boat was the largest wolf fish, which he brought back to be weighed. "Oh my, Dongzi, you've outdone yourself. Brother, let me hold it and see how it compares to me," a Jian exclaimed, lifting the fish beside him for comparison. Excellent. Zhao's father continued to stroke the fish with delight. "Dongzi, you've truly impressed us. Envy does not suffice." The large fish piqued the interest of the fishermen, each expressing their desire to catch one of such magnitude, discussing their aspirations in animated tones. This magnificent fish weighed 42 pounds, while the total catch amounted to 105 pounds and 98 pounds in separate baskets. They had black sea bream weighing 6 pounds, wolf fish at 5 pounds, and yellow-legged fish at 8 pounds. Let me calculate. The total for the wolf fish is 607 pounds, which translates to 169.96. Adding the other fish yields 5.34, bringing the total to 175.3, rounded to 176. I hardly made a profit. Handing over the tally, he said, "Dongzi, take a look. We are in tea selling these bycatch and crabs. Let us prepare a feast for tonight. Ensure there's fine wine and delectable dishes. You've earned as much today as others do in half a year." Thus, the dinner plans were swiftly settled with a few exchanged words. The stout man proceeded to tally the accounts for the other two boats. Their catches were comparable, and after weighing everything, it was determined that Da Gong and Ajian sold for 104, while Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua netted 108, their earnings being nearly identical, rounded off by mere cents. Chapter 53. The Forgotten Traps. Having reconciled their accounts, Zhao Dong and his companions took their earnings and pushed a cart laden with the day's catch of fish, shrimp, and crabs. When encountering villagers aware of their haul of wolf fish, they engaged in conversation, while those unaware merely exchanged brief greetings. After a lengthy exchange, they finally reached home. "Mother, the stout man and others are coming for dinner tonight. Please prepare the crabs and large shrimp. The bycatch is outside," Zhao Dong informed. Upon seeing the large crabs and shrimp, Zhao's mother lamented that if sold, they could fetch $2 to $3. Feeling a twinge of regret, Zhao Dong responded, "I earn money to improve our lives. If your circumstances remain unchanged, what use is my earnings?" This remark moved Zhao's mother, prompting her to turn away. Pretending to be busy, their generation was not accustomed to such direct expressions of emotion. Sensing the awkwardness, Zhao Dong discreetly left the room. "Dongzi, where did you catch the wolf fish?" Zhao's father had been holding back his curiosity. "Just near the traps," Zhao Dong replied. Suddenly realizing, he exclaimed, "Oh no, I forgot to retrieve the traps." "You didn't collect yours either, did you?" "No, we didn't. We returned straight to sell the fish," came the reply. "We just wanted to check your haul on the island, and we're considering casting nets again, planning to collect the traps on our way back. What are we waiting for?" "It's not far. Let us go retrieve them now," Zhao's father commanded. The three brothers, having just settled, had no choice but to rise and head out to recover the traps. Zhao Dong returned briefly to his room, taking the money earned from the wolf fish and hiding it beneath the bed, pressing it down for good measure. "Xiao, we're off to collect the traps," he called. "Okay," came Chun Xiao's response from the kitchen. Father, I want to go too. Are we taking the boat?" Zhao's younger sibling rushed over, eager to join the sea venture. Zhao Dong looked at the little one, nodding. "Ahai, hurry and bring your brother." "All right, father. Let us take us out to sea too. We promise to behave," Ahai chimed in as he dashed in from outside, equally enthusiastic about the outing. Obediently. Aboard the boat. Ahai, is it you who taught this little rascal? How could such a tiny creature know about venturing out to sea? You are quite the cunning one. Oh, third uncle, I implore you, take us along," Ahai pleaded, adopting a puppy-like demeanor. Zhao Dong glanced at his elder brother. Taking him along would be fine, as they would return after collecting the nets. "Then let us go, but mind your manners. Otherwise, you shan't be invited next time." "I will be good," Ahai exclaimed, darting ahead. Ma Luo and Adai followed closely. Ahai and Aguang, accompanied by their younger sister, ran joyfully. Hua Hua, seeing her brothers run, wanted to join but was held back by Zhao Ge, who entrusted her to Zhao Desa's care. They called for Ajian, while the gang remained busy at home. Upon reaching the dock, they informed the portly fellow, waiting for their return to dine together. The three children were placed aboard Zhao Dong's vessel, and after a few reminders, they set off to retrieve the nets. Arriving at the area where the nets were deployed, they each sought their respective buoys. Zhao Dong grasped a buoy and began to haul in the net, which was heavy with seawater. Yet, this weight paled in comparison to the forthcoming bounty. The nets had been set the previous day, and the first haul was promising: 3 yellow mountain fish, each weighing around 2 pounds, along with a couple of crabs and over half a pound of shrimp. This net alone yielded a solid 4 pounds of catch. "Shrimp. Father, look at the big shrimp. And crabs. Brother, the crab pinches," Ahai exclaimed, his voice filled with excitement. "And there are large fish, 3 big ones." Adai, observing intently, marveled at the haul, eagerly watching Zhao Dong retrieve the fish, shrimp, and crabs, his eyes wide with wonder. After concluding the first haul, the subsequent 2 nets yielded far less. Common fish that fetched low prices, including some shrimp and small, inconspicuous fish. Regardless, Zhao Dong was content with the modest catch, grateful for the lively outing with the children. The atmosphere was delightful, despite Zhao Dong's underwhelming harvest. The 3 children perched on the small cabin, watching Ajian gather the nets, chattering incessantly. "This fish is huge. Look at its mouth. It could eat a person. Ah, and an octopus. It's trying to escape. Uncle Ajian, catch it before it runs away, by your wooden barrel." Ajian, holding the large octopus aloft, confidently proclaimed it couldn't escape his grasp. The children erupted in cheers, showering Ajian with compliments. Zhao Dong kept a watchful eye on the three, pleased to see them chatting and not running about. Meanwhile, the next two nets revealed a bountiful catch, a sizable eel weighing 6 to 7 pounds, over a pound of water fish, and more yellow mountain fish. A sea bass weighed in at 3 to 4 pounds, alongside over 4 pounds of white shrimp. An abundance of octopus filled their nets, totaling a remarkable haul of 10 to 20 pounds, with smaller fish and shrimp filling 2 barrels. Lately, they had not caught any blue crabs or green crabs, which Zhao Dong missed, as they had once contributed significantly to his small wooden boat's earnings. With all the nets retrieved, Zhao Dong replenished the bait and returned each net to the sea. The large eel, akin to a snake. Hello. Be careful of the octopus trying to climb on you. Eating fish, eating shrimp. The three little ones chattered incessantly around the wooden barrel containing Zhao Dong's catch. Zhao, feeling a peculiar sense of delusion, thought that none of these children belonged to him. They were all Zhao Dong's little ones. Observing how fondly they were treated, he noticed Ahai, the mischievous one, who garnered even Ah Jian's attention, while his own father barely glanced in his direction. This observation was quietly noted in his mind, as he resolved to return home and tell his wife. Boys, after all, are like houses that can withstand a beating. They are resilient and unbreakable. Upon returning to the dock, Zhao Dong decided not to sell his small shrimp and fish, opting instead to prepare a fish soup at home and steaming the shrimp as a delightful accompaniment for drinks. After setting aside his personal share, the remainder of his catch sold for 8.76 yuan, a price that reflected a reasonable day's earnings, typical among fellow fishermen who experienced similar fortunes. He had been fortunate before, but today was just an average day. Summoning Fatty, they gathered the leftover goods and, accompanied by the children, headed home for a meal. It was still early, not yet their usual dining hour, and the fishing boats had yet to return. Fatty was not in a rush either. Third uncle, buy us some candy. We promised to behave today. Big brother, keep an eye on your son. I don't want it anymore. Please don't hit me. Zhao Dong was taken aback. He merely wished to tease Ahai, yet Big Brother genuinely struck, and with such force. Fatty and Ah Jian quickly intervened, allowing Zhao to retract his hand, feeling an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Ah Dai and Ma Luo observed their brother being chastised, remaining silent and compliant. Fearful of receiving punishment themselves, Zhao Dong felt he had wronged Ahai and, feeling guilty, decided to make amends by buying each of his tearful, snot-nosed nephews a big white rabbit candy, which finally ceased their weeping as they scampered home to play. At the seaside, conditions favored indulging in freshly caught seafood. The shrimp and fish required no preparation, as they could be consumed raw, bursting with sweetness. Chapter 54. News, interest-free loans indeed. The seafood from our region possesses a distinct flavor. You cannot fathom how much better it is compared to what I encountered in the city. Fatty, cracking the claws of a crab, expressed his approval after devouring one. Which city offers fresh catches on the dining table within 10 minutes of disembarking? They could only dream of tasting such seafood. The flavor is unparalleled when it is just out of the sea. Big Gang, holding a shrimp, nodded in agreement. It has been ages since we all gathered for a meal. You are all busy. I'm just a leisurely soul, always at that collection point. Today's feast is courtesy of my brother's significant earnings. I cannot let him off without a proper celebration. It's a must to treat him well. As the women at home prepared to dine, Zhao Dong had brought back an abundance of seafood. He decided to keep some for today's meal, while the rest would need to be sorted and prepared for later. Do you think I am like the pigs from my past, waiting to be slaughtered? The laughter erupted as others joined in on the jest. Zhao's father chuckled along, reveling in the improved circumstances of their household, having acquired a boat and still building a new house. As he reflected on their fortunes, he drank glass after glass, becoming overly jubilant and ultimately finding himself quite tipsy. Zhao Dong and the others assisted him into the house to rest, while they continued to drink. When did you go to the city, Fatty? Zhao Dong sought to inquire about the current affairs of the city. In his previous life, he either worked at the docks or ventured out to sea, so he retained a faint memory of the significant events that transpired back home, albeit not much. The notion of leveraging foresight to amass wealth swiftly was a mere fantasy for him. He was fundamentally unaware of the intricacies involved, and the scant knowledge he possessed proved to be of little use. He could only resolutely commit to his role as a fisherman. I went during the new year to visit my cousin, he replied. Jian asked him, Fatty, how is the city? Is it bustling with activity and thronged with people? Indeed, he replied. There, at the docks, the ocean-going vessels are lined up in rows, with fishing boats of 30 to 40 meters in length, countless in number. Even the 10-meter fishing boats are hard-pressed to secure a spot. The local proprietors are affluent. Foreign yachts, emblazoned with foreign characters, are docked for fishing excursions. Many people ride motorcycles to the docks, and the catch brought ashore is diverse and exotic. Alas, the vibrancy of that place surpasses that of our entire fishing village's docks combined, though the seafood prices are considerably steeper. Children at the entrance, captivated by Fatty's animated storytelling, had long since entered the house and stood entranced. The gang, too, felt his blood race with excitement and could not resist interjecting, "Damn, those folks have real money. They can buy 30-meter fishing boats on a whim, while we would have to deplete our savings just to acquire a small wooden boat." "Having a small wooden boat is still quite good. We managed to earn a decent living," replied Zhao Dong. "Brother, you should be content. How does that differ from the salted fish our mother used to prepare? Mark my words, this time with the encirclement nets. The villagers who profit will surely invest in small wooden boats. As the number of fishing boats increases, the catch will become harder to secure. Dongzi, fishing with encirclement nets can still yield profits without a boat. How could the villagers part with 300 to 400 for a small wooden boat? You must be imagining things." Zhao Urge was skeptical, noting that even his mother-in-law, despite earning some money, was reluctant to spend it. "Brother, it's not just our village engaging in encirclement net fishing. Your family and your mother-in-law's side are also involved. In a few days, neighboring villages will follow suit. There aren't enough fish to sustain such methods, and before long, the returns will dwindle." "Are you serious? What's so unbelievable about it? Just wait and see." Zhao Dong merely spoke off the cuff. Whether it was feasible or not had little bearing on him. He had worked on the very fishing boats Fatty described, and they were nothing extraordinary to him. As for luxurious yachts, he had never laid eyes on one, though he admitted he had never boarded one. "Oh, when will we ever possess an iron boat?" A Jian, having imbibed a bit too much, slumped onto a stool, his limbs languidly draped as he lamented, "Look at me. I'm a pitiful sight. It's terrifying to gaze upon me like this, and I can't even afford an iron boat." They, in a tipsy haze, spoke of their aspirations to acquire iron boats, daydreaming of the future while reminiscing about the past and musing over the present. They shared what they knew, had heard, or speculated, bringing it all to light. Zero-interest loans. "Did you hear about that from your cousin?" "Yes, but I don't really understand it. I just caught wind of it at the time." "Dongzi, why do you ask? Who would give you money for free?" "It must be a scam," Fatty remarked, expressing his skepticism. However, Zhao Dongxin is aware of matters that others are oblivious to, although he remains uncertain about the precise commencement date. It appears now that it must be this year, 1982. The interest-free loans are intended to foster rural economic development. The government allocates a certain amount of interest-free loans annually to farmers and fishermen for their entrepreneurial endeavors. As for the specifics of how one can acquire such funds, Zhao Dong is currently in the dark. Nevertheless, he does not naively assume that loans will be granted without any conditions. Regardless, this can be investigated later. In a moment of inspiration, Zhao Dong, elated and somewhat inebriated, returns home and lies on his bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. When Chun Xiu enters to attend to him, he suddenly remembers that he is yet to turn in the money. "Wife, the money is under the bed." "What money? The one from selling fish today?" "Yes." Chun Xiu finds the money in the indicated spot, sits on the edge of the bed, and begins to count. After finishing, she inquires, "Is it 297? Not a small amount." "Yes, the money for the fish trap is in my pocket." Chun Xiu reaches to retrieve it from Zhao Dong's pants pocket. As he lies sideways, he inadvertently brushes against her, causing a stir of intimacy. Chun Xiu, undeterred, continues counting the money. "Are we keeping both the fish trap money and today's earnings? Did you not set aside anything for father?" "No. You can account for it tomorrow." Saying this, he pulls Chun Xiu's hand affectionately. "Stop fooling around. Just go to sleep." Zhao Dong, thoroughly exhausted from the day and in high spirits from the drink, succumbs to sleep, loosening his hold on his wife. Chun Xiu gently covers him with a small blanket, tucking in the corners, and calculates that the fish trap earnings amount to 9 yuan, which means Zhao's father's share should be 102 yuan. Seeing that Zhao Dong is in a deep slumber, she takes the counted money and steps outside. Zhao's mother has already prepared the fish, shrimp, and crabs, sitting in the yard while watching the children. Chun Xiu glances around, but does not see her two brothers or sisters-in-law. "Mother, This is the money from today's fish sales and the fish trap. Your father has instructed me. Since he did not accompany you today, we cannot accept this money. You should keep it. Since we have already agreed, let it be. Your well-being is more important than anything else. Zhao's mother asserts, gently pushing Chen Xiu's hand away as she speaks, her tone firm yet soft. At our age, there's little to spend on. Any money left will be for the children. As long as they have the intention, that is sufficient. We cannot take it. Then let this money be used for Dongzi to buy rice and food for the family. You all can decide how to handle it. Seeing that Zhao's mother does not object, Chen Xiu turns to her rambunctious son and scolds. Malo, look at how dirty you are. You can't keep that. I can. Just wash it clean. Hearing his mother's admonition, Malo abandons play with his brothers and rushes over to Chen Xiu, extending his grimy little hands toward her. Oh dear, look at those hands. What have you touched? Come with me to wash them. With that, Chen Xiu takes the child to wash up. Chapter 55. Beachcombing at home in the morning, Zhao Dong rises late. Glancing at the time, he decides not to go out to sea today. Leaving the fish traps in the water for an extra day will not cause any harm. After tidying herself up and having the breakfast left for her, she quietly slipped away to the homestead, where her father and two brothers were already hard at work. Today, all the men in the family had gathered. Zhao Erseo had been relatively quiet after secretly teaching net fishing for a while. Just focus on your work. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Zhao Mu still held some grievances against Zhao Erseo. Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua were mixing cement. While their father handed the mixed cement to the skilled craftsmen, masters from nearby villages who had learned their trade in the big city. Their village was not affluent. Families that profited from smuggling in the public sea had built two-story houses that were particularly beautiful, though quite costly, a luxury that Zhao Dong and his family could not afford. Father, what made you decide to use cement instead of loess? Just a few days prior, Zhao Dong had been collecting loess, intending to utilize it for a toilet in the backyard. I visited a neighboring village recently. They all use cement. The foundations are solid, and the houses look splendid. We're going to live in this house for many years. We can't skimp on this expense. His father, wise enough to conduct research, spoke up. You should lend a hand instead of just standing there, showing no initiative, still sleeping in late. Zhao Dong, reprimanded, hurried to take over his father's task, muttering some flattering words, only to be scolded further. Being a son was indeed challenging. What are you mumbling about? Oh, nothing much. With no fishing trips to the sea, everyone had come to help. This would expedite the construction and save some money. They couldn't afford to be careless while building near the shore. Otherwise, a strong typhoon could easily tear off the roofs. The gang and Jian, who had just woken up, also joined in. At noon, Zhao Mu prepared a hearty meal of salted rice and egg drop soup, a significant treat at this time. A proper pot of salted rice required 3 layers of meat, along with shiitake mushrooms, dried shrimp, scallops, and dried fish. They worked until the tide began to recede. Zhao Dong, after informing his mother, decided to go clam digging. The children, hearing this, insisted on joining, while the gang and Jian also expressed their desire to tag along. Eventually, only Zhao father and his 2 brothers remained. As they all returned to clam digging, Xiu, have you gathered the clam digging tools? Zhao Dong searched around, but, not finding them, went to ask his wife. They're outside. Just grab them and go, she replied. The women had already headed to the beach in front of the house, not venturing too far. Zhao Dong picked up the bucket and fire tongs left for him and strolled behind them. Wait for us, brothers, he called out. What are you 2 dawdling about? Have you just come out? Zhao Dong teased. When did you even come out? What about your face? The 3 of them laughed and made their way to the beach, where the women were using spatulas to dig for clams in the sand. Everyone knew that spatulas were the best tools for clam digging. Are we digging here too, Dongzi? Let us first check the rocky area. The villagers have been busy with net fishing lately, so that area should be less frequented. We might find some good treasures there. Indeed, with everyone focused on fishing for profit, hardly anyone is coming to dig for shellfish and snails. The piglet conch, so numerous. This particular shell is quite large and strikingly beautiful, yet difficult to open. Extracting the flesh requires breaking the shell, and it proves quite challenging, Zhao Dong remarked disdainfully. No worries, I'll return home and slowly pry it open with a screwdriver. By then, each child at home can have a shell to play with. Jian, undeterred, collected them one by one into the bucket. Zhao Dong noticed something dark amidst the rocks washed by the tide and approached to discover 6 or 7 sea urchins, perfect for making steamed sea urchin egg custard. He thought to himself and began to gather them with his pliers into the bucket. Third uncle, wait for me. Hi. Why did you run over here from the beach instead of watching your little brother? I don't want to watch him. He is so annoying. I want to go beachcombing with you. I'll watch him when we go back. All right, third uncle. Zhao Dong glanced towards the beach, where Chen Xiu was happily digging in the sand, while Ah Dai and Shi Tu were playing by air saw. All right, but be careful. The rocks here are very slippery. Don't fall. Who cares about the little brother? It's far more enjoyable to scour the beach with you, third uncle. Zhao Dong turned over a rock and spotted a tiny octopus, still a baby. He decided to spare its life and returned it to the sea. Third uncle, look at this. I can't dig it out. Ahai called from a rock. Coming. Zhao Dong approached to discover many helmet shells suctioned onto the rocks. Strikingly intelligent. They seemed to react to his footsteps. Zhao Dong attempted to pry one loose, noting how tightly it clung. De Gang, a Jian, come see. What is it, brother? What is so interesting? The duo approached, puzzled by Zhao Dong's apparent fixation on something mundane. I'll step back and return. You keep an eye on this helmet shell. What is so special about it that you called us over? A Jian grumbled. Just take a look first. Zhao Dong insisted as he walked away, only to return moments later. Did you see? This shell is moving. Try prying it off. Wow, it really is stuck tightly. The three men became intrigued by the creature, toying with it repeatedly. Ahai watched, bemused by their childish antics. Eventually, satisfied with their exploration, they pried the shells loose and placed them in the bucket. Look at this large conch. Ahai, come and see if it's as big as your head. Third uncle, why are you acting so childish today? Ahai teased, yet complied and walked over, soon spotting a large conch himself. Look, I found one too. He approached, cradling the sizable conch in his hands and placing it into third uncle's bucket, his prize not insignificant. Zhao Dong had lost interest in boasting. Where did you find that large conch? Over here? Before he could take 2 steps, a Jian shouted, Look, 2 large conchs here, and there are more over there. I can see some in the water and plenty on the rocks too. De Gang, listening intently, quietly brought his bucket over to gather shells. As a Jian called out, Zhao Dong's bucket filled rapidly. He hoisted it to a flat area and poured the contents out, ready to continue gathering. There truly were an abundance of large conchs, far more than they could collect. Third uncle, I feel dizzy. Zhao Dong hurriedly approached Ahai upon hearing his words, only to find him clutching a large conch in both hands, precariously balanced in the shallow waters, swaying unsteadily as the tide receded. You foolish child, you've become seasick. I told you not to go into the water, yet you refused to listen. I had no idea. I was simply focused on picking up the conchs. And when I spotted this large one, I came over. As soon as I lifted it, I felt dizzy. Ahai defended himself after being carried onto the rocks. All right, you stay here with the conch while I go down to collect more. You are not to venture back in, do you understand? Fine, he reluctantly agreed. Zhao Dong descended once more, filling 7 or 8 buckets to the brim, for the abundance of conchs in this area was astounding. He even witnessed 2 large conchs in a tender embrace, which he mercilessly separated, thus hindering their progeny from flourishing. Big Gang and Ah Jian also gathered numerous conchs, which they presented to Ahai. He sat before the rocks, with 3 small mounds of conchs piled behind him, resembling little graves. Brother, you've gathered so many sea cucumbers. Share 2 with me to rejuvenate. I want 2 as well for a boost. Come on. Are you 2 so shameless as to not even hide your desires? For something good, one can be unabashed. Zhao Dong managed to collect over a dozen sea cucumbers, distributing 4 before deciding to keep the rest for himself, as one must maintain good health to earn a living. Upon returning, Zhao Dong recounted his conch findings. Much to Chen Xiu's surprise, you gathered such a large quantity of conchs? Surely, you're planning to sell them to the fat collector directly? Yes. I'm going back for burlap sacks and a cart. We should cook the sea cucumbers today for nourishment. A Jian and Big Gang will also take 2 each to eat. Your mother will scold you for being extravagant. Should I accompany you to fetch the sacks? No need. Just stay home and watch. Ahai can help with the packing over there. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu did not insist on going. Instead, taking the bucket of sea cucumbers and noticing several sea urchins within, muttering a curse at the spendthrift, she took the bucket to the kitchen, handing it to Zhao's mother while praising Zhao Dong. A Jian and Big Gang each took 2 sea cucumbers for their nourishment, and Dongzi thought they had been working hard on the house recently, so they deserved a hearty meal, with a few sea urchins set aside for a steamed egg dish for the children. You spoil him with your indulgence. Building a house costs a fair amount. Despite the admonition, Zhao's mother adeptly sorted through the sea cucumbers and sea urchins, while Chen Xiu chuckled and stepped outside to check on the children. Third uncle, why have you just arrived? Ahai felt he had been waiting a long time. I was anxious. Let us pack quickly, and I'll reward you with a bottle of soda. Really? Can I buy 2 bottles, one for myself and one for my brother? All right, good lad. You even think of your brother. Now, keep working and don't dawdle, or you might end up with nothing. Okay. Dong Zi still had a child laborer to help him, but he lamented that it was too pitiful to have only one person working. You need a few more years before he can truly assist. For now, just manage on your own. Big Gang's word struck a chord. After finishing, Zhao Dong had over 3 burlap sacks full, including what Ahai had collected. Once Jian completed his packing, the 3 of them pushed the cart to the dock to sell their haul. Have you ventured to the solitary isle to gather sea treasures? So many large conchs. No. Perhaps the villagers have not been out to collect recently, and we have seized the opportunity. The plump fellow believed this. After all, the villagers bring in their daily catch to sell, and no one is more aware of their acquisitions than they are. Have you not noticed the deepening creases on Boss Wan Sai's smiling face? After weighing and tallying the accounts, Zhao Dong earned a modest sum of 27.52, which pleased him greatly. Here, take this to nourish yourself. Uft, do I really need to bolster my health? You, being plump, surely do not require it. Shall I take it then? No. Having settled their accounts, Zhao Dong and the others pushed their cart home. On the way, Ahai tugged at Zhao Dong's shirt, pulling harder as they neared the small shop. I know. I will buy you a soda. Stop tugging. Ahai beamed with delight. Arriving at the shop, Zhao Dong handed him 50 cents to go inside, while the 3 of them waited outside. He intended to buy 2 bottles of soda and return the bottles afterward. Being able to take his own money to buy soda made Ahai feel like the most formidable child in the village, akin to a proud little peacock. When he emerged with the sodas, his cheeks were flushed with excitement. Upon returning home, dinner was already prepared. Zhao's father and others sat in the courtyard, enjoying a smoke and the cool evening air. Ahai rushed over to Zhao's father, exclaiming, Grandpa, I bought this soda from the shop by myself. You must taste it. It's so delicious. Hey, Adai, come out. There's food. Wow, our Ahai can buy soda all by himself. How impressive. Brother, did you buy that? Let me have a sip. I want some too. Hurry and wash up. Dinner is ready. We've been waiting for you. Are you not hungry? Must we rush you to eat? Zhao's mother, noticing their idle chatter without getting up, grew irritated. Dinner consisted of braised sea cucumber, 1 for each person, steamed egg with sea urchin, boiled sea clams, spicy boiled conchs, and stir-fried chrysanthemum greens. Quite a feast. Zhao Dong, noticing Chen Xiu eating little, offered him more dishes. The child did not require Chen Xiu's attention. Zhao Dong took the child over to feed him steamed egg with sea urchin, then let him sip some soda afterward. Ahai scrunched up his little face, exclaiming, Wow, this is amazing. Zhao Dong was taken aback. Where had this child learned such expressions? This child could not be kept. He had become quite the character. From you all, of course, you say everything in front of the child every day. Mother, you are unjustly accusing me, Zhao Dong replied. No longer feeling hungry, he asked his son where he had learned such phrases, and the two bantered back and forth, ultimately failing to arrive at any conclusion. He surrendered, thinking, let it be as it may. On the other side, Chen Xiu was in a less than favorable mood. She glanced at Zhao Dong, who was bantering with their son, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her, which dampened her appetite even further. Having been preoccupied with house construction lately, many matters had slipped her mind. Without tidying the dining table, she slipped back into her room, sitting on the bed and pondering. When was the last time her monthly visitor had arrived? It was not as though she were a new bride. She had already borne a child. Even in her dullness, she sensed something amiss, meticulously thinking back to when her last cycle had been. No matter how hard she tried, she could not recall. Perhaps the fatigue from the house construction had thrown her cycle off, making it all the more difficult to remember. Building a house at home incurs considerable expenses, and the current regulations are stringent, discouraging childbirth. The slogans in their village advocate for fewer children and more trees, promoting the idea of fewer births for a happier life. The prevailing sentiment is that it is better to face dire consequences than to have another child. The strict enforcement is evident, as my brother-in-law mentioned that exceeding the birth limit could result in job loss. Regardless of the duration of pregnancy, women are taken to the hospital, and the village maintains a similar rigor. If discovered or reported, the women's director will intervene, leading to distressing outcomes. Look at your son, my wife lamented. He's not learning the good things, only picking up bad habits. You need to discipline him. Mother, father is being unreasonable. He keeps me from playing. And my brother has already left. The child cried sorrowfully, feeling isolated in his inability to partake in fun. You little rascal. You dare to complain about your father? Have you grown bold? I threatened, but the child, despite his youth, was perceptive. He noticed my discontent and ceased his tears, wiping his face with his arm before darting away, calling out for his grandparents in a playful manner. Watching my son run off in such a commotion only added to my headache. Turning to Zhao Dong, I remarked, every day, you are quite the grown-up, yet you lack any serious pursuits. You have a knack for meddling with the children, but can't seem to offer any help. Having said that, I disregarded him, slamming the door as I entered the house. Zhao Dong, feeling a bit bewildered, cautiously glanced around, relieved to find no one else in the yard. He thought to himself that he had behaved well today and hadn't made any mistakes, so he too entered the house without a hint of guilt. After expressing my frustrations, I felt slightly better, noticing Zhao Dong approaching me, reaching out to embrace me. I sidestepped his advance and said, I believe I might be pregnant. What? Zhao Dong was taken aback by my revelation, standing there staring at my belly. I felt embarrassed under his gaze. What are you staring at? Don't you know what you've done? No need to be so astonished. Chapter 57. The arrival of my in-laws. I've been quite cautious, yet here we are. Oh dear, has my daughter arrived? What time is it? And you still have the leisure to joke around? Every night is a ruckus, and during the festive season, you insist on causing a stir. Are you satisfied now? Observing my wife grow increasingly animated, I quickly adjusted my demeanor. It must be fate. We are meant to have 2 children. In my previous life, I had only 1 child, working tirelessly at the docks, returning home utterly exhausted, with visits to the hospital being a rare occurrence. It was too embarrassing to ask for such things. The primary issue is that he has forgotten about this matter. He recalls that in the previous life, at this time, he was still washing and using it. Now, after having experienced the ultra-thin, long-lasting, strawberry-flavored variety, asking him to use it again seems beyond his acceptance. Is this truly what we desire? Are you unaware of the current state of affairs outside? It's truly your doing, and it seems you don't realize the consequences of your actions. What will happen as your belly continues to grow? Chen Xiu expressed her concerns to Zhao Dong while pacing in the small room. Oh dear, you mustn't agitate yourself. You need to be mindful of your condition. It's all my fault for being young and reckless. I should have known better. You have every right to scold me for putting my wife through this. Seeing Chen Xiu's displeased expression, Zhao Dong quickly attempted to comfort her, whispering sweet nothings to his wife, acknowledging his mistakes. However, he felt frustrated that despite his precautions, he still found himself in this predicament. Aside from attributing it to fate, he was at a loss for words. Stop pacing, you're making me dizzy. Let's wait a few days and see how things unfold. Can you think about it on your own? She retorted. You don't have any thoughts? I do. I want a daughter. Upon hearing this, Chen Xiu became even more upset, turning away and lying down, ignoring Zhao Dong, feeling indifferent even towards their son. Zhao Dong glanced at her and continued to soothe her. Tonight, I'll take care of it. If it truly happens, I will figure something out. Don't worry too much. At least you have a conscience. That night, the couple struggled to find rest, frequently tossing and turning, the bed creaking and waking them multiple times. At breakfast, Zhao Dong was enjoying his meal when Ahai looked at him and asked, Third uncle, did you and Annie have a fight last night? I heard crying several times, and the bed was making noise. Look at me. I didn't sleep well. I have dark circles under my eyes. Cough, don't speak nonsense. Zhao Dong replied awkwardly. He glanced at Chen Xiu, who appeared as though she wanted to bury her head in the bowl, exhibiting the classic guilty demeanor. Ma Luo was crying last night because you didn't take him with you to play. I had to get up to comfort him. So how could the bed not make noise? Is that so? Ma Luo, hearing his name, lifted his head from the bowl, looking around in confusion, too engrossed in his meal to heed their conversation. Zhao Dong patted Ma Luo's head and reassured him, It's all right, keep eating. Oh, he replied, burying his head back into his food. Zhao Dong turned to Ahai, saying, Hurry up and eat. We need to clean the tables soon. You talk too much. Does that mean I have to take care of my brother every day? Of course. Otherwise, if Ma Luo cries every day, you'll never get to sleep. Mom, tell third uncle not to make me watch my brother. It's so annoying. At the breakfast table, no one spoke further, pretending not to hear. Only Zhao's sister-in-law, called out by her son, felt the most embarrassed. What nonsense are you talking? Finish eating and go play outside. It was undeniably awkward. And the family finished breakfast at the fastest pace possible, each pretending that nothing had occurred as they dispersed to find chores to do. Ah, dear in-laws have arrived. Have you had breakfast? Please come in, we can prepare it inside. Just as Father Zhao was about to head over to the new house, he encountered Chen father and Chen mother pushing a cart. The family members rushed out to see who had come, speculating whether it might be their own parents. Chen father and Chen mother, taken aback by such a grand reception, appeared somewhat bewildered. Chen Xiao, upon seeing them, joyfully exclaimed, "Father, mother, what brings you here?" They explained, "Didn't you mention before the new year that you were building a house? We thought to bring a cart of grain and some vegetables from our harvest, and see if there is any way we could assist." Father Zhao, glancing at the cart's contents, remarked, "How considerate of you. We've nearly consumed all the vegetables from our garden for the construction, so your timing is impeccable. Please refrain from sending rice next time. You work hard tending your fields. Our harvest has been decent, and what we grow costs us nothing, but your land is scarce, and what you cultivate is hardly sufficient. With the additional demands of the house construction this year, your gifts will save us from having to purchase supplies." As Chen father spoke from the heart, the women in the household reacted differently. Chen Xiao, whose emotions had been tumultuous lately, felt a tightness in her throat and her eyes began to glisten with tears as she realized that their kindness was a source of support for her. Mother Zhao appreciated that this family, like theirs, valued their daughters, showing no preference for sons over daughters. Sister-in-law Zhao felt a pang of envy, lamenting her own family for not sending gifts like the family of her brother-in-law, leaving her feeling diminished in her own household. Sister-in-law Zhao thought these elderly folks were rather naive, bringing gifts meant for the entire family rather than keeping them for themselves. Zhao Dong entered the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks, saying, "Father, mother, you must be tired from your journey. Please wash up, and a meal will be ready shortly." Mother Zhao cheerfully went to the stove, preparing hearty dishes, including the seafood she had set aside from the day before. Father Zhao intended to fetch some wine, but Chen father stopped him, saying, "Let us save the drinking for later. After our meal, we'll head over to the new house to work." After the meal, the family remained behind while Chen mother and Chen Xiao stayed to chat, as the others departed for the new house to labor. De Gang and De Jian, hearing the commotion, emerged to join them. "Are you pregnant? How will that work out now, especially given the current situation? What does Dongzi say?" Chen Xiao replied, "I'm not certain. He mentioned he would figure something out if it happens." Chen mother reassured her, "Dongzi has matured and taken on responsibility. You are fortunate. If it occurs, do your best to keep it. If things become difficult, come home or find refuge in the mountains." Chen Xiao felt a sense of calm wash over her at her mother's words. If it were to happen, she would face it with her parents and Zhao Dong's support, no longer afraid. Meanwhile, at the new house, Chen father watched as Zhao Dong took the shovel from his hands, encouraging him to rest a while. The smile on Chen father's face remained unbroken. They had come a long way, and the work would not be completed in an instant. It was best to take a moment to rest, especially with so many family members and guests present. At home, we are also engaged in agricultural work, which is not a concern. While we are here, we might as well do a bit more. Once the house is completed, will we be completely separated? Indeed, aside from dining together, we are now quite divided. Once the new house is finished, you all must come over for a meal, to enjoy the lively atmosphere and familiarize yourselves with the new abode. That is certainly expected. Chapter 58. Accompanying the in-laws to the sea at noon, Zhao's mother and Chen's mother brought over some pastries they had prepared to the new house. After enjoying the meal, they did not return home, but took a brief rest before continuing their work. "Father, it must be around 2 o'clock now, right?" "Nearly so. What mischief are you up to now?" Hearing Zhao Dong's question, Zhao's father felt that his third son was not being very discreet. "Father, I was merely inquiring about the time. Today, we need to collect the fish nets. We didn't get to it yesterday. I thought it would be just in time for the tide to recede, and I might as well take my father-in-law along to sift through the sea." Zhao Dong was unsure why his father seemed displeased with him. "Oh, I see. In that case, you should head back. The tide is about to recede." Misunderstanding Zhao Dong, Zhao's father felt a bit awkward. "De Gang, Jian, brother, should we go to the sea first and then collect the nets? Or would you prefer to go separately later?" As they were all working together, Zhao Dong called out, "Brother, we're going," Jian responded. And De Gang and the others nodded in agreement. Zhao's father remained behind with the women of the household to continue their work. Zhao Dong returned home to gather gloves and tools for Qin's father and mother. Upon hearing that they would accompany her parents to the sea, Qin Xiu was delighted to help find the necessary items. Her parents had never been to the sea before, and now that they had a small boat of their own, it would be convenient to take them along. As her in-laws approached, Zhao Dong noticed that his wife was genuinely happy. Although she said nothing, he understood that her worries about being pregnant had eased. A large group, armed with burlap sacks, buckets, and tools for sifting through the sea, boarded the boat. Zhao Dong went to the small cabin on the boat to fetch a hat. "Brother, do you still wear a hat every day?" "Yes. I certainly do not wish to tan as dark as you have." "Well, working under the blazing sun inevitably leads to a tan. Brother, you should stop your nonsense. I can refrain from jesting, but if you do not take care, you will end up as dark as charcoal. At that point, even if you manage to marry, your wife may struggle to find you in the dark of night." As Zhao Dong's words faded, laughter erupted all around, envisioning such a comical scenario. De Gang chimed in, remarking on how dark Jian had become lately. Amidst the jovial banter, they arrived at the isolated island where they had previously caught sea wolf fish. The journey across was smooth, and Qin's father and mother adapted well, showing no signs of seasickness. This isolated island features a sandy beach on one side and rocky terrain on the other, with a small grove of trees in between. The western side is somewhat exposed to the wind, which is stronger there, causing higher waves and swift currents, with the area littered with rocky formations. Qin's father and mother had never sifted through the sea before, so Zhao Dong advised them, "Be careful of the currents as we approach the shore." "Yes, understood." The elderly couple gazed at the seafood on the rocks with wide eyes, seemingly overwhelmed, their responses to Zhao Dong's words rather perfunctory. "Fortunately, we are aboard a small wooden boat, familiar with the ebb and flow of the tides in this area. If a large vessel were to navigate through here, it would easily run aground." Upon reaching this solitary island, Zhao Peng was struck by the landscape, eliciting a sense of wonder that was echoed by the nods of his companions. "Look at the abundance of soldier crabs here. They are nearly forming a wall. We simply need to pry them up. The spicy snails are plentiful as well, densely packed." Chen Mu, observing the seafood as if she were on a shopping expedition, excitedly remarked to Chen Fu, "These soldier crabs truly resemble the hats worn by soldiers in the Qing dynasty. They are indeed aptly named. These delicacies are delightful. Here, we refer to them as small abalone. Let's gather as many as we can." Zhao Dong was not far from the elderly couple, ready to assist them at any moment while attentively listening to their conversation. The soldier crab, scientifically known as the helmet shell, is relatively simple to pry up in this remote, unvisited island. Zhao Dong also joined in, envisioning a delightful stir-fry for dinner. Grilled or sautéed with garlic, scallions, and ginger, they would make for a delicious feast. "Father, mother, let's focus on the larger specimens. There appears to be quite a bounty here, and the larger ones could fetch a good price." At this moment, the elderly couple realized the potential, and Chen Mu nudged Chen Fu, saying, "Let us seek out the bigger ones." Chen Fu, though aging, remained youthful at heart, his curiosity about this unfamiliar activity growing. Zhao Dong, closely following them, noticed a large mound on the beach. Upon investigation, he skillfully uncovered a red flower crab, its large pincers waving menacingly, measuring around 20 to 30 centimeters. Chen Fu, filled with envy, exclaimed, "This truly is a splendid location. Such remarkable finds, and this sizable red flower crab could be quite valuable." Chen Mu, upon hearing this, hurried over to join her husband in capturing red flower crabs, neglecting the shellfish on the rocks, realizing the worth of their catch was of utmost importance. Zhao Dong's primary responsibility was to ensure the safety of the elderly couple on their first excursion to the isolated island, so he did not specifically seek out treasures. Instead, he collected whatever he came across, resulting in a bountiful harvest. While he didn't catch many red flower crabs, he did manage to gather a considerable amount of shrimp and small crayfish. The red flower crab was substantial, and there was also a large conch nearby. "Quick, we must bind this large crab before it escapes." After nearly an hour of foraging, Chen Fu and Chen Mu had amassed quite a haul, filling a large bucket with red flower crabs and nearly half a bucket with conchs. "Brother, look at the giant octopus I caught." Jian proudly displayed a pale octopus to Zhao Dong, perhaps fearing that it would escape, resulting in its unfortunate state. After inspecting Jian's catch, Zhao Dong glanced into the bucket and was astounded. No wonder Jian was willing to drop it. It was overflowing. "You must have found its lair. What a bounty!" Zhao Dong exclaimed. I had to follow closely to you. I'm quite astute. Jian began recounting the adventure of discovering and subduing the octopus. As the tide began to rise, Zhao Peng, Zhao Hua, and De Gang approached, their own harvests in tow. Goodness, we all had quite the successful outing. Dongzi, Jian has been saying how fruitful the sea outing with you has been, and he couldn't be more accurate. De Gang teased Zhao Dong, showcasing their own catches. Indeed, who would have anticipated that such a remote island would yield so many treasures? Zhao Urge echoed this sentiment, and Zhao Dage nodded in agreement. Come on, stop with the nonsense. Do you not realize that I meticulously planned this trip to bring my wife along? After casting a discreet glance at his father-in-law and mother-in-law, who were making their way onto the boat, and ensuring they could not overhear, he continued, You've all benefited from this. Hey, you rascal. Are you trying to keep some of this to yourself? They joked, yet amidst the banter, each of them carried bags and buckets, ensuring that Chun's parents did not have to lift a finger as they loaded the seafood onto the vessel. Time is of the essence, Dongzi. Hurry and gather the traps so we can head back, one encouraged. All right, came the quick reply. All 3 boats rowed toward the traps, which were not far from the island, and they arrived shortly. After a sufficient duration, Chen's father lent a hand in collecting the traps. The initial haul was promising, small white shrimp, rock crabs, and various fish, filling a bucket to the brim. Chun's mother joyfully remarked as they pulled up the traps. The catch is quite abundant. With this, you need not worry about your livelihood in the future. Indeed, it will suffice for some earnings. Zhao Dong humbly replied in front of the elders, knowing that their first-hand observation would assure them of their daughter's future. As the following 4 traps were retrieved, Chun's parents assisted in sorting the catch, while Zhao Dong inspected the traps, replenishing the bait before returning them to the sea. Chapter 59. A bounty to feast upon their return to the dock. The tide had reached its zenith, and all fishing boats had returned to port. Moored at the dock, villagers who owned boats gathered at the pier, awaiting their vessels to dock, ready to help sort the day's catch. This time of day marked the liveliest moment at the harbor. With a throng of people, gossip circulated rapidly. Zhao's father awaited the return of their boat, and, with his pipe in hand, approached them. How come you returned so soon? Did something go awry? Father, mother. What brings you here? Everything is just fine, as you can see, Zhao Dong replied. Is it not because you and your in-laws have not returned that we felt uneasy? Isn't this how going out to sea works? It's simply a matter of being early or late. As he spoke, he continued unloading the first items, red flower crabs, followed by hats from the sea, large conchs, and assorted goods. There were no particularly valuable catches, yet the haul seemed quite satisfactory. Chun's father and mother assisted in unloading, placing the sorted items to one side for weighing later, while the unsorted catch was set aside for further selection. Observing the considerable amount of goods being unloaded, some curious villagers came over, eyeing the baskets filled with crabs. You've caught quite a plump lot, haven't you? They're big and the shells are sturdy. Look at how meaty they are. I noticed that your brother and Jian, De Gang, also had a good catch. Where did you find these? Since Dongzi's family bought a boat, they've been quite fortunate, one villager remarked. Indeed, they have good luck, bringing back abundant catches each time they set sail, right, Dongzi? Zhao Dong smiled at the villagers' inquiries, responding nonchalantly, Yes, it's been all right. He felt that the nearby isolated islands could not be scavenged for much longer. Others were also busily sorting through their finds, some large, some small, carefully categorizing each variety. Those intended for home were separately packed into a barrel for easy transport later. Zhao's father, observing Chen's father and the others at work, praised, In-law, your technique is remarkably clean and efficient, and your speed is quite impressive. You hardly seem like a novice. It's truly remarkable. We all work the field similarly, ha ha ha. But you, my dear in-law, excel at whatever you undertake. Oh, not at all. Not at all. The 2 in-laws entered a cycle of mutual flattery, while those nearby discreetly shifted away, eager to distance themselves from such awkward exchanges. Once all the catches were sorted, they proceeded to weigh them together. Zhao's mother and Chen's mother took the reserved catches and headed home. Dongzi, you truly are impressive. You've returned with such a bountiful catch in such a short time. If it weren't for the fact that elder brother and Ajian accompanied you, I might suspect you conjured these catches from thin air. If only I possessed such talent, I would have already claimed you as my own disaster. I am steadfast and would never waver for my wife, came the retort. Scram, scram. Observing the 2 men's banter becoming increasingly ridiculous, Zhao's father approached and playfully thumped each on the head. Get back to work. There are others waiting in line. Do you not feel the urgency, still here idly chatting? The crabs, sizable, were priced at 2.8 yuan per gene, the mantis shrimp at 3, and the prawns, which were of decent quality, slightly more expensive at 5. Adding in the catches from the crab traps and assorted unfamiliar fish, did I note all of them? Of course, these are all for sale. After the calculations, the rotund man remarked, Dongzi, your total is 29.12. All right, give me 29. When you have change later, round it off for me. The rotund man waved his acknowledgement, signaling he could leave. On the way back, Chen's father remained somewhat distracted, only regaining his focus upon sitting down at the dining table, which was laden with a grand array of dishes. Ma Luo leaned against her grandmother, still recalling the meat they had enjoyed at her house. Grandma, when will Brother Yang come? Once your new house is built, we'll invite Brother Yang over for a feast. Ah, that will take a long time. I still want to sleep with my brother. Then you must behave. I am the most obedient. As the grandparent and grandchild chatted, Zhao's father returned to the table with his wine jar. Good food deserves good wine. The more we drink, the better it gets. Tonight, dear-in-law, you must drink a little more. The table was adorned with an abundance of dishes, a dual preparation of garlic sauce and stir-fried general's hats, spicy crayfish, boiled mantis shrimp, wine-braised blue crabs, clear soup with base, and stewed pig's trotters. Alongside the snails and clams they had gathered today, there was more than one would prepare even for the new year. As they dined and conversed, the atmosphere grew increasingly convivial. They drank until the sky darkened, finishing an entire jar of wine, and reluctantly moved to the side with tea to continue their discussions. Observing that their conversation showed no signs of waning, Zhao's mother, noting how tired they must be after a long day's labor, gently urged, let us rest early. We can continue our conversations tomorrow, dear-in-law. After all, you've been busy all day too. Upon returning home, Father Chun inquired of Chen Xiao, did Zhao Dong give you the proceeds from the fish sales today? Yes, 29, she replied. Ah, that has quite a decent haul. By the end of the month, we should be able to save a considerable amount, he remarked. Chen Xiao hastily clarified, Mother isn't able to go out to sea every day. Our fishing, like our farming, relies on the whims of the weather. It's quite unpredictable. Well, that's still better than doing odd jobs. Looking at your current circumstances, we can rest easy. The new house is under construction, and as long as Dongzi is willing to work, you both will manage to save up. You need not worry. Indeed, Chen Xiao responded, feeling a lump form in her throat as she listened to her father's words. That evening, Chen's mother lay beside her daughter, gently stroking her back in a soothing manner. The following morning, Chen's parents rose early to assist with the work at the new house. They labored until sunset, and Zhao's mother invited them to stay for dinner before departing. They packed a bucket filled with seafood left from yesterday's haul, including snails, clams, and assorted fish, which had been dried throughout the day for transport. Chen Xiao and Zhao Dong escorted them to the door, and she reached into her pocket, producing 10 yuan to hand over. Mother, this is a gift from Dongzi. Your share from yesterday's catch is included. Please don't refuse it. The sisters-in-law will see. And it wouldn't look good. You can see my circumstances have improved, so just accept it. This child. Chen's mother observed her daughter's insistence, and her son-in-law smiled in encouragement, recognizing the sincerity behind the gesture. She finally accepted the money, tucking it away with evident delight. They arrived with a fully loaded cart and departed with it still brimming. For the past few days, Zhao Dong had been an unnoticed presence, overshadowed by his wife's attention. However, he felt satisfied with his contributions, believing he had enhanced his wife's standing. On the morning following their departure, Zhao Dong awoke to find the wind picking up, followed by several days of rain, which kept the fishing boats docked. During this time, Zhao Dong and Chen Xiao discussed hiring someone to create some fishing traps, so that when the weather improved, they could go out to fish with extended lines, thus adding another source of income. When the sea was unfishable, the Zhao family gathered at the new house to work, lifting stones and sifting through gravel. A Jian and a gang came daily to assist, toiling relentlessly. They often called out for the wind and rain to cease, yearning to set sail and earn money. Despite their complaints, they worked diligently, and since their arrival, the new house had become a hub of activity. On the third day, Zhao Dong and a Jian slipped away to the dock, where the three of them stood watching the overcast sky and the agitated sea. Occasionally, waves crashed against the dock, splashing their feet, while a light drizzle fell from the sky. Zhao Dong, with a grim expression, remarked, It seems this rain will not cease anytime soon. If we cannot go out to sea these next few days, the fish and shrimp in the traps will spoil. Brother, doesn't the wind seem to lessen around 3 in the afternoons? Though the waves crashing against the rocks still appear quite formidable, Ajin observed. Oh, it's just a few traps, whether it's fish or shrimp. Losing the traps is an unfortunate reality. Let us not dwell on it. Venturing out now is simply too perilous. Alas, it is quite vexing. The gill nets have been adrift in the sea for 3 days now. Let us set aside our worries, and perhaps enjoy a drink at my abode. I lack the spirit for it. Ajin has returned, and upon concluding his words, he turned back. Ajin leaned closer and whispered, Brother, are we truly not going to sea to retrieve the gill nets? If we do, are you not afraid? Not at all. I will return to fetch my straw hat. With such winds and waves, there may be treasures in the nets. Fear not. I shall go back now to collect it, Ajin replied, entering the courtyard to retrieve his hat and awaiting Zhao Dong's arrival at the door. Upon arriving home, Zhao Dong found Chun Xiu and instructed, Xiu, we must go collect the gill nets. Chun Xiu examined the darkening sky, furrowing her brow. It is unwise to venture out. The weather is dreadful and it continues to rain. The waves are formidable and our vessel is small. It will be fine. I will bring extra buckets aboard to balance the weight with seawater. Our nets are close to the coast, so do not worry, he assured, as he grabbed his hat and buckets to head out. Seeing Zhao Dong emerge, Ajin took the bucket from him, inquiring, Brother, are we not calling the others? No, it shall just be the two of us. Upon noticing their attire at the dock, Fatty immediately recognized their intention to set sail and unleashed a torrent of words upon Zhao Dong. Zhao Dong felt the spittle of Fatty striking his face, pondering to himself that this rotund fellow likely had halitosis, for he could sense an unpleasant odor. Enough, we are boarding the vessel now. Numerous boats were docked at the pier. Due to the tumultuous weather over the past few days, none had ventured out to sea. Their small boat sat inconspicuously among the larger vessels. Once a bustling hub in the evenings, the village now lay silent, save for the barking of one-sized dog. The two boarded their boat, with Zhao Dong taking the oars while Ajin promptly began scooping water from the sea, filling buckets to ensure the vessel would not be overturned by the winds. Brother, these waves are significantly larger than those by the shore. As soon as he spoke, another massive wave crashed over them, drenching Ajin and even knocking his straw hat into the sea. Oh dear, my hat. Ajin barely finished his lament when a loud splash interrupted him. Goodness, brother, look at that foolish fish jumping into the boat as if to end its own life. He had no time to concern himself with the bobbing hat in the water. Zhao Dong glanced down at Ajin's feet, his excitement palpable. Good heavens, a strawberry grouper. A rare find indeed. Ajin, quickly place it in the bucket. With this fish, our outing will have been worthwhile, for dead fish hold no value. Ajin inspected the fish closely, questioning, is this truly a strawberry grouper? It resembles the Eastern Star grouper. One after another, more fish flopped onto the deck. None as valuable as the first strawberry grouper, with a couple of silly and small fish also leaping aboard. Ajin and Zhao Dong had grown accustomed to this spectacle. Ajin even jested, what a foolish creature this silly fish is, taking up space, and it's so tiny. With that, he kicked it, saying, off you go. You despised silly fish, you've narrowly escaped with your life. Their little wooden boat floated alone upon the vast sea, enduring the relentless onslaught of the waves. While it appeared perilous, the true danger lay deeper beneath the surface. Men possess an innate desire to conquer activities that are thrilling and fraught with risk. Two individuals, having braved countless trials, finally discovered the fishing net buoy a staggering 180,000 miles from their starting point. With no time for idle wandering, they swiftly executed a vigorous operation to haul in the net. Brother, look, my net is teeming with shrimp and fish. Oh, we have struck it rich. Let me show you mine. It too is overflowing with fish and shrimp. Don't empty it out here. Let us place the net directly on the boat and head back to sort it. Thus, the two resumed their diligent work, fueled by urgency. The growing waves instilled a palpable fear of being capsized into the sea at any moment. Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua also retrieved their nets. For the abundant catch represented money. Fishermen risked their lives with each outing, and to witness a net filled with fish left behind would be a grave misfortune. Brother, you truly possess remarkable skill. You navigate the tumultuous waves with such steadiness. His words were laced with flattery, for his education was limited, and the knowledge he had acquired was quickly forgotten. Yet, his compliments were genuine. Despite the imposing waves crashing down upon them, the little boat maintained a rhythmic stability. Enough of that. If you keep talking, I'll toss you overboard. Hold on tight and don't let go. These waves can easily send one tumbling into the sea. Oh, well, all right, I'll hold on. Zhao Dong shouted his instructions, masking his own inner turmoil. Despite past experiences, he found himself ill-prepared with inadequate equipment. Brother, look, we are returning. The dock, that's our dock. Look, brother, we are home. I see it. Sit still and don't move. Zhao Dong struggled to maintain the balance of the small wooden boat, which began to sway due to Jian's excited movements. All right. Jian acknowledged, repeatedly urging Zhao Dong, you must row carefully. Even if you go slowly, it's fine. I'm not in a hurry. Zhao Dong, I have 1,000 grievances that I wish I could voice. Goodness, this is beyond human endurance. If you dare to set sail in such weather again, I swear I'll have your head. Fatty had been anxious since their departure, his mind racing with countless unsettling scenarios, nearly scaring himself to death. Upon their safe return, he rushed forward to express his fears. Fatty, come quickly. Our nets are overflowing with catch. We are going to make a fortune. Jian appeared to be the only one among them unafraid. Jian, go summon the elder brother, second brother, and a gang to help sort the catch from the nets. We must tally their shares as well. Right. I almost forgot about them. Wait for me. I'll go find them right now. Jian swiftly disembarked and dashed into the village to call for assistance. Why are you still lingering on the boat? Haven't you rowed enough? Are you hoping for another round? Damn it. Stop speaking in such a sarcastic tone. Do you think my legs have gone soft? I can hardly move. Hurry up and come to assist me. You seem to lack ambition and any sense of awareness. Upon hearing Zhao Dong's words, he was met with the heartless laughter of the stout fellow. Laughter aside, it was said that Zhao Dong's legs had given way, and the stout man boarded the boat to support him, helping him to the entrance of the purchasing point, even kindly lighting a cigarette for him. Chapter 61. The greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Zhao Peng, Zhao Hua, and a gang all rushed over, followed closely by the members of the Zhao family and villagers. Zhao Dong and the stout man appeared rather bewildered. Brother, what are all those people coming over for? Zhao Peng scratched his head, equally puzzled. I don't know. Do you, second brother? No idea. Let us just wait for mother and the others to arrive and ask them. Dongzi, how could you go out to sea in this weather? It's far too dangerous. You're too reckless. Right. Dongzi, we can't prioritize money over our lives. You mustn't do this again. All right, I understand. You all go on the boat and bring down the gill nets. We're in a hurry to return. I need to rest for a moment and finish this cigarette. Fine, we can manage this little task without you. While they spoke, Zhao father and Zhao mother arrived, along with Jian, who had changed his clothes. They all inquired about Jian's experience on the way, filled with both worry and anger. Upon their arrival, Zhao father and Zhao mother stood beside him, examining him closely. Seeing that he was indeed unharmed, their eyes betrayed their intent to scold him, perhaps not even attempting to hide it. Chinxiu handed him his clothes, chiding, Here, quickly change into these. You're soaked through and still have the audacity to sit here smoking. We told you not to go, but you wouldn't listen. We were so worried at home. Look at this tumultuous wind and waves. Dear see, I've returned safe and sound. You should know just how capable I am. We've braved storms before, and I'm telling you, today we made a profit. With so many people at the purchasing point, Chinxiu didn't press him further, urging Zhao Dong to quickly change clothes at the stout man's home, and she followed him inside. Once inside, Zhao Dong voluntarily explained, all of our gill nets have burst. It must be due to the strong winds and waves that have swept the fish, shrimp, and crabs from the sea. You still went out to sea in such a storm? Have you no regard for your life? Seeing that Chinxiu was about to launch into another lecture, Zhao Dong quickly admitted his mistake and promised that he would never venture out to sea in such weather again, thus allowing the matter to rest. Having changed clothes, as Zhao Dong and the stout man stepped outside, he understood why the villagers had gathered. In the crowd, someone was asking, what happened? I don't know. Oldly. Don't you know? Why are you here? I don't know either. I just came because I saw others coming. Hey, Zhang's lad, do you know? I don't know. I just came to see the commotion because I saw Uncle Zhao and the others coming. I know. I figured it out. They noticed Zhao Peng and the others rushing over, followed by the Zhao family members hurrying along. As the villagers gathered, their curiosity piqued. They assumed something significant was unfolding. They flocked to witness the spectacle, with members of the Zhao family, Zhao Dong and Jian, just returning from the sea after retrieving their traps. Zhao Dong and Chen Xiu felt a bit awkward, realizing that the villagers were merely there for the excitement. Observing Zhao Peng and his companions unloading their traps from the boat, the onlookers came closer to see the bounty. Someone inquired, Peng, did Dongzi go out to collect traps today? Indeed, came the response. That child possesses remarkable courage. Look at the waves. They must be over a meter high. Well, why not focus on the catch? If it weren't for this weather, those traps would be overflowing. And you can see that the traps being unloaded are a testament to their daring. Peng, shall I assist you in transporting these to Fatty's purchase point? I'll lend a hand as well. Count me in. The villagers, enviously eyeing the overflowing traps, were particularly eager, especially the youth, who were keen to glimpse the substantial haul. All eager to share in their luck. Excellent. Let's move them over. Dongzi is over there. Find him to unload the traps. All right, understood. The villagers responded in chorus as two young men combined their efforts to lift a trap and made their way to the purchase point. With youthful vigor, they quickly set it down, and someone exclaimed, Dongzi, we've brought your trap over. Shall we pour it out directly? Turning to a fellow young man assisting with the lifting, one remarked, Dezhuang, do you reckon this weighs around 60 to 70 pounds? Certainly, if not more. The others who were also carrying traps chimed in, agreeing that their load was comparable. As they continued to relay the weights of the traps they brought, the villagers' envy intensified. How much do you think this will sell for? One remarked, noticing Zhao's father approaching with a jian. TSK, they say your family's fortunes have flourished since acquiring a boat. It seems there's truth to that. Indeed, your family must have struck it rich this time. Do keep an eye out for your old brother, Zhao's father chuckled, adding, it's all thanks to the children. Today's fortune is truly blessed by Ma Zhu. The traps, soaked from the splashing seawater during their time on the boat, contained mostly live catch, which they would promptly place into Fatty's live fish tank. Given the recent adverse weather, he and T received many goods, and once they filled the barrels with seawater, the live fish would fetch a better price. Under the envious gazes of the villagers, they finally transported the traps to the live fish tank, and all were quite exhausted, drenched in sweat. Dongzi, hurry and unload the traps, we're all eager to see. Yes, indeed. TSK, you certainly didn't skimp on the traps. This is a significant profit. Seeing that the villagers could not leave until the traps were unloaded, Zhao Dong readily declared, let us pour out the traps. The traps were too heavy for two to manage alone, so one person steadied the barrel as the catch cascaded out with a splash. I see mouse grouper, see base. And oh, such large conchs. These are all splendid catches. Here too, the giant moray eel is quite intimidating, and that colossal octopus is simply enormous. The abundance of shrimp and crabs is remarkable. Wealth indeed lies within, for there's a splendid eastern star grouper. Be swift in retrieving it, lest it suffer injury and become a loss. Ha ha ha. Very well, I shall go and fetch it now. Zhao's father, upon witnessing this bounty, could barely contain his delight, his eyes narrowing to mere slits. He approached and grasped the lively eastern star grouper, assigning it a private space. The hefty man strolled over, declaring that this one must be kept for himself, for he truly adored it. Uncle F.A., is this a sea carp? And next to it, is that a stone fishing rod? Indeed, this catch is quite valuable, and there are numerous grouper as well. Due to the rough seas, F.A., who had not ventured out, felt a twinge of envy. This haul surpassed their entire day's earnings at sea, a stroke of luck they could not match. As the villagers later observed the sizable catch in the bucket, their astonishment waned. Squid, clams, flower clams, cat's eye snails, crabs, and shrimp, which usually constituted impressive catches, appeared rather ordinary when poured from today's trap. The hefty man beamed broadly, reveling in the value of just the eastern star grouper alone, his rotund figure reminiscent of the revered Maitreya Buddha. After all, only a few fishing boats braved the rough waters, and the bounty in his hands was truly a rare treasure. The proprietor of the purchasing point, Wang Kai, once again felt the pangs of envy and jealousy for the long-absent prophets, secretly wishing ill upon the hefty man while maintaining a facade of peace. You're bound to strike it rich again. It truly cannot be compared. Chapter 62. As expected, the fish must be depleted. Oh, not at all. Merely borrowing your good fortune. The hefty man, wary of offending anyone at this moment, was well aware of when to maintain a low profile after years in the purchasing business. Once the traps had been emptied, the dead fish were sorted and set aside. while the live ones in the bucket required further inspection. Using a hand net, they carefully removed any that were injured or on the brink of death. What a pity for this grouper. Zhao Dong noticed a fish, scarred and battered by an eel, and tossed it aside. No worries, we'll take it home for ourselves. Zhao's father, seeing him discard it, felt reluctant, deeming it too wasteful. They would hardly let an uninjured fish go to waste. Zhao Peng called out to his mother, asking her to bring an empty bucket to separate the eel. All right, Xiao, don't you think this sea carp is beautiful? Let us keep it aside. This one is not for sale. Zhao Dong scooped it up, placed it in the bucket, and handed it to Qin Xiao. Why not sell it? This fish should fetch a good price. We'll discuss that later. Upon hearing Zhao Dong's words, Qin Xiao refrained from further inquiry. A significant portion of the villagers, having observed the emptied trap, gradually returned home, likely aware of the bounty and feeling a mix of envy and regret, with little benefit from lingering. A smaller group of curious youths, however, remained nearby, assisting and adding to the lively atmosphere, as staying home was equally unappealing. Zhao Dong glanced at the helping young men and called out, "Hefty man, come here for a moment." "What is it?" "I'm still busy sorting through this abundance." Zhao Dong leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "You went to purchase several packs of cigarettes, and upon your return, you accounted for these fish and settled the bill. As it seemed you had not brought any money from home. After mentioning this, you gestured for Fatty to observe those who were assisting, and continued, If we have earned a profit, we certainly cannot allow others to toil in vain. Indeed, alas, I have come to realize, Dongzi, that you have learned the art of social grace. Begone." Fatty wobbled off, supporting his rotund frame. There was still the matter of inspecting the live fish and sorting through the fish, shrimp, and crabs. With so many hands on deck, it took nearly 2 hours to complete the task. Zhao Dong collected the cigarettes from Fatty and shared them with his father. As they began distributing cigarettes to everyone, each receiving a pack of Diqianmen. Although the Zhao family felt a twinge of reluctance, they maintained a cheerful facade. "Here, Zhao father. You go first." "What's this, Kai? What are you doing?" "We are all from the same village and have not done much work," they urged. "Quickly, take them. We still have to distribute to the younger ones. We all enjoy this, so pack them away." As they accepted their share, they felt a sense of obligation to reciprocate, even if they were hesitant to accept from the younger generation. The helpers, numbering around 8 or 9, were elated with their unexpected bounty. They were quite adept at reading the room and promptly prepared to settle the accounts. After organizing their cigarettes, they called out and departed together. Zhao father observed and murmured that they were all good kids. Zhao Dong called for Fatty to hurry over for the accounting. "Should we tally the strawberry grouper as well?" Fatty inquired, as he lifted the bucket, recalling that Zhao Dong had instructed him to set it aside earlier when no one else was present. "No, I still have use for the sea carp. Let us weigh the rest as usual." "Very well." The prices were as follows. The grouper would not be divided and was priced at 2 yuan per jean, the mouse grouper at 4 yuan, the dongxing grouper at 3 yuan, the stone fish at 1 yuan and 2 jiao, large shrimp at 18 jiao, and clams at 2 fun. The variety was ample, and altogether they had made a handsome profit. Each family decided to set aside some crabs, fish, and shrimp for a sumptuous dinner that evening. The total came to 367.8 yuan, with Dongzi and a GNS outing yielding earnings equivalent to over half a year's income for others. "Oh, weren't you the one who scolded me back then?" Fatty chuckled, relishing the moment. The traps had all been retrieved, and during that time, the villagers had helped lift and pour out the fish, making it impractical to detail whose traps belonged to whom. Everyone had shared in the bounty. So they decided to distribute the profits based on the 6 individuals involved, with each receiving 61.3 yuan. Zhao Dong took the 122.6 yuan and handed it to Qin Xiao, saying, Xiao, Fatty covered the cost of the cigarettes. Please reimburse him." "All right." She then extracted 3 yuan and 2 jiao for Fatty, recalculating to give 41 yuan to Zhao mother. "Mother, this is for you. You've given too much. We should only take what we are owed." Hearing this, Zhao father interjected, "Just take it. I didn't contribute financially to the boat either, and from now on, Dongzi will pay me a monthly salary without a share in the profits. We mustn't let Dongzi bear the brunt of it." Father. Zhao Dong and Qin Xiao attempted to speak, but were interrupted by Qin father, declaring, "It's settled as I have said. My words are final." This time, silence enveloped the gathering. Upon returning to the village, the young men encountered inquiries from fellow villagers and their families. How much did the Zhao family sell for? Perhaps around 400 or 500. I'm not sure. We just handed out a pack of cigarettes to those helping us, and then we left. Why didn't you wait until the weighing was finished? They really are generous, aren't they? Such discussions flowed back and forth between the inquirer and the respondent, with some expressing mere envy, while others harbored pure jealousy. Regardless of others, their families remained joyful. Seeing Zhao Dong and the chubby fellow chatting without any intention of leaving, Zhao's father asked, "Dongzi, aren't you heading back?" "Xiao will return with you. I'll stay a bit longer," Zhao's father replied before preparing to depart. Chen Xiao wanted to bend down to pick up the 2 fish left behind. "Xiao, don't take them. Leave them for me to bring back. Just remember to take them." With the Zhao family having returned home, Zhao Dong and Ajian approached, curious about their conversation. Zhao Dong glanced at them, but continued speaking with the chubby fellow. "The harvest from the netting has dwindled significantly, hasn't it?" When it was mentioned earlier, no one believed it. Only you could predict this. Who would have thought the ocean's bounty would diminish? "Hey, you're not lying, are you?" "Why would I need to? Just ask Wang Kai when you turn left." "I'll go ask Ajian," he said before darting off. Dagong felt as if a gust of wind had swept past him and remarked, "This kid is quick to believe anything." He then turned to the chubby fellow. "You all must have made quite a bit recently." "Well, we certainly earned something from our purchases. I reckon Wang Kai will be unhappy starting today. It seems the catch has been rather similar lately, and now I'll be far ahead of him. Just thinking about it brings me joy." Brother, it's true. Even Wang Kai mentioned he doesn't know what's going on. The villagers have been bringing in much less catch lately. How did you know so early? What's there to say? With so many people, how many nets must be cast? Even the plentiful fish are being caught less. But during this period, the villagers have earned quite a bit, haven't they? After saying this, they all looked at the chubby fellow, awaiting his reply. Indeed, many families in the village have managed to save enough to purchase small wooden boats like yours. Urseo will surely be upset if the family offends others. It won't lead to long-term success. Such profound words aren't something you'd typically express. After their idle chatter, Zhao Dong picked up the bucket and waved goodbye to the chubby fellow. The 3 of them headed home, having not yet eaten. Chapter 63, Carrying Fish. Looking for brother-in-law upon returning home, Zhao Dong and his companions found the women bustling in the kitchen, while the children, influenced by the adults' spirits, played with unrestrained joy. Lo saw Zhao Dong enter and ran over, exclaiming, Daddy, Mama said there's delicious food today." Ajian teased, "There's good food. But it's not for your father, it's just for us." "You're mean. Daddy will hit you." Lo tugged at Zhao Dong's clothes, insisting on Ajian's side. "What a little rascal. My son is siding with his father," Zhao Dong chuckled, lifting Lo and placing the bucket against the wall. Glancing outside at the beach, the sky is shrouded in heavy clouds, and the formidable waves on the beach foretell another grim day ahead. The traps have been retrieved by you and Ajian, and with no chance of venturing out to sea, it is time to rest. "Wow, Uncle San. The fish you caught is magnificent. Isn't it, Dai, captivated by the sight, scuttled down from Zhao Dong's side, eager to join his father in admiring the vibrant catch. Ahai is peering intently at the bucket, responding to his brother's words with enthusiastic nods and murmurs of agreement. Zhao Fu, Zhao Peng, and Zhao Hua, upon hearing the commotion, emerged to investigate. "Dongzi, I didn't spot this strawberry grouper while on the boat," Zhao Dong remarked, noting the absent catch as he emptied the traps. Both sons inquired, and Zhao Fu, observing Zhao Dong and Ajian, awaited their words. "Allow me to speak. I wish to share something with you." Here, we omit 1,000 words, as Ajian's vivid storytelling captivated everyone. Zhao Dage said, "Dongzi, in such weather, take me with you next time you set sail." With a thud, Zhao Fu tapped Zhao Peng's head with his smoking pipe, sternly declaring, "No one is to venture out to sea during storms. Should I find out anyone dares to go, their legs shall be broken upon their return." The assembly fell into a hushed silence, not daring to utter a word. "Uncle San, may I keep these 2 fish?" Ahai, though young, possessed an audacious spirit. "Do you have any idea how much these 2 fish are worth?" "Selling you wouldn't cover it," came the reply. Startled by this, Ahai quickly withdrew his hand and retreated, saying, "I'm not interested. I'm going for dinner." Dai, Ma Luo, and the others dashed towards the house. In the main room, the table was set with bowls and chopsticks, and dishes were being placed one after another. A person balanced 2 plates filled with seafood, followed by braised pork, cold dishes, and stir-fried greens, a sumptuous spread indeed for the occasion. Zhao Dong cleared his throat and announced, Tomorrow, I will take those 2 fish to my elder sister. Last time, my brother-in-law mentioned he was interested in rare finds. I shall reserve them for him. Upon my return, we will settle accounts. Brother, take me with you tomorrow. I have never been to my brother-in-law's town, Ahai urged. Yes, let us go. Take Maluo with us. Uncle Sen Ajian's words prompted Ahai's big, moist eyes to gaze up at Zhao Dong, calling out for Uncle San, the allure of the town's visit evidently irresistible, even enticing the usually reticent Adai to join in. First, let us have our meal. If you behave, I shall take you. If not, you will stay home. Zhao Dong instructed. We will be good, we promise, the children chorused, with Adai nodding in agreement. After dinner, the men gathered in the main room, exchanging idle chatter while the children eagerly sought to assist, clamoring to fetch chopsticks, plates, and bowls. Ahai even attempted to sweep the floor late at night, earning a scolding from Zhao Dong, but they eventually settled down. The following day, after breakfast, the others went to the new house to work, while Ahai trailed behind Zhao Dong, following him closely even to the restroom, where Zhao Dong playfully teased him as he emerged. Ahai, does the restroom smell pleasant? You stay here. No, it's quite foul. I fear you might leave without me. As Zhao Dong walked, he queried, Did your mother allow you to go? My grandmother said if I behave, I can go. Her word is final. Haha, you certainly have a knack for discerning authority. Upon entering the house, Zhao Dong asked Chen Xiu, Would you accompany me to the town for a stroll? Let us take Ma Luo along as well. Chen Xiu handed money to Zhao Dong, replying, I want to be going. I'm uncertain if I'm expecting, so I must be cautious. You can take Ma Luo. But how will you manage with these 3 children? Let us take them along first. We can't go out to sea now, and the roads are busy. If we encounter someone, we could pay them to take us part way. Let us see if there is anything else we need to buy, and I'll bring it back. Be careful outside, and don't buy anything unnecessary. It's quite inconvenient with the children. All right, I'll handle it, Zhao Dong said as he stepped outside, calling for Ah Jian and the children. In the courtyard, he grabbed a longer rope for Ah Jian to hold. With 2 adults and 3 children, they set off. They were quite fortunate. As they exited the village and reached the main road to the town, they heard the sound of a tractor approaching. They turned to see the tractor, its exhaust spewing black smoke, rumbling towards them. Zhao Dong waved to signal the young driver, asking, Are you heading to the town? Could you give us a ride? We'll pay for the fare. 1 dime each. Children are charged the same. Do you want to go? Yes. Ma Luo eagerly replied, showing no hesitation. We're headed to the machinery factory, and we would appreciate it if you could drop us off at a suitable spot. Zhao Dong said as he helped Ah Jian with the children onto the vehicle. Of course. The children were particularly excited to ride on a tractor for the first time, their small hands reaching out to touch everything, peering at the front of the vehicle, then at the seating area, and finally gazing back at the retreating hills, trees, and dirt roads. The journey was fraught with mud and uneven terrain, leaving the 5 of them dust-covered and grimy, but they eventually arrived in town. Ah Jian leaned closer to Zhao Dong and remarked, Brother, this tractor ride is quite uncomfortable. My backside aches. I feel the same discomfort, Zhao Dong admitted. It hurts. Ahai and Ma Luo chimed in. The driver, noticing they had all disembarked, cheerfully directed them. Did you see that sign? Just go straight to the end and look to your right. You'll see the machinery factory. It's easy to find. All right, we understand. Thank you, young man, Zhao Dong said as he pulled out the fare and handed it to the driver, who promptly pocketed it and drove away. The tractor rumbling off. Zhao Dong reached out for the rope, asking if their backside still hurt. Father, my backside feels all jumbled. Third uncle, mine feels a bit wild. Ah Dai and Ma Luo exclaimed. Zhao Dong was taken aback by their peculiar expressions. What on earth are you saying? Third uncle, my backside is numb, Ahai added. And both Zhao Dong and Ah Jian burst into laughter, unable to contain themselves, drawing curious glances from passers-by who must have thought them quite mad. After a brief pause, Zhao Dong fashioned a rope to bind the hands of the 3 children, similar to a string of candied hawthorns, securing the other end to his own hand. He instructed them firmly, cautioning against running about or engaging in rough play, as such antics could lead to falls. They were to obey him. Understood? They nodded in agreement. Zhao Dong led the way, the children nestled in the middle, with a Jian bringing up the rear. Within a few minutes, they arrived at the gate of the machinery factory. Zhao Dong offered a cigarette to the guard before requesting to see Hu Ziqiang. The guard, placing the cigarette behind his ear, replied that they could enter shortly to search for him. Chapter 64. the importance of networking while awaiting their contact. Zhao Dong untied the ropes, fearing they might be mistaken for human traffickers if they entered bound. Upon hearing from the guard that a Zhao Dong was looking for him, Hu Ziqiang was taken aback. It had been quite some time since he had seen Dongzi after his marriage. He dashed toward the entrance without a second thought. Dongzi, a Jian, what brings you here with 3 children? I was just thinking of visiting you in the next few days. Come, let us head inside, he exclaimed. He approached the guard, filled out a visitor's form, and escorted Zhao Dong and the others to his office. As they walked, a Jian, eyes wide with excitement, exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, your factory is truly enormous. Look at that impressive building." Ahai was captivated by Hu Ziqiang's work attire. Recalling his mother's words about getting new clothes for the new year, Zhao Dong and his companions, dressed distinctively, attracted attention within the factory. Some acquaintances greeted them warmly, while others cast disdainful remarks towards Hu Ziqiang. A Jin and a Hai, feeling the weight of scrutiny, endeavored to maintain their composure and avoid embarrassment. Hu Ziqiang reassured them. Dongzi, a Jin, pay no mind to those idle folks. Zhao Dong, unconcerned by the air of superiority emanating from certain individuals, remained unfazed. Upon reaching the office, Hu Ziqiang busied himself fetching chairs and pouring water, anxious to ensure Zhao Dong and the children felt at ease. He even inquired if the children desired any treats. Zhao Dong halted him, saying, "Brother-in-law, don't fuss. We caught 2 splendid and festive fish while out at sea yesterday. I'd like you to see if they could be of use here." With that, Hu Ziqiang moved to lift the leaves covering the bucket. "Ah, these fish are indeed beautiful. Dongzi, stay here while I take them to the factory director," he said, and hurried out of the office, bucket in hand. Zhao Dong, holding Ma Luo's hand, with a DUI and a Hai clutching his clothing, began to explore the office. Realizing they might never have another opportunity to be in such a setting, they admired the quotes from great leaders adorning the walls, various records of commendable deeds, and shelves lined with newspapers from different eras, along with notebooks and pens atop the desk. Just as they were engrossed in their surroundings, the door swung open, revealing Hu Ziqiang accompanied by a neatly dressed middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, his hair meticulously styled, a pen proudly displayed on his chest, conveying an air of authority. The elder brother-in-law introduced them, saying, "This is our director Zhang. I heard you brought fish and would like to learn more. Dongzi, share what you know." Zhao Dong nodded in acknowledgement, maintaining a demeanor that was neither submissive nor arrogant, displaying courtesy and decorum, his expression akin to how he would interact with villagers. The current Hu Ziqiang was no longer the timid individual who struggled to articulate his thoughts in front of the director. He now engaged in a fluent exchange with the director, expressing his thoughts candidly. "Young man, where are you from? I heard from Xiaohu that you own a fishing boat. Do you often venture out to sea?" "Director, we are from the Moon Bay fishing village. We just purchased the fishing boat before the new year. Our livelihood primarily comes from fishing and harvesting from the sea. Xiaohu mentioned that they had just caught 2 fish yesterday. You braved quite the wind and waves yesterday. Safety is paramount when at sea. Are these 3 your children?" "Indeed, today I brought the children to see the world, coming directly from home." After speaking, he encouraged the 3 children to greet the director. "Hello, uncle." The exuberant voice of Ma Lu overshadowed that of a Hai and a Dai, leaving the others present feeling quite awkward, aside from the 2 directly involved. "Very good. This child has a bright future," the director remarked, affectionately patting Ma Lu's head. "I can certainly make use of these 2 fish. Consider it a personal matter. What do you think they might be worth?" Zhao Dong and Hu Ziqiang exchanged glances, responding, "You may determine the value. The effort we exert in the sea yields no capital." Such words should not be uttered. Although it is said that fishermen fear not the raging storms, nor hunters the fierce beasts, the hardships involved are known only to you. Now, young man, tell me more about these 2 fish. I wish to learn how to present them as gifts and impress others. Xiaohu, take the children on a tour of our factory. They won't understand much of what we discuss, and will likely become restless. As the elder brother-in-law ushered the 3 children out, a Jian trailed behind, leaving the director and Zhao Dong in the office. Zhao Dong addressed the director. "This strawberry grouper is named so due to its resemblance to strawberries in color. Its scientific name is the blue-spotted grouper. It is relatively rare, typically measuring 20 to 30 centimeters in length. It can also serve as an ornamental fish, with flesh that is more delicate than that of the eastern star grouper, melting in the mouth. It can be prepared by steaming or as sashimi. Fish of the 9-spined grouper variety are high and flattened. displaying a red body with numerous blue spots scattered evenly. They are usually solitary, and occurrences of small groups are rare. They inhabit clear waters at depths of 2 to 150 meters, often hiding in crevices among coral reefs, foraging in the early morning and afternoon. The one we caught was from an afternoon outing. What about the sea carp? Sea carp, also known as autumn carp, goes by various names across regions. Its scientific name is the large marine red carp. It has a robust physique, and its coloration changes with its habitat. The red fish we brought today has distinct black spots near the tail base, and beneath its mouth are 2 whiskers, which serve as sensory detectors for foraging. They resemble the features of an elderly man, and their protein content is both high and of superior quality, living near the sandy shores of the coral reef. With a length ranging from 30 to 50 centimeters, this species is not only a delightful ornamental fish, but also a delectable and reasonably priced delicacy, suitable for various cooking methods such as grilling, braising, or steaming. I am aware that I have already showcased enough to impress them. I will have Xiao Hu seek me out upon his return. Very well, take care. The factory director waved his hand, signaling to Zhao Dong that there was no need for formality, and proceeded towards his office. The secretary, who had appeared seemingly from nowhere, followed behind with an almost uncanny presence. Zhao Dong's decision to bring these 2 fish was the result of careful consideration. One was relatively expensive, though still within their budget, while the other was affordably priced. Both fish boasted excellent flavor, ensuring that regardless of the final choice, one would be suitable, making this visit worthwhile. Having completed his official business, he leisurely strolled around the expansive factory, observing its current developments, while also searching for his brother-in-law and the others. Brother, over here. Jian was the first to spot Zhao Dong, waving enthusiastically. Dad, uncle. The children, having just arrived in this new environment, though accompanied by Jian and their uncle, greeted Zhao Dong with enthusiasm as if they had not seen him for years, their voices filled with exuberance. All right. No need to shout. Zhao Dong approached and informed Hu Ziqiang, your factory director is looking for you. Sure, I'll head over right now. What have you all been discussing? We were just talking about the fish we brought for him. If the factory director offers payment, you can just oversee the collection. Okay, I'll go ahead. Jian, why don't you take them for a tour? Got it. I just walked around with the brother-in-law, so I'm familiar with this area. Jian replied. As they proceeded, Jian animatedly led the way, introducing various aspects of the factory. The children, somewhat unsure of the accuracy of his explanations, followed along, marveling at the large machines and components, their excitement palpable, as boys often possess an innate fascination with machinery. Chapter 65. Learning disco. After their tour, the brother-in-law returned, presenting Zhao Dong with 15 yuan, the payment from the factory director for the 2 fish. This is all I received, he said. All right, 2 fish don't weigh much. You should get back to work. We'll visit my sister before returning home. Wait, let me change my clothes so we can go back together. Your sister will surely be delighted to know you're here. Then hurry up. We'll wait for you at the entrance. Hearing this, Hu Ziqiang dashed towards his office. Zhao Dong produced some rope, and the 3 little ones obediently extended their hands. By the time he finished tying them up, the brother-in-law had returned. Upon seeing the bound children and learning the circumstances, he commended, Zhao Dong, you're quite clever to think of such a solution. Are you all hungry? Let us get you something to eat first, then we can explore the town. After all, I am the most familiar with the area. Are we going to a restaurant? Uncle, it sounds like it could be quite expensive. Jian, who had rarely dined out, looked at his uncle with eager anticipation. Indeed, let us go now. You might not eat much, but with the money I earn from fishing, I could treat you many times over. Enticed by the allure of dining out, the children accompanied their 3 guardians without uttering a single plea for a lift. Their destination was a modest eatery named Uli, located a mere 10 minutes walk from the factory director's abode. At that time, individual restaurants were scarce, predominantly replaced by state-run establishments. However, in recent years, the surge of smuggling activities at sea had reached their locale, and owing to its unique geographical position, this area became a pivotal transit point, thereby invigorating the local economy and hospitality industry. The state-run restaurants were notorious for their lackluster service and mediocre cuisine, unable to accommodate the growing number of patrons. Coinciding with the emergence of favorable policies, a wave of entrepreneurial spirit arose, leading to the first brave souls venturing into the restaurant business. This prompted a trend, and within a mere year, the town flourished with numerous eateries and inns, outshining their own town's vibrancy. As they strolled along, the bustling atmosphere enveloped them. The elder brother-in-law perused the handwritten menu at the restaurant, and without hesitation, ordered from the proprietor a bowl of seaweed and pork rib soup, stir-fried water spinach, spicy beef, sauteed pig ears, stir-fried pork belly, braised beef shank, and marinated ear slices, along with scallion oil braised duck. He ordered 8 dishes in rapid succession, showing no signs of stopping. Sensing the impending excess, Zhao Dong and Jian quickly intervened, guiding the elder brother-in-law back, stating, "That's enough, boss." Despite being urged to sit, the elder brother-in-law continued to protest, "You never come around. If you can't finish, just take it home. There's no waste." He then called to the owner, "Bring us 2 bottles of soda and 3 bottles of beer." Zhao Dong interjected, "No, 2 bottles of beer and 1 soda." As I said, upon receiving acknowledgement, he turned to the elder brother-in-law, saying, "We ought to drink less. We still need to take the children around. And they'll be asking for the restroom if they drink too much soda." The elder brother-in-law agreed, especially since the children were behaving, and he ceased his insistence. The children, visiting a restaurant for the first time, gazed around curiously, observing the dishes ordered by others, their eyes fixated on the diners at the adjacent table. They were so engrossed that a young man seated nearby felt compelled to ask, "Would you like to try some?" The children quickly shook their heads and turned away, no longer watching him. The young man sighed in relief. It was indeed difficult to eat under such scrutiny, and he perceived their gazes as envy. For the dishes they had just ordered would far surpass his own. Hearing the conversation, Zhao Dong glanced back, nodding at the young man with the voluminous hair and flared trousers. Jian also turned to look, momentarily taken aback, and continued to stare. "What are you looking at?" "Just eating," Zhao Dong chided. "Brother, look at his hair, it's like this," Jian whispered, wary of being overheard. The 3 children, catching snippets of this exchange, paused their eating, their little ears perked up, their eyes fixed on Zhao Dong and the elder brother-in-law, eager for more. "Oh, he must be one of those disco dancers from the nearby square. It's fashionable to dress like that now. After we finish eating, I'll take you to see." The elder brother-in-law had grown accustomed to such sights, finding them neither strange nor surprising. Zhao Dong, having experienced far more sensational and exaggerated events in his past life, felt no allure in these occurrences. Jian conferred with Zhao Dong, suggesting, "Brother, let us stay and watch. I have never seen this before." The children, eager to express their opinions despite their tender age, chimed in, urging him to join. "Come on, third uncle, go take a look." Seeing their enthusiasm, Zhao Dong nodded in agreement, recognizing their curiosity as natural. With his consent, the children hastened their meal, soon clamoring, "I'm full," and encouraging Zhao Dong and the others to hurry. Once the adults and children had finished eating, the elder brother-in-law called for the bill and arranged for the leftovers to be packed. The children eagerly extended their hands, seeking to be carried, as they followed the elder brother-in-law towards the plaza. Along the way, he provided introductions and insights. At this hour, most people were at work, resulting in a sparse crowd composed mainly of nearby elders, children, and some unemployed youth, leisurely enjoying their time. The men and women around them were dressed in strikingly fashionable attire, vividly colorful, with the women's headpieces sparkling with vibrant hues. This aesthetic was a stark contrast to the plain work uniforms worn by Hu Ziqiang and his companions seen earlier that morning. On the opposite side of the square, numerous young individuals sported flared pants and oversized sunglasses, cradling boomboxes, their music blaring at maximum volume as they danced energetically to the pulsating rhythm. Others engaged in partner dancing, typically couples swaying to softer melodies, embodying social and recreational dances such as the waltz, tango, and rumba. Jian and the children stood in astonishment, their mouths agape at the spectacle before them. Hey, they exclaimed, nearly drooling in awe. Zhao Dong nudged Jian playfully and then bent down to engage the children, waiting for them to regain their composure before continuing their exploration. However, just a few steps away, they overheard a heated exchange of insults behind them. 2 groups had begun quarreling, irritated by each other's loudness. Zhao Dong guided the children away from the commotion, observing the city folks' altercation before leading them back. On their way, Jian excitedly discussed with the children, "I think those oversized sunglasses are fantastic. If I had a pair, wouldn't I look cool?" One child replied, "No, I believe that Afro hairstyle is the coolest. Look how it dances when they move." Ahai expressed a desire to adopt such a hairstyle. Dancing, dancing. Isn't it beautiful? He exclaimed, pausing to wiggle his body and mimic the youth they had just witnessed, instantly eliciting laughter from everyone around. Chapter 66. The Zhao family's disdain. Those clothes are beautiful, and the sparkling headpieces are lovely too. Adai unexpectedly shared his thoughts. Zhao Dong couldn't help but think that Adai's taste seemed rather effeminate. The four of them engaged in a lively debate, each unwilling to concede, passionately voicing their opinions amidst the delightful chaos. Passing by the supply and marketing cooperative, Zhao Dong decided to purchase a few items before departing. His elder sister, residing in the same courtyard as her elderly mother-in-law, felt it necessary to bring something home, especially since they had earned some money today. As Zhao Dong entered, he was accompanied by a group of children, instantly capturing the attention of everyone within the cooperative. Some kindly older individuals approached to inquire about the situation, while a few righteous and indignant youths came over to ask questions, leaving Zhao Dong and his companions bewildered. It became apparent to some that the group was misunderstood. Seeing them tied together, they presumed they were victims of child trafficking and came to investigate. Oh, thank you. Finally, the three adults grasped the situation and hurriedly untied the children, each taking one by the hand. They agreed to wander around, planning to regroup at the entrance. The cooperative had a clock for convenience, and they set a rendezvous time before dispersing in different directions. Do you have any mischievous candies? Zhao Dong inquired at the candy counter. Yes, the shop assistant replied dismissively after a moment's pause. Now that living conditions had improved, city dwellers were more willing to treat their children to sweets. As Zhao Dong spoke, several people crowded around the candy counter. Noticing this, he quickly ordered 2 pounds. $1 a pound. Pay first, and then return for your purchase, the assistant instructed, not bothering to look at him as she began wrapping up the items in butter paper. The other customers murmured quietly while waiting. Upon returning, Zhao Dong exchanged the receipt for his goods and took Ma Lao to purchase 2 bottles of soda, returning the empty bottles. His brother-in-law joined them, emphasizing the importance of saving where possible. He suggested buying hawthorn preserves and a cake named Step High, which Zhao Dong found to have a positive connotation and enjoyed for its slightly sweet and crisp texture. So he took 2 packages. Jian and Ahai wandered over, revealing, we bought canned oranges and 2 pounds of rice strips, and we also got 2 pounds of apples. What a coincidence, we just picked up hawthorn preserves. Zhao Dong indicated. At this moment, Ahai complained that the place was rather dull, likening it to their small shop and claiming it was not as entertaining as the square nearby. Let us leave, he urged. Jian agreed, affirming the lack of excitement. Ma Lao, do you want to keep exploring? Zhao Dong asked. Seeing that neither of the two seemed interested in continuing, he inquired again. Ma Lao shook his head. After a day of walking with much enthusiasm, he now appeared a bit weary, resting against Zhao Dong's leg and stifling a small yawn. Observing this, Zhao Dong offered, shall I carry you? At once, Ma Lao opened his arms, seeking a hug. Zhao Dong, balancing his belongings, crouched down to scoop him up with one arm. Ma Lao wrapped his arms around Zhao Dong's neck. By the time they reached the entrance, Adai and the brother-in-law were already waiting. Look at what Uncle bought. Upon their approach, Adai eagerly showcased the Weeble Wobble doll in his hand, exclaiming, it's called a foreign doll. Isn't it beautiful? It won tea fall over. He then distributed one each to Ahai and Ma Lao, explaining that it was an imported item, hence its higher price. When Zhao Hong observed Zhao Dong reveling in the joy of the children, she was reminded of her sister-in-law's exuberance. Indeed, they were a couple in perfect harmony. She ushered everyone into the main room, providing them with various treats and drinks, while also encouraging Guang to entertain Ahai and the others, all the while bustling about the room in a flurry of activity. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Zhao Dong interjected, Sister, you must cease your incessant busyness. Your constant pacing is making me dizzy. He then gestured toward the items on the table, saying, look at this. We ought to decide how to distribute it. He continued, you came to visit, not to bring an abundance of goods as if we were entertaining guests from afar. We're currently constructing our home. Do try to be a bit frugal. As he surveyed the items, his heart ached. Each one was of exquisite quality, far more than they would typically indulge in. Isn't life here improving? And do they still dare speak ill of you? In the future, should anyone speak unkindly, simply remind them that we are here to support you. We need not bow to anyone. Zhao Dong cast a glance toward the direction of Huer's residence as he spoke. Sister, fear not. We have the means to stand strong, he added, with a Jian quickly chiming in to reinforce his sentiment. Zhao Hong, upon hearing their words, turned her head away to dab at the corners of her eyes, while her brother-in-law awkwardly fidgeted, at a loss for words. Whose child is that? Isn't the disco an everyday affair? Must they come here to learn for others? Hu Ersa's voice drifted in from outside, laced with a sarcastic tone. Like a man seizing a lifeline, her brother-in-law darted outside, exclaiming, "You go there every day? How is it that I am unaware? When will you take your children to see it too? To spare them the daily fuss about wanting to go to the square and getting scolded?" Just as Hu Ersa was about to retort, her son exclaimed, "Mother, are you taking me to the square? Let us go today? I haven't been there enough times. I don't even know how to dance." With a series of sharp claps, Hu Ersa, exasperated, unleashed her frustration upon the bewildered child with such intensity that it pained those who listened. As the child began to cry, her face flushed with a mix of anger and embarrassment, she seized his arm and dragged him inside, chastising him for his incessant chatter. "If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute." The door slammed shut behind them, leaving only the sounds of the child's sobs. Hu Ersa's voice faded away, and ultimately, the child bore the brunt of the entire episode. Ahai and Guang, along with the younger ones, remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, peering around in confusion. Zhao Dong reassured them, "It's all right, continue playing. Your brother will stop crying soon." Hu Ersa, overhearing this, thought to herself, a bunch of paupers trying to take advantage. What a charade. With another sharp smack to her child, she muttered quietly, "Just keep it to yourself." As he began to hiccup instead of cry, Hu Ersa, irritated, retreated to her room to lie down. Before long, the members of the Hu family returned from work. The men engaged in conversation with Zhao Dong, while Hu Mu delightedly examined the items they had brought, urging them to drink more tea. The family has returned home, and Hu Ersao has emerged as well. The household must prepare the meal, and she needs to keep an eye on these loiterers, wondering how much they will consume. Approaching Hu Mu, she remarked, "Mother, they say that teenage boys can impoverish their fathers. With 2 grown men and 3 children, after this meal, our rice jar will surely be nearly empty. We will have to buy more vegetables. I can only imagine the expense involved." Turning to leave, she noticed Zhao Dong standing there with a bag in hand. Chapter 67. Zhao Dong returns home. Hu Laoda's fury for a moment. The room fell into a profound silence. Zhao Dong, unable to feign ignorance, felt the weight of their scrutiny. If they dared to confront him so openly, how might they treat his elder sister? "Aunt," he said, offering the leftover dishes from lunch, "we're heading back soon. No need to worry about the rice jar running dry or spending money on vegetables. Look, we've even saved you some money." With that, he turned and departed. Hu Ersao, her face flushed with embarrassment, could only mumble incoherently, feeling exposed without a shield nearby. "Clap, clap," Hu Mu scolded her lightly, saying, "At your age, shouldn't you know what is appropriate to say?" As she stepped outside, she spotted Zhao Dong and Jian leading the children away, uncertain of how to address the men at home. Hu Mu hesitated to approach them at that moment. It wasn't until they boarded the tractor that Ziqiang had arranged for them that she timidly spoke. "Dongzi, don't take offense. We'll discuss this properly later." Zhao Dong merely smiled, silent, yet internally he mused, what audacity for her to expect forgiveness after belittling others. As the vehicle receded into the distance, Hu Laoda turned to Hu Mu and inquired, "Who were you telling Dongzi not to take offense with?" Upon hearing the details of the exchange, Hu Laoda, enraged, smashed his beloved teacup and bellowed towards the door, "I'm not dead yet. This household isn't hers to command. If she despises our guests and our poverty, she can choose to leave." His anger was palpable. Hu Laoda, who usually wore a friendly demeanor, had never expressed such fury before. "Father, please calm down. She simply has a loose tongue and no ill intentions." Hu Urge attempted to placate him. Yet, this only exacerbated Hu Laoda's ire. Ziqiang had just informed him that Zhao Dong had come bearing fish, enhancing his standing with the factory manager. Everyone knew how he had risen through the ranks. With frequent appearances, who could guarantee he wouldn't ascend further? If he continued to climb, it would bring honor to their family lineage. The more he contemplated, the angrier he became, eventually deciding to seek counsel on partitioning the family estate. Zhao Dong, however, resolved not to divulge this incident. A few exchanged words would not affect him significantly. He focused instead on working even harder to earn a living. As he sat with the children on the tractor, enduring the jostling ride, he found himself thinking, "I must bring the children out more often, Broadening their horizons will instill in them greater confidence and resilience. Today, both the beneficiaries and the victims of this outing are children. After a journey of approximately 20 to 30 minutes, they finally arrived home. The children, brimming with enthusiasm, rushed into the house shouting, "Grandma, Grandpa, we're back." The fare had already been covered by their uncle. During the ride, the money earned from selling fish was included as well, which was handed over to Ajian, who would distribute it later, tucking the remainder safely in his pocket for the return home. Upon disembarking, they headed straight for dinner. As Zhao Dong entered the house, he observed the children animatedly sharing stories about the town, their excitement palpable as they exchanged tales. Upon hearing that the children had returned, Zhao Peng, Zhao Hua, and Chen Xiu came over to listen. The children, already exuberant, became even more animated with the growing audience, narrating their experiences with vivid detail. Come on. Show Grandma and Grandpa the dance you learned today." Among the three children, Maluo exhibited a certain flair for dancing, managing to mimic the moves quite well despite the absence of music. Zhao's parents watched their grandchildren return from the town, having learned something new, and felt an immense pride, showering Maluo with praises. "Oh, how beautifully you dance. Just look at that little waist and those charming hip movements." For others who had never seen anyone dance, Maluo's performance was a delightful first. After dinner, it was getting late. Zhao Dong briefly recounted the day's events to his father, handing him the money he had calculated for distribution. Zhao's father felt satisfied with how the day had unfolded and urged him to rest early, acknowledging the tiring day they had all endured. Inside, Chen Xiu was conversing with Maluo, saying, "The county town is so much fun. Will you let your dad take us to the town again?" Upon hearing this, Maluo affectionately wrapped her arms around Chen Xiu's neck and, in a soft voice, replied, "I'm so tired after a long day, I can barely keep my eyes open." And within moments, she drifted off into a gentle slumber. Zhao Dong, witnessing such a warm scene, felt an overwhelming tenderness welling up inside him. This was the very essence of his relentless pursuit of earning a living and striving for a better life. He approached and embraced Chen Xiu from behind, resting his chin on her head, cherishing this beautiful moment with her and their child. Unexpectedly, Chen Xiu's voice broke the tranquility. "The child has just fallen asleep, and I can almost confirm that I'm pregnant. I can't do anything further. Let us not stir things up, just sleep." "I wasn't thinking of anything. I just wanted to hold you both," he replied, bemused. "What do you think about all day?" Chen Xiu's face flushed a deep crimson. "Stop talking nonsense. It's not like I'm thinking about anything. It's you who can't sleep properly and insists on being mischievous." With that, she turned away, cradling her son. "Hey, you woman, you've already ignited the fire, yet you don't plan to take responsibility. Hurry up, touch," he said, tugging at Chen Xiu's hand. Seeing he was serious, Chen Xiu grew anxious, trying to pull away gently, fearful of waking Maluo. "Don't be shameless, just go to sleep," she urged. Who would have the audacity to engage in such matters? "I would have thought you would be weeping when I refrained from participation. The night stretches interminably. What is there to sleep for? Can one still find slumber now? Hurry." "Yes, just like that. You have truly mastered it." While speaking, my hands remain industrious, my large hand enveloping the small one. Outside, darkness prevails, while inside, the air is thick with warmth. In the morning, Zhao Dong rose and ventured outside for a brief glance. The sky bore not a single star, and even the moon had concealed itself behind the clouds. With a gentle drizzle falling, Zhao Dong sighed, realizing that venturing out to sea was no longer an option. He returned, shed his clothing, and embraced his wife and child to continue sleeping. The family had already departed early for breakfast, heading to the new house to lend a hand. Zhao's father, sipping thin rice porridge, furrowed his brow at the gloomy sky and inquired of Zhao Dong, "Did you awaken this morning?" "Yes. I was hoping to see if we could set sail," Zhao Dong replied. Zhao's father then shared news he had heard over the past few days, mentioning that the villagers engaging in net fishing had managed to earn some income, and that a few families were contemplating purchasing small wooden boats for fishing, albeit they had yet to find suitable ones. "What are your plans for the next venture?" he asked. "It is raining again today. I have already discussed with Xiu about acquiring 2 drag nets and hooks. Once we are able to go out to sea, we shall set up the long-line fishing. I will assess the effectiveness, and whichever yields the better catch will be our primary method, complemented by the gill nets. It should not fare poorly." Zhao's father nodded in agreement. "The fishing nets and hooks can also be arranged by your mother." Chapter 68. A fortuitous rescue at the dock. None of them anticipated that the following 10 days would pass without an opportunity to set sail. It was either windy or rainy. The Zhao family remained industrious, tending to crops, organizing the vegetable garden, and assisting with tasks at the new house, leading to fulfilling days. In the dead of night, Zhao Dong donned his clothes, reached for a cigarette, and stepped outside for a stroll before returning to knock on Zhao's father's door. "Father, the skies have cleared. Today, we shall venture out to sea." "Good," Zhao's father responded. Hearing his father's voice, Zhao Dong turned to draw some water from the tank, splashed his face with cold water to rouse himself, and headed to the kitchen to prepare some food. Hearing the commotion outside, Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua emerged, wrapping themselves in clothing, and coincidentally encountered their father, who was washing his face. "Father, can we set sail?" "Yes, awaken yourselves, eat something, and prepare to leave," he instructed. The two brothers eagerly busied themselves, coming and going. Zhao's father glanced at his youngest son busy in the kitchen and reminded him to prepare enough food before heading next door. Zhao Dong simply boiled some noodles, as the family had not been out to sea recently and seafood was scarce. Just as he finished, a Jian and a gang playfully teased him at the doorway. "Oh, look, Chef Zhao is cooking for us. Who else among you could grace the dining hall and toil in the kitchen? I am the epitome of a good man. I am indeed a good man." Zhao Dong struck a comical pose after proclaiming this. Ugh, ugh. Upon hearing Zhao Dong, the two made faces of disgust. The women in the household also awakened to see what was happening, noticing the food was ready, only to be urged back to rest by their men. Amidst the sounds of slurping and laughter, the noodles were devoured entirely. Zhao's father led the way, carrying a lantern, as the flashlight had run out of batteries, and the lantern resumed its duty, casting light and warmth. Zhao Dong, wearing a straw hat, followed closely behind as the group exited the courtyard and made their way to the dock. "Brother, look at the moon tonight. It's so large and round that I can see my shadow." Upon hearing this, Zhao Dong and his companions turned their gaze, and indeed, they could discern the faint outline of a Jian's shadow on the ground. Zhao Dong looked up to see a multitude of stars, with large, fluffy clouds surrounding the moon, illuminating the night with an extraordinary brightness. It seemed that the coming days would bring favorable weather, allowing them to venture out to sea. Zhao Dong and his friends discussed their plans for the voyage ahead. "Is that you, Kai?" Zhao's father turned to see. "Finally, the skies have cleared. It has been over half a month, 20 days or so, since we last set sail." Indeed, it had been quite a while, and the group of fishermen gathered together, exchanging words as they made their way to the dock. Upon reaching the pier, they each departed to their respective fishing boats. Zhao's father and Zhao Dong were busy inspecting their vessel, preparing the trawl nets and fishing lines to store in the cabin, while a Jian, de Gang, Zhao Peng, and Zhao Hua followed their lead, realizing that they had become somewhat rusty after such a long absence from the sea. Suddenly, a cacophony of noise approached from afar. Zhao's father raised a lantern to illuminate the path ahead, hoping to discern the source of the commotion. Unfortunately, in the brightness of the night, the light from the lantern was negligible, rendering visibility poor. "What is happening, Kai?" inquired Zhou Jixiang, who was trailing behind. "I can't see anything. It seems like a large crowd is coming this way. I wonder what is going on." Hearing Zhao's father's words, Zhou Jixiang and the others who were set to sail joined him, gathering to see what was unfolding. "What is happening? Is there a fight? I think I heard someone shouting. It must be a brawl. Uncle, should we go take a look?" Zhao Dong hurriedly approached, urging them to stay clear of the fray for safety. A Jian, undeterred, shouted loudly enough for even the deaf to hear, while Zhao Dong mused that perhaps a Jian could well be mute, as words were not always necessary. "Stay down, everyone. If you move, I'll have to intervene," declared a figure clad in a cap, who had appeared amidst the tumult. Just as Zhao Dong reached his father's side, he too crouched down. The two opposing groups, caught in their fervor, paused as the authoritative figure walked among them, examining the crouched individuals with an impassive demeanor. Following the beam of the flashlight, Zhao Dong and his companions realized that nearly all the fishermen from their village had remained, squatting in a cluster, seemingly unbothered by the chaos, as they could not be dragged into the fray merely for observing the spectacle. In the dead of night, those who could venture out to sea were the primary laborers and pillars of their households. The captain, donning a wide-brimmed hat, completed a round and announced that those from the village who wished to go fishing could board the vessels. Upon hearing this, a throng of villagers surged forward, hastily making their way to their boats, indistinguishable from one another in the dim light. The loquacious Ajian continued to murmur, "Bro, are we just leaving like this? What if they get into a fight? Are they all going to be apprehended?" Were it not for the inappropriateness of the situation, Zhao Dong would have been amused by Ajian's obliviousness and would have quipped back, "What do you care about them? Are you going to accompany them?" But Ajian, like a frightened dog, scurried towards the boat, exclaiming, "Not going, not going." The remaining individuals were merely those who engaged in brawls. The captain found it challenging to distinguish among them due to their numbers. The altercation had not escalated severely, and the law does not punish the multitude. With a significant portion having departed, the rest were more manageable. Those deserving of conviction would be convicted, those who required sentencing would be sentenced, and those liable for fines would be fined. As Zhao Dong and his father boarded the boat, they were startled to find two individuals following them. Just as they were about to call out, their mouths were covered. "Stay quiet. I am Dejun from Yinshui village, saved by you when our metal boat ran aground. He is the one who spoke to me at the dock." Nodding in recognition, they understood the urgency. Both men appeared tense, their bodies rigid. Zhao Dong recalled having received fabric from them, thus recognizing them. He gave a slight nod, which Dejun could feel even with his mouth covered. "This is my cousin, Shungu, whom you have also met. I sincerely apologize for our situation. This is not the place for conversation," Zhao Dong remarked, observing his father nodding slightly before moving to the bow to row. They all settled in, but with 4 individuals on a small wooden boat, they were conspicuous. Sitting helped shield them somewhat from scrutiny. Zhao Dong rowed with remarkable speed, and once the little wooden boat departed the dock, Dejun and Shungu exhaled a sigh of relief. At least they were safe now. Chapter 69. The Call of the Fish. As the dock faded into a mere black, an orange sun rose slowly on the horizon, casting its warm glow over the waters, which mirrored the vibrant hues of the sky. A slender boat glided through this warm, orange expanse. "Are we taking you back to Yinshui dock, or?" Zhao's father inquired of the 2 men aboard. Dejun, who had been incessantly apologizing, turned to Shungu upon hearing the question. "Today, let us venture out to sea together. However, we must trouble you to return us early." "That sounds reasonable. Having come this far, a little more effort won't hurt," Zhao's father readily agreed. Zhao Dong paused momentarily in his rowing to discreetly glance at the compass in his pocket before resuming, altering the boat's course slightly. An unspoken tension filled the air. As they all exchanged glances, none in the mood to admire the breathtaking sunrise. It was Shungu who finally broke the silence. "They are from Evil Island. Yesterday, when we were at sea, they blocked our path and robbed us. Villagers were injured on our return, and the village chief organized us to retrieve what was taken. We ran and stopped intermittently, ultimately reaching this place." Upon hearing his words, Zhao Dong comprehended that Evil Island was comprised of the descendants of those exiled there in the past. Following the reforms, they ceased agricultural production and initially resorted to robbery. Later, as the number of smuggling ships increased, they turned to maritime plundering. Rumor has it that their island is teeming with riches, possessing coveted items such as refrigerators, color televisions, and washing machines, rare imported goods that every village possesses. Yinshui village, under the leadership of the village head, has almost entirely engaged in high-seas smuggling. In the past 2 years, the 2 villages have clashed no fewer than 7 or 8 times. Fortunately, there were no significant casualties, only material losses. The brawls between the 2 villages have consistently been a source of concern for the elders. "Bro, how come there are 2 more people on your boat?" Ajian, who firmly believes in Zhao Dong's good fortune, often checks to see if there's anything they can benefit from whenever they head out to sea together. Being nearby means just lending a hand with the rowing. "Oh, Dejun and the others came to observe our fishing. I only learned about the meeting at the dock with my father upon boarding." Zhao's father widened his eyes, cursing inwardly, "You little rascal, using excuses to implicate me. If you can't manage on your own, this son has truly been raised in vain." Dejun and Shungu tacitly accepted this explanation. Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua approached, wanting to inquire whether their father intended to return to the old location. Upon hearing this explanation, Zhao Peng accepted it without concern, while Zhao Hua remained non-committal, deducing that since their father, Dongzi, had said so, it must be true. "Damn, when did the fog roll in?" Zhao Dong noticed the obscured view of the sea, having been too engrossed in conversation to pay attention. "Ah, indeed. We didn't notice. Let the fog be. Just row your boat well. The thick fog at sea often appears suddenly, enveloping passing fishing boats. Such fog is most prone to forming during the early dawn. Experienced fishermen navigate by watching the compass and gradually make their way through the dense mist. This was considered a normal occurrence, and none paid it much heed. Suddenly, Zhao Dong halted his rowing, gazing at the sea, rhythmically tapping the boat's clapper twice with his finger. With a keen ear, Zhao's father inquired, "What is the matter?" "Father, let us commence trawling here. Did you not hear a croaking sound akin to frogs? The dawn has yet to break, and the fog is just right. The water appears somewhat murky, indicating the presence of fish below." After Zhao Dong spoke, everyone on the boat uniformly leaned down, ears close to the water's surface. Zhao's father also struck the clapper twice. Shun Gu was the first to rise. "You know, it does seem like there's a croaking sound. That's clearly a cooing sound. How did it turn into croaking on your end?" Shun Gu ignored Dejun, feeling that he sometimes acted foolishly. Zhao's father, being older and hard of hearing, had not caught any sound, and thus had no say in the matter. "If you all heard it, then let us cast the net. We've already delayed enough. In 2 more hours won't matter." Zhao's father meant no harm. Dejun and Shun Gu felt somewhat embarrassed, realizing they had held back others from setting sail. The operation of trawling with a small wooden boat is fundamentally akin to that of a metal vessel. The ironclad boat is equipped with superior features, including a diesel engine, allowing for the installation of a netting machine and rolling wheels, ensuring that even the largest catches can be easily retrieved. Zhao Dong rowed diligently as his father retrieved a large basket filled with fish from their modest shelter. Inspecting its contents, he secured one end of the fishing net to the side of the boat and cast the net into the sea. Observing his father's actions, Zhao Dong quickened his rowing pace. In the harmonious combination of the small boat's forward momentum and the flow of water, Zhao father's pace in deploying the fishing net accelerated. After approximately 10 minutes, he secured the other end of the net to the opposite side of their small vessel. Completing the deployment, Dajuan and Shun Gu watched the entire process with a sense of nostalgia. "Ah, my brother has cast the net. We must do the same," exclaimed Dagong, who remained silent, merely adjusting the direction of the oars to maintain a safe distance from Zhao Dong's boat, ensuring their nets would not tangle in the water. Jian hefted a heavy basket of fishing net onto their boat, beginning to cast it with a semblance of expertise. Muttering to himself, "One end must be secured to the left side of the boat, and the net is to be thrown into the sea." Meanwhile, Zhao Peng, Zhao Hua, and Jian aboard their own vessel were also casting their nets, following suit in a synchronized manner. Zhao Dong prepared for longline fishing and trawling, a task initiated by Zhao mother. Initially, the couple discussed that Chun Xiu should handle it, but later, Zhao father suggested Zhao mother take charge, as Chun Xiu confirmed her pregnancy, which was subsequently agreed upon. Their new house was not yet completed, and with everyone residing in a single courtyard, news spread quickly. Jian, an adept follower of trends, inquired diligently with Zhao mother, while Granny Li assisted him in preparations, all in anticipation of this moment. The 3 boats maintained a safe distance, gliding uniformly across the water, though Zhao Dong found the rowing to be quite laborious. In an attempt to engage, Zhao Dong asked Dajuan, "How did you recognize us amidst the chaos of so many people?" His curiosity was evident. Dajuan, perplexed, scratched his head. "Huh? I didn't recognize you." Zhao Dong pointed towards Jian and remarked, "I recognized him. He was incessantly talking, and I couldn't help but pay attention. The most intriguing part was that it was you he was conversing with, uninterrupted and seemingly unafraid." Zhao Dong was also eager to ask, "Brother, do you realize that while you were engaged in a brawl, you were still focused on others?" Chapter 70. The Black Group's Call for the Fish. As Dajuan finished speaking, he wore a self-satisfied expression, ready to continue when he was abruptly interrupted by a playful slap on the head. "Shun Gu, why did you hit me?" Dajuan protested. "How can one be distracted during a brawl? If you continue like this, I want to take you along next time to avoid any injuries." Hearing this, Dajuan immediately put on a sheepish grin, eager to appease. Meanwhile, Zhao father ignored their banter and sat beside Zhao Dong to converse. "The ones below don't even know what a gu fish is. It should be the blackhead fish. Currently, they are in their peak spawning season. Although fishermen often claim that they prefer murky waters, I believe it is their erratic swimming patterns that contribute to the turbidity of their habitat. When it comes to blackhead fish, they tend to swim vertically, darting up and down. Even if you hear them making noise beneath our boat, it does not necessarily mean our trawl nets will be effective. Father, look, the sky hasn't brightened yet. Fish typically rise to the surface during this time. We are still enveloped in fog, and the darkness seems to deepen. I suspect they will remain in the shallows until the sun fully emerges. Upon hearing this, Zhao's father nodded in agreement, feeling increasingly confident about catching a school of fish. Experienced fishermen are well aware of the habits of fish. Dajuan added, if it is indeed the blackhead fish, you will be quite fortunate. This is the time when they are most delectable and fresh. Once the trawl net was set, they had little to do but row the small wooden boat for 2 or 3 hours until it was time to haul in the net, passing the time with conversation. Conversations eventually come to an end. The fog had yet to lift, and listening to the sound of the waves, they recalled the numerous events of the day, feeling a sense of tension. Now, relaxed in such a soothing environment, Zhao's father leaned back and began to doze off. Approximately an hour later, Zhao Dong noticed a significant reduction in the fog, which seemed to be gradually dispersing. Just then, a beam of sunlight pierced through the haze, enveloping them in a gentle golden glow, allowing the surrounding waters to come into clearer view. Suddenly, a Jian called out loudly, "Brother, you are shrouded in the Buddha's light." Amipa. He then made a gesture of reverence with his hands clasped together. At that moment, Zhao's father awoke and turned toward the source of the voice. Witnessing the golden light illuminating the entire surface of the sea, with all of them encompassed within it, Zhao Dong, not wishing to engage in conversation with the playful Jian, found rowing to be quite exhausting. The repetitive nature of trawling was monotonous. Performing the same action for 2 to 3 hours had become almost instinctual. "Father, it's about time to haul in the net. If we leave it too long, it will be difficult to drag the catch onto the boat." They relied solely on human strength for this task, which was even more laborious than rowing. Reluctantly, Zhao's father was torn between the fear of having too large a haul that would be difficult to manage and the worry of having too little catch after wasting so much time. Sighing in indecision, Zhao Dong steadied the small wooden boat and exchanged a brief pat on each other's arms with his father. They both grasped one end of the secured net and shouted, "Haul in the net. Here come the big fish." Before his words had fully settled, they heard the other 2 boats echoing, "May Mazu bless us. Here we go, a bountiful harvest." All 3 boats, novices at trawling, shared the hope of a fruitful catch, wishing for a successful start. Thus, they adhered to the tradition of the older generation, uttering prayers before hauling the net. As the trawl was gradually pulled from the sea, anticipation filled the air. Everyone was somewhat anxious. Zhao Dong felt the tautness of the fishing net in his hands, accompanied by the splashes of seawater that surged up and quickly receded. His heart settled. He could now roughly gauge the situation within the net. "Oh dear, why am I so tense? I've seen the highwaymen of the Evil Man Island, and they weren't this nervous. I must lend you a hand." With that, he moved over to Zhao Dong's side and began to assist. He felt the slow pace of pulling the net was too exasperating. He was eager to see the results. Dajuan, lacking any knowledge of their trawling operation, after all, he came from a wealthy family with a net lifting machine, was oblivious. However, Shungu, being older and somewhat knowledgeable about these matters, feared Dajuan might inadvertently complicate things, so he went over to Zhao's father to lend a hand in pulling the net. The 4 of them strained their muscular arms. Zhao Dong's strength had certainly increased during this time of rowing. In the stretch of sea they were working in, only the sound of the dragged net and the crashing waves could be heard. As they continued to exert effort, the net's head began to rise, followed by the body of the net. "Wow, so many fish. It's a bonanza. My goodness." As the net was entirely pulled from the water, Dajuan became ecstatic. He had transformed into a competent fisherman, experiencing a joy that was beyond words due to the bountiful catch. Zhao's father and Zhao Dong shared in the delight, their smiles unwavering since the net first emerged from the water. The first successful haul of a fisherman is said to bring lifelong good fortune, a well-known legend in the fishing village. With a mighty shout, the 4 of them pulled with all their might, and the net was finally hoisted up completely. Zhao Dong, secretly thinking, if it were just the 2 of them, this haul would have been challenging to manage, called out, "Brother, come quickly. The net won't budge. I need help." Ijin shouted, struggling to maintain his grip. Seeing this, Zhao's father hurried over to assist, not even pausing to secure the net. Realizing it would be a pity and an ill omen if they were to exhaust themselves and let the net fall back into the sea. "Father, you help over here. I'll go assist Ijin." Zhao Dong and his father worked together to successfully drag the net up, and without resting, they proceeded to assist Zhao Dage and the others. In truth, they were quite clever. Noticing the net was difficult to pull, they kept it partially submerged to wait for assistance. 3 nets were brought aboard, and Zhao Dong and his father took a moment to rest. Pulling 3 nets in succession was no small feat. Their net was filled with over 400 pounds, and the effort required for the last haul was at least 300 pounds. After a brief respite, Zhao Dong and his father returned to open the net. With a splashing sound, a continuous stream of fish erupted forth, shooting out over a considerable distance. Incredible! So many! Your luck is truly remarkable, Dajun exclaimed, his heart finally at ease upon seeing the bounty piled on the deck. The black grouper, officially known as the blunt-headed grouper, belongs to the family Epinepheliddae and the genus Epinephelus. This species of fish bears a striking resemblance to one another, making them challenging to distinguish. They communicate through their swim bladders, which are generally thought to serve as reproductive signals to attract and connect with their kind. Predominantly found in the South China Sea and the waters around Taiwan. Brother, we have caught so many black groupers. This must be a school of fish, right? I told you, following you would lead to great fortune. Aren't I clever? Ha ha. Ajin and the others rowed their boat over, feeling quite pleased with themselves. Dongzi, how did you think to cast the net here? Did you know there was a school of fish? Zhao Urge expressed his curiosity. Chapter 71. The plan for interest-free loans. It was merely a conjecture that there might be a school of fish below. Predicting the specific type was beyond reach, as many fish share similar habits. Zhao Urge concurred with this reasoning, understanding that discerning whether a school of fish exists requires keen observation. But guessing the exact species is unrealistic. He then inquired of his father, should we drag the net or head back first? Zhao father surveyed Dejun and Shun Go. Uncle, why don't we return first? We can head back to your dock. It's not too far. Shun Go spoke up first. Let us go back. They responded upon hearing Zhao father's directive, and the 3 boats turned around to row home. On the way back, Zhao father rowed, while Zhao Dong squatted sorting the catch. Most were black groupers, along with some snails, octopuses, clams, and seaweed. Their presence had muddied the waters, causing typical fish to shy away from this area, which made the sorting process much quicker. Observing Zhao Dong's relentless activity, Dejun remarked, you guys really toil hard with those small wooden boats for netting. It's all reliant on sheer strength. I have heard there's an interest-free loan policy in town. I plan to find time to learn about it and see what the regulations are. You have extensive connections. Have you heard anything about this policy? Oh, you mean that? I know about it, Dejun replied, then turned to another side and asked, isn't Shun Gu's eldest son in town dealing with this? Our village also got the boat through him, right? Shun Gu nodded, considering Zhao Dong a bold individual for being the first to take such risks. Hearing this, Zhao Dong felt elated. He had indeed asked the right person. He planned to inquire in town today. If you could secure a loan to buy a boat, it would be quite advantageous. You can repay it once you start earning. After all, it's someone else's money to begin with. If it doesn't work out, I can help inquire as well. Dejun felt a sense of obligation to reciprocate Zhao Dong's previous assistance. I actually have something I'd like your help with. What is it? You can count on me to assist, Zhao Dong encouraged. If the loan comes through, could you check if there are any suitable second-hand iron boats available in your village? Your village is reputedly affluent, and there should be several who want to upgrade. Oh, what a coincidence. Shun Ji's family is looking to replace a boat over 30 meters long. Their iron boat is not even 2 years old. If you're interested in a loan to buy it, I can take you to see it, Dejun responded. Upon hearing this, both Zhao Dong and Shun Gu turned their attention to Shun Gu. Sure, if you get the loan, come over to take a look. My family's boat is well equipped, and whoever buys it won't need to add anything, Shun Gu confirmed, and thus, the matter was settled. As Zhao's father listened to Zhao Dong conversing with others, he found himself on the verge of inquiring several times, only to hold back in confusion about his youngest son's audacity in speaking so freely. Was it truly within their realm of possibility to expect funding from the government? Once the conversation concluded and the catch had been sorted, Zhao Dong took over the oars from his father, allowing him a moment's respite. Upon returning to the dock, they observed several fishing boats from the village moored nearby, with some individuals gathered at the purchasing point, seemingly engaged in conversation. It appeared that the morning's events had left a mark on the villagers. After securing the boat, Zhao's father remained aboard while the others went to fetch the cart and baskets. Dajun and Shunzi did not depart either, assisting with the lifting and moving. Curious villagers approached, asking, Dongzi, are these two your relatives? We've never seen them before. Ah, you mean them? Zhao Dong was interrupted by a chorus of exclamations. Goodness, have you encountered a school of fish again? What? Which family? Do tell. Old Zhao's family pays homage to Mazu daily, yet we returned empty-handed from the sea. The Zhao family has struck it rich again. How many times is this now? The villagers observed them carrying basket after basket filled with black grouper, and a buzz of chatter ensued. Although the three boats were stacked at the purchasing point with notable distance between them, the sight was nonetheless impressive. A dense mass of fish as far as the eye could see. One inquisitive villager asked, "Dongzi, where did you catch so many black grouper?" "I can't say for certain. A thick fog enveloped the sea, making it impossible to discern our location." "Indeed, you must have been quite fortunate." "Yes, luck was on our side." The villager, realizing he had exhausted his inquiries, turned to observe the scale where Pongzi was weighing the fish. "Brother Pang, how much are these fish worth?" 32 cents each. They are currently in spawning season, so their flavor is exceptional. "This price is 2 or 3 cents higher than usual," he replied, casting a glance at Zhao's father. With a beaming smile, Zhao's father affirmed, "That sounds good." Dajuan and Zhao Dong then said, "You all carry on, we'll be heading back. If you decide to take out a loan for a boat, come find us in Yinshui village." "All right." After bidding farewell to the two, Zhao Dong calculated their total, 302 jin, selling for a total of 96.32. They were quite satisfied, having only spent 2 to 3 hours at sea. Fortune favored them with a bountiful catch. Otherwise, they might have returned like the villagers, empty-handed, earning no more than a mere 10 or 20 yuan. The villagers, upon hearing of their earnings, gasped in astonishment. "Wow, you sold so much in less than a day. How is that possible? I only made 8 yuan today, alas." Zhao Dong, eager to visit the town, informed his father about the money before preparing to leave. A Jian called out, "Brother, what are you off to do?" "I'm heading to the town to take a look. Would you like to join me?" "Sure, just wait for me." A Jian hurried back to give the money to Da Gong, asking him to pass it to Granny Li before quickly returning. "Let's go, brother." The two encountered no vehicles along the way and walked for an hour to arrive, with Zhao Dong relying on his fervent spirit to propel him forward, eagerly wanting to uncover the truth. As they stood beneath the sign of the credit cooperative, a Jian felt his legs weaken, leaning against Zhao Dong, his voice trembling as he inquired, "Brother, what are we doing here? Let us go back. This place isn't for just anyone." Zhao Dong, undeterred, promptly entered the building, while a Jian hesitated, shuffling along timidly, making little progress, retreating with every step. Zhao Dong, disinterested in his reluctance, continued forward. Upon entering, Zhao Dong observed that the current credit cooperative resembled a small office, with a single female employee behind a metal grate and glass partition, through which documents were exchanged via a small circular opening. This design appeared to have remained unchanged for over a decade or two. "Brother, wait for me. It's so vast here, and there are so many people." "A Jian, you've arrived just in time. Come over here and listen," Zhao Dong called, pulling a Jian along. "Excuse me, sir, I would like to inquire about the loan conditions." Zhao Dong addressed a male staff member. "Which village are you from? To apply for a loan, you'll need to fill out some forms and submit the required documents." The staff member replied, displaying a hint of impatience. "We're from Moonbay. What documents are necessary for the loan?" The staff member's annoyance grew. "Did you not come prepared with your questions? We can't extend loans to just anyone. I wouldn't be asking if I knew. That's why I'm here." Zhao Dong retorted, his assertiveness catching the staff member's attention, who then softened his demeanor. "You'll need a letter of introduction from a fisheries company, as well as a purchase agreement from the shipyard if you're buying a boat. What if I want to buy a second-hand iron boat? Can I still get a loan? What documents would I need?" Zhao Dong's barrage of questions left both the staff member and a Jian momentarily stunned. "We don't have a precedent for that. I need to consult with my supervisor," the staff member stated before departing towards the staircase leading to the second floor. "Brother, you really want to buy an iron boat? That must cost quite a bit," a Jian remarked, a hint of concern in his voice. "Yes, I wish to secure a loan for it. Even small wooden boats can yield significant profits, and with an iron boat, I could venture into deeper waters for fishing, employing a net lifting machine, which would increase our catch considerably." "Ah, so you're serious about this?" A Jian felt overwhelmed. He had never considered such matters before. Having always followed in Zhao Dong's footsteps and earned a fair share, the enormity of this decision weighed heavily on him, leaving him restless as he paced the lobby. "Stop wandering. Stay here and listen to whether we can secure the loan and what documents are needed," Zhao Dong urged, just as the staff member returned. "Our supervisor has approved the loan, but you must provide proof from both villages, the one selling the boat and your own." Once you obtain the necessary documentation and fill out the forms, there should be no issues with disbursement. After Zhao Dong comprehended the loan requirements, he and Jian departed the credit cooperative. Upon returning home, Zhao Dong approached his father, stating, "I've gathered all the necessary information. The required documents are not cumbersome, and I've confirmed the fishing boat's availability. The loan conditions are met, and I am determined to proceed with purchasing the vessel. Have you given it careful thought? Is it truly reliable? Let us not be deceived in the end. Our family has just begun to fare a bit better. Had I known you wished to purchase a boat, we would have foregone building a house. There are no relatives nearby to lend us anything." As Zhao Dong observed his father, who incessantly fretted and repeated his worries, his eyes glistened with unshed tears. His father, having endured a life of hardship, was filled with trepidation towards the unknown. Yet, before his son, he could not reveal his fears, resorting instead to endless chatter as a means of alleviation. "Father, tomorrow you shall accompany me to Yinshui village. For now, we shall merely inspect the boat. If it meets our needs, then we can contemplate the matter of a loan." "Very well," Zhao's father acquiesced, yet he drew on his pipe with trembling hands, revealing his underlying anxiety. That night, as Zhao Dong and his wife lay in bed conversing, she inquired, "Father has given you all the money from selling fish. What is your purpose in town?" "I encountered 2 acquaintances today. They are selling a tin fishing boat, and I wish to purchase it." Chun Xiuting sat upright in bed, her excitement palpable. "Where do we find such funds? We face fines for the child's birth. The house is near completion and demands further expenditure. Everywhere we turn, there are financial burdens. You are so reckless, lacking any foresight." The more Zhao Dong listened, the more uneasy he became. He swiftly interjected to halt his wife's lamentations, fearing it would devolve into a public trial against him. "I assure you, my friends have informed me that the local credit union offers interest-free loans. Once I acquire the tin boat, I can venture into deeper waters where schools of fish abound. I remain unconvinced. The open sea poses dangers. Can you not simply focus on steady work for now? Let us take my father along tomorrow. With him there, you need not worry. We will only purchase if it proves suitable, and only then consider a loan." Upon hearing this, Chun Xiuting fell silent. The following morning, Jian arrived early, opting not to fish that day but to accompany them instead. Others, like Zhao's father, deemed the venture imprudent, lacking the funds to buy a tin boat, and were too apprehensive to consider a loan. Thus, they all set out early for their fishing endeavors. After breakfast, Zhao Dong and his companions rowed to the dock at Yinshui village. Upon their arrival, they were greeted by Shun Ji's voice. "Dongzi, brother, you have come. Have you made your inquiries?" "Yes, I have come to inspect the boat." "Shun Gu, Dongzi has come to see the boat. Please take him over." Upon sighting the tin boat, Zhao's father was visibly intrigued. It appeared almost new, measuring approximately 17 to 18 meters in length. The boat's carrying capacity was yet to be determined, as it required inspection in the water to ascertain its draft. The machinery on board operated flawlessly. This vessel was 3 times the size of his small wooden boat. Shun Gu piloted the boat, taking Zhao and his father for a brief excursion at sea, while also instructing Zhao Dong and Jian on navigation. They returned without any complications. Zhao Dong, having spent a lifetime in association with fishing boats, could discern the vessel's quality. As they disembarked, Shun Gu assured Zhao's father, "Should any issues arise with the boat within the month, do not hesitate to seek me out. I shall take full responsibility." He then took the 3 of them to his home to discuss the price of the boat. If they reached an agreement at this stage, the vessel would rightfully belong to Zhao Dong. Yinshui village, renowned for its affluence, was lined with 2-story houses, each boasting clean cement or red brick floors. The villagers wore smiles that revealed their content and prosperous lives. Upon arriving at Shun Ji's house, they found his father at home, who welcomed them warmly upon learning they were there to discuss the boat. His demeanor suggested he was a generous man. Dajuan assisted by saying, "Uncle, this is the one who saved both me and Shun Gu yesterday when our boat ran aground. They helped bring us back. My brother's situation is modest, so please don't ask for too much." "Ah, we are indebted to them," Shun Ji's father replied. "It was merely a helping hand. Those of us who go out to sea should assist one another. My son has likely informed you about the boat's condition. We wish to upgrade to a larger vessel, and this one is no longer needed. We have decided to sell it. What price are you asking?" "I'll offer it at a firm price of 2,600. It's a fair amount. You can inquire elsewhere, but you want to find a newer model at this price. If it suits you, you can take it tomorrow. If not, that is perfectly fine." Business aside, we maintain our friendships. Jian's eyes widened in disbelief at the substantial amount. Selling at wouldn't suffice for him. His initial eagerness to buy a boat dissipated, and he felt unworthy. After exchanging pleasantries, Shunji's family had prepared a meal, insisting that they stay for dinner. During the meal, they even offered to help arrange a loan for purchasing the boat, trusting in their character. Zhao Dong's father felt drawn in by their words. Chapter 73. A small boat for a steel boat, perhaps fueled by the wine, or perhaps genuinely fond of them, Zhao Dong's father readily agreed, stating he would come by the next day to visit the credit union for the loan. Uncle, do we need to bring any proof from our village? Zhao Dong inquired, wanting to clarify, as his unreliable father had already committed to the deal, and now he had to count the money for them. No need for that hassle. I have everything arranged. You just need to fill out the paperwork. Zhao Dong and Jian envied such confidence. He was a man of capability, someone to befriend. Brother, when can we be so bold? Jian whispered to Zhao Dong. The meal ended with laughter and camaraderie, with Zhao Dong's father even bonding with Shunji's family, clearly enjoying the evening. As they left, Zhao Dong and Jian helped him out, and once on the boat, he fell into a deep slumber, seemingly unable to awaken anytime soon. Brother, has the boat been secured just like that? Did you not hear everything? Zhao Dong replied, somewhat speechless, when his father emerged. He had been worried about being deceived and had cautioned him repeatedly. Who could have anticipated that a couple of drinks would lead his father to act so recklessly? It was utterly unreliable. How is it that I feel this is so unreal? Brother, tomorrow you will be burdened with debt, a considerable sum indeed. After Jian spoke, he shivered at the thought. Just contemplating it was overwhelming. Today, Zhao's mother and Chen Xiu stayed home, anxiously awaiting the purchase of the iron boat. For this was a significant matter. The ancestral grave of the Zhao family was at stake. When the two supported the inebriated Zhao father back inside, they were startled and hurriedly inquired, what happened? Why did you need to assist him back? Zhao's mother and Chen Xiu rushed over, but as they approached, they nearly staggered from the overwhelming stench of alcohol. Ultimately, Chen Xiu could no longer endure it and ran to the wall to vomit. Zhao's mother suspiciously glanced at Chen Xiu before exclaiming, Zhao Dong, how could your father drink so much? You should have stopped him. At his age, he shouldn't be drinking like this. Zhao Dong felt utterly wronged. After tending to his father, he briefly explained the situation regarding the boat to Zhao's mother and Chen Xiu, who listened with growing excitement. However, when they heard the price, their composure faltered. What kind of good boat costs so much? Your father, too, after a couple of drinks, loses all sense of who he is, making such a momentous decision so carelessly. After saying this, he felt even more frustrated. And you? Why didn't you advise him? Zhao Dong chose to remain indifferent, thinking, let them say what they want. I didn't hear anything, and I won't respond. Zhao's mother, seeing his reaction, became even angrier and slapped him before storming back to her room. Chen Xiu, on the other hand, remained calm. The decision had already been made, and whatever she said would be of no consequence. If the sky were to fall, Zhao Dong would bear the weight. At dinner that evening, Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua asked him, Dongzi, has the boat really been confirmed? What about that interest-free loan? Is it reliable? What could possibly be unreliable about government policy? Zhao's elder brother felt a twinge of interest as he glanced at Zhao's sister-in-law, urging her to eat. Can we even afford such an expensive item? Do you know where the credit union is located? Let us just see. If things go well for Dongzi, he can also support his brother. The burden of debt shouldn't rest solely on Zhao Er's shoulders, Zhao Er's sister-in-law remarked, her words sounding much more appealing. Each harbored their own concerns, and the meal was tasteless. Once Zhao's father sobered up, he felt regret but dared not voice it. After dinner, he lay down and promptly fell asleep again, indicating his remorse was not as profound as it seemed. Knowing he had to go to town for a loan, Zhao Dong rose early. Upon opening the door, he was startled to find the family had risen quite early. Zhao Peng and Zhao Hua also wished to accompany him, but were sent away by their wives to earn money at sea. Jian, unmonitored, mooched breakfast and joined the three of them to the town. Shungu and Dejun were already there waiting. Dejun, Shungu, you two come here so often, you'll become regulars at our place. The staff recognized the two well. I sold the small fishing boat to my brother, but we can't produce that much money right now. So I thought to seek your assistance. Please fill out this information first. Do you have all the necessary documents? Having brought the required materials, Shungu handed over the documents he held. Zhao Dong also picked up a piece of paper. Glancing at it, it contained merely his basic information and some asset details. Regardless, it was quick to fill out. Jian, having visited once, was no longer intimidated. He leaned in to eavesdrop whenever someone spoke and returned to gossip. That contractor with the striped shirt is borrowing 1,000. And I heard the one who signed is into seaweed farming. He borrowed an additional 20,000. The short fellow borrowed at least 500. After sharing what he knew, he went to inquire further. Brother, they require quite a bit of documentation, and the credit union standards are fairly high. Just as Jian finished speaking, a staff member approached. You've completed everything. Come over to sign the loan agreement. Once you sign, this agreement becomes valid, and we can approve the funds for you today. Zhao Dong glanced at the agreement. The requested amount was written as 3,000. He raised an eyebrow slightly. Appreciating the efficiency, Jian had just mentioned how troublesome it was to secure even 1,000. Zhao's father had been in a low mood throughout their journey, speaking little along the way, and now he felt even more anxious, perceiving Zhao Dong's pen as a formidable beast. Swiftly, Zhao Dong signed the agreement and handed it over. The staff member took a look and informed them, I'll go arrange your funds. Please sit here for a moment. Brother, is it really this easy to obtain a loan? Indeed, this is astonishingly simple. Just look at how uncomplicated their process has been. With our amount, it's bound to be more challenging. Zhao's father, with a grim expression, squatted in the corner. On their way here, he had hoped they wouldn't secure the loan, as that would mean avoiding the purchase of a metal boat and escaping the burden of debt. How could it have been this effortless? Here S3000. The repayment period is 2 years, and early repayment is also an option. The staff explained the pertinent details. Zhao Dong took the money and stowed it in his bag. Together, they proceeded to the Yunshui village commune, registered, and wrote receipts and proofs. Once everything was completed, they settled the payment with Shunguo. Current laws were still evolving. Small boats did not require registration, but larger ones did, for management purposes. After enduring half a day's hustle, Shunguo suggested, let us go home and have a meal. No, we can't. We should be returning home since the family is likely waiting for the boat purchase. Hearing this, Shunguo and Dejun felt it best to leave, as buying a boat was indeed a significant matter, and returning home sooner was appropriate. Well, we'll have a meal at your place another time, all right. Zhao's father boarded the boat, inspecting it thoroughly, feeling every part. This would soon belong to them. With a twist and a turn of the handle, they set sail, navigating home on their new vessel. Chapter 74. The new boat set sail. Jian paced back and forth on the boat, examining the cabin, feeling the hull, and even crouching to knock on the deck. He turned to Zhao Dong and exclaimed, Brother, this boat is truly magnificent. The space is vast. Returning to the village, everyone will be envious. Dongzi, you certainly made a wise investment. Zhao's father began to feel at ease. After all, it was not he who had taken the loan. Dongzi believed that with the loan came the ability to repay. Even if they lacked the means, they had this splendid boat to rely on. As their boat docked at the pier, the air was filled with the resounding crackle of firecrackers, igniting incense that symbolized respect and blessings. Apples, representing peace. Oranges for good fortune, bananas for smooth sailing, and rice cakes for prosperity were laid out. The villagers, drawn by the sounds of celebration, gathered to witness the spectacle. And soon word spread like wildfire. Old Zhao's son had purchased a fishing vessel measuring 17 to 18 meters, causing quite a stir throughout the Moon Bay. For the fishing community, acquiring a metal boat was as significant as building a house. Is it true that your son has bought a metal boat? Really? Exclaimed one villager. Xiao, your family must be doing well to afford such a large fishing vessel. You've truly struck it rich. You'll be enjoying a life of comfort now. Su Fun, if any good opportunities arise, do keep us in mind. Listening to the villagers' praise, Zhao's father beamed with pride. His son, so young, had acquired an 18-meter metal boat, a rarity in the village, which added to his sense of honor. Though the purchase was financed through a loan, the villagers remained unaware. Once the boat blessing ceremony concluded, Zhao's mother and Chun Xiu distributed the fruits and pastries, as everyone in the village sought to share in the good fortune, jostling to grab a piece. Zhao Dong and his companions, however, had little control over these events. He took stock of the belongings on his small wooden boat and transferred them to the spacious cabin of the new vessel. Much like the new boat, the old one required minimal alterations, which would be both costly and labor-intensive. In the past few days, while preoccupied with securing a loan for the new boat, he had gone out to sea. Now burdened with debt, he knew he must diligently fish to earn money, avoiding the current pattern of sporadic work. Failing to repay the loan could lead to dire consequences. Although Zhao Dong understood that even if he couldn't repay the credit union, there was little recourse, and over time it would simply become a bad debt. He refrained from voicing this concern to his father and merely acknowledged his understanding. Meanwhile, Zhao's mother was already calculating auspicious dates for the new metal boat's maiden voyage. After careful consideration, she determined that tomorrow at 9 a.m. was the most favorable time. This timing is perfect. The boat is equipped with everything it needs. It shows consideration for our son's challenges, granting us such a fortuitous moment. Upon returning home, she shared this news with Zhao's father. The timing was indeed opportune. The newly acquired boat could set sail immediately, heralding good omens. Chen Xiu and Zhao's sisters-in-law, Zhao Da and Zhao Er, agreed that the chosen day for the boat's voyage was propitious, filling the family with anticipation for the next day. When Zhao Dong entered the house, he found his wife counting money. "How much do we have in savings?" he inquired. "Alas, just over 2,000. It's both a significant and meager sum." "What do you mean by that?" he replied. "Logically speaking, we've only owned the small wooden boat for less than 6 months and have already earned 2,000, which is considerable. However, our expenses have also accumulated, building the house, fines for the children, and now the purchase of the metal boat. Oh dear, I shouldn't complain. The savings are too scant, and the expenses too many. It feels overwhelming." Hearing her deeply rooted concerns for the future, Zhao Dong stepped closer, wrapping one arm around her back, while gently stroking her head in a comforting gesture. "Isn't there still me? You need not worry about these matters. We still have the pearls, and besides, we have 2 years. 3,000 yuan. Surely I can earn that." With that, he pulled out the remaining 400 yuan from his pocket, which was left after settling the boat payment, and handed it to Chen Xiu. "Keep 100 for yourself. I will take this 300. It's reassuring to have money on hand while out." As Chen Xiu spoke, he retrieved 10 large bills and placed them in his pocket, combining them with the previously counted money into a bag, which he then tucked away. With the new boat set to sail the following day, Chen Xiu leaned back against Zhao Dong, both experiencing a touch of insomnia. "Stop fidgeting. It will be you who suffers in the end." Chen Xiu's remark only incited Zhao Dong to escalate his antics. "I wouldn't mind suffering today. With the new boat arriving, I want my wife to enjoy it too. She shouldn't only worry about me without any benefits. I require no compensation. Please cease." His words faltered, leaving him trembling and blushing. By 8 o'clock, they had reached the iron boat. Zhao Dong had prepared hand nets, drag nets, ground traps, hand scoops, long-line fishing gear, knives, scissors, and 2 barrels of diesel, even painting the boat with the name Zhou No. 1. He was almost filling the cabin with supplies, relying on his memory of long-distance ocean voyages. "How much of this will you actually use? It's merely the first day. You're not embarking on a fishing operation, but rather seem to be preparing for daily living. Rice, oil, a stove, you've brought it all." Zhao Dong's father, who had previously found his son reliable, now harbored some doubts, thinking this was merely childish play. Better to be prepared. If we need it and don't have it, it would be disastrous. After a day of listening to Zhao Dong's reasoning, Zhao Dong's father fell silent. "Time's up, Dongzi. Let us board the ship." Zhao Degu called out to him. Today, a Jian, the gang, as well as Zhao Degu and Zhao Ergu, were joining them, excited to experience their family's first iron boat on the open sea. As they brought a small statue of Ma Zhu on board, Zhao Dong's father lit a stick of incense. With a turn of the key, amidst the rumbling of the engine, Zhou No. 1 foot set sail towards the vast ocean brimming with vitality and hope. It was their first day at sea, having never ventured into deep waters or established a fixed operational area. Thus, their primary goal was to locate a suitable region for consistent fishing activities. This iron boat is incredible. Look at this speed. It took us half an hour to row to this spot, and now we're here in under 10 minutes. Look over there, a cluster of islands. Just imagine the treasures waiting to be discovered in the sea. My brother, it seems we truly made a wise purchase. I have a feeling about this. Just wait and see. Indeed, iron boats are the way to go." Zhao Ergu's words echoed the sentiments of them all. They too wished to buy one, but lacked the audacity of Zhao Dong. "Dongzi, come steer the boat while I watch." Zhao Dong's father handed him the compass and stood behind him, observing his navigation, while the others gathered around, following suit. About an hour into their journey, Zhao Dong suddenly shouted, "Father, do you think we can check over there? We've circled the vicinity but haven't spotted any fishing boats working in this area." Chapter 75, Discovering the Fishing Net, a bountiful harvest. Zhao's father followed Zhao Dong's pointed direction and observed two sizable solitary islands in the near distance. The waters between the islands appeared a deep shade of purplish blue, indicating significant depth. Typically, deep waters exhibit a purplish blue hue, while shallower depths are characterized by bluish green, and the shallow sea is a pale yellow. Zhao's father approached the helm, taking the initiative to steer the boat, suggesting they investigate further. "Father, the direction we are heading still brings us closer to Yinshui village, right?" Zhao Dong inquired. After a moment of consulting his compass, Zhao's father confirmed that indeed, after over an hour of sailing, they should reach the dock of Yinshui village in just over 40 minutes. "Dongzi, you seem to have an inexplicable bond with Yinshui village. All your earnings originate from this place. It appears this direction is fortuitous for you. You should venture here more often." Others nodded in agreement, finding some truth in Degang's assertion. With caution, Zhao's father navigated the boat around the solitary island, gaining a full view of its form. The island resembled an oversized pair of shorts, and Jian remarked on a slightly protruding shallow area. Upon closer inspection, the others concurred that the resemblance was uncanny. The island could be described as a single landmass or two. One end was connected, while the other was separated by a wide and deep expanse of water. A slender sandy beach stretched out from the junction, resembling a human appendage, with two rectangular islands of similar shape and size flanking either side. "Let us set the net here," Zhao's father declared, prompting everyone to prepare and inspect their equipment. This operation involved a single boat dragging the net, primarily targeting the seabed, employing a trailing net technique. Following the net's deployment, two triangular separators would be added to expand the net's mouth, enhancing the fishing range. This method, known as sleeve netting, is akin to the sleeves of a garment. In contrast, a double boat operation does not require these separators. "I am about to lower the net. Ensure you all observe closely, as you will be responsible for netting in the future." With that, Zhao's father positioned one end of the fishing net into the sea from the stern of the boat. As the vessel moved forward, the net swiftly submerged under the dual influence of the water current and the boat's momentum, tightening the steel cable connecting the two nets. Once the net was fully deployed, he placed the triangular separators into the water. As the separators descended, the boat resumed its normal speed of 3 to 5 knots, dragging the net along its predetermined course and commencing a day of labor. Zhao Dong was thoroughly familiar with these procedures. He listened intently, just as the others did, while his father explained. The timing for retrieving the net was not fixed. Typically, it aligned with the rhythm of rowing, taking about 2 to 3 hours depending on circumstances. All clear? The principle is the same as when we used the small wooden boat for netting. "Father, look over there. Those floating objects in the sea must be buoys. Let us go investigate." Fishing can be a monotonous endeavor after casting the nets, devoid of a mobile phone to pass the time and lacking even a radio. The crew finds themselves at a loss. While some may play cards, the absence of such a luxury on the boat leaves others in a state of daydreaming or napping. Zhao Dong, however, chooses to survey his surroundings, hoping to memorize the navigation route, and unexpectedly discovers something worthwhile. Zhao's father does not, as the crew might expect, steer the vessel directly towards the catch. Instead, he opts for a circuitous route, sailing with the wind. They navigate to a point ahead of where the fishing nets will inevitably drift, allowing them to wait for the nets to arrive, thus preventing entanglement with their own gear. Zhao's father calls from the bow, "Dongzi, bring me the hook." With quick steps, Zhao Dong rushes to the cabin, where the multitude of items makes it challenging to locate what he seeks. After a brief search, he finally finds the hook and hurries back to his father. As he hands it over, he cannot resist a teasing remark. "Good thing I brought extra gear, or else we would have been in quite the predicament. Without your hook, how could I possibly retrieve the nets?" Zhao Dong finds himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Uncle, you have been a fisherman for many years. While I have merely a few, yet you dare to boast before me, right?" His father, feeling flattered by the praise from Degang, reflects that as fishermen, they must remain grounded. Zhao Dong thinks to himself, "In truth, I have accumulated a lifetime of experience as a fisherman myself. Would you believe it if I told you?" Balancing the hook in one hand and steadying himself against the boat with the other, Zhao's father leans over to gauge the distance, realizing he still needs to adjust before he can reach the nets. Meanwhile, Zhao Dong quietly approaches Degang, standing beside him, and whispers, "Flatterer. Uncle, I must speak the truth. He called me a flatterer." Zhao Dong is taken aback, questioning how one could even lodge a complaint about such a matter. Laughter erupts among Zhao Dong, Zhao Ergo, and Jian, and even Zhao's father can't help but smile, reminiscing about the innocence of childhood in these moments. After a couple of minutes, Zhao's father feels it is time to check again, leaning out once more, this time accurately judging the timing. They all extend their hands to assist in pulling the net up, and as it emerges from the water, it becomes evident that it is a tangled net. Though not severely damaged, uncertain whether it was discarded or lost to the winds, Zhao's uncle calls out, "There's a fish here. Though I can't quite see what kind it is." He hastens his efforts, and soon the fish is fully revealed. This is promising. We've had a good start with this first catch. As the other crew members on board take notice, they exclaim in unison, "A sole, a European flatfish, the flounder. A remarkable fish indeed. I have seen online a fish with a flattened body, its shape resembling a circle, commonly referred to as the turbot. In the local culture, it symbolizes peace, reunion, and abundant blessings. Its peculiar characteristic of having both eyes on one side is the reason it is known as a flatfish. With such a fortuitous beginning, this vessel, helmed by Dongzi, is bound to sail smoothly and reap great profits." Zhao's father continued, "We shall steam this fish shortly. The stove and other items that Zhao Dong brought along will certainly come in handy." Initially, it was stated that fishing was not the primary objective. However, if the first catch is such an auspicious fish, it only adds to the joy, a delightful embellishment. And there is more. I have something over here as well.